a reason. Is she ever gonna call? I haven't slept in days. I keep rewinding, I'm still believing that it was more than just a high and that she feels the same. I can take it, I'm so cold, my fingers are numb. Since she's gone left, there's only empty inside. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. Pretty, pretty, pretty. And all I see is that pretty face when I close my eyes. And all I want is that sweet embrace, her body next to mine. I'm drowning, I'm barely breathing.
Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall, I won't ever fall. Concentrate on the tightrope, the hope that you make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Oh, 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 oh. Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Oh, 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 oh. Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Oh, 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 oh. Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Oh, 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 oh. Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Oh, 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 oh. Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Oh, 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 oh. Be who you want to be, who do you want to be? Oh, can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. No. Shine ashes for me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. Out with the old, in with the new. There is something so intriguing about you. You, up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare. Till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret. You're my little secret, and I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La 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 la. You're my little secret. My little secret, la 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 la. One finger on your lips, shine ashes, call me to explore. Tell me every bit of your heart, never seen before. I don't know what to tell you, I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like fireworks. My little secret.
Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. Don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Oxbridge. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it. My skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Me now. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it as mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will. Tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen, like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow and write better than any, I'm the hottest, and trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar, school of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do.
Is this the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost our are just blinded by the lights. Are just blinded by the lights. Are just blinded by the lights. Is this the start of the end, or the end of forever? Did we destroy ourselves, or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost our are just blinded by the lights.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back to the LPL. It's the final week of day number 9, and we still only have half of our playoff spots secured. That means 3 out of the remaining 4 will be contested today, and we get a chance to see 4 teams fight for 3 spots. Yesterday, we got to see some really exciting action, and we are hoping that it continues today in this, the week of 2-0s in the LPL. OMG looking to take a win off of their opponent's RNG, the number 1 team in their group, of course, OMG at number 3, looking to claim some points for themselves. My name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk is Indiana Frosker in black and Zach Rusty Pie.
Was
Not too much.
I change it every time. It's great.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. Of course, before we get to today's games, we actually get the opportunity to take a look at what happened yesterday. With today being a Group A day, means that yesterday was a Group B day. And yesterday was, of course, our match of the week. We got to see EDG play WE and absolutely demolish them.
Yeah, it was a perfect game from EDG, which is what we didn't expect. You know, going into that, Raz and I were both on the desk saying that Team WE are probably the favorites here, you know, just based off of recent performance coming into the series. That said, EDG threw a curveball in Week 9 of the LPL. They bring out a brand new top laner. We have never seen anything competitively from this guy. They must have had him in the hyperbolic time chamber. His name's Min, and you should learn that name very quickly because he played outstandingly well.
Yeah, he looked like a very smart player for the team of EDG, not just mechanically, which is what you expect from a new player, example being Ben 4, when he comes in, just leases in flashy plays. He was actually smart. He actually played proper League of Legends and was at the right places usually at the right time, but most importantly, when they played against WE, 957 has been a weak point, and Min was able to actually play a part in exploiting him one more time, and EDG just looked better.
Yeah, and that's something that bodes well for the team, still trying to claim first place. Of course, the third place team in the league, Xiaogu, also played yesterday. They 2-0'd their opponent's Game Talents, which tragically for Game Talents fans means that they are now eliminated from playoff contention. There is no chance that they can make it into playoffs.
All 2 of them,
Yeah.
Pulse and Raz.
Unfortunately, Raz and Pulse can have a grand time casting them as they're in the promotion tournament.
Yeah.
They can love every second of it, ideally, but it's all about QG winning, not so much Game Talents losing, because this puts them potentially in a place where they could, if the Stars Align, challenge for first in the whole group.
Yeah, it's very exciting to see Xiaogu continue to grow. Of course, our final game was for that 4th and final playoff spot in the group yesterday, and that was Newbie versus Vici. And amazingly enough, the team that was in 5th, Vici, ended up 2-0ing Newbie.
And it was probably the most important game that was played yesterday. So despite the fact that Newbie were the favorites going in, had the playoff position, we're now in a scenario where Vici, as the better team, since they've 2-0'd Newbie, might not make the playoffs. Like, speaking of Stars aligning for QG to make first, Stars really have to align for both Newbie and Vici to take that final spot.
Yeah.
Vici ramping up towards the end of the split are starting to find some brawn behind the brain, most importantly. But if you actually don't get them into the playoffs, they have to play in a promotion tournament, and I would hate hate to be the team that plays against them in that because they are dangerous.
Yeah, they're starting to shape up. We'll see if they can continue their rise. Of course, let's move our attention to Group A, which is where our games are going to be played today. We've got some pretty exciting stuff coming at you. Of course, you'll notice that only one team has locked in a playoff spot for that group. That is RNG. But 2nd through 5th are still all in contention for those final 3 spots.
And there are 2 major races to keep track of. So effectively, you have the race over 2nd place between Invictus Gaming and OMG. You know, who's going to get that? And it means a lot in a weighted gauntlet. And then your secondary race is IMay and Snake, who's actually going to take that last spot into playoffs, or who's going into the promotion tournament.
And it's safe to say, looking at the standings of Group A, that nobody thought OMG would be this high in the standings, right? They're an all-Chinese team that for the past year have committed to that roster, but also haven't been performing well with it. And this is the first time we've really seen a culmination of all of the strengths of the players, whether it's been training for a year or not, actually come together and look like a powerhouse, honestly.
Yeah, their growth certainly has been amazing. Now, if we were to take a snapshot of the playoffs right here and take all of these teams and immediately transition them into a playoff spot, assuming this is where the week would end, we got a chance to show you what that looks like as well. And again, for Group A, there still is only one team that is locked into that spot. That's RNG in 1st place. Group B looking a little bit more confident as they've got 3 teams all stacked up with EDG, WE, and Chaogu hot on their heels. So it still is going to be exciting to see where these teams end up. And I think you said it best, Frosco, the fact that there are 2 races for the playoff spots. There's the fight over 2nd and 3rd and the fight over 4th.
And they can be decided today, frankly, depending on if Snake and IMay and OMG, how they do. If OMG beat RNG, they would solidify not their seed, but their place in the playoffs. So today's games are incredibly important. We're down to the line. It feels like globally everyone else is playing their playoff matches, and we're still ramping up to it.
Exactly. So speaking of, which games are you 2 looking forward to?
I know that game 1's super important. There's a lot of implications that we may look at towards it. I'm actually excited for the 2nd game because it's this combination of teams that can perform really well or really poorly. And you put them both into the same game, and even if they both underperform at the same time, it'll be exciting nonetheless. So there is a real possibility that the 2nd set of today between IG and Snake will actually be a barn burner.
And unlike Rusty, I'm going to actually put my money on game number 1 for probably being the more consistent factor of being a good game. Not that IG and Snake can't play great. It's just a matter of if they will. The last time that we saw OMG versus RNG was all the way back in week 1. These teams looked completely different. I mean, RNG, frankly, publicly said that week 1 didn't mean anything to them because they had the Chinese New Year break. So they didn't take it seriously, lost that week in both sets, and then came into week 2 and just started smashing through kids. Likewise, OMG, they weren't on the same immediate rise at RNG. It's been more of a slow burn into 3rd, possibly 2nd place, but they are also ramping up and they look hot.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fun to watch that game. Of course, our final game for the evening as well, we get a chance to see potentially a blue shell, LGD. They are eliminated from playoff contention, but they're playing against IMay, who are right now fighting over that 4th place spot. If IMay get 0-2'd here, that could be really bad for their chances.
Yeah, it'll be bad for IMay, and it doesn't even mean that it's good for LGD. That's the funniest part about it. So the blue shell is quite literally, they're gone, they're eliminated. Frostgren's wearing a wig at some stage. She's lost the bet. It's all over and done with. And IMay need to try and retain their position because they are at risk of being dropped out of those groups. And, I mean, if they lose to LGD, I don't blame them because LGD suddenly sometimes are good, but they really need to win this one.
It's pretty much that scene in Gladiator right before IMay are like about to go into the arena. LGD would just walk up and just shank them.
Well, we'll get the chance to see if that happens or if IMay can defend themselves. That's our 3rd game of the day. As you can see on your screen, we're getting into our first match right now. It's OMG taking on RNG. 1st place versus 3rd. And since week 1's defeat to IMay, RNG have dropped one single best of 3 to WE. This is a team that is in contention for best of the league, and only by sheer nature of losing to WE, lost the title of best in the league.
Yep, and their opponents across from them, OMG, we said that we took them out of the underdog bucket. They are no longer kind of bottom of the table LPL team. We do not expect this squad to go into promo relegations. We expect them to stick strong, go towards those playoffs, and they are now the dark horse for us. So the 2 all-Chinese squads clashing today, no communication problems, and both of them playing at the top of their game currently.
Yeah, definitely put OMG into a dark horse position alongside perhaps QG on their opposing groups as we are going through OMG's roster.
Yeah, you can see it's Xiong, World 6, Icon, SMLZ, and 5. So OMG is at full power going into this.
And since week 2, World 6 has joined the roster, and it's just been an upward swing despite, Icon maybe taking a break in there due to some competitive rulings for a single best of. But these bad boys, the Dark Forces never give up. They're on the rise, and they're looking for second place.
They certainly are. Of course, their opponents on the other side of the rift is RNG. It's Let Me, MLXG, Xiaohu, Uzi, and Ming. This is RNG at full power.
It definitely is. The second series we're going to see Uzi and MLXG back together again. Without Uzi, they actually look surprisingly good as a team. They bring him back, and suddenly they're just playing around him as if he's the only thing that matters to them one more time. I would prefer, if watching RNG, they stopped doing that again, because they looked better without him almost.
And I 100% agree with Rusty, but it's really hard to tell if that's kind of the final form of RNG or just the form that they choose to take right now. Again, they are the only team in the LPL that are locked both in seed and in playoffs. They can do whatever they want. They are going to the semifinals, which means they are 2 best-of-5s away from representing China at MSI. So why not throw Uzi a bone? Let him play Caitlyn.
Yeah. It'll certainly be fun. I feel like we're watching Imperfect Cell. He's totally fine just fighting you at a lower power level, but he's got all these extra gears that he can go to.
I was wondering when
if
the
he needs
DBZ
to.
references were going to start coming out.
It starts earlier because this is going to be a fun matchup. As we've said, OMG are on the rise, and RNG currently, with the sort of shakeup of WE and the fact that EDG are now in contention, they're starting to look like the best team in the league.
They are, and I feel like it's too hard. Like, I don't want to even say that anymore based off the last 2 weeks, right? Because EDG look like the best team in the league right now because they beat WE. But a week ago it was WE, and then perhaps a week before that it was RNG. Until that, I just don't know, man.
Yeah.
That is the most amazing sign
Beautiful.
I've ever seen. That was MLXG and Xiaohu saying, MLXG, don't ever leave me. It is a popular Chinese meme that's making its way over Weibo. Every time I see that picture, have to hit it with the retweet.
Yeah.
I believe that erupted during the time where MLXG was not on the roster for a week.
And there's the hero himself.
Yeah, you can see he's prepared. Ready for this match. That is an amazing photo. Isn't his name SMLZ basically an abbreviation of smiles because he never smiles?
It's a mockery of Wei Xiao, who is known as what do they call him? Paralysis face.
Something
because
like that.
Wei Xiao translates to little smirk, but Wei Xiao, like SMLZ on your screen, never smiles. And SMLZ was supposed to be the protege behind, following in Wei Xiao's footsteps. So it's just kind of a funky callback.
And the closest we've seen for SMLZ to a smile, weirdly enough, was after they 2-0'd EDG on one of the most important weeks of the LPL, the anniversary of it, I believe. And he had a slight upward turn to the left corner of his mouth.
A tweak. He might have been chewing gum at the time, we're not sure. But it did happen.
But he has a lot to smile about because SMLZ is performing so well right now. I can't get over this sign!
Neither can the audience, apparently.
Yes.
Wrong way.
But SMLZ is performing incredibly well right now. He's very consistent. He's more of a hyper carry. In terms of where the top 3 AD carries are stacking in the LPL right now, statistically, it's between Uzi, SMLZ, and Mystic. So all 3 of them are putting up ridiculous stats in terms of their GPM, their damage per minute.
Yeah.
He currently holds the record for AD carry in the LPL for most damage percentage of his game, or of his team's damage done. It was 48% of team's damage done on Kog'Maw. That's disgusting. Like, goodbye, Deft.
Hello and goodbye. This is my league now. He's certainly going to need to continue these numbers because he is going up against Uzi and Ming in the bottom lane. And we often get the opportunity to hype them up because Uzi, he's still one of the best AD carries in the world right now. And now that he's been paired up with Ming, who's set up to enable him so well, it's just a dangerous duo.
And Ming has been looking fantastic. Being able to play engaged champions, I believe, is where RNG want their bottom lane to reside towards. And they need the shot calling of Ming to go with a Leona, perhaps, and actually go forwards. And against someone like SMLZ, who's doing that much damage for his team, you're right, the bottom lane is actually a surprisingly large focal point.
And controversial opinion, I actually think Ming currently is playing better than Uzi, which speaks to how well Ming is playing. Like, the last time we saw him, he was playing Karma. He was doing things like flashing forward to make sure that the leash would connect, setting up these plays, and just kind of spoon-feeding Uzi all of these kills.
I thought you were going to say best support in the league, and I was just going to go in. I'm glad you did.
No. Not best support in the league.
Thank God, it's Mako.
It is Mako.
Yes. It is exciting to see how well he's grown. I mean, considering week 1 when they lost 0-2 to IMay and then went 2-1 against OMG, we were raising a few questions like, can he play with Uzi? Can he live up to the hype of shot caller?
All right, you ready, Dom? I think it's going to be 2-1 to OMG.
Oh, you heard it here
He
first, folks.
slides off the desk with
Zach
no other explanation.
Rusty Pie giving the best of 3 to OMG, the third place team, against their opponents RNG. With side choice, OMG start off on blue. You can see Camille, Ivern, and Elise banned away. There is Kog'Maw taken away from SMLZ, and Fizz banned away from Xiang. So RNG has done their homework.
And actually, to echo Rusty's sentiments as he leaves the desk, I kind of agree with him. You know, coming into this, we were talking a bit before show that I'm not certain if RNG really, you know, feel the fire in them to put down OMG. Like, they walked over Snake last time, but Snake are effectively just kind of a limp noodle right now, just rolling around into their own grave. OMG, they have a lot of fight left.
Oh yeah, and they have a lot to prove coming into this matchup, demonstrating which of the two all-Chinese rosters deserves more fans. Lee Sin is the first pickup for World 6, so he's on his comfort champion, the champ he made his debut on with OMG that allowed him to see so much success. And RNG, woo, they're actually rounding out rather well. They've got a big beefy front line, they've got Peel in the back already, that's Gragas and Lulu.
And straight up a flex pick in the Gragas there. So we know that it can go into the hands of MLXG. We've seen Let Me be very successful on the champion. We'll see if maybe it goes into MLXG's hands, especially if the Kled is left open. We know that Let Me is a phenomenal Kled player. It's been abused by multiple teams in the LPL. But so far, a very safe second rotation from Firefox behind RNG here.
Yeah. We'll see how they decide to continue filling things out as you've got the next support now locked in. That's Nami for 5. Haven't seen any 80 carries just yet.
But you would assume that it would be an 80 carry in tandem with this because Kog'Maw was taken away. I don't expect it to be Lucian, although SMLZ can play it. I would expect more of like a Caitlyn and Ashe, something of that sort. But more and more 80 carries, this is 7.6, are starting to move towards Lucian for that dueling potential.
Icon got a haircut. That is stylish. He is ready for this.
He does look pretty fly.
Yep. Shen now looks like that's the follow-up from Xiang, so RNG will get the opportunity to somewhat prune the pool of SMLZ in 5.
And here's the thing, they're building out the composition before SMLZ gets to say that he's confident enough of what he wants to take into the Gragas. So they don't know if it's top lane, they don't know if it's jungle, but they do know that it has a long-range displacement cast, and it's pretty much up to SMLZ to say if he's confident, do I take the Ashe? Possibly not now because it's in the hands of Uzi, but can I take a low mobility 80 carry, something who's much more stationary, or do I need the Lucian or the Ezreal? A lot more safety and self-sufficiency to get out of the way.
RNG have got a bit of a power window here. They still haven't picked their jungler, as Ashe is now the next follow-up for Uzi in the bottom lane. We still don't know where that Gragas is going, and if they pick mid lane first for Xiaohu, that could upset OMG's opportunity to try to find out where that's going, though they do now know the bottom lane is Lulu Ashe. Echo is taken away from Icon, as it should be. Huge player on that champion. And now we get to see how OMG respond. Do they target Xiaohu, or do they try to hit MLXG or Let Me?
I think at this point you would try to continue to pinch the mid lane pool just because RNG already threw down the gauntlet, taking away the Echo. That said, RNG then do have pick coming out of red side if they want to further limit that pool. So there's two different options. Either they reveal their hand early about where the Gragas is going. Is it jungle? Is it top lane? And try to save counter pick for the mid lane? Or do they continue to pinch the pool and then grab the Talia on red side coming out? So big 3 champions for mid lane for both of these players that are still open: Talia, Vladimir, and Jace.
Haven't seen any of those taken away, as Rumble banned away from Let Me just in case. And now we get to see what RNG prioritize. Will they show where that Gragas is going, or do they first pick their mid lane and potentially give a counter pick to Icon?
I feel like it's either Talia or Nautilus at this point. Nautilus is the other big top laner that's left open, or they could go for the Kled because it hasn't been pushed away from Let Me. It would work really well with their engagement, but they don't necessarily need a lot of engage because they have the Ashe Arrow. It's kind of like, who do they want to share the responsibility to, or do they want to open up the potential of kind of a 1-3-1 or a 1-4 comp? LeBlanc similarly would fit in that same vein that I was thinking that Talia would go to. So something that's really good for Talia is not only her objective control, but how well she can play around a double teleport because you're already looking at a Shen composition. So if OMG choose to play with the Talia, Twisted Fate, whatever, the LeBlanc can match that.
Yeah, the follow-up is Lucian now for SMLZ, so a little bit of safety for him on that 80 carry. Should be able to dash away if he ever sees Xiaohu coming. But that means that now Icon gets the opportunity to counterpick into this mid lane. And if they manage to lock that Rise in, that puts them on a very similar composition to the sorts of things they used to run very early on in the spring split here of the LPL, something that they've seen success on. and it will be locked in. OMG's composition sets them up for a lot of mobility, a lot of movement, and perhaps some very strong team fighting if they can get themselves set up.
What's interesting to me is I'm so geared to looking at the drafts that we saw yesterday where everyone was putting together compositions for kind of the 5v5. I feel like OMG's composition is actually much more about the lane power and the individual matchups, like the 1v1, the 2v2. The fact that he went for the Ryze versus the LeBlanc. We know that Ryze likes that matchup. Yes, there have been changes to LeBlanc to kind of take away a lot of her power, but it's usually you take the Storm Raider Surge, you take the Courage of the Colossus, and you can actually just out-trade her on those windows. But that's a champion we haven't seen in a very long time.
Yeah, Gnar is now locked in for the top lane. It's been a very long time since we've seen him. I'm trying to see if I can find any actual numbers. It's been a while.
But the China special, if you will, I remember that when we were going back into MSI in 2015, there was an article that came out from LPL Esports that had a lot of influence from the North American stats, because obviously it was a more North American-based website, and they were calling Gnar an off-pick, whereas in China, Gnar was being played like every single game.
Yeah.
And there was actually the opinion that Gnar was a weak champion. Came into MSI, that opinion turned around real quick as the teams got used to seeing it. But we haven't seen Gnar in a while. I believe he did have some changes to Crunch, in particular on 7.6.
Yes, still very similar in power to where he was previously. But you are, in fact, correct, Frosco. This is the first time we're seeing Gnar in the LPL. It's week 9. He hasn't been picked once so far.
What's really strange to me is that Kennen was available. And the thing is Kennen, especially on hit build with the Blade of the Ruined King as well as the Hurricane or Frozen Mallet, whatever iteration he wants to go, is kind of considered the stronger Gnar or the mini Gnar, because you want to be able to abuse the range, especially in a tank matchup, if Gnar decides to itemize the same direction that on-hit Kennen would be, especially across from Shin. But the problem is that when you're trading your auto attacks, you're trading into Mega Gnar, and then you lose that ability of the range advantage. So I find it weird that Letme would decide to go Gnar versus Kennen. It could just be a limited champion pool thing, and that's one of the biggest criticisms of Letme right now. When he's on his effective champions like the Kled, like the Gragas, he looks incredible. But when you start to limit that champion pool, when he starts reaching elsewhere, you start getting things like the Fringe Gnar pick or the awkward Rumble pick.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he can show us a good performance in this game. He's up against Xiong in the top lane on that Shen, so it is Gnar versus a tank. But with those compositions all set and the foundation prepared, it's time to build a story. It's time to find out if the #1 team in the league right now, RNG, highest win-loss ratio of all of the teams, regardless of who they've lost to, taking on the third place team of Group A, OMG, currently on the rise and looking to keep on surging higher.
And the 2 all-Chinese rosters left in the LPL. You can see the audience. There's no wonder that it was a bit stacked in there. They've got a lot of fans and a lot of regional pride behind them as we take a look at the Keystone Masteries. So nothing super out of the ordinary. It is the Storm Raider Surge for Ryze versus Courage of the Colossus, so a lot of that power being removed from LeBlanc. He doesn't feel the need to take the shield to try to look at those trade windows. Dom, I see that you're motioning to the Thunder Lords between Nami and Lulu versus going the Windspeaker's Blessing. So trying to prioritize and weaponize their individual trading powers as opposed to empowering their AD carries.
Yeah, we do have both bottom lanes taking Fervor and Thunderlords, so support's looking for a quick in and out, quick little skirmish, whereas the AD carries are hyping up for a big fight. You can see junglers now starting topside.
Check out Ming. The one thing that I didn't check is his summoner spell. That guy took Ignite on Lulu. What a baller.
He's sending a message. MLXG going for the greedy start, takes a little bit of extra damage so he can do a faster clear on those Raptors.
But what's really important is that both junglers started topside, not necessarily because of how it'll change their dynamic towards the bottom side, but the fact that SMLZ5, Ming, and Uzi didn't have to leash for their junglers. So both giving the go-ahead to the 2v2, we know you can dominate on either side. And so far, it's Uzi and Ming that went out.
Yeah, they're shoving the lane in real quick. And, ooh, SMLZ gets that one. And the minions are actually just outside of turret range, so he'll be able to keep even on CS.
And here's the thing about how these lanes work. I'm not super solid on whether you can say for sure, Ashe Lulu beats Lucian Nami. We know that Lucian Nami is the old school way that this works, just because Nami puts E on Lucian, he can get all 3 procs of it with his double tap passive. But it takes time. You have to wait for Nami's sustain to kind of outrace the pots. and just trade their pots for damage like this. So it's about
That's a
out
bubble
trading.
and exhaust onto Uzi. A very fast clear from World 6 gets him down. Can he land the Sonic Wave? He gets the red buff slow first. Uzi is almost certainly dead. First blood SMLZ. He turns onto Ming,
He still has
leading
Q.
the bubble. A double kill for SMLZ.
And just like that, the junglers start top side. We know that they have a direct route going towards the bottom side. Uzi and Ming decide that they want to play aggressive. They have the Ignite on the Lulu. They want to punch first with the pushing priority that Ashe and Lulu will have, but he immediately turns around. And as I was trying to warm up is Nami and Lucian will kind of eventually hit back in this lane because of Nami's sustain overwhelming the fact that Lulu won't have that. But usually it takes time, and World 6 just ramped that up.
Yeah, you can see the fans right now very heavily favoring RNG, but perhaps they should have waited an additional 40 seconds after that first blood to retake that fan vote, because OMG, they're up at a 2-0 advantage, and that bottom lane is already looking great.
And World 6 is not done yet. Now he's sitting off into the side. Now Shahu does have Distortion still available, so there shouldn't be much here for him in the mid lane, especially because Shahu's body blocking with a lot of those creeps. But let's talk about the effects of what happened bot lane. SMLZ, he gets both the kills, both the extra first blood gold, as well as another kill in his back pocket. Means that he has so much lifesteal, as well as the Nami on top of him. Now he can look recklessly for trades.
We'll have to see how he does that right now. He's currently trading in 1 versus 2 into Uzi and Ming with that lane advantage, and World 6 is still on this side of the map. There's no ward down there, and the only summoner spell that was burnt by RNG was their heal earlier on. With this wave pushing in, they could try to set RNG's bottom lane even further behind.
But Uzi and Ming knows what's up, because he was on a ward. Excuse me, that's a blue ward. I'm colorblind. It's fine.
There he goes. Now you can see the delayed hawk shot into the jungle. Sees that Krugs is up. But recall finally finished for World 6. He's going straight for the clear speed as he picks up 2 long swords and then a rejuve beef to top himself off. Meanwhile, you can see Let Me going for a very deep ward on the Gromp. Will try to spot out World 6 as he heads on over, but he's been doing a pretty good job in the top lane himself on that Gnar so far. Whereas Icon has been keeping pace in mid lane. Recall now gets him a Ruby Crystal and his tier.
But this is what we expect from the Gnar lane. I mean, nothing's really changed. Again, he's kind of like the worst AD Kennen, if you will. But as long as he's able to stay in that mini Gnar form, he can abuse champions like Shin from afar, keep the lane pushing with his boomerang.
Yeah. Haven't seen a recall yet out of Xiong. He hasn't really needed to, but I'm sure it will become more difficult as time goes on as, oh man, the true damage is just so tough to trade with. MLXG will complete his own recall, goes for the Tracker's Knife very early on, and immediately heads back down mid lane. He's gone for a full jungle clear on his own side of the map. So just maintaining vision, you can see he's actually pinging aggressively into the river. Xiaohu's holding the wave back, and Ming is currently leaning towards the river. In case something were to follow up, he could quickly get over there, but that means that right now, MLXG's on his own.
I mean, they're effectively setting up a gank in the mid lane, and a lot of it's being diffused right now just because Icon's spotting him on that ramp ward. So he knows what's up. He knows that MLXG is in the area. The fact that Xiaohu is being so cautious with his wave, trying to pull it up to force Rise to overextend. But now Rise knows that MLXG is on the bottom side of the map, so he should just cheat towards the top side, wait for the wave to bounce back, and be perfectly fine.
Instead, that means MLXG will just go ahead and complete his jungle a little bit more. World 6 just misses that ward, though he will now see the control ward of Xiaohu. But it is a Tiamat first out of World 6, so he is going for a little bit of mobility in this clear. If he can get through the camps nice and quick, try to outpace that Gragas a little bit. Still 700 gold for OMG this early on.
What we're ramping up for is the second rotation of blue spawn. You can see that SMLZ and 5 were also cheating up into the river, placing down deep vision. It will be spawning shortly. It's now the question of, do OMG feel confident enough to continue on the snowball that they started bottom in contesting that blue? If so, Icon needs to be on the same page as well. And right now he doesn't have push priority against Xiaohu.
Yeah, he does have his Realm Warp, so he did level that up at 6, and you can see there is a lane advantage for SMLZ in 5 plus Scuttle Crab for World 6. So, still not seeing that blue for another 40 seconds or so. As the bottom lane continues to trade back and forth, and SMLZ is just so reckless.
This is a dive with Shin. Shin's teleporting top, but he does have Stand United. He was just spotted out by Hawkshot.
World 6 is spotted. 4 summoners are up. Uzi's got his heal back up as well, as Icon gets a really good trade with Xiaohu, but then eats a large Sigil of Malice.
That was actually so poorly played from Xiong. Why would he teleport top lane?
Oh, World 6 is going to force the fight onto MLXG. Immediately, you see Xiaohu pulling back.
Why Xiong? Okay, so this is what's frustrating. Xiong is being bullied around his lane. That makes sense. He's against the Gnar. He uses his teleport because he doesn't want to lose any of the CS that's crashing onto the tower. That also makes sense. What doesn't make sense is across map, you can very clearly see that SMLZ and 5 have built up a massive wave. It's crashing onto the tower. They have Stand United. They knew where MLXG was, and Lee Sin was cutting behind the tower. That reads Shin teleport or Shin Stand United play bottom, and then use the teleport to counteract and go back up top lane. But by using the TP back top, Xiong neutralized all of that setup that OMG had, and now they lose so much momentum.
And now World 6 sees that his own blue has been stolen by a very opportunistic Let Me, who uses his lane pressure to quickly sneak into the jungle and steal that away with that phage first start. So things looking good for RNG as a quick blunder from the top laner of OMG sets them just a little bit further behind. They're still up by about 1,000 gold, but that momentum is stalled.
But this is the thing, when OMG are exploited, it's typically through Xiong. You know, he's not the best top laner in the league. He's recently been on kind of the up and up in terms of his individual performance, but you can't make mistakes like that.
World 6 misses the Sonic Wave and immediately eats a lot of damage. MLXG tries to flash body slam, but he still finds the keg onto World 6.
Kick, it's fine. He followed up the
kick.
keg with the kick.
Yeah.
He actually flashed to position to make sure he hit Gnar and kick Gragas away.
Yep.
So that was pretty cute from World 6. Ultimately, though, flash for flash traded for the junglers.
So it still works out to be pretty even, but MLXG will have a little bit more momentum clearing through his side of the jungle. That means bottom lane, knowing that Lee Sin is top, will get the opportunity to start clearing out some of the vision World 6 and the bottom lane of SMLZ and 5 set up down there. And plus, we're seeing Xiaohu do damage down there as he's like, stop it.
But that's totally fine to trade relentless pursuit. Oh my god.
The culling.
The culling.
Yep.
Wow. I took some
Or
pain medication.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Things are getting weird.
Makes sense. And you can actually see that Xiaohu's spotted out right now. He's using a decoy to spot bottom. Good use of the clone to block one of those Runic Blast. Sonic Wave hits. Oh,
Red.
flash over the wall. There goes the Realm Warp. He pops right back around, and Icon follows up with a quick overcharge.
And Xiaohu just not respecting where the jungler was. The fact that he even got caught out trying to clear a ward like that. Immediately, Icon pulled the trigger and said, "Where are you going? Hold on a second there."
Yeah, Icon, very intelligent, using his spells, going for a very safe route, but now he's got a kill under his belt, and he's getting some push pressure onto this mid-tier 1. MLXG is trying to clear it out, but there's only so much Gragas can do against a point-and-click snare of that Rise.
Gonna lose a ton of health on this tower. They're actually having to force Let Me down here. He's disappeared. He was spotted out by a ward, so you see that immediately Rise and Lee Sin reacted and now running bottom. But this is just bleeding across the map. Like,
Yeah.
every single lane of RNG is losing right now.
World 6.
Excuse me,
doing
except for top.
Yes, World 6 is doing a great job of affecting these lanes. Still a huge bot lane advantage, nearly 20 CS for SMLZ. That should be a little closer to about 15 or so when that wave is cleared out. About 13.
There is a window here, and I actually like what RNG are doing with it, knowing that Icon is back, so they have the numbers advantage because Xiaohu was killed. Respawns, and they rush back, so they make sure that Lee Sin doesn't get a free Cloud Dragon for nothing. It's little, but matters.
In the meanwhile, OMG are able to get a whole bunch of vision on this bottom side. You can still see a great set of deep wards, that Silk Road so-called, just behind the Pit of the Dragon. Another control ward just inside of the river as well. So it's not completely black for RNG. They are matching those wards just about 1 for 1. But we're slowly seeing OMG push further ahead. They haven't been able to take any big advantages for it. I love the use of the decoy there to soak that overcharge. That is so clever. Because it counts as a clone. It counts as a full object. If it hits the skill shot, then it doesn't reflect onto the LeBlanc in the back.
Xiaohu was known for his LeBlanc play. We can also see that he's also updated that by going for the new build. So looking for that Gunblade build offers him a lot of sustain in the lane, so he can stay in there longer because he's going to get his health back with the AoE damage on the creeps, as well as the fact that once he has the Gunblade complete, he'll be able to slow whoever he wants to chain and make sure that the chains react more reliably.
You can see MLXG is actually heading towards the top side. He was able to sneak in behind Xiong, and they're bringing Xiaohu as well. Let Me's ready, pins him against the wall, follows up, And Uzi rotating with Ming. It's 5 members of RNG catching Xiang unprotected. First turret goes down, and they're still going.
So RNG pull another very creative play. They recognize that the bottom lane is sunk, that they cannot win the 2v2, so they decide to take the tempo advantage, swap up to the top side, and now we're in a race. And because RNG have tempo, they get to the inner tower first, and they're going to do massive damage, possibly take it down here.
Yeah, so we're seeing a 2-turret trade from OMG. A little bit of a haphazard response, but they will take mid and bottom tier 1, trade it for top tier 1 and tier 2, but they're trying to collapse.
Yeah, but now they just need to get out safely here. So it's all about this realm warp. Icon, what you got?
5 is following up. He's already got Moby boots, so he can catch up rather quickly. World 6 is there, but they've made it all the way back to the tier 1, and with that, OMG give up chase and just have to take the blue instead.
And frankly, it's hard to say who actually wins out there. It's now about how they execute on the map. So technically, it was a 2-for-2 tower trade. Top for bot, but then top inner for mid. OMG will get kind of the cherry on top of the Cloud Dragon, but because it's not an Infernal or a Mountain, I don't want to weight it too much to that side. So what's big for me is how they use this elongated lane. Like, can RNG continue to abuse the fact that a minion wave will be held so far down there to gain and exploit the rest of the map?
Will be very interesting to see if they can do that. Teleport's finally back up for Xiang. He's only 10 CS down despite that death, so he's been able to keep himself afloat in lane, but now he's going to have to go towards the bottom side of the map, as that means SMLZ and 5 head up top, and Uzi still 0-1, already finished off his Blade of the Rune King.
And this is how you can exploit this. So SMLZ has to go really far forward to get any sort of farm to make sure that he's continuing to put money into the bank for the Lucian. You're against LeBlanc. As soon as Xiaohu goes missing, he is so far to run back to safety, and even if he reaches that inhib tower, if it's actually going to be enough to stop LeBlanc from popping him. So this is what I mean. If RNG can exploit the fact that SMLZ has to overreach for the cookies here, then it's a win in their favor. If they don't, then I think it's just frankly even.
Yeah, on the upside, it is Gunblade LeBlanc, so we're not going to see some instant burst kills as compared to old school full AP.
But you will see a ton of chains hitting, which means that you're not getting away Relentless Pursuit Flash or not.
Chains on chains on chains. Already you can see the vision set up from OMG. 5 is sweeping out vision. He's not taking any chances. You can even see Uzi and Ming are very much respecting World 6 and Icon as they see their top side of the map slowly going dark. There's still a huge teleport ward way behind them, but as SMLZ gets the minion wave up to the turret, they pull up MLXG as well. World 6 is spotted, so they know that he's there. Whoa, that
No
Gragas
cask.
damage. Wow.
He could have popped Lee Sin back, frankly respecting the fact that he had Safeguard as well as the Flash.
Yeah, mid laners are keeping each other occupied while Xiang has pulled nice and far back from Let Me. In the event a skirmish were to break out, he could easily stand united or teleport in. But it looks like the tension diffuses. The ward line for OMG is pushed up to allow SMLZ to continue farming, to continue overreaching.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's that OMG recognize that SMLZ has to be up there and they need to cover him. In response, RNG can continue to exploit this 1v1, but only if Let Me plays it correctly. So you saw that the trade didn't go as far in Nar's favor as he wanted it to, so it needs to be a bit more careful there.
Ooh, arrow on the 5. The cask is going to catch him on the far side. There's a shield as well, so Ignite might not get him. MLXG is kicked in, and Xiang gets the execution. Icon makes his way up there before Xiaohu. The decoy looks to come in from the side and scare them away. World 6 summarily executes it.
And ultimately, I know it was World 6 who kind of came out of the back half. That was the flashy Lee Sin, picked up or helped set up the kill. But props to 5 right there. That flash was so crisp to deny the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, we're now seeing another trade from RNG and OMG. Top tier 1 is very quickly dropped by the 4 or 5 members of OMG. Let Me answers by clearing out bottom. He should have more than enough to take this one down with his Black Cleaver. And the next follow-up from OMG as they look to get themselves back into this is catch the mid lane, get a good back. Don't give RNG an opportunity to take too much. Can he actually get? Yeah, he's got it.
Yeah, and then he'll just hop away.
Yeah, man.
Nar.
I thought Xiang would be able to make it before the minion wave, but I was incorrect, as it is still 3 for 3 in terms of turrets, but it's all of the tier 1s versus 2 of the tier 1s and 1 tier 2. So the middle of the map is still a bastion for OMG, and you can see that Icon is very heavily leaning towards that turret.
And that really helps out as soon as we start looking towards the next dragon, which is the Mountain Dragon. Because you have that strong pivot point in mid lane with the tower still standing, it means that it's that much easier for OMG to reach for deep vision in the red or blue jungles respectively for RNG. So as this Mountain Dragon comes into play, hopefully our OMG will recognize that they have kind of the push priority in mid lane because the tower's still there, use that to their advantage to pull RNG out of Mountain and then get a vision advantage.
Yeah, and so far we are seeing SMLZ now in that middle lane. Again, much safer place for that Lucian to be, so close to that tier 1 turret, as it's Icon who's left all by his lonesome in the bottom lane, and Xiang deliberated towards that long lane.
So here we go. This is what I'm talking about. The push priority here and the fact that there's no tower to stop this creep wave. It can get farther down. It means that RNG need to be that much more choked up on their side of the map. The other thing that we need to talk about is Mountain Dragon spawning in 1 minute 30 is kind of where the breakpoints and where the power points will be for these champions. So the thing is, Gragas, he's going to be super strong. He's already got his complete jungle item. He's got the starting of his resistance, Ninja Tabi Chain Vest. Who's actually going to kill that guy? He is massive right now with all of his resistances. So while the tank line is actually really strong for RNG, but Ashe still takes some time to come online, the 80 carry, or the bottom lane for OMG, is really strong. SMLZ with this Lucian build, every single item he completes, that's going to be a power point. He will shred through people. It's now just kind of this matter of who's going to win out. Will the Lucian be caught off guard? Will Uzi hit the game-changing arrow? Because that's all he can really do with Ashe right now.
Yeah. So far, he's managed to land a very clutch one onto 5, but wasn't able to follow through on the kill. OMG now using some vision control that they've maintained in the mid and top side of the map as a residual effect of taking the top tier 1 to now clear out Rift Herald. I like how they're all doing this at full health with vision, with Icon playing back, instead of going for it immediately after taking the top tier 1. So even that was safe from OMG, as they're now 2,000 gold ahead of RNG and are setting up for the next big objective.
That was scary, though, the fact that Xiaohu is looking for the flank. So, like you said, setting up for the next objective, Xiaohu is translating that into a pick, and they have so much pick potential still with only 2 champions on their team, Ashe and LeBlanc. An arrow, a chain can mean the difference right before this spawns if it's a 4v5.
Yeah, excellent objective timing from OMG. They know that this is happening. Red buff is caught by SMLZ. He's spotted out by a hawk shot from Uzi, so he knows that this is coming. But SMLZ is a full level ahead of Uzi right now. Does he have the skills to outplay one of the best AD carries in the world? Or will OMG just sneak the dragon?
Because they're using their push priority. So not only do they have a great control ward there, so they know that they can do this without vision. The fact that it's a mountain dragon, he's the lumbering gentle giant, as Rusty likes to call him. He doesn't really hurt, so you can do him by yourself if you want to. But it's the fact that they pulled RNG out of the area. You know, they had to deal with the mid lane, they had to deal with the top lane. So that mid tower, it may not seem like a lot, but it did help them guarantee that mountain dragon.
Even SMLZ taking the safe route around to get back towards that turret. Xiang playing all the way back to the inhibitor line. RNG, they've got Uzi's arrow, but he's spotted out by a ward. So again, the pick is unsuccessful. Now Letme swaps towards the bottom, and slowly but surely RNG find themselves losing out on neutral objectives.
And they haven't been able to exploit the fact that they created that long lane in the top side. It may get a little bit easier as Baron's now in play, and so we're shifting our focus towards the top side of the map. And just like we were talking about how OMG got the advantage over Dragon because they had control over the middle side, RNG theoretically should have more control over the Baron area because they have control over the top side of the map, as long as they tend and cultivate to that wave.
Theoretically, that's something that they actually have to go ahead and do, not something that they just get passively. They are sending Letme bottom, so that means we can see Xiaohu and Ming start to set up some vision with SMLZ.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're already setting up for it. So they've got the teleport towards the bottom side of the map. He's going to create a pressure point down there. You see Xiang responding to it. Now they just need Xiaohu to push past that wave, past the inner tower that they've killed. Uzi and Ming just need to stay safe right now. Wait till the waves are set up, then move into Baron, start sweeping out the vision, and make the use of their pick composition. As soon as Baron goes dark, then it's an arrow, and it's a chain, and it's a 4v5, and it's a Baron.
Yeah, you see right now, OMG seem to know that this is the priority. Icon is pushing into Xiaohu, knows that he's probably not going to get 100-0'd now that he's finished off his Rod of Ages and a Negatron cloak. So he feels safe pushing that far forward, especially when he's got World 6 up there.
But something has to give, and they're pulling SMLZ, like you said, to take care of that Gnar. What will RNG get response?
The slam misses, and he sidesteps the crunch. That's a great play from SMLZ, casually sidestepping Letme.
But the best part about it is look at the rest of OMG. They communicated as a team. They said, okay, we're sending our AD carry bottom. He's the power point. He can kill the Gnar. The rest of us just sit on Baron and just red zone defense. Like, this is not an option for you, RNG.
Now sweeping out the vision, knowing that they're at a numbers advantage. There's no chance for a teleport flank. OMG are taking control of this game. And it seems like RNG's attempts to set up and do anything are just being stymied by OMG. This is not the best game that we expected from them. This is a team that has already guaranteed at least semifinal placement. They cannot drop any lower than this in their group. They don't need to win here. It would be a statement for them if they could. As Xiaohu, he's going to try trading with Icon. There go the double chains as you predicted. Perhaps this hubris could be leading them to be playing down here, but a win here for OMG, a 2-0 or even a 2-1 would be phenomenal.
And that's always going to be the question, you know, how much do RNG actually need to win here versus are they just kind of hiding their hand until they get into playoffs and then they come out with the funky strategy? You know, this is the team that have played things like Leona Nocturne and had it work out for them. Yeah, we see the Gnar, but it's not super out of left field. Everything else is very stock standard, maybe even a little bit loose because Ming's doing things like going for the Ignite on the Lulu. I mean, there's a Rise on that team.
Yeah.
There's a Lucian on that team. Why not have the Exhaust?
Tough say. But if you're ahead of your table in poker, there's no reason to play every hand. You could just play it nice and slow. Perhaps RNG playing the intelligent, the wise man's game in this setup, and it might be coming to hurt them. 3,000 gold down right now. And they seem to be just sitting back and waiting for it, now starting to push in and sweep out that vision on the back of Baron.
And we talked about how Gnar at the very beginning in Champion Select is very similar to AD Kennen, at least in kind of the thematic way that he's played, although hold on, because Ming might be caught.
Oh yeah, getting very overzealous and clearing out wards. Eats a hit, but the arrow catches World 6. There's a Realm Warp. 5 is split, stand united. The chains and the auto is not enough. He gets out with his life, but finds Let Me on the back. Somehow they manage to escort their support to safety. Let Me turns on to SMLZ, but that means that he goes down on the far side. Icon was able to keep everyone else occupied as Xion is getting in there. World 6 follows up. SMLZ is silenced. He's knocked up. He gets 1. Turns onto Ming to look for 2, but Uzi and Xiaohu still do a lot. Now they're pinned against the Baron with low health. The volley hits, and that's the kill for Xiaohu. Xiong tries to save him and manages to kill Uzi, but he's got no chance against Xiaohu. The cooldowns rotate through, and MLXG goes down.
So close, but not quite there for OMG. There was actually a lot of really cool interactions and setup in the team fights from both teams, RNG and OMG, over the course of that 5. Very chaotic, but in the end, it is just a slightly better cohesion from RNG that win them the day. Perfect. So first and foremost, 5 flashes in, and he's not going to die here. He's going to survive with a sliver of his health, and that's important because it allows Shin to actually get into the team fight. Now pay attention to Gnar. There is such a great job of chained CC that delays Gnar from actually getting his punch across the wall, which means that SMLZ and World 6 finally get to the fight. Unfortunately, at this point, Xiong's lost most of his health, and a clutch polymorph denies so much damage from SMLZ. And then here's the miscommunication. They're like, are we going in? Are we not going in? He gets tagged by the slow. Xiong's like, for your life, I'll try to save you.
Yeah.
Dashes back in. But ultimately, the Relentless Pursuit has already been used by Lucian, so he's unable to follow it up on it. So just slight miscommunication. You have to think that if Xiong was ready to turn when SMLZ was pushing forward, that it could have been an OMG victory.
Yeah.
But a great polymorph and miscommunication win the day for RNG.
Now RNG are continuing their momentum. After one team fight, they're looking for Mountain Dragon as it respawns. OMG are grouped as 4. They've got Xiong's teleport to get in there as well. They could be ready for a fight, but RNG play it nice and patient. They're kiting it out. MLXG tries to get back in. Is he going to go for the Smite steal? He does! MLXG manages to secure the Mountain Drake at the cost of his own life. But definitely worth trade there as Xiaohu eats a culling.
But the rest of the team need to get out now because if they don't, it's Baron.
Icon follows with the Realm Warp. Ming is caught and goes down. 3 members of RNG are left standing. The jungler is dead, the support is dead, but they've still got damage and they've still got steal potential.
Oh, but it's not a 50-50 because World 6 still has a smite. This is a ballsy call from OMG. Like you said, they've got the poke potential because all of their damage healers are up, but Meganar is far away. Let Me is trying to stack this as quickly as possible to threaten to enter the pit.
OMG turn onto the Baron. They're all hiding away from Let Me, but they decide to trade for that mid instead. Recall. They're not even going to try to defend this turret as it's pushed in. RNG, however, aren't taking any risks. They back away knowing OMG are outside of vision. and a turnaround fight from OMG. They lose the dragon, but they come out so much better for it.
Just an individual decision-making error from MLXG. The fact that he wanted to go for the smite, still sacrifices his life, and then leaves and exposes open the Baron. That's something where the coach is going to point at that after the game. This is where you lost it if RNG go down. It's an easy fix, but it's a very frustrating error to make.
Yeah, it certainly is. But now OMG back in the driver's seat. Things were looking a little risky after that fight on the top side, but now they're right back in it as Uzi, with his completed Rune-Ons, Blade of the Ruin King, clears through these minions so quick.
But it is very hard for OMG to actually continue to break these structures just because of all of the wave killer. Gnar, Gnar, LeBlanc, Ashe, and Gragas. The only way you break those towers is either by pulling them across the map, playing multiple waves like they're doing now, or diving.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see. The bottom tier 2 is the objective for OMG. They take it down.
So the really key champions here for OMG are Shin and Rise, because they could do the dropship maneuver and continue to pull RNG around, or they need to use the
World
Stand
6
United
is
to
cast
dive.
in. He's going to be taking a lot of damage. The chains lock him out, and Letme's follows through with the kill. Uzi tags 5 with the arrow. Letme has got the slam. He finds Icon, pins him against the wall. Rise is dead. The fight is turned once again. We're going back and forth. This is going a do-si-do. You, then me, then you again. Xiyoung is the target. He is slowed. He's able to keep himself away from the chains, but only just. But that means SMLZ is now the closest target to the rest of RNG. They continue to chase. The slow onto Xiyoung. Glitter lands onto SMLZ. RNG are looking for the ace. Xiyoung is sacrificing his life so that he can keep his AD carry alive. That's 4 members of OMG dead.
And just like that, RNG right back into the game. They destroy pretty much every single Baron. I think a single one survives, and it's all off of a great cast from MLXG. Bam! World 6 is almost immediately obliterated from the fight because the chains catch them. A great arrow and follow-up from Uzi to then pick up 5, and from there it's the chase potential of having that massive Gnar crunch into the wall.
Yeah, huge play from RNG. Then they continue to chase and pick up one more in this extended trade, but that Baron netted one single turret for OMG. They've still got the buff on SMLZ for now, but they can no longer play those side lanes anywhere near as effectively as if they could before. A huge play from MLXG. And that just sort of speaks to the skill of RNG. If it's the decision-making that cost them the Baron, but then the mechanical outplay to get a cask to win the ensuing fight, it's a volatile setup. And again, we have to raise the question, are RNG taking this game seriously?
Playing at their full potential, if you will. Well, they need to if they're going to take down OMG. Again, this is not a team that they're just going to walk over. They're not like Snake. They're not playing dead already. OMG are trying to fight for second place right now, which moves them up, you know, another best of 5 closer to representing China and MSI. It's a big deal, so can't just breeze through this one.
Yeah. It is up to RNG to let us know, as they are getting bigger and bigger as this game goes on. Black Cleaver and Frozen Mallet now finished up for Letme. He is going to follow you until the ends of the earth. He's tired of that Shen and SMLZ, Shen and Lucian being able to walk away from him. Xiaohu has finished off his own Zhonya's and a Void Staff as well. We're seeing the Phantom Dancer finished off for Uzi. Despite the 4,000 gold deficit, RNG are still hitting those breakpoints. They're still taking these fights.
Yeah, and they're finally getting to a point where Uzi actually matters in the map right now. He can kill the front line, he can walk them down, and walking them down is something that they are all able to do. That's slick. He walks away with it, but
very sneaky play from OMG, just trying to keep RNG on their toes.
But Frozen Mallet as well as Ashe, like once RNG catch you with this composition, you're not going anywhere. Then plus multiple chains from the Gunblade and LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Like you're CC locked for days.
I feel like we're playing Mortal Kombat. Get over here! Xiyoung now, he's getting pretty big as well. Finished off his second armor item. Taking a look through the rest of them. Icon has finished his Seraph's Embrace. Black Cleaver and Phantom Dancer along with Quicksilver and the Last Whisper for SMLZ. So everybody's hitting these sort of mid-game power breakpoints. We're starting to transition towards these larger, more explosive late-game fights. Now, Mountain Dragon is up in 30 seconds. We just had a few sets of recalls to top off some final items, and RNG are already prepped and on the map. Ming is setting up vision with SMLZ. And immediately, 5, you can see he's grouped up with Icon saying, "Lead the way, please." I do not want to face check into a LeBlanc.
I mean, you said that everyone's got kind of their big next break points. At this point, everyone has their core itemization,
Yeah.
probably the language that I would use.
That's
So,
it.
absolutely, you're correct. Explosive 5v5s. We're coming closer where probably the next 2 5v5s will probably determine the course of the game, but it's super exciting for OMG fans that there's even that chance. You know,
Yeah.
against RNG, you would expect this game to kind of be done and dusted. Normally, RNG get first Baron, they destroy your base, they take second Baron as a courtesy to your dignity, and then they choke you out.
It looks like the Dragon is being started now by OMG, and again, a late reaction from RNG. They've got a ward in the pit, and they're deciding to let it go. So that's 2 mountains for OMG. Realm Warp to pick everyone up and get them right back under that tier 1. No chance for MLXG to push in the wave and try to sneak in front of OMG to take it down.
But they still have a lot of threat as they approach the tower. So where OMG's composition really struggles with sieging turrets, that is not the case for RNG. They've got LeBlanc who can kind of duck in and out underneath it. They can threaten with Gragas. He steps forward. He's like, who's going to be out of position? I can cask, pull you off the structure. And meanwhile, Letme should be in one of these side lanes. So it is actually a mistake that Letme's not doing that right now, that he was grouped up with the team, and letting Xiong get tempo advantage by pushing top lane.
Yeah, you can see Uzi and Xiaohu responding as they clear out the jungle, so desperate for gold.
This is such a big deal. Now, it doesn't seem like a big deal that Letme was grouped with his team as opposed to in a side lane, but it actually guaranteed OMG getting that scuttle crab because there was no one to contest Xiong pushing the top wave forward and then giving them control over that neutral river. And that scuttle crab means a lot because Baron is spawning in 18 seconds. Like, little things from RNG, unacceptable when structuring and setting up big monster objectives.
There's a lot of debate over which team in the league of the LPL deserves the title of best in the region, best in the LPL. Right now, this performance from RNG isn't very convincing so far. We'll have to see if they can recover, as now they bring SMLZ back up to the mid lane. Xiong is now answering arrow, catches World 6 along with the cast. Can they burst him out? They can! He's dead before the teleport even starts. Stand United gets burned through for Xiong. Letme joins up. He's got a GA. He's in front and tanking for his team. Recall from Xiong. He's going to go for a late teleport as RNG turn to the Baron.
But it has to be a fight because they don't have the smite, so there's no 50-50. OMG are going all in here, so just let the Baron damage them.
Yeah, it's 5 versus 4. That's the Cullen getting some good chip damage, and Baron is doing work. Ming dies to the snare as he's left by his team.
Don't just pull off Baron. Xiong, don't do it. Okay, this is a perfect example about everything that RNG are talented at and everything that they're also poor at. They miss position, they allow the Scuttle Crab to go down. They don't set up the objectives correctly, but they are mechanically talented enough that they can brute force the fight, win it anyway, and set themselves up for the Baron. But then they make another poor decision, and they stay on Baron, let themselves get caught, chunked out, lose a member, and then lose momentum immediately following.
Yeah, they are not able to make up their mind right away. That means a quick counter push from OMG breaks down the mid-tier 2. And once again, despite the play being set up by RNG, OMG answer immediately and are able to keep themselves right back in this.
RNG have decent fundamentals about League of Legends. You know, we praise them for their side wave control in particular. It really hasn't been showcased this game in
Just yet.
Yeah, but we'll see if maybe as the series goes on they figure it out, because a lot of that's on Letme.
Yeah.
But they're just like brawn over brain right now. Just like Hulk out, flex on him.
Oh no! Okay, the chain actually misses. Xiaohu looks for some damage onto SMLZ and chips him away, but he's able to walk away. He still did have his Quicksilver stats, so he could have broken out of the snare if that had procced, but RNG, they've still got vision control over the Baron, but they haven't swept everywhere out. There they go. Now they see Let Me Start it.
That's one blue trinket. OMG still have a secondary one.
Xiang's got Stand United, but he doesn't have his teleport. The arrow is tossed, and field goals between them.
And now they just need to wait out Meganar. So the arrow is down, Meganar is down. RNG just lose all of their chips for power.
Suddenly the table goes back in favor of OMG. They bring minions down the mid lane and force RNG to take the long way around as Uzi's taking time to clear out red buff. The minions crash on the inhibitor turret, and Xiong gets the option to keep pushing bottom. Letme's got to make up his mind. Fight or split? MLXG takes a hit. He's very tanky, so he should be fine. That's Stand United as well. They're going to try to force this. Xiong backs away, and that means now Letme can group up with his team.
But you can understand what OMG are thinking right there. They think that they have a pick on the jungler, kill the jungler, make sure that it's not a smite contest, turn towards the Baron.
Gragas, though.
But they do lose a key summoner. The teleport isn't up for Xiang. They now don't have the Stand United. It'll be back up soon, but that means that they can no longer play with that bottom wave.
Oh, they might be catching World 6 here. The Spooky Ghost slows for so long. Maximum range is maximum duration. The Tidal Wave finds 3. Culling is in front. Letme's about to Meganar out.
But OMG don't have the vision to continue to chase in that area, and now we have to tend to our side waves. RNG, mid and bottom. OMG, SMLZ is booking it towards the top side of the map. So reset, and then another Fiesta dance over the Baron vision.
This game is looking much more even than I think anyone expected. OMG are playing up. Another arrow on cooldowns finds Xiang. The chains actually miss. He's still got a GA though and flashes out of the second set. So the crowd control is saved, and again, no one dies.
Xiang, you had taunt the first time. You could have taunted out of the arrow. Hello?
He decided to flash instead. But that means now that teleport is almost off of cooldown for both of the top laners. Stand United only has about 20 seconds left, and with Elder Dragon up in 40 seconds, this map is about to open up much more than just the Dragon Pit.
Now we have 2 different focal points to control. Who can actually juggle and who's going to drop the ball first? This is what this game's come down to. OMG, I feel like they have the right idea most of the time, but the execution's just slightly off, whereas RNG have decent fundamentals, but they're band-aiding that just because they're so strong and so much mechanically superior to their opponents.
I love the idea of 2 jugglers just standing there, making eye contact and juggling furiously.
I just feel like we're juggling chainsaws, though. Like, as soon as one comes down, we're taking limbs.
This is a volatile game. Don't try this at home, kids.
This is a tug of war is what it is.
And now the Elder Dragon has spawned. You can see Letme's prepped the wave bottom. Xiang has prepped the wave top. Priorities have been set. 3 dragons for OMG. They'll benefit from the Elder, but 1 dragon for RNG. They'll benefit from the Baron. Meanwhile, OMG have got a bit of tempo advantage in the mid lane, and you can see World 6 is actually making his way bottom.
But here's the thing. Elder actually means more technically for RNG's composition because their composition sieges better naturally, whereas OMG's composition is really dependent on Baron to break the wave clear of RNG. So I feel like even if we traded objectives, there are clear advantages for either team of what they want.
Yeah.
That said, usually if you get Elder, it means that you're going to get Baron anyway because you're just going to use it as the, like, come fight me, bro.
The team fight, yeah. It'll be 90 additional true damage per auto attack from RNG and a grand total of 180 from OMG. So they will hurt if a fight breaks out. But so far, it's just been the patient lane control game. Nobody wants to take any chances after the 2 teams have traded blows earlier on and come out even. Both bruised and bloodied, but still alive and fighting.
Straight up brawl. And we expected this to be more of, you know, the underdog versus like the world champion, heavyweight contender.
The vision is actually cleared out, and RNG trying to get a little bit lucky by forcing the Elder Dragon. World 6 is spotted out. They managed to get the slow with Spooky Ghost cast to separate Sonic Wave in a silence, and Elder Dragon is picked up from RNG.
Just quickly burned, and that's the thing. With Ashe moving towards the Blade of the Ruined King build as opposed to the Essence Reaver as opposed to the Infinity Edge, you have so much more objective control and burn, especially this late in the game anyway, that you can no longer be so careless with your vision.
There goes the culling. They know there's no cask from MLXG, so the Elder Dragon is ticking away. They push a minion wave in that mid lane and immediately swap towards the Baron.
But the Elder should guarantee them the Baron now. They've got full vision control over it. I believe there's 2 blue trinkets on the side of OMG. There's 1.
Setting up a fight, the arrow is tossed and misses. Xiang is splitting in the bottom lane, but the Baron is started. There's not a lot of vision or ways for OMG to check this. World 6 again makes his way behind the pit, but Ming has been so on point. He's spotted out, manages to land the Sonic Wave, and RNG decide just to bait this out instead. They're wasting a lot of time, though.
Yeah, but they're running out of time. Like you said, here comes Xiang. He's now pressuring on the inhib. He will take down this tower before RNG can get into position to defend it, but now they've traded it. They're like, okay,
They're
you're going
base
for
racing.
our inhib, we're going for yours.
Yeah, here comes the fight. Looks like that top inhib or bottom inhib is still standing. RNG now feint back towards the Baron. There's a huge minion wave using the decoy to scout out the respawns inside of the fountain, sees that nobody's there. So RNG have to know that OMG are still on the map. They're still trying to go for this Baron. Have OMG fallen apart? Have they dropped a chainsaw?
Oh no, World 6, he's on the Baron. Stop burning it!
Sees the Sonic Wave, It's going to fall off. It's down to 3,000. They had a window there, but they've caught 5 in the rotation. He's caught warding. Stan United keeps him up, calling on to MLXG. World 6 so tanky, but is he tanky enough? Zanya's from Xiaohu. He's in the front as the GA from MLXG is popped. The fight goes down. SMLZ sidesteps one, and he continues burning through. Letme is running for his life as SMLZ is firing shot after shot. Finally, we get to see Letme fall, but that's only the GA popped. Arrow onto Shiyung. Can they get him down in time? They manage to get MLXG and Letme. Xiaohu dies in the meanwhile, and OMG are
That's it.
winning the
It's over.
fight. SMLZ goes huge. Uzi is trying to go for the outplays. 1 versus 4, Uzi. Do you have the skills? He's looking for World 6. Oh my god, he's almost doing it, but he finally drops to SMLZ, and that's the ace.
1 versus 2, Uzi manages to take out both GAs, but it's not enough. He can't carry you over the line this time, RNG, and OMG will surely take game 1.
Pushing forward now. They've got a good 20 seconds before Xiaohu is back up. They're looking for the inhibitors. Boy, they wish they had Baron now, but they've got more than enough time as they rush forward. 10 seconds for Xiaohu, turning on to the Nexus turrets. The first one is going to fall. The second shortly thereafter. SMLZ says, "Get on my back, boys. We're going to playoffs."
They still have one more game before they can cement their start into playoffs, but one hell of a way to start that road.
Huge play from OMG, and the brawl turns out to come into OMG's favor. Their fists are bloodied, their faces are bruised, but they are grinning from ear to ear as they take game number 1.
And that's the thing. OMG a lot of the time had the right idea about how to play fundamental League of Legends, how to set up objectives, where to prioritize those objectives. It wasn't the cleanest it could have been, but it was on the right track. But when it came down to it, when they were in the thick of it, in the scrum, when it came down to the Brawler's gloves, they took it off and they stood toe-to-toe with RNG.
They certainly did. A very volatile match, and now a very not volatile man. Rusty, welcome back.
I was worried you were going to call me volatile, Tom. You can see actually a volatile graph, however, on your screen. There was a lot of spikes, but OMG always had the basis of the control. It got close to even more than once. Elder Dragons, to bring it back to close again. But nope, OMG were the better team in game number 1. And it was mostly through SMLZ, the team empowering him. He looked better than Uzi did.
Yeah, amazingly. Uzi almost 1v5'd at the end of the game. But the key word is almost. SMLZ effectively did.
But here's the thing. I know Uzi has this big reputation behind him. I never want to try to take the wind out of his sails. He is one of the greatest 80 carries to play the game. But I've watched hundreds of Uzi's games, and he is not the same threat domestically as he is internationally. And SMLZ showed up today and said that, there's a new king in town, and I'm taking the title.
Huge performance from SMLZ, and I think, as we said, this was a brawl. OMG came out from the beginning playing smart, playing intelligent, fighting back. Every time RNG tried something, OMG answered back almost equally.
Yeah, and there's a reason that it's all Uzi isn't perhaps a domestic threat as much as international. The reason that you can exploit this, however, in the LPL is because our junglers are much more aggressive. They will do risky decisions, and that did start with a very early gank in the bottom lane. 2 kills going to SMLZ. Firstly, that's OMG's win condition, and secondly, that's a big one for RNG that goes a little bit to waste for the next 10-odd minutes before he starts getting going. And RNG were actually banking quite heavily on MLXG throughout that game. It's refreshing to see, different carries come up for the team, but it never really got to the point where Uzi was going to be doing near as much as SMLZ was, because OMG were empowering him. They were actually treating it like 2016 RNG would play around their AD carries. They were giving him everything.
And it definitely showed. I mean, the fact that they prioritized that lane, as you said, they continually played to his side of the map. When he rotated into the unsafe top lane to push the tier 1, they set up Vision. They managed to bring Icon. They brought in World 6 as well, and they just broke the turret so they could get him to the safe mid-tier 1.
And the thing is, we spoke just before about MLXG perhaps being the good part of RNG during that early game, but he's also a part of the replay that I want to show you that lost them the rest of the game, because OMG had momentum, they had everything going for them, and the biggest problem that I found with them was actually that their jungler got caught. And it wasn't just that their jungler got caught, it was the shot calling that RNG have around him. The problem with RNG right now as a team of 5 is they commit to something they shouldn't be committing to. They rely on their mechanics or their individual ability to play the game and say that we're just better players, so we'll kill you because we are better players. And then it backfires completely. The first big example of this is going to be this Drake. MLXG, I want to steal it. So what does your team do? Why are they watching you steal it, expecting you to get out alive next to a Shen, right? because he gets to go down, the fact that OMG now have extra targets to chase down and try and be a threat towards gifts them the Baron. Like, if you're going to throw your Gragas at them to steal the objective, either don't steal the objective and run away as 5, or just let him die and at least be 4. And, like, honestly, that is a big blunder.
Yeah, huge mistake from them that ended up allowing OMG to continue their early game momentum, though we did still see the mechanical plays from OMG answer back with the ensuing team fight almost 2 minutes later.
Yeah, it was basically MLXG threw the game, gave it to OMG because they capitalized on the Baron, and then immediately as OMG were pushing with the Baron, MLXG's like, it's fine, I can fix this, casks and kills all of the Baron.
Yeah, exactly. So, thoughts on MVP? We talked a little bit about SMLC's huge impact. Was that enough?
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go. 7-1-7, 88% kill participation. Huge performance from him this time.
Yeah, absolutely monster. Putting up numbers like 37% as a Lucian, pretty difficult thing to do. There's a lot of small details that you may have missed during the game for those watching as well, where he was able to completely outplay Nah.
Yeah.
Not just once, not just twice, but 100 times. And this team fight is the best example of it,
His
because the
sidestep.
QSS usage is the most important thing here. So watch this. Mega Nah will come in, and when Mega Nah comes in, SMLZ's ability to QSS and dodge. This is what actually wins them the whole team fight here. Ready?
I mean, leaps in, slam, QSS, dodge.
That dodge means that he's going to kill the Nah. Like, plain and simple, that is what gives them the team fight. Of course, the front line is doing well. Icon's doing a lot of work with Xiang. World 6 kicks the Nah away to give time as well. But all of these things compound to your damage dealer still needs to do damage, and he was doing it perfectly.
Yeah, well, that performance is more than enough to win them game number 1. The question is, what do they need to do to close out a series and turn this into a 2-0? I mean, you yourself said you're expecting this to be a 2-1. Are you still sticking by that?
Yeah, I think that RNG might actually take it much more seriously in the early game. Coming into the second game, we already kind of alluded towards the fact that maybe they're just playing on, mechanics alone.
Yeah.
Their strategy isn't going 100% in. They might be focusing more on what the playoffs become and improving in the background. But you don't want to lose to OMG.
Yeah.
You don't want to lose to the old Chinese team as the other old Chinese team. There's actually a lot of pride there.
I mean, you even saw the fan vote. A lot of the fans in China are rooting for OMG. This is a huge, RNG. This is a huge organization with a very long history. Not to say that OMG isn't, but I mean, comparatively in more recent years, RNG feels like they should have more impact.
We also have Uzi on their team. He's probably like the most popular player next to Clearlove, except Uzi is actually playing right now. But you don't want that dark spot on the record. And so I think the first change that we're going to see is that MLXG will not be playing Gragas. He's going to play an aggressive jungler, and I think we're going to see them competing for the Lee Sin, or more importantly, I think the Elise.
Yeah, I think actually Lee Sin comes up as a big point of contention. Elise usually just hits the ban list, unfortunately. At the moment in the LPL, the #1 jungler, it seems, and that's where Lee Sin comes into play for me. These junglers, it's about who can be aggressive, right? We saw this last time RNG played. There was like an Ivern, slow, calm game. RNG didn't look the same. MLXG picks Lee Sin, immediately ganks and destroys everybody. And that is the RNG you expect to see in Game 2.
Yeah, and again, sort of speaking towards that pick priority, OMG this game, we said that they kind of picked for lane power, individual lane dominance, excluding, of course, Xiang into that Gnar because that was counterpicked. Is that a strategy that could work for them in game number 2? Can they just rely on those strong lanes to get them through early game?
For OMG?
Yes.
It is one of the hardest things for them to rely upon. I would say if you were OMG and you pick for only winning lanes, there is a very high chance that backfires. Xiaohu's a great laner. Letme's been doing really well, and you're versing Uzi in laning phase, so that's super risky.
But in the same sense, I kind of understand why OMG did it, because they're against such strong laners. They almost have to make sure that they get like equal or winning lane matchups just to stay even with the likes of Xiaohu, Uzi, and Letme.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of where the junglers come into play, though, because their bottom lane was much less a win lane. It was a lose lane until the jungler comes type of comp.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can turn it around in game number 2. We're going to take a quick break while we get that ready. Welcome back, folks. We're just about ready to get into game number 2. The stadium in Shanghai is absolutely popping. It is packed with OMG and RNG fans, and we are excited to see whether or not RNG's fans will get their due in this, because they are the #1 team in the league right now. Highest win-loss ratio. Sure, they've lost to WE, they've lost to IMay, but there is also a chance that they lose to OMG here. They're down 1 game.
Yeah, there is a very high probability, and the weirdest thing about this right now, we look at OMG being 1-0, we would have said that at the start of the split, but coming into this match, it wasn't unexpected this would happen. However, the fact that it did is always going to be surprising.
Yeah.
There's also the question that, what form or what level of RNG are they actually playing on? We know that they're locked into their semifinal position. There's not actually a lot at stake, whereas OMG are still fighting for that 2nd place spot. If they win here, they will guarantee themselves into the playoffs and finally lock themselves in. So there's definitely the fire inside of them.
Yeah, they are fighting. They are getting closer and closer after the performance in game number 1. They're going to look for a repeat in game number 2. Question is, will RNG come back at full power? Is this a team that sort of played at 80% for game number 1? We can just out-mechanics them.
I think they ended the game at close to 100. They were definitely playing their hearts out. It's more about the strategy, the pick ban, the draft phase, and not the execution as to how they actually play this one out. Because there is a lot that RNG could improve on based off game 1. But I feel like they'll just attack it more aggressively at the start.
But I think it really starts with MLXG, like you said, at the start with the jungle. You can see that Firefox coach was leading MLXG next to him as they were walking back onto the stage, giving him some words. So I would assume that we're going to see a big change up from RNG from their jungler.
Yeah, the Gragas. I mean, you mentioned it in the cast. If there was a reason that they lost the game, it was that decision to sort of fight over the Mountain Dragon, the replay that you showed, Rusty. So certainly we're going to see MLXG take a much more intelligent setup around
but
this.
that was less MLXG again. It was more RNG as a team, right? If you're going to steal a dragon, Gragas, you can do whatever you want, mate, but you just have to have the team understand the shot calling. And that's the thing that I'm a little bit disappointed in RNG with. Ming is a very good shot caller. One thing we raised about 3 odd weeks ago, though, when RNG were losing games is, can Ming shot call when the game is losing for RNG, or is he just a really good when-ahead shot caller, which is why he plays champions like Leona, brings his jungler down and immediately gets himself ahead. Yeah. I think this is a good opportunity for him against a strong jungle, strong bottom lane, and evenly matched perhaps lanes to see if he can shot call them through.
And that's how they'll need to set this up going into the next game, looking towards that draft so they can come out at a strong advantage and continue that momentum.
Yeah, to me, the one thing I do want to bring up regarding draft is I would be surprised if we actually do see that again. I think there should be something else up there for Let Me.
Yeah.
Perhaps he plays the Gragas.
Certainly. Well, RNG with pick priority have elected to take blue side. Rusty, thank you so much for your analysis. He'll be joining us after this set to break down what's going on. As you can see, we're already in Fizz, Kog'Maw, and Rengar, again banned away from OMG. No changes from them. Meanwhile, that is Camille, Ivern, and Rumble. So identical bans outside of that Rumble being moved to Phase 1, and immediately MLXG scoops himself up that Lee Sin.
And that's the big difference as they move over into the blue side, is the pick priority into jungle. That said, Elise is still up and available, as is Graves, so World 6 has his pick of the litter of how he wants to respond to this. I would expect it would be, I was going to say Shen Lulu.
Or do they continue to prioritize the jungle? It's time for World 6 to really step up. He's got a whole bunch of Graves games available, and Graves is open.
You don't want to pick the Graves here just yet, just because it's not going to be picked anyway by RNG. You would have to pick it before 2nd rotations of ban, unless you think that... Whoa, Nami!
Nami before Lulu from OMG. Perhaps they know something that we don't, or perhaps it could just be that lane priority, and knowing that SMLZ is going to take trades with Uzi, so to keep him topped off, they get someone with heals.
Could also mean that they're going to change up gears and look for a different AD carry, or maybe they have that much faith into the Lucian. So it can go 2 ways. Either you're looking at a Caitlyn or you're looking at a Lucian. And now it's RNG kind of their choice of whether they want to deny this away. Which they're not going to, because they're going to go back to that Ashe route.
Ash picked up once again for Uzi. Huge performance in game number 1. Despite dying in the bottom lane, he was able to keep even in CS, and more importantly, keep even in items, despite coming out of the laning phase at a deficit.
And it is Ming, so it doesn't mean that they have to take the Lulu here. They could actually pick up either a top laner because they know it's the Shin, or maybe they can go, there you go, going for the top lane. Technically, it's still a flex pick because it can go into that bottom side. We expect it'll go into the hands of Let Me, but I feel like Ming is going to go towards his Leona.
That's not Graves.
That is not Graves. It's not locked in.
Little bit of fun coming out of Icon as he gets ready for this.
That's-
Really, would you prioritize the Elise over the Graves in this matchup?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, well, the Elise it is.
Elise with Shin is why I would prioritize it over the
Prioritize and
Graves.
resets.
Exactly. So much more pressure about looking up to those dives, making sure that you're building big waves. At this point, though, you have to think that RNG is going to second rotation of ban, that they need to take away Caitlyn, they need to take away Lucian. But that means that Echo might slide through.
Let's
And-
see what they decide to focus down towards that bottom lane. Again, OMG will have pick coming out of this, so Gragas is now banned away.
Wow, so they suspect
Interesting.
that it's a...
Support Nautilus.
Watch the next ban be Leona. Like, we don't know where you're going, but we don't like this.
Very specific picks. And again, it's sort of following up on RNG, the brute force. They're just better than you, so sometimes they can drop in the Solar Eclipse. They can drop in the Cask to force these fights.
The scary thing for RNG, though, is who do you focus? Do you focus out Icon or do you focus out SMLZ? Do you let the Echo go through? They're going to focus out Icon, so they're going to leave it up to Ming and Uzi to think that they are strong enough that they can go toe-to-toe with this Lucian Nami that we think is going to come out of OMG.
Alrighty, so OMG, very different priorities from RNG. Who do they target this time? We're still looking for mid and AD carry from OMG. We're looking for mid and potentially topper support, depending on where that Nautilus goes from RNG. So a bit more
Kled.
flexibility once again. But yeah, that Kled you mentioned, they let the ban go through. Hand immediately goes up for OMG, so 5 missing his ban right there. We did see the hand go up in the background. We should be getting out of this in just a moment.
Firefox, hand to
Yeah.
face. Not again.
Still not seeing any pause just yet, as the timer is just being run out. Talon is actually now going to be banned away, so perhaps OMG not quite getting that ban that they wanted in here. If they pick a champion right here, then it continues through the pick and ban phase.
It's hard to get anything from SMLZ. If there's a problem, they're going to go ahead and go through. So, ban missed.
Yeah, very interesting. Perhaps a bit of a statement from OMG.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
There's pretty much no advantage to doing that when you're on red side because you
Yeah.
pick immediately after it.
Very curious, but SMLZ is returning to that Lucian Nami bottom lane. We've
Do
got
it.
a chance to see the moo cow. Oh man, time to break out your cowbells.
More cowbell. Is exact. Nah, man, come
Alrighty.
on. This guy, please, Leona, thinks he's Yellow Star. What is this? It checks out.
He is the only person to play Leona. 5 out of 5 times Ming has played Leona. He has won every single time.
Yeah. But it goes back to that idea of the confidence. You know, they decided to pinch Icon. Icon still has the Echo available now that the Talon and the Jace have been removed from him. It works really well with their composition that likes to dive a lot. So you have an incredibly potent and powerful bottom lane from OMG. And if they locked Echo in here, then you have Echo, Elise, and Shin for dive.
Oof.
Oh, he's going even farther.
Oh man, or Icon just going one-on-one, toe-to-toe, mano-y-mano.
So this is why they went the direction of the Talon, is because you have the Elise and the Shin for magic damage, that you need some sort of supplement AD damage. And as I say that, he's like, nope, 90-degree turn.
Ah. Giving us all a quick heart attack as he decides to swap over for the much more intelligent and tactical pick. Still excellent at diving and roaming across the map. Last time we saw Icon sort of fill a supplementary role for SMLZ. He has a much more potent opportunity in this game to set up for strong flanking plays for his team and continue to funnel them towards success if he can set up flanks. He's got to do that against Lee Sin, Nautilus, Leona, LeBlanc. That is a lot of crowd control. That is a lot of pick if he ever finds himself out of position.
But the thing is RNG haven't been able to really utilize a lot of their pick potential. They've had this pretty much exact same composition that they did last game. You know, some of the pieces have been changed. It's the Leona now. You've got another Nautilus, so a good beefy front line to follow up in a 5v5. But they had Ash Arrow as well as LeBlanc and Gragas Cask, and they were unable to transition that into a win. So hopefully their pick works much better this time around. OMG, their composition still suffers in terms of sieging. It's incredibly reliant on Talia to wall off objectives to give them away for free, especially against all of that abundant wave clear still in RNG's comp.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to set these plays up in advance. And of course, OMG still looking very strong if they manage to fight, if they manage to find that crowd control. We've seen how excellent Uzi is with his arrows. I think he missed, what, a grand total of 2 in the previous game?
Some of them he threw very late, however. You think about that very last team fight that ended up
And he
costing
field
them the
goaled
game.
all of them, yeah. So perhaps he can tighten things up, get the car running a little bit more smooth as OMG are looking to close out the series 2-0, and RNG are trying to bring it back.
But this is the prediction with RNG. This is a very telegraphed composition that they run. They've done the Leona multiple times. As you said, 5 out of 5, 100% win rate. But this is how it works. Lee Sin will start jungle on the top side of the map. He will then make a beeline straight for bottom side. At level 3, it will be an all-in engage with MLXG and Ming leading the charge. And you have to know that SMLZ and 5 see that coming.
Yeah. They've got the Elise for pretty fast clear as well, plus some reset if they find themselves out of position, plus Lucian and Nami are generally a very safe bottom lane if they allow themselves to play back, especially against the likes of an Ashe, who could be tossing out those volleys left and right. So we'll keep an eye on that very early start. Of course, that means that the other lanes will be a little bit volatile as well, knowing that they won't be getting an early interaction. Xiaohu perhaps can take a much more aggressive route against Icon in this game on that Talia, and let me probably feeling pretty good about getting that stronger pick in the top lane, that Nautilus into Shen.
But I also like the fact that both these teams want to play around the bottom lane. So you have the Ashe on one side and then you have Shin on the other. So I feel like it's just going to be this race. Like, will the Ashe Arrow connect? Will the Stan United get channeled all the way through? And it should just be, again, another explosive and very volatile game between SMLZ and Uzi. These two titans clashing. And that's the thing. Uzi's been around forever. He has the international fame and renown and glory behind him. He's the name that everyone knows. But it was almost such a different world where it could have been SMLZ. He was the guy that was chosen by Wei Xiao. It was supposed to be him, not Uzi, that was the great AD carry. But unfortunately, he never made it that far. It was always Uzi standing in his way at one point or another. He disappeared down to the LSPL. He now comes back. He's the veteran player next to Xiong on this OMG very young lineup. They've taken one game from RNG and Uzi. SMLZ, this would just be the icing on the cake.
If you could finally give it back to Uzi and say, who's the better AD now?
Should have been me at the World Finals.
Yeah, Uzi only has 2 expressions. Either way, neither of them would be an appropriate response to that sort of question. Angry Uzi? Happy Uzi? I don't know.
SMLZ has 1 expression, so let's be honest.
He's even one-upping him in that. You've got 2 expressions, I've got 1. Oh, 1.5. He smirks occasionally.
I don't know. There's a good picture of him after they had their
That's right. Yeah,
their 2-0 victory, where he is just
the
like
full grin.
Exactly, ear to ear teeth.
Oh man, very serious faces from RNG as they get into this. Looks like they are set to be taking this one deadly serious.
5, no emotion.
Yeah.
He's pretty much the perfect duo partner for his partner in crime
For
next to
SMLZ.
him. You just look at that bottom lane, just straight face. You guys are up 6
They're-
kills. What's
they're like
happening?
Bouncers. Always dead serious. You can never break through that veneer, that exceptional mask. MLXG looking to have a much more confident performance in this game. The Gragas very slow, very patient in game number 1. World 6 was the one who set the pace early on and got OMG that advantage. Can he do it again? This time taking Elise into MLXG's Gragas. And just a few weeks ago, there were conversations over who's the best jungler in the league. Is it MLXG or is it Condi? If World 6 is putting him on his toes, then MLXG might have to do some serious thinking.
And now we even need to introduce Firelily into that conversation.
Yeah.
After the shellacking that he gave Condi the other
Oh,
day.
yeah.
That was brutal to watch for Team WE fans. But MLXG, I mean, we talked about SMLZ's comeback story and his rise to glory. The other really cool story on RNG is MLXG. When he came into the LPL, he was this no-name Chinese jungler in a region that was stacked with the likes of Dandy. Clearlove was still running around at his prime. This is when Dark Clearlove was dominating the Rift.
yeah.
It was a very scary ecosystem of junglers in the LPL, and MLXG carved out a name for himself. And not only did it domestically, but did it internationally. And so now he gets to come back in and say, I am one of the best junglers in China, if not one of the best junglers in the world after my MSI performance. But you need to make it count, and you want to have that return form.
Yeah, it's time to see if he can live up to it. You just saw the coaches shaking hands. That means the players are now on their own. So a lot of extra advice these two teams have gotten over the past few seconds. Will it be enough as we are now set to load onto the Rift? You can see the players are laughing and smiling.
Like-
Icon looks very happy.
Man, we should have banned that Leona. Why didn't we ban anything? It's fine. It's Leona. This is the thing. I worry that if RNG make it to the international stage, it's so easy to look them up and be like, okay, this team plays Leona. But I feel like every other team will be like, so let them play Leona. That's a terrible pick. Oh God, what have we
And then
done?
they'll experience the horror of Ming on Leona. Oh man.
It'll be against G2 as well. The EU, oh man, I need to watch the EU LTS playoffs to make sure that G2 are still in it. I believe Splice fell to Misfits.
We have been so focused on our own ecosystem. Finally, we are set to load to the Rift. Our composition's on screen right now. It is do or die time. That final ban, an open spot on the bottom of your screen beneath OMG. A statement, a mistake, we'll find out at the result of this game.
If they lose, definitely a mistake.
If they win, definitely a statement.
We did this without a ban.
It was deliberate. But everyone is now forward. You can see RNG are already racing out. It's game number 2 between RNG and OMG. They get a quick ward onto the
Raptor camp?
Raptor camp.
That is a very loud crowd.
Oh, yeah. 2 chants per team, 4 total come across, filling the air. As now, everyone decides to reset. Xiaohu dancing back and forth, keeping Icon occupied.
Ihan.
Ihan.
Like IHOP. But in a sass, I don't know. Painkillers. It's a long day, Dom.
It's like an international house of Nutella. You can see similar summoner spells. Thunderlords for 3 on OMG. We're seeing the exact same from RNG, but Courage of the Colossus is the name for Ming. Very easily procced. And looks like, yeah, as you predicted, both junglers starting topside and getting a leash as they both start on the buff.
But all eyes have to be on this Lee Sin. How quickly will he get to the bottom lane, and how well will it work with Ming? Ming is incredibly aggressive when he plays Leona, and basically it works like this. As soon as the waves are cleared out, and in between the 2 waves crashing, that's when Leona wants to go in, because she doesn't want to take any of the extra minion damage. So it's really important that SMLZ and 5 keep control of those creep waves, make sure that they always have the larger horde to punish the melee support when she comes in aggressively, as well as making a point that when Leona comes in, are the areas that she's going to look for when she comes in.
Icon got level 2 off of 6 creeps and was able to pull back and set up a very quick ward in the river. Do experienced Quints give you level 2 off of 6 creeps?
I haven't played around with the
done the math?
experience.
Yeah. That's very fast. You can see World 6 is well aware of this. He's got supplementary vision. He immediately goes over to the Scuttle. And Ming is going to face, or MLXG is going to face check right into World 6. Elise gets the jump on him, starts burning him down, transforms, and that's 300 health on MLXG. There's the repel follow-up, tries to get some more. Auto attack, red buff burning down, but Xiaohu turns around to save him. 5 is up there as well. The faster response from OMG keeps MLXG out of this.
And this wins at least 2 lanes, if not 3 positions if you include the jungle. So World 6 has the jump on LXG. He's going to force him back as well as take his Raptor camp. And he gets to do this because there's priority push of SMLZ and 5 on bottom lane, as well as that cheeky ward that was placed by Icon. So mid lane has the advantage, jungle has the advantage, OMG have the advantage.
Yeah, things are looking very good for OMG once again as MLXG is off to a slow start. A very aggressive invade from World 6 catches him unaware, and he gets the worst of it. Ming now, level 2, is not able to rush into the bottom lane. And he won't be having any help from MLXG anytime soon either.
And look at Icon. He then places his trinket again on his own Raptor camp. So they're going to catch out MLXG as he's trying to trade back for equal farm. You would expect he would then either path towards jungle for, or excuse me, mid lane for a cheeky gank, or walk up towards the Krug camp. What will World 6 do with this information?
Xiang is actually pushed up against his turret, so he has the opportunity to go over there right now. You can see he's currently invading towards the Krugs. Looks like World 6 is set to trade this. He's invading back towards the bottom side. He's got his own ward on the Krugs of MLXG. And Xiang, on top of it this game, pulls back in between the waves, lets the Krugs reset.
They're just denying these really tiny micro advantages away from MLXG, because now it's going to be a free camp for World 6 or a free gank because he's actually sliding in, spotted by a ward.
Yeah, he gets very deep behind enemy lines. He's going to have to feint back towards Ming. Tosses out the Spiderling, gets the Cocoon as well. Do they have enough damage? They do! First Blood World 6 teleport completed from Xiaohu. He shows up bottom. That means Icon can free farm mid. Almost gets a kill onto 5, but not a summoner spell was burned.
And that's just so careless from Ming. You understood what he wanted to do, but he just kind of lost himself from the game for a second. He wanted to use his Zenith Blade on the Elise and quickly reposition himself to get out as opposed to burning the flash. But because he's so greedy to hold that summoner spell, instead of getting the Zenith Blade, he just eats the Cocoon, has it chain CC'd into a bubble, and dies.
Yeah.
Like, no excuse. You still have flash. Just burn it.
Yeah, could this be the very first time we get to see Ming lose on Leona? We're about to find out as Xiaohu makes his way back into the mid lane. Immediately, Icon tries to punish him with the threaded volley. Just harassing this lane, so already opening up a mild CS advantage.
Fun fact. Uzi is the curse of OMG. Have you heard this?
I have not.
Okay, think about every single time that RNG walked into a World Finals. Who was the team that they went through to do it?
Starhorn Royal Club, RNG,
It was OMG.
OMG.
It's always, the joke always is that OMG are like the front linemen and Uzi's like the football. And OMG does all the hard lifting. You know, they beat the Korean team, whereas RNG gets to go through like a European or an NA team.
Yeah.
And then just like Uzi meets a Chinese team and then just bops them and then makes his way into the World Final. He's done it twice now. And then the year that he was actually on OMG, they lost and they didn't even get to go to the World Championship. It was like OMG saying, we can actually avoid the Uzi curse if we put Uzi on our team. There's no way he can screw us this time. And then they didn't even go.
Yeah.
The irony.
Oh, man. Well, now they get to play against him. They get the opportunity to demonstrate, all right, fine, we'll play against you, but we'll just be better.
This would be like the first time that OMG ever beat Uzi.
Yeah. I mean, they've done it so far in game number 1. Can they continue forward? Xiaohu gets level 6 and trades out a little bit with Icon. You can see junglers on bottom side of the map. Some very deep wards from 5 and World 6 to keep an eye on MLXG. But intelligently enough, Letme does the same on the opposite side. He sees the red buff as it respawns. He'll see World 6 if he goes in, but Ming forces a fight, and MLXG ganks bottom. 5 is the target. He flashes. That's heal used, but the lack of summoner spells used earlier keeps them alive.
Excellent sidestep from 5 there to make sure that the Sonic Wave didn't connect. That should have been the follow-up and possibly the kill onto the Nami because the bubble missed. So, missed the initial mechanical ability with bubble, but made up for it on the back half.
Yes. Good setup from OMG to keep themselves alive. Still maintaining a mild CS advantage, and they do have assists on both SMLZ and 5. Nowhere near as big an advantage as they did have in game number 1, but now a lot less kill threat comparatively. SMLZ gets culling and immediately starts pushing forward a little bit more.
Yeah, but there's no double kill on the Lucian, so much better start this time around. It's only going to get more volatile for OMG when Ming and Uzi get the level 6, because then you're dealing with Solar Flare as well as Arrow. It means that World 6 and Icon need to start getting involved down here. That's a teleport.
They're collapsing onto Icon and World 6, who have been spotted going for a ward. It's completed. Letme at level 7. Lands a hook onto his Spiderling. That gets him in range for the depth charge. They follow up with a CC lock. He's going to have to come down eventually. Drops in as Xiang joins the fight. There's a kill for SMLZ. A double! You said it wasn't there, and immediately it turns around as RNG take a fight and throw it.
They are so desperate for that. The fact that Letme overreach, you know, he finds the dredge line and follows it up with the depth charge there on Elise. He's just going to repel.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
With that greedy play, that's Mountain Dragon picked up very early, 8 minutes and 30 seconds for OMG. Here it is again. It looks good, but it's an Elise.
It's the wrong target, that's what it is. So he hits the Spiderling, pulls him in range. You have a nice follow-up of trying to chain the CC between the Leona stun, but the repel comes up by the time she lands. Surprise! I've got Shin on top of me. Nautilus is like, this is a terrible mistake.
I've made a terrible mistake.
You guys told me to go. I trusted you. He's literally that guy in the water basket with the Viking hat. You've seen this meme? It's old. Where everything's flooded. And he's like, do the laundry, they said. It'll be fine, they said.
It's an older meme, sir, but it checks out. Well,
I know, I'm
we'll have
old.
to see if the access codes are enough to get RNG through the Rebel base.
I appreciate you reaching deep to make that work.
Yeah.
I know I can always count on you, Dom.
Because it's not just a meme. There's always the origin of the meme, the implications of it, the different variations. There's really a whole culture around
Yeah, you should ask Pulse about it.
it. Pulse just says Kappa, and then he'll walk away.
Pog champ.
Yeah, yep, that's the one.
I bet Twitch that's just spamming
No,
that face.
please.
Make it stop!
But, I mean, you said it again. They were already set into a slight advantage by getting that first blood onto Ming and setting it up onto World 6. And then you mentioned, there's no double kill on SMLZ. Things are fine for RNG. 30 seconds later, fight. Double kill onto SMLZ.
Right back where we were.
Exactly.
But rinse, wash, and repeat. MLXG is like, this time it'll work. Throw the arrow.
Oh, man.
Who are they gonna hit?
Try me.
So Uzi's walking up into Fog of War so he can throw the arrow blind, so there's less time to react. You see the ping go down.
Yeah, Icon's actually heading down towards that side, and they're bringing World 6 as well. Where is that Lee Sin? Uzi's out of vision.
Checking his raptor camp. He's not forming raptors.
There's the arrow.
Oh.
5. Clutch sidestep.
This guy is so good. 5 started as a Thresh 1 trick, and the champion used to be banned away from him, very similar to how Cloud is on QG.
Yeah.
And it's so nice to kind of see his progression and his evolution to kind of this caster support catch-all.
Oh, World 6 gets the cocoon and early damage onto MLXG. Chain knocks him up. He gets into the air, but the Shatter Orb doesn't proc. He comes right back down. There's the auto. Follow-up from Xiaohu. Manages to get the kill as Ming rotates around. He was thinking about it. He was like, do I flash? No.
I love it. You just see the Leona ult on the very tip of your screen. You're like, when did Ming get here?
Yeah.
What is this guy doing? But showcasing the fact that he is the shot caller for RNG. So even though
Yeah.
it was MLXG and Xiaohu that were setting up that play there, which worked successfully for them, it was the shot caller following it up saying, charge!
Yeah.
Go! Kill him!
An excellent reaction from RNG. They pushed in bottom and started to swing towards mid. Uzi was just a little bit late. Of course, have to clear out the CS.
Is
but-
he late or is he purposely choosing to farm?
It's Uzi. You never can tell.
He was definitely was like, that guy's dead. I would rather farm.
Always can tell, actually, with him as Icon clears out the wave. But trades just a bit with Xiaohu. World 6 goes right back to the scene of the crime. I was like, ah, yes, bullet casings.
But he has to be there because Icon no longer has his flash. He does still have cleanse, so not in too much danger away from the chain, but definitely the burst potential. So there is a target bottom because the ultimates are about to come back up from Uzi and Leona, but there's also a target mid lane because Talia is a low mobility, just like free food, like, what is it, golden buffet, country buffet? I'm really hungry.
We'll try to get you a snack in between the games. But right now, focus, Frostgaren.
Can't.
Focus.
Oh, God.
12 and a half minutes in game number 2. This could go to game number 3 even. There's only 800 gold separating the teams, and though OMG have got an advantage, back onto SMLZ. They've got that first Mountain Drake. Another one is spawning in 2 minutes. World 6 has actually got lane pressure, or excuse me, Xiang has actually got lane pressure this time. You can see him now taking Scuttle Crab on that side of the map. He's got Stand United. He's got Teleport. If fight breaks out, he is ready.
That said, Letman can just follow it up with the teleport as well. He's
Yeah.
been on point with it. He's also got push priority, so he'll get the early advantage or early rotation. You can see him cheating down towards the river, which RNG have full control over.
Yeah, and I like the change up from Xiang's build, going for that Tiamat against the Nautilus so that he can clear the wave, so that he
Outpush me
can
now.
get out there faster. And you see them sort of trading the minion waves back and forth as they continue to move around the map, knowing that a fight could break out as World 6 and 5 start setting up vision.
I wanted to talk about Sunfire, but we might not get a chance to do it. Sit in the bush. Who are they going to catch? They were spotted by Hawkshot.
Yeah, they should have been seen there. Ming sees this fresh ward. He knows that somebody's nearby. Red buff is being stolen. MLXG drops a ward. Does he try for the Sonic Wave?
They're just going to take it and blast plant
Oh,
out.
they've caught 5. There's the arrow as well. Do they have enough crowd control? They do, in fact. World 6 is still caught as well. 2 quick kills for RNG as they snap shut the jaws of the trap.
And finally, the trap actually works. So Xiang picked the wrong target there. Poor little 5 didn't get a shield, and he didn't get to even make it to the team fight, as Elise quickly followed after that. Good job by Ming to deny the blast plant as well.
It's a great idea, but if you're crowd controlled for 6 consecutive seconds, it makes it a little difficult to get an auto attack. Perhaps relying on SMLZ to pop it over the wall.
They're sieging up mid.
They are. Blue buff is being stolen by MLXG, but 3 members of RNG push Icon back with SMLZ bottom. That's not a lot of wave clear that can get there. Xiaohu feels safe just pushing in aggressively as they bring Uzi towards that lane. SMLZ finally rotates to group up with the rest of his team, but it's still a 200 gold deficit as RNG have reclaimed tempo.
And tempo will continue to go into their favor because, again, if you look at the cooldowns between the Ashar and the Leon ultimate, they're about to come back up. And that's going to be another big window where Stan United won't be there, and MLXG can make a play.
Yeah,
so I like the fact that World 6 is like, we can't fight, but I can take Dragon by myself because I'm Elise.
Trying to steal it out right now. He actually staggers all of his spiderlings on top of it, so MLXG and Ming immediately rush right on in. World 6 has got to get the heck out of dodge. SMLZ is split from his team right now.
And again, it's just to emphasize that OMG, the only play that they wanted to make there was to sneak the dragon, not to fight for the dragon. They recognize that they're on the back foot right now, although Lucian's pretty strong, but when you chain CC lock him with Arrow, Solar Flare, not so great anymore. So it was a good attempt, the only play that they really had available. They're just waiting for Stan United before they can kind of maybe step up toe-to-toe for RNG.
Oh, the arrow's tossed. SMLZ again with a crisp reaction, just sidesteps.
Has he hit a single arrow?
Uzi has, yes.
1?
He caught 5. He caught SMLZ once. He was able to get World 6.
He's only thrown
the first
4
game.
arrows. No, this game.
Oh, in this game, no. He's not been doing great. Let me actually catches mid undefended. Xiang completes his teleport as World 6 eats some damage. So again, RNG, they're finding the tempo in this and pulling OMG around the map. Slowly but surely, they're losing out on a little bit of turret health here, summoner spell there, these tiny objectives.
Hold on, though. Let me still here.
Flash, depth charge. Oh, but a good flash from Icon gets him to safety and behind the turret.
Yep, to block the dredge line that would come in. But this is big. Let Me is actually forcing a lot of summoner spells out from Xiang simply because he has that push priority. And it goes back to the build that Xiang has. So he has the Tiamat as well as the MR as opposed to going Sunfire Cape. Normally the Shins will go Sunfire to help them compensate for their push, but because he's against a magic dealer, he doesn't want the armor or the health. He wants the MR but needs to match it anyway. So I like the adaptation to the build. Unfortunately, Let Me is still running circles around him and forcing him to burn summoner spells needlessly.
Yeah, Let Me has got his teleport right now. So again, the attempt at a dragon sneak from World 6 is spotted out by a ward from Ming. And the situation defuses. SMLZ is still doing a great job in this bottom lane. 20 CS ahead of Uzi, about 15 once this wave clears out. Still feeling really good about this upcoming fight if he can stay alive. There is so much damage coming out of RNG as they are starting to hit their own brief power spikes.
And there's so much more threat towards the backline this time around. Not only is there a point-and-click depth charge that can go back there, but also the fact that Xiaohu and Leona can reach back into that Lucian. So he no longer just gets to sit back and kite.
Yeah, and MLXG is in fact the one who can sneak the Baron. As World 6 is kept occupied by Xiaohu in the mid lane, the map is slowly but surely falling apart for OMG. RNG are just moving faster. Again, a poor recall from Icon leaves his mid-tier 1 undefended. This could be the first turret right here, right now.
It's 100% falling. It's not the question of where do they rotate to next. Do they try to collapse into the bottom lane or try to dive the Shin top?
So far, it looks like they're staying in the lane.
Icon's going top lane, but he's spotted out by the ward.
Yeah, Xiaohu's making his way up. And Icon sees this.
Excuse me, I'm so used to seeing Icon play LeBlanc.
Xiaohu hops in to clear out the wave. So things are much slower this game. We're seeing RNG play a much more tactical map. just using a little bit more thought to pull OMG apart instead of just brute forcing them. But they are still having exceptional mechanical plays.
A lot of this is on the back of Ming and Xiaohu's individual performances, though. Ming constantly cheating up into the topside river, trying to set up plays, or at least participating in the back half of plays, being in the area, at least a shot call for it. But the big proponent is Xiaohu, and how hard he's winning his lane, and how much attention he is absorbing from World 6.
That attention is yielding a lot of results so far. Uzi is now able to get back very close in CS. Still down about 15, but not seeing too much less than that as he completes his own Blade of the Ruined King and Zeal. Xiaohu getting a little bit larger. We're seeing MLXG go for some damage now, as he goes for a Tiamat second instead of into tankiness. So again, RNG are relying on quick picks and burst with their chain CC. With pressure in the mid lane and pressure in the bottom, looks like they're ready to collapse on that bottom lane.
And that's a lot of pings. Here comes the arrow.
Yeah, they're trying to catch SMLZ, and they have found him. The arrow finds 5. Solar Flare seems to lock that support down, stand united, and heal. But here's Xiaohu. The chains find SMLZ, and they get him despite a great bubble from 5. It is not enough. The Weaver's Wall is too little too late.
And the play has been made. Xiang doesn't even get the chance to follow up and be that shit on the bottom, which is why the Weaver's Wall is immediately canceled, because there's no fight happening down there. It's going to be another tower for RNG, you would think, as soon as that wave crashes.
Yeah, Xiang, you can see him trading with Let Me a little bit up here. Finally able to be a little bit more effective in this damage, but RNG are answering back by taking the second turret in this game, and suddenly OMG are losing ground. Very slow and deliberate plays. They seem to be set to collapse onto Icon. He still has no summoner spells from the previous gank. Cleanse is tossed up. There's a depth charge. He is knocked into the heavens. World 6 finds Xiaohu, but he just doesn't have enough damage to burst through that LeBlanc.
And the cocoon doesn't connect, which means that they don't get the shutdown bonus on the LeBlanc. So a huge miss from World 6, and not normally the mechanical play that we see out of it. Taking a look at the bottom play, this is frankly, they know that all of the forces are converging onto the bottom lane. So the Stand United is cancelled from Xiang, which means that the Shin's not down there, which means the Chalia Wall just kind of throws this out as the attempt to save Nami, to put distance as opposed to join the rest of the fight.
SMLZ is trying to force down this bottom tier 1, perhaps at the cost of his life.
That's
Xiaohu
a
and
deep
Ming
teleport.
are down there. There's the teleport you mentioned. They found 5 making his way out as that bottom tier 1 goes down. Arrow onto 5 plus a solar flare. And Ming is set to follow him over the wall with that blast cone. SMLZ makes his way to safety. Xiaohu continues to follow, and MLXG is there. Oh, SMLZ getting a little bit too greedy for the Gromp. Ends up going down in 5, now pinned in between a Nautilus and a Leona. Not a desirable position to be. And trying to give himself up. He's leading them on a very merry chase. He's actually stalling minions. Meanwhile, OMG are pushing top. They were able to take the top tier 1, so it's now even in turrets. Ming is just toying with his food at this point, batting it around like a cat. The mid tier 2 was being pushed, but Icon was able to hold it. He had to burn his flash to do so. 5 is still going.
I don't know if it's Ming who's toying with his food or Nami toying with him.
There he goes. Ming finally gets it. A few limp flops. You can see a huge laugh and smile on his face. And 5, he's got a bit of a smile himself.
He was definitely chuckling. He dodged that Zenith Blade around the corner, turned on a dime.
Yeah. So despite those 2 deaths from OMG, they were able to answer back in turrets. They're still down about 2,700 gold. But this is not looking great for them. Though that certainly stalled out the momentum of any upcoming plays. Seems like they are going to try to catch Xiang up top.
It's pretty much that moment where they start to crack a little bit. You know, RNG, that serious face of like, come on, guys, we can't lose this series. Ming starts giggling a little bit. Ming?
You need to calm down. This is serious mode.
This is serious mode. You flash for that kill if you need to.
It's like when your mom is really angry at you, but then your dad is behind her and he just gives you a little thumbs up and you're like, yes, it was all worth.
I see what kind of parents you have.
Xiang does some good trading with Xiaohu. The turret is defended. He's got a lot of crowd control. He's brought MLXG up there as well. but they can't quite break through that Shen's health pool. Meanwhile, a bit of pressure out of SMLZ in the mid lane.
The scary thing is that they don't see where Icon is, so they know that Talia was looking to rotate up there, which is why they hesitate on diving the Shen, who has his taunt, who has his flash, who has a possible Talia sitting in his back pocket, as well as the Huntsman Spider running around.
Galloping, really.
They literally gallop.
Yeah.
Dom sat down one day and he's like, hey, did you know Huntsman Spiders gallop? Do you know what a spider looks like when it gallops, Dom?
It is amazing. It doesn't actually make... Anyways, that's a story for another time. Mountain Dragon is being taken by RNG. OMG decide to give it up. They've got Scuttle Crab, but a lot of good that's going to do them. As MLXG is just so fast at clearing that out. He's got Hex Drinker Tiamat. Last time I saw this build was when Rusty solo carried me in a solo game. This is very big performance from MLXG on this champion. Much stronger showing than his play on Gragas in game number 1.
And it's a double Mountain Dragon on top of a Blade of the Rune King build from Ashe, which means that early Baron is incredibly possible should RNG get a good fight.
Yeah.
So it becomes that much more important that OMG, they cannot slip up now because the game is, you know, a millisecond away from just cracking wide open.
Oh man, they're actually on the Baron. They've got 5 people here. There are no wards. There's one on the back of the pit from 5. They will spot him over here. Uzi does so much as Xiaohu opts to take a turret shot. They see that Icon's on the bottom side of the map, so the top tier 1 drops. The top minion wave is pushed in. And they continue to focus on this side lane pressure, defending the mid-tier 1 and setting up, but not executing yet.
And here's the thing, they have so much pick potential though. They have the LeBlanc, the Leona, as well as the Ashe. So they've now cleared out all of the vision. They've got push priority in mid and top lane. Someone from OMG is going to screw up, and hopefully it's not World 6.
It looks like it might be Xiong. He's trying to defend 1 versus 5. Finally, SMLZ gets there, but half the health on that tier 2 is worked away by Uzi and the rest of RNG as they get the heck out of dodge. And they still are pulling OMG around the map. Xiaohu has found Icon once again. He's on full split push mode on that Talia. We mentioned how strong the Talia can be when she's ahead. Can she have as much of an impact when she's behind?
If she's fighting in terrain, yes, just because she has so much control over changing the course of fights with her Weaver's Wall, as well as all of the AoE abilities that she has on her kit. Hold on though, here
they
comes
get
the
a
pick.
bubble on the MLXG. Flash Cocoon, do they have enough crowd control to kill him? He's going low, but Flash is kept alive by his Hex Drinker. The arrow still catches SMLZ under his turret. He dies, pinned against the wall as Uzi lines it up and sinks it.
So compensates for the fact that he was whiffing those arrows for the better portion of the front half of this game. Finds one that matters, and they're now setting up to
Weaver's
siege
Wall.
this tower, which Xiaohu's like, nope, not today. We're going to delay this.
Yeah, interesting. I've never actually seen the terrain with a sweeper on top of that. Tiny little rectangles. But they now have gotten onto the tier 2 turret. It will drop despite the bubble from 5. You can see they're already prepping bottom with Let Me, and a quick rotation from RNG looks to crack this open. Xiong is trying to trade by pushing up top. He's got a Tiamat, so he's got pretty fast clear. Actually, excuse me, the Titanic. Though they will be trading 2 turrets for 1 and a kill. And it looks like OMG decides not to force the issue.
Which means that Xiong also needs to back up now because he doesn't know where RNG are. You saw that Uzi made his earlier back. He's now rushing towards the top side of the map. At this point, it's going to be a reset and back to a Baron dance. We're still waiting for that Cloud Drake to spawn. That said, it is Cloud, so we should still be playing towards the top side of the map for the rest of this game.
So Frosco, this is a very different game number 2 compared to game number 1, though we are seeing a similar composition out of RNG, just a little bit more go hard, go in. What is so different? What changed? I mean, SMLZ got the double kills. He had the advantage in lane. They were taking the early Dragon priority from World 6. As 5 looks to be caught, Sonic Wave catches him, and Xiong is able to get there in time to keep him alive.
But it's this guy on your screen that changed. It's Xiaohu. He's having a much better performance into the mid lane, and he's teaming up much better with MLXG. And he's denying a lot of World 6 and Icon. So yeah, SMLZ got the 2 kills. You know, he kind of went even in his lane just because there was so much attention going down to it, but there was no follow-up behind him. He didn't have his jungler, he didn't have his mid laner, and Uzi does.
Yeah. Speaking of follow-up, you can see what it looks like when the rest of your team is right behind you. They get some crowd control into Xiong and immediately force him away, but OMG are able to collapse behind him. The arrow finds Icon. He instantly cleanses, so Uzi is making up for his performance in game number 1 right now.
But that was a lot of big key ultimates used, especially that disengage ultimate from 5 there. They need to tend to their waves, which means that RNG now have priority on where they go next. Do we shove in mid lane? Do we look for another pick in the jungle?
And LXG again gets caught out. This time they do have enough crowd control to kill him.
There's no reason. RNG, that was your play to win. You were supposed to clear out the vision. You were supposed to wait for the arrow or the chains to then punish OMG. And MLXG just like turns the corner blind.
Oh, they've caught World 6 with a huge Zenith blade. They're forcing the fight. There goes the Weaver's Wall to split Ming off from his team. He flashes over, but Xiang locks him down. SLZ is grouped up. It's 5 versus 3 with a Mountain Dragon. Xiang, make up your mind. Baron or fight?
It looks like it's going to be Baron. They don't have MLXG, so there's no smite contest, but they do have a full health tank, and they want to fight.
Yeah, it's down to 4,000. Let me gets in there. Xiao, who gets huge damage onto Icon. Uzi's firing across his. Xiang misses his Shadow Dash. Baron is picked up by OMG. SMLZ's over the wall, trying to fire these shots. Xiang is so low, and Uzi is free firing. There's the Rizal. SMLZ is doing work. He eats another arrow as it comes off cooldown. It's not enough. Finally, he tries to get in there. Xiang keeps him standing, but only just. There's the shutdown onto Uzi. Let me drops. And OMG take the Baron and take the fight at the cost of what?
SMLZ is a god. I don't care what anyone says. He played that fight like a god. Yes, he has a whole team composition that's built behind him. And yes, they are all fighting behind him, you know, making sure that the cooldowns. But just look at his positioning for this. Okay. So you know it's going to be a fight. There's no smite contest from MLXG. World 6 is going to set it up, but it is SMLZ that ends it. Now watch SMLZ in the back right here. He's going to sidestep the first dredge line right there. Letme's like, oh crap, I'm in trouble. Has to flash away. SMLZ then is going to relentless pursuit away, allows the Shin to come in, find the taunt, and then turns it on and cleans up the rest of the fight.
Excellent communication with Xiang in that fight. Huge outplays to keep his team in this, despite being at a deficit. Now it's OMG who can finally start to break down this final Tier 1 turret, and almost opposite as MLXG looks for the insect. There's no flash from SMLZ. The crowd control is enough. He's dead, and Xiang will get one trade in answer, but it's up to Icon to do damage in return. There's no sign of Uzi. The arrow has found Icon. There's the Zenith Blade, plus the depth charge. Xiaohu is doing so much damage, but he flashes away from the ethereal chains. Repel means that World 6 tries to go for the outplay, but gives up his life, and again, an exact duplicate of game 1. The first fist is thrown, and the second one follows.
I am actually angry about how similar that was. Literally game number 1, like you said, RNG, MLXG in particular, messes up, gives away a free Baron. Same thing this time around. MLXG walks around a blind corner, gets picked off, it's a free Baron for OMG. Immediately afterwards, MLXG is like, it's fine, I got this, hold my beer, and then makes mechanical outplay and kills 2 Barons, I believe, possibly 3, not just 2, on OMG. That's frustrating.
Gotcha. The Baron buff. Yep. Huge setup. So that was only 2. That was World 6 and SMLZ. The rest of OMG were able to pull back. They've still got it for 70 seconds.
But why that's important is they still have 3 Barons left, which means that they can impact all 3 lanes with the Baron. Unfortunately, one of them is on the support, so most of the time you want it on the top lane or the mid laner and the jungle. But we'll see how they even this one out.
Yeah. So far, they've got 2 in the mid lane. Icon is split pushing once again. He'll have to answer Xiaohu, who is level 17, 6-0 and 5. That is a really big LeBlanc. As Decoy will spot out 5, World 6, and SMLZ. Sonic Wave. There's the arrow. Oh, that narrowly missed. Even the bubble, just in case there were to be a follow-up. And they keep looking for the plays here, but SMLZ is able to sidestep most of it. Lock into the Iron Solari, soaks that culling, so very effective itemization.
But here's the thing, Xiang still has the Baron buff, and he's in the bottom lane, so this will be a free tower for OMG right about now. So generally and overall, they're still winning.
Yeah. This time, the Baron could actually lead to an advantage. Last time, they were down 700 gold when the Baron wore out. They're already 450 up, plus another 300 from that turret. Uzi, though, looks like he's trying to get in towards the mid lane. Letme's ready to flank.
Deep, deep flanks from 3 members of RNG.
Sonic Wave onto the minions. Xiaohu's trying to corral them, herding OMG into the pen. They're stand united on that priority target. No chances for RNG to get in this.
Oh,
but
no.
the fight is turned. Weaver's Wall has separated MLXG and Ming, but OMG, they get split around the wall. and decide to back away, recognizing how important it is to stay as a collective unit.
Yeah, excellent positioning from Uzi in particular to stand and fight as soon as the wall started separating his team. He said, no, not today. I'm covering everyone's bases.
Huge setup from him, but now this means there are no big neutral objectives to take on the map. It's all about lanes and side control. LME is answering bottom, but there's a huge wave building up top that someone will have to answer. Xiaohu is deep in enemy territory. He's not been spotted out just yet. And the Baron is almost 3 times as effective.
Xiang, though, is definitely in some trouble here. That's MLXG and Xiaohu.
He's 1v2. Do they have enough crowd control? They know he's got no stand united, blocking a few of these hits from the huge damage. Redemption, he gets back into it. It heals him up for 800 health. That buys a lot of time.
Here comes
Shield
his
turns
team.
himself around. They're bringing Ming up there as well, along with Uzi, and Xiang is able to keep himself alive.
Excellent redemption from 5, and both these supports, Ming and 5, we said that this was going to be a game about 80 carries, you know, the big names, SMLZ versus Uzi, but it's really been their partners in crime that have been kind of these slight differences that have turned games.
We're seeing the 80 carries show up huge in fights, and the supports show up huge in skirmishes. Meanwhile, both of the junglers are going toe-to-toe as well. I mean, this is a very even match.
Incredible shot calling, incredible bubbles. Maybe not that tidal wave ultimate, but that's fine. 5, you've been more impressive than that.
It was a zoning ultimate, in case there were anyone else. Xiang finds Xiaohu this time. And despite taking some good burst damage from that Void Staff, he's still relatively safe. Another chain procs. He's bringing Icon up there as well with those Weaver's Wall, but Ming and Uzi are already there to support their mid laner.
Xiaohu's testing his luck a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, he's 6-0-5 right now.
But this is going to be a race of who's actually going to get top first, the rest of OMG or the rest of RNG.
It's a sort of a low risk, potentially high reward. If he can kill that Shen, he could try to get down that top tier 2 with a brief period that opens up. But now it's 60 seconds before Baron spawns, so we see a quick recall out of Icon and Xiang. We're going to see some cycled recalls out of OMG as they get ready for this already. Ming picks up 3 more control wards, restocks his Ruby Sightstone, and starts racing out of the base to head towards that side of the map. But a minute after is Elder Dragon, and we saw how game number 1 went.
The fact that RNG lost with Elder Dragon is actually what's quite impressive. So, again, if this game comes to a single 5v5 versus playing the intelligent game, playing the map, trying to rip OMG around, RNG lost the first game like that. I'd hate to see them make the same mistake. That said, they have a much stronger 5v5 composition this time around, a lot more hard CC, a lot more pick potential. So I like the fact that Ming is already starting to sweep out that Baron, start setting up for Xiaohu, for Ashe to look for those picks. But now they need to be smart about it.
Yes.
Don't just bait into OMG.
You know, it's hard to believe that just a week ago we were saying that the match from RNG versus Invictus Gaming would be the last chance we get to see RNG really tested before playoffs once they got out of cross-conference play.
I don't think anyone ever expected OMG to reach these type of heights. And to be frank, we don't really know where OMG's skill ceiling is even. Like, 5 has vastly improved over this single split. He was not this type of support player. Like, again, the Thresh 1 trick. He's now playing an incredible Nami. You can see him looking for those predicts with the bubbles. SMLZ is a new man reborn. We knew that he was a great gen player, but to see him show up on other champions like the Lucian, to be a hyper carry consistently for his team, and World 6.
Ooh. Looks like OMG are trying to call the bluff, or RNG are calling the bluff. Arrow is fired and it misses Icon. He's able to flash out of the way. As a very fast rotation with Double Mountain gets a lot of chip damage onto that inhibitor turret. Icon sets the wall.
He's got 1.
Ming and MLXG are split from their team, but they both have summoner spells and a path to escape. As they just casually reroute through the jungle, the rest of RNG escorts them to safety.
Also a very nice volley from Uzi. He actually tagged Xiang with the slow, making sure that he wouldn't be in distance to look for the taunt.
Oh, Xiang goes very far forward. Sonic Wave finds 5. He immediately flashes back. That's a fast summoner blown. Solar Flare finds Xiang. They're in the very tight corridor. They've got zone control to back through. If they can pull RNG into the funnel, they can take the fight, but RNG want to fight in the open area.
Yeah, and RNG also want to fight right now because they know that there's no threat at the Weaver's wall, as well as the taunt was just burned. So keeping track of these very vital cooldowns.
Xiaohu finds 5. That support has got nowhere to go. They set up the zone control. SMLZ's firing in the back. He cleanses. He's got Stand United. Clears out Ming. Turns now on to Let Me, continuing to fire these shots. Xiaohu's looking for an opening, but Icon sets up the Unraveled Earth.
But the Ash Hero is back up.
Oh, and it catches Xiang in the front. He's nice and tanky, so we can take a few hits from Uzi, but not too much. They trade supports and disengage.
And that should be it. Again, everyone was just kind of waiting on these big cooldowns. SMLZ, though, still has some fight left in him. But RNG, they knew they could look for the re-engage. Uzi saying my arrow's just about to come back up, so we can wait for this one.
They're now turning on to the Elder Dragon, confident they can take the ensuing fight, but the trade from RNG, they're racing for the Baron teleport even. They're on top of a control ward, and this is going to be the big neutral objectives swapped over. Elder Dragon goes down very quickly.
There is a teleport from Let Me, so he can get there earlier.
He's getting in. Baron is finished off. Xiang's over the wall as teleport is canceled. So, Baron versus Elder Dragon. 1,000 gold between the teams. This game is neck and neck.
But here's my opinion on Baron versus Elder. The thing is you still need to kill structures to win the game, and ultimately, if OMG are just smart, they just wait out Elder. They don't let you fight, and they use the Baron buff to absorb any sort of pressure that the Elder Dragon would apply on the towers. So at this point, if I'm OMG, I would actually just neutralize it, just let it go. The onus is on RNG. They need to make use of the fact that they have the team fight buff and try to find these picks. As long as OMG just don't wander out into the open and eat an Ash Arrow or a chain, they should be okay.
And that's exactly what you're talking about. They've managed to
God.
catch SMLZ. The cleanse flash mid-kick to get away from Xiaohu.
But why are you there? Literally one job. Just hold hands.
He might not have been smart enough to make it to the safety of a library alone, but he's got the mechanical reactions to get back to the classroom on time.
Just stand in your own yard, wave at the neighbors.
Xiaohu's actually teleporting. He's looking for Xiang, who's empowered recalling. He gets onto him before the recall is canceled. The arrow tags him as well. And suddenly Xiang is about to be in a bad spot. Let Me's there. And MLXG is following up as well. Here's the crowd control. Do they have enough to lock him down? They're trading in the mid lane. Xiang will die. But OMG make their way onto the mid-tier 2 to trade their top laner for a turret.
This needs to be a hit and run, though. They need to get out. Xiaohu's actually was looking for the really deep flank, but he recognizes that they're going to cut underneath, so he lets it go. OMG, why?
Ooh, they did break the base at the cost of their top laner, and they've still got 40 seconds before he's back up. So if they can set up these waves and prevent them from getting to the turrets, they might be fine.
Still need to wait out that Elder, however. So you can still see it's pretty hot and viable on RNG.
That's a lot of damage, 180 true damage.
But now they don't have their big tank. Like, that's the thing. RNG's composition has 2 tanks. Has the Nautilus, has the Leona. OMG only have Shin, and he is dead. It makes diving that much more viable, especially when Let Me has Elder and GA.
SMLZ also still doesn't have his flash. He's able to separate the minions from the turret, and despite Xiaohu finding a great position on the flank, there's good zone control to chip away the front line. MLXG so low, and SMLZ pops the GA. A great cleanse gets him out of the arrow. Can they kill this Lee Sin? They can. They managed to defend and get a kill for their efforts.
But that was massive. So RNG, they had the right idea. You could see that Let Me, he was looking for the dive. The problem is that OMG beat them to the punch and start the fight. They are team fighting and skirmishing so well right now. This is one of the best teams, if not the best team in the LPL, and OMG are looking 2-0.
Yeah, they've got Xiang back up. They're not even waiting for him, rushing right back down the mid lane. Elder Dragon is about to fall off, but Baron has a longer duration. They turn onto the inhibitor and break it before RNG can respond. The base has been cracked and the fight has been won for now.
And they're rotating now down to a massive wave building in the bottom side. They still have just the inklings of Baron left on them.
Yeah, just a few seconds. Suddenly that extended buff duration on Icon is paying dividends. They've got the minions onto the turret. Do they have enough to clear it out? The zone control is so excellent from this Talia, and they drop the turret.
And they recognize not to push their luck. This is something that OMG are very good at, and why they've started to make the rise from underdog to dark horse. It's their short-term and long-term goals. OMG are so good at recognizing their win conditions, not so great at executing on it all the time. but you can always see what they're thinking. They knew, we don't have Shin. RNG want to dive. What do we have to do? We have to hit them before they hit us. We know that they're coming. They're out of position. Go.
Huge performance out of OMG in this game as they managed to open up a very slight advantage. Gold doesn't even matter at this point as you take a look at the items. It's all about those big buffs and those big picks. Unraveled Earth might have tried to catch somebody, perhaps Ming out of position, but he's just fine as the red buff is successfully stolen from MLXG and the super minions are pushed all the way back to nearly the inhib line for OMG.
At this point, it's going to be a truce, though. Everyone's just going to gentleman's agreement, shake hands. We're going to wait for Elder. We're going to wait for Baron. The only way this changes is if Xiaohu or Uzi get frisky. Throwing an arrow, catch maybe an SMLZ farming again. We know that he likes to do that. He's like, this is worth my flash and cleanse.
Full items, might as well farm up some more. I could use 8 more Elixirs of Wrath. 3,000 gold is that, Baron. Huge performance from OMG as they're cleaning this game up. It's game number 2, 43.5 minutes in. Despite a very close game number 1, blow for blow brawlers fight. We find ourselves in a very similar situation here in game number 2, and OMG are still coming out ahead.
But here comes the short-term goals again. So the ping goes to the last standing inner tower. One that's much easier to push down because A, it's weaker, it's easier to dive or get behind that tower. You can set up your vision superior about it, as well as the fact that Baron's coming up, so they want to play the top side of the map anyway, as opposed to trying to push in the open bottom inhib. It's this idea of objective identification is what I call it. And this is the right call from OMG, just because there's better objectives on this side of the map at this moment. A lesser team would have tried to storm that bottom inhib.
Oh, the play from MLXG as he looks for SMLZ, but finds himself too far forward. A kick to reset it. Xiaohu tries to flank, but this is exactly the kind of corridor that OMG want to take a fight in. They've killed 1, and now they're chasing onto 2. Cocoon to zone Xiaohu. As that World 6 tries to punish him, Exhaust denies any follow-up despite a great depth charge, and OMG are winning the fight.
But that is GA down for Nautilus, and GA still up and available for Shin. He's going to back, he has teleport, he's going to come in full health with GA, and the potential to dive is massive.
It's 5 versus 4. OMG are on the next inhibitor. There's no defense. Xiang teleports in with full health. The next inhib falls. Still 20 seconds before we get to see MLXG, so a huge numbers advantage. Could they try to end right here and right now, or will they play the intelligent game?
Clean up all of the inhibs. If you get forced out, you can look towards the Baron because you're playing with 3 super creep waves. If RNG make the mistake and overextend, you punish and end the game. It is low risk, high reward to do the play that OMG did. This is guaranteed the next Baron. RNG have 1 play left of them. Steal Baron. That's it.
Well, Spicy Hot Pot. He almost threw game number 1, and then he almost won it. And now he's almost thrown game number 2. The question is, can he win it? Can he turn it around and make up for his mistakes? RNG are rushing the pit.
They are going to try to burn this as quickly as possible. This is going to be a 50-50 smite.
Xiang is there. World 6 is over the wall. He's made it there in time. And Xiang walks in 1 versus 5. Tidal Wave has found them. Weaver's Wall has separated RNG. Ming is dead before getting to use a single ability. Let Me uses a few dance moves on the side of the wall, but he is pinned and locked down. Xiaohu again flanks, but SMLZ instant cleanses, flashes onto Uzi to force him back. They are chasing this one down. OMG slowly and methodically are tearing RNG apart. Xiaohu is unable to break through the rock wall, the dividing force of OMG. They pop the GA teleport from Let Me. Not entirely sure he wanted to do that because now they're just going to chase him down. They continue to follow forward. Let Me is running out of health, and RNG are running out of time. The fans in the stadium have got to be screaming out in terror as one of the best teams in the league is about to lose to OMG. They are about to demonstrate that they are the superior all-Chinese roster. Dropping Nexus turret number 1, Xiaohu looks for the play, but SMLZ is untouched. He's got his eyes on the prize. He says, take that, Uzi, as he takes the series 2-0 over RNG.
The superior Chinese kings have spoken. In week 9 of the LPL, with nothing to lose for RNG, they fall 2-0. That one is got to feel sweet.
Oh, yeah. That one's for SMLZ.
That one's for OMG. This organization, at every turn in their history, have been put down specifically by Uzi as a player, even when he was on their own roster.
Huge performance from them in this game as they shake hands with their opponents. Now stepping forward, they have locked themselves into second place with this win. This will guarantee them at least fourth place.
They have locked themselves into playoffs with this win. Now, like you said, their seed is not locked. They're currently sitting in second. But boy, does it feel good. And you can see it on Icon's face.
Big smile from him. Now somebody else who hopefully has a big smile who can help us break down this match is Rusty. Welcome back.
Absolutely do not have a smile, or I wouldn't be able to talk and smile at the same time, Dom. It's actually impossible. So, no, that was a very good performance from OMG. Not from the start of the game, interestingly enough, though. They actually executed mid to late game better than RNG did. Barring individual mistakes, which were ripe on both of these teams, you can see that reflected through the gold values as the game went. OMG, they showed that they are actually the better team on the day in a best of series, as they are more consistently performing. And that's against the #1 team in their own group.
Huge performance from them. You can see the swing in gold overall. Taking this against, as you said, the #1 team in the group. A contender for the best in the league for the LPL. Suddenly OMG, are they moving up past Dark Horse? What is the next evolution from that?
As long as they can stay consistent, then it becomes one of the elite teams. I'm still going to say that they're a dark horse. We haven't seen this type of consistency from them until very late in the season. It's still only week 9 that they've started to peak.
I would say the evolution of Dark Horse becomes contender, and that is the best that I'm willing to give them at the moment, but that is definitely the performance of a contending team towards at least winning their group.
Absolutely. Huge performance from them overall. You saw even in the damage, the fact that Xiaohu and Uzi outdamaged everyone, including SMLZ, but just intelligent play, not letting themselves get pulled apart during that mid-game, not letting themselves fall behind from the early laning aggression of RNG.
And it was really making more cautious plays in response to the mistakes that RNG were making. Again, it was MLXG that was caught out at a very pivotal point. It led to a free Baron from OMG, and it's just kind of that question mark where you scratch your head, you're like, what are you doing, MLXG? But then when it comes to OMG, you know, they don't overreach like RNG did.
Yeah.
They look to clean out all of the inhibitors and then fall back onto the Baron. They don't try to overextend or overreach and have their hand caught in the cookie jar.
Yeah, the thing is, Xiang overextended about 17 times.
Yeah.
So whilst they don't do it on the more important members of the team...
But he's the Shen.
Exactly. The Shen is the person who's getting caught out, and he's got the support of a random redemption from 5,000 units away to help him as they do collapse. He's tanky enough, and because LeBlanc doesn't have the capabilities to kill him, Xiaohu was 7-0-6 as they were about to lose the game. Like, that guy didn't even die in a loss that he should have won, him individually as a performer. He couldn't kill the Shen, so no one was going to kill the Shen. And plain and simple, they can afford to overextend with him and just capitalize elsewhere on the map, which is what they did. They were trading really well.
Yeah, and this is something that we mentioned a little bit early on, that sort of pick priority for RNG coming into this matchup to set themselves up for an advantage. They were still able to come up with a very strong composition. I mean, this is the first time Ming has lost on Leona. That record has now been tarnished. Huge performance.
A little bit. It's like 86% still, so I'll give you that. But
Yeah.
yeah, no longer undefeated. You're absolutely right. And the interesting part about this as well is RNG had a lead in game number 2. They were actually up quite well, and that's because 2 of their champions actually had R keys that do damage. So the second they get those, they're able to use their mid laner and their jungler as pivot points, where Talia and Elise are more about controlling the pace of the map or setting up vision to lock people out of fight so that they can do more. RNG are able to then skirmish and out-skirmish OMG. But the biggest thing is the one fight that happens around the Baron pit. I know that Frosker and you are hyping up SMLZ's performance when it comes to all of this, and of course remember that the jungler gets picked off to start it. The big proponent of this to me, whilst it was SMLZ, he positions incredibly well to be aggressive. It actually all comes back to Xiang, in my opinion. Firstly, hits the taunt that kills MLXG, hits a follow-up taunt that kills Ming, and then he holds the W, right? So Uzi's hitting him constantly, misses the taunt, does not matter. He will take all of the damage. He is the tank. That means Uzi's not hitting his team. Still hasn't used W. Not until it matters and he has a team to protect at the same time. Just like that, SMLZ caught out of position. Xiang moves to the back of the pit now that he's low and ults SMLZ. That's what keeps him alive and allows him to continue to go forward. So yes, SMLZ is doing all of this damage, but Xiang actually stands out to me as one of the best performing players in team fights as a Shen, which is meant to be a split pusher that just comes in to help.
Yeah, MVP, though, is going to go to the support who helped set him up. Involved in every single one of his team kills at 04 and 14. It's 5.
And from a Thresh 1 trick to an MVP-worthy support here against RNG, 5 has made a complete turnaround on his career. This is a no-name player. No one knew what to expect from this squad.
Break it down, Frosco.
Yeah, he breaks his ankles, takes a left turn, dodges the Zenith Blade, then he's going to take him on a wild ride. Meanwhile, they do trade his life for the top-tier tower. That's gone down about 40 seconds ago.
Ming's losing his mind down in the bottom corner. Even 5 was smirking.
Yeah.
It was really the mind games there. He, like, broke Ming. He's like, we got him, coach.
And I think that's something that you mentioned. Like, the veneer started to crack. RNG, they looked so strong for the first 20 minutes, but that play, could that have been the catalyst, perhaps, to get RNG into that sort of mind state? To have a little bit more fun?
I mean, having fun's the basis of being able to win in League of Legends, firstly. So,
Sure.
yeah, that would have helped them a little bit, but nobody was in a different mental state I think,
Sure.
from that particular instance.
Yeah. But again, a great performance from 5, a great performance from OMG overall. And as we said, this now puts them in playoffs for their group. They have secured that second playoff spot, which is excellent for them. Speaking to their opponents, though, RNG. This is now the third team we've seen them lose to. IMay, WE, and OMG. They've still got one more game next week where they are playing up against IMay once again. Do they need to take this seriously at this point?
Do you know what all those teams have in common? They're really good at 5v5ing. If you're going to talk about, like, the big brawling, like, team 5v5 teams in the LPL, WE, IMay, and OMG are all going to be kind of your brawler group. And I actually think it really exposes Letme in particular and his ability to flank appropriately, to engage appropriately. We've seen this time and time again with RNG. Like, they put him on Nautilus, but he doesn't quite look for the engages at the right times that they need. And that when RNG do fall behind, Letme can't figure it out to be that low econ tank to kind of change gears. When he's on the Kled, when he's charging forward, when they're ahead, he looks incredible.
Yeah.
But when playing from behind, they start to fumble a little bit. And I think this actually really kind of exposes stylistically a problem with RNG.
Yeah, which is curious because, game 1, the Nam made a lot of sense into what he wants to do if he's losing, back forwards, team fighting type of champion. Letme, when he plays the Nautilus, you would expect a very similar thing, just soak a lot of damage, be a tank, be able to engage for your team or disrupt the Lucian, who is a low-ranged AD carry. We have seen so many ADs that are the star carries of their teams lose to just Nautilus or a Maokai because they can prevent you from doing damage. SMLZ unrelenting in the fact that he's able to persevere through it and actually dodge hooks. So credit to SMLZ, but Letme just didn't really get enough done for his team.
Yeah.
Where it felt like Xiang was doing more, and if Xiang's doing more than you are, generally you're not doing enough. Because Xiang is the baseline. He is your solid player.
I mean, that's something that we can speak to RNG as a whole about. The fact that all of these players are expected to show up. Of course, Ming has been huge. Uzi almost always shows up, and if he doesn't, it's because he's showing up a little bit too much and he gets too aggressive. Xiaohu had a huge performance. MLXG was a star in the early game for this one, completely making up for his performance in game number 1, but then he proceeded to get caught time and time again. So perhaps this could be an opportunity for Amazing J looking into that next matchup of RNG and IMay next week.
Yeah. I mean, it's always possible that when you highlight, a carry in the top lane, they're able to do enough work for their team. For me, if we're looking at MLXG getting caught out of position all the time, this is much more simplistic towards what RNG need to do to fix that. And that's just have MLXG work with his team. It feels like, they saw the coach coming out with him at the start of game 2, telling him all these things. He picks an aggressive champion, and he's doing a lot of hero plays by himself. Even when he was kicking SMLZ, botched the kick perhaps, but he was by himself doing the kick, relying on a teleport to come in. The teleport wasn't early. And so I'm not sure if it's MLXG and his communication or if he's on a different wavelength to that of the rest of his team. But it definitely feels like he was the member, honestly, that got exposed a little bit alongside their top lane.
Could certainly be some trouble. I mean, we love talking about that sort of mid-jungle synergy, that top jungle synergy with how important junglers are here in the LPL meta. And sort of speaking to that World 6, great performance. Looked a little shaky in the beginning of game number 1. He still got first blood, was caught out a little bit invading.
It just speaks to the strength of LPL junglers in general. You ask World 6s 9 times out of 10, no one outside of like hardcore LPL viewers will be able to tell you. But World 6 just took down MLXG and everyone knows that name. There are no bad junglers in the LPL.
Yeah, huge performance from him, of course, and a huge performance from OMG in taking that set. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next match between Invictus Gaming and Snake.
酒桶过来了，酒桶过来了，这一波大树要回家，大树有 TP，
对，但是后面有没有眼位？后面眼位还挺不错的。这边如果打起来的话，大树有一个很好的 TP 眼位，
很好的位置，
但这边
大招
封住了。哇，这边的话其实不用杀人，就直接拿塔就行了。哎，这边还有2个人
秒了，秒了！哇，这一波大招放的太好了。
果然是来针对这个 Duke，
Duke 这波垫的很漂亮，塔伤把 Revive 给杀掉，而且 Gingu 现在是热能是只能用一个 Q 技能回烧，最后 Duke 2下普 A 带走 double kill。
哎，他有个红哎，这还会有个红啊，
被晕住了，但是哎，这个
反向火箭
打回来直接打死了，闪现没有躲掉这一下伤害，下一个一技能感觉要杀掉啊，一个人单杀了对面的艾希，这一波打出一个3环加速，水炮被一个一技能躲掉。
没了，哇，还有30秒钟，这里一个 QQ 到举兵了，大招炸回来了，秒掉了！哇 ，Crystal 这个水炮，而且回身一套圣江洗礼是灌掉了辛德拉的人头。
圣江哥在前面继续留人，
还在留，撒乌 K 这边跑快，但是跑不掉，虚弱到金凤这边金身烤火拖时间，但是起来之后还是要被收。
这边直接跳过来打到了激进，先打一套分级。这个话1D刮了一个刀，打残了之后的话，新团过来 W 没有推到，回头一个一拳是打断了龙的翼。那这一波小虎能不能跑掉？差的一发普攻往后一个闪现，先是秒掉了蜘蛛之后的话，3个人全是残血，又在踩了一个夹子往后溢过来之后，龙这边也是跑不掉了。
就是又是上墙壁上来，然后想要打断你们。
哦，一个 Q 闪过来直接收掉了，溢过来的同时的话，这边已经追不到绿姐了，直接打歪一个破败吸口，2发普攻直接收掉，拿到了双杀。 这波还想再杀吗？一队后在等一个1+W 的机会。这边弹过来之后的话，一个近身，这边的话辅助过来给了一个盾，最后是全部死掉了，团灭 S 一波。
可能以后这也是为什么你先来看一下塔下这一波爆掉了3个，哇，男枪最肥的卢锡安直接把男枪给终结掉，而且鲁乔这边吃到了 Key 的以及圣江奇的伤害。 这里的话，看蜘蛛的出现速度了，蜘蛛来了，连炫也来了，这波不好说 ，W 要反打了，
炸开2人，蜘蛛过来一发 W 技能，这边夕阳
要反打了，夕阳那边怎么说？夕阳没有大招的，
交闪了，但这里面封住了，
这边抬了过来，夕阳那边反正捆了一下，能不能换掉一个？没有换掉，蜘蛛这边掉起来，救线还是没有死，抓了个闪现，蜘蛛这边又烧了个闪现，哇，我的这边很尴尬，
踢得很漂亮，
这边要被粘住了，这边严选疯狂的 Q， 这边又踹过来，哇，这边3个闪现，莫德六这边又被捆了一下，这一波打了个0换3
，W 这一波细节太好了，捆住防守。
那这波可能命要进去了 ，SB 直接是一个一闪进去，先是开到了1队后，发了一个大招拉到了3个人。这边的话，1队后回头的话也被录了一个大招弹起，又在后面疯狂输出，又是一剑直接点死了维克多。哇，这样的话，本季还有一丝血，这个龙可能会落入到安基的手中啊。这边的话，酒桶。 不，这边的话，鳄鱼想要切死这个蜘蛛，但是的话，最后还是在春哥起来之后，一丝血的蜘蛛配合 AD 收掉这个鳄鱼人头。看这边酒桶能不能够抢龙，一个 EQ 下去，但是的话下去慢了。
再来上路抓一波蒂娜，可成功吗？可以反套了一个大招以后，伤害被虚弱给限制，但是上来这个1防3，杰拉击飞了 Scar 这波被小鱼人再次进场，犄角后面给点掉 ，Miko 这边也是走不掉的，双杀拿到手以后，而蒂娜再往前拿下一个人头。 好，这波是在野区里面，
哎，这个想抓一下，直接开了疾跑，
一技能推到净化解掉，由卢比给自己一个救赎之光下来，卢比还没有死，海浪到来，哇 ，Duke 这时候进场直接正面先把 Republic 给收掉，Gingu 的金身被逼掉了，闪现躲过娜美的一个水炮，后方 Rookie 还没有走远，又是一个 Q 技能打到了 West，Duke 的一个飓风剑打出了很不错的一个效果，小鱼很生气，下方闪现一个1技能，终于是把这个 Rookie 给收掉了，但是卢锡安也在正面战场拿下了一个 double kill。
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL. We're gearing up for our next game of the day, which will be IG versus Snake. And I'm wondering if you heard what I said in the commercial, maybe not. My name is Richard Paul Scam. I'm joined by my analysts once more, Fruskiran and Rusty. Fruskiran, your hair's changed since I last saw you, and that was like less than 24 hours ago, so...
Yeah, I did it last night.
That's fast turnaround.
Yeah.
Looks nice. I like it with the waistcoat. It's very cool. But moving on to this matchup, Invictus Gaming versus Snake. We haven't seen Invictus Gaming just yet. We did say yesterday this is a team that we feel maybe could be exploited if they are like the team who is prepping going into like playoffs versus other teams who are prepping, right? So now we kind of get to see a little bit of that as all their preparation has just been for Snake today.
And you'd have to expect that they are mostly prepared for a matchup against Snake. We've seen very defined positives and very defined negatives towards this team, just as much as IG has of themselves. And really, if you're only preparing for one team, it's pretty simple to take out Snake. You just cut them off in the mid-game and they don't know what to do.
Yeah, but the scary thing is which iteration of Snake are you preparing for? Like, I agree that they kind of both have the same problems, a weak mid-game, poor late-game decision-making, although one iteration of Snake is significantly better at that, and it's the iteration with Tank starting in the mid lane. Unfortunately for Snake fans, Zatai is starting today, so hopefully, you know, they've been in the background, screaming it out, finding some sort of problem, and OQ and Zatai come out stronger than ever, but the last time that we saw them, it didn't look great on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have insight into Snake's preparation, right, but we did see them against RNG earlier in the week, and it was RNG toying with Snake. They moved in Tank, they moved in Zatai, zero effect. So I want to say that if I'm Snake, I was fully preparing for the game that we can look to win this week, which would be IG, which is very important, as IMay also play later today, and they are vying over that spot. So important for them to win this game. I want to see all of that preparation come here. I want to see that from Pixelband. I want to see it from the very start.
Yeah, the battle for 4th place heats up if Snake do actually get anything in this series at all. Not just a map win, but the whole set win makes IMay's life incredibly difficult pushing towards that last spot. And you would imagine that Snake are prepared quite heavily for this one. Against RNG, you just take it as it comes. Perhaps you can get a cheeky win on them, and that's fantastic, but this one's far more valuable.
And on the other side of that, you know, even if we're just looking at that 4th place race between IMay and Snake, there's also that 3rd and 2nd place race between OMG and IG, with OMG kind of throwing down the gauntlet to IG and taking down RNG, guaranteeing their spot in playoffs. Their seed still isn't locked. and it's a weighted gauntlet. So the difference between 3rd and 4th is still massive. Like, that's a whole nother best of 5 that you have to go through to get closer to that final spot.
Yeah, very big for the teams. As we head into today's games, though, specifically with IG and Snake, do you still weight it to IG just because of past performances? Because Snake have still looked
Questionable?
Yeah, questionable is the right word.
I think you have to weight it towards IG in most instances, just from the players that they have flanking their team. Their bottom lane looks a lot better and very much self-sustaining by themselves. You've got strong laners in Duke and Rookie, and then Kid's just a pivot point between both top and mid, between Duke and Rookie. Like, there's not many places that he can make a mistake when he's got the safe hands around him. So when you look at IG, you contrast that to Snake. SOFM's always running into a risky predicament. His lanes aren't always going to be winning. IG have a much better advantage through their jungle, which means their early game's good, which is where Snake are meant to be strong. So, like, as an actual style matchup, I would say that IG come into this with the favorable advantage.
And they've really clear-cut win conditions. You know, this is the Duke and Rookie backpack. Just pull all your arms into the roller coaster at all times, buckle up, and just hang on for the ride. And Rookie and Duke will do all of the hard lifting for you. You just need to be that supportive staff. Whereas Snake, I don't even think they know what their win conditions are. The fact that they keep changing their roster up, you know, week after week, that they keep trying to attack at different iterations of the game. Are we an early game team? Do we 5v5? Are we about trading? Are we about the jungler? Maybe the mid lane? It's just so less clear.
The problems have arisen though for IG when specifically Kid has been picking up the kills. It's almost like a bad omen when he gets the first 2 kills because he's like, it's not even a flip-flop, it's like a 10-90 on whether he carries the game by himself, but he is looking to facilitate those laners, as you said, Frascurin, Duke, Kid, and Rookie, those the kind of trifecta up there. Meanwhile, Marge and Megan in that bottom lane still.
There has been games, though, where Kid looks fantastic if he does get the lead through jungling specifically. So when they played against IMay, he invaded flawless and hard carried the game pretty much by himself.
But that's the 10 I'm referring to. Maybe he increases that percentage, Rusty, and he has a chance to do that today. But he's facing down Snakes, Flandre in the top lane, SOFM, Zatai, OQ, and Crystal.
And while I agree with you, Rusty, like, stylistically this is a pretty interesting matchup, theoretically Snake should be able to match where IG are strong. You have 2 good mid laners between Rookie and Zatai. You have SOFM, who clearly should outclass Kid, and you have Flandre, who's actually performing against Duke. It's just unfortunate that none of those pieces are working together as well as Duke, Rookie, and Kid are.
Yeah, similar questions for both teams though as we head into this one, but still IG have the slight advantage, maybe just slightly outclassing those lanes as well, especially when you look towards Duke. Flandre has been his own worst enemy, I would say, and that's been getting progressively worse as the split has gone on. We did question him at the same time when we were questioning SOFM when he had his whole moving to support ordeal, but Flandre's teleports have getting slower and slower, and I don't know what's going on with him.
And that's why the one time Snake looked fantastic, Flandre was playing Gangplank. You don't need to teleport, then you can just use your R key and everything's going to be right as rain. However, yeah, he's definitely one of the features of this team that can also be exposed quite simply. When you add Zatai and OQ to this mix, I look at this Snake roster and I say it's not the same iteration that'll be able to keep up with IG. If you expect Snake to do well in laning phase, that's fine. It's harder to do now, though, because they're missing their team fighting strength.
That feel when the most consistent member of your team is Crystal in support.
SOFM is returning to form. I will say that.
Returning to form. I still wouldn't say he's as consistent as Crystal.
His early game, though, is pretty mint, like, to make a pun. It's just about converting that early game that SOFM sets you up towards that mid game. And the Band-Aid previously was having someone like Tank on the roster who seemed to be the one guy that's like, okay, guys, stop messing around. We're making the play right now. Without Tank, you have Zatai, so the possibility of playing side lanes opens up a lot more for Snake, but that's so much harder to execute on.
It opens up a different can of worms for Snake and for Invictus Gaming to deal with, right? Rookie has been playing his fair share of assassins. He's very capable on literally any mid lane champion under the sun, so he can pick that into Zatai perfectly fine. It's just that Tank likes to play a Lissandra where he will side lane, but then he'll teleport in, whereas Zatai just stays there.
The scary thing for me, though, specifically with Rookie, is the popularity of Taliyah and the importance of Taliyah right now for the LPL. And Rookie is like the OG Taliyah player. He was the first guy to bring it into the LPL. He was the first guy to perfect it. And we've seen Taliyah's running rampant across the Rift.
It's true. We need to see that evolution from him, though, because while he was the first to bring it, he was also the first to lose with it. So
A lot.
a lot,
My
right?
favorite one is when he rode the Weaver's Wall into 3 people, jumped off, and died. Like,
Yeah.
rookie.
Yeah, you got him. Because I know he did very specific things with his runes and masteries compared to the other players of Talia. But
Ew.
he was the OG, so he's had more time with it, technically, quote unquote.
That was Xiao Xiao and PDD on the caster desk.
This is an April
What?
Fool's. What the heck?
Nope, they were announced to come back and cast League of Legends again with the LPL.
That's pretty cool. Well, you're stuck with us, unfortunately. And we'll be moving into IG and Snake now. 7-6 for IG and 5-8 for Snake, but it means more for IMay, who will be playing later today against the LPL punching bag LGD. And bans coming in here, so it will be Lee Sin, Graves, and Camille, so double jungle bans from IG towards SOFM. And Gragas and Jace as well will also slightly hit that jungle pool from Gid.
And we're yet to see many teams at all actually get rid of Lulu, which I still think we will start seeing eventually. And it's simply because Karma crops up. So the one time you do see Lulu bans is when Karma is the highest priority. Right now, everybody's just banning junglers, and it makes a lot of sense, especially for IG, to take them away from the star player that is SOFM.
Rango will round out the bans there from Snake, and Camille will be the final one from IG. That means on the side of Invictus Gaming, they will priority pick the Elise for Kid. Meanwhile, Ash insta-locked for Snake to OQ.
Yeah, and you'd expect the Lulu with it. Ash Lulu is a very potent lane, especially with Blade of the Wrong King users, just Lulu in general, and Ash is going to be one of those. What I am curious about here is that Snake banned Rengar so that Kid can't have it, and then they pick the Elise on the side of IG. Now that's expected, which is why I was wondering where they would go with their actual draft here. They didn't need to go Kha'Zix, but they don't want to reveal anything yet.
Yeah, Kha'Zix comes in here, so both junglers locked in.
And that's okay, you can pick Kha'Zix, but I would have picked it third. Because right now, IG have the choice of supports, whatever they would prefer to have. I know that Nami's being picked as a high priority, but Lulu, we already mentioned, this still exists.
Yeah. Well, there's the ADC, so it's still not a far cry or a far shot from us seeing a support pickup here. And the hover is indeed Lulu, which does work with Lucian.
Yep. And this is very much expected. At least a support to be picked that they would very much prefer for themselves. We have seen mid laners locked in third here and there with certain sparing teams, but it's rookie, and IG would not do that.
Yeah. And now to Snake, if they do want to support, the pool is going to be hit. But there are multiple picks that do well into Lulu that are still available, though they may want to prioritize a pick like Karma right now before IG starts to look towards that pool. And in fact, they are saying hello to Nami, who will be locked in for Crystal.
Yep, so Nami again taking the sustain route instead of matching perhaps the pushing and the damage that can come out of them. Lucian's not the biggest pushing champion. Lulu will be the one that compensates for that quite well, and Ash will be able to match the Lulu's pushing anyway. So supports were the biggest deal there, and you would say the trading from Snake in the 2v2 will be reasonably equal. So they're okay down there in the bottom lane. Jungle matchup is slightly Elise favored if she gets the jump, because the Spiderlings prevent isolated damage naturally as we move into the second ban phase, or lack thereof.
Indeed.
I mean, you guys suck at banning today.
And Snake, no ban apparently from them. Over to Invictus Gaming now. Let's see what they'll look towards. So it has been bot lane and jungle, so it is those solo lanes that IG want to target. Rumble is the ban out towards top lane from Flandre, and now back over to Snake.
Yeah, so banning away the Rumble. There are still a lot of champions up there for Flandre to play, but Rumble's just the best all-rounder that does extremely well into tanks above all else, which you would expect Duke may be looking towards then. However, he is a fantastic split push and carry champion player.
He is, and no doubt IG will put him on Maokai again. Next ban was Orianna from Snake towards Rookie, and the final ban now from IG. It will be Kennen towards Flandre, so they are really setting up Duke for success.
And maybe they are thinking about the Gangplank as something that Flandre will be playing, and they're looking to pick into that accordingly. But, you know, by banning away Rumble and Kennen and leaving open a champion like a Fizz, you still run into some troubles.
A Fizz was basically locked in as soon as the Ignite and Teleport was locked in by Flandre. He was like, yeah, just give me the Fizz. I'll take that one to the bank. And IG now will have to figure out what they want to pick up against it, as both of these picks will come in this rotation on blue side.
You can't pick the Gragas into it. The Maokai loses trades heavily. Nautilus is your best bet for tanks in the top lane. Shen also makes sense with the W. You can actually time the windows for trading well.
Yep, Shen does work. And Duke is also able to trade against those split pushers, so it does make a lot of sense here. Now IG, next pick will be their mid laner for Rookie. And he doesn't get the kind of pick, unfortunately, but there's the Talia that we were all considering could be a pick for him, as he was the first one to pick it in the LPL.
Yep, Frosco mentioned it. Not a surprise that he locks that one in. We didn't even talk about what Rookie was going to pick mid, because you'd expect it's Talia now, unless they see a Talia on the enemy team, and he may well pick a Talon or something like that into it. As we look for a counter pick for Zatai, remember he's a very good assassin-style player. So LeBlanc, Talon, Ari is an example that works in a similar way, that can deal with not only just the Talia's potential damage, you can dodge the seismic shove, and you can try and keep up with wave clear.
And out of those three, it will be Ari in the end to Zatai to face down Rookie's Talia. So we have the full compositions now. It will be Fizz in that top lane, Kha'Zix, Ari, Ashe, and Nami over to Snake here.
There is a big thing that you have to look at with Snake, and that is their amount of single target damage that they will have. And the funny thing about all of that is it's single target, but it's a very convoluted statement to describe it, because the Fizzfish can hit multiple people, Kha'Zix can burst someone, but he can also hit AoE. And Ari's charm will hit one person, but everything else can potentially find multiple people as well. So it's an interesting team composition, actually, that comes out of Snake. It is pick-focused and very much trying to find vision into picks, heavy type of team comp. But they can absolutely dismantle you if they have a numbers advantage afterwards with a subsequent team fight.
Yeah, on the opposite side, we've got these kind of semi-globals paired with actual globals, Shen and Talia. So you expect to see a lot of roaming around the map as soon as those solo laners do hit those level 6 marks and look to kind of propel themselves ahead in these skirmishes. So yeah, it just looks like post 6 we're in a skirmish-heavy game here, Rusty.
Yeah, absolutely. The second Lulu and Lucian are unlocked to do anything as well, there's a chance that they just start running rampant. Not a lot's going to be able to kill that Lucian with a Shen protecting him from the sides as well. So you're right, level 6 will be a very big deal. But before level 6, you actually have to look towards the Elise. Like, can they get that gank off? Can she outpath the Kha'Zix? It's SOFM, so for Kid to be able to do that requires nothing short of some pre-planning, forethought, all put into one word apparently.
As soon as you said 4, I was like, where's he going with this? Okay, planning, that works for me. We're taking the big yawn right now. Invictus Gaming are very chilled out. All right.
Placid? Yeah, he's
okay.
Reserved.
I couldn't tell if you said F or P, so. And
it was the letter P, Pulse.
Snake look a little bit more focused. I mean, IG do have that like 1-2 game buffer between them, so.
Yeah, IG are pretty much set. They want to beat out Snake now to kind of cement their position towards the top of the playoffs rankings. The higher up you are, the better. As you can see, a PDD sign. It's very rare you actually see casters getting signs, but he's also a famous owner of a team and above all else, a former pro player.
And also, yeah, just kind of famous in his own right. Yeah. Everyone knows PDD. He's up there casting today. But this is one time in the sunshine. After this, it's just you're just a caster now. So these signs are for the players. We have the full compositions once more on your screen as we head onto the rift for IG and Snake, looking to fire back after their disappointing performance earlier in the week. But you cannot say too much when they were facing down the top of the table, RNG. And IG, let's see if their preparation has paid off, as this is the only game that they had to prepare for in week 9.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the ball is in IG's court. Are they actually able to get the jump early? The draft doesn't indicate that they've done anything flashy. There's nothing crazy about it. And right now you do look towards that level 1 once again, and what can they get done? From the looks of it, IG were considering a blue buff start, which is very different. You know, most of the time teams will go towards their Raptors, move that around and try and get the extra level 3. So maybe Duke's just going to take some damage and feign that it's a blue start after all.
Or maybe he'll take it.
I actually don't know if he'd be able to take a blue buff, even though he's tanky.
You get extra damage against monsters with Shen's Q. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Most people don't know that because you don't see Shen jungle, but you do get it, so it is possible.
Now, SOFM is doing this solo. That's a bit mean from Flandre. I don't know if I agree with that.
Where's the Q? Where's an Orb of Deception?
That means that he's going to be quite low. You can already see.
Yeah, man.
Bit under half. Red buff does a lot of damage, so he has to immediately use those potions. He may have to smite the red buff now as a result of the damage that it'll do. Means there'll be no invades if he does actually smite that buff.
Is that just a matter of trying to hide where SOFM is starting from the side of Snake? Because I don't see any other reason why you wouldn't at least throw a Q in there if you're Ari.
Yeah, absolutely. Ari throwing the Q would be seen by Rookie. Not just that, if Flandre comes to lane missing health, then it could indicate where he started. So there's a chance they're trying to hide SOFM's jungle passing, but he's doing a standard clear, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference at all. Because right now both junglers just doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, SOFM of course just behind a couple hundred HP, just because of his initial start.
I think the biggest difference is actually going to be when they recall and when they gank. Never mind. Vision has been spotted. That was very good from Flandre.
Yeah.
What we expect now, though, is Kid can do his Scuttle Crab. He can then choose to either recall or gank, but he's got the Raptors still up. He did Wolves, whereas SOFM did Raptors and wants to stay bottom side. And that's the point that I'm trying to get to. They want to be both bottom side. They're both looking towards this area, and they're going to meet each other.
Yeah, SOFM's onto this camp, but he knew Kid was jumping away.
Ooh, man.
Cocoon was literally inches away. But SOFM will get out, and it's a flash down for Kids. So very good for SOFM to start off the game, knowing that Elise does not have that summoner now. Meanwhile, Crystal getting blasted by Marge. She's going to have to flash away. OQ even had to burn the heal off the back of that.
So that was good from IG because they had the smallest of windows to fight the Nami. They can't chase and look for a kill simply because there is a million minions now about to crash onto their turret. So IG with a disadvantage in the bottom lane, play around that nicely enough to get 3 summoner spells out of the bottom lane of Snake, which unlocks Kid to gank, which is, as you can see, immediately wards have to be placed down to prevent that. However, the mid lane of IG is pushing, which is why you can't see SOFM just freely go in and invade the Raptors like he wanted to do, and it's also why I dislike that he chose to invade there. He should have just went to his Wolves, set the tempo up a bit better for himself with gold income, and then come back and gank towards top side, which is what Kid's doing.
Yeah. Well, we know that SOFM has a bizarre obsession with those raptors.
Man loves his chicken.
It is a raptor fetish, I guess. And top lane, Duke was looking to set up that gank with Kid, but it is Fizz at the end of the day, so if he doesn't use E, you're not going to get that gank to happen. And even then, he is a slippery fish with Urchin Strike. Bot lane is still trading away, but it is mostly even. There is a slight CS advantage to OQ. We're looking towards this mid lane now, where SOFM is setting up in his side bush. The spells have been used by Rookie, but he's going to kite down. A flash, an instant cleanse out from Rookie, plus the flash will get him out of dodge.
And you have to wonder if Zatai was aware that he had cleanse or not, as top lane's trading pretty heavily. Shouldn't be a kill.
Duke is handing it to Flandre, though.
Kid's also level 3, so he's super far behind. This gank is more time spent and wasted. As meanwhile, bottom.
Let's see how clean this is from SOFM and the rest of Snake. Marge is dropping low, needs one more auto attack. He finds one in return. It's a 1 for 2 in the end, over to Snake.
You can't complain from the Lucian there, being able to pick up a kill. Did have to blow summoners. Kid still does not know the meaning of getting experience and doing camps, wasting more time. Whereas SOFM's getting things done on the flip side of the map. So well done from Snake, upsetting the balance, utilizing a winning lane to garner a bigger advantage around their jungler.
Nice heads up ward there from Flandre. Will spot out Kid. He will not get the entirety of this camp. And that was maybe 60 gold down the drain, the fact that he didn't finish that. We're looking towards mid lane now as Rookie under attack. He's got no summoners. Flash from SOFM, unseen threat. And the rest of these auto attacks should be enough to finish him off. Kid will find him, but the combo is not going to happen. He's also out of mana, and swapping to Spider Form would not be advised. So another kill to Snake. Third one of the game, this time to SOFM.
And you can see what Rookie is thinking. There's no way that a Kha'Zix who's just lost all of his health down bot lane is going to come mid and gank me, especially when I've just sent Ari to base. So he uses all of his mana to actually clear the minion wave, but that's the opposite of what he should have done because he had no summoner spells. The gank opportunity was definitely present for SOFM, and he's an opportunistic guy. He does the unexpected. It may not have been expected, but it works. And so he kills Rookie.
This is just one of those games, man, where SOFM gets the early kills, and it's one of the ones where he can just pop off and just win the game for Snake pretty much by himself, as long as the rest of the team transition to the mid game with him, basically carrying on to his, or holding on his coattails at this point in the game. But Kid, he's behind. He kind of went for the risky play of continuously looking for ganks. Curiously enough, onto Flandre, who is on Fizz, who is notorious as a champion to be almost impossible to gank.
Yeah.
And Kid is level 4 right now when his solo lane is a 6, so this is not a great situation to be in.
And SOFM may actually tick over 2-6 after doing the red buff just because he has 2 kills to his name. Maybe Raptors in red and 6, but if I was him, I'd be looking mid and top lane 100%. Yes, bottom lane is winning, but just let them set up vision. Just work around them throwing an arrow to another lane, because the Fizz ulti, the RE damage, most importantly coming out of their top and mid laners, you can snowball more than one lane at once in a single game, and that's when you just outright win on Summoner's Rift all at the same time.
And SOFM has just dinged 6. Let's see if he evolved W. Indeed he has. Makes sense with having a Fizz and an Ari. You want to slow down those isolated targets and pick them off. SOFM is well and truly onto this blue buff. Assist ping went down.
Kid knows.
I think this is already over to SOFM. An auto attack and the smite, and it's gone.
Yeah, so he gets the blue buff. Of course, Zatai will be able to go over and collect his own. As look at all of the control wards placed on the bottom side of the map. SOFM not playing to the side that has vision, but playing to the lanes that can also rotate immediately and help him out. That's some good damage.
Well played to Rookie. That was way more damage onto Zatai than I think he was expecting from the last like 2-3 shots that found his character.
And look what happens as a trade to this. Zatai did the right thing trying to clear the wave, but loses all of his health in a trade. All of the control wards are now dead. The blue buff is open on SOFM side of the jungle to perhaps invade towards, but because the bottom lane of IG is losing, that becomes harder as hello.
Nice trade from Duke. At the end of the day, it is Fizz. Difficult to kill.
I can't believe they didn't invade the blue buff as well. Forcing the Ari back to base was perfectly fine of them. They're just playing so cautiously here. Kid, I guess, acknowledging that he's not just behind, he is too far behind to even look at a 1v1. 1v2 sounds like it's too risky for him, I suppose.
I mean, partially true, but he was also looking for a bot lane gank there, Rusty, and was only stopped because there was a control ward that he had to clear out. So I feel, honestly, Kid is just making bad decisions at every step of the flowchart.
It's moreover that he's just not making them. He's hardly making decisions. He's just looking around on Summoner's Rift. You know, I don't have a camp to clear. I wonder where I can go. Let's try bottom. Not, I am going to go bottom a minute from now. Do you have vision set up? If the answer is no, can I still do it?
So I think he's making decisions, but he's not planning ahead. I think that's the way to put it.
Yeah.
He's very much being impulsive with those decisions. Now he's back into his jungle. He is finally level 6. He's finally gotten it, but SOFM has been level 7 for a while, so I wouldn't be surprised if he gets towards that level 8
but
very
not
shortly.
even just levels now, Pulse. The difference in items between Kid and SOFM, one has a completed jungle item and boots. Kid has got boots 1, but he's not even close to finishing. He has nothing, no gold, and this is a real concern when you play against Snake. Not just for Kid, but for everybody against Snake.
He's even gone for the Hunter's Potion. SOFM just passing through. Just saying hi to Rookie. It's a reminder that I am in this game, and I'm rather fed. There's a drone coming across from OQ. Kid is going to try and contest his Raptors here. Crystal's also come up, but as has Megan, so it is a 2 versus 2 in the jungle. A big battle over these Raptors. Theoretically, SOFM does have the advantage being level 8.
This is like Snake's version of a Baron buff.
Another flash comes out, and all the damage from Rookie, and just like that, SOFM is down.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Sometimes you just gotta know when to quit. And at this stage, SOFM just does not know that it was time to call it quits. As the cocoon doesn't actually hit there. Rookie uses flash, uses cleanse, has to get over the wall to get the kill. But what is SOFM thinking? Of course they're there.
Rusty, it's just that obsession over the Raptors once again. Every single time.
It's like making a reservation at a restaurant and being surprised that they know you're coming.
Pretty much. I honestly just don't understand. SOFM just needs to forget that those exist. Crystal trading off with Marge. That's going to be a large amount of damage from Culling, yeah. OQ had to use the ultimate to keep Crystal alive there.
Crystal thinking that he's an AD carry or something and that he does damage. Marge, though, that was very clever. You'll notice that because the bubble hadn't been used, it was the only remaining spell Crystal had left. And if you dodge that, straight up, you can kill him.
What was that thing that they told Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie when they used to play together? That like champions didn't exist, only hit towers? That's what they need to do for SOFM. Just pretend that the Raptor camp doesn't exist in Summoner's Rift.
Only when it's your Raptors and there's no one else nearby.
Not even, man. Just forget about it. SOFM will get out. Again, Kid will use his flash for it. But with the way that SOFM plays, it's worth just throwing a flash out and seeing if you catch him, because if you do, it's a kill.
The problem is Raptors are just so good as well, Pauls. If we tell him that they don't exist, I don't know what he'll do with himself. He actually lives for Raptors.
Yeah, but think of the gold that he's giving up versus the gold that you gain from the Raptors. Ah. Ooh, gotcha.
Oh, got
you again. That's 4 out of...
Why are we playing cat and mouse
That's
at
5 out
leave?
of 11.
That's just
Get
sad.
out of there. Threaded Volley does a lot of damage.
And Rookie's just a god of Talia, so this is always going to be a concern for Snake. SOFM had all of the momentum, and then he gets caught out of position. Suddenly, Kid's still fine. Mid lane has an extra assist. Rookie has momentum. He has the tempo of the lane with wave control still. And the Ahri, much more of an assassin player, wants to get the completed item, maybe 2, and then disappear to a side lane. But it's a Morello's rush. He's looking for the mana sustain because he needs to keep up with Rookie.
How's Rookie doing? I feel like he hasn't been back in a while.
But he definitely hasn't.
Yeah. Should be able to at least finish the Morello Nomicon there.
Oh, actually, he's got boots of Swifties.
I was looking at that, but the fact that Zatai just picked up boots and then 2 control wards, and he has an assist down and like a wave, tells me that Rookie should be able to at least finish it.
If he goes back now or if he does Raptors, we'll find out.
Gonna say yes.
There you go.
Riddle has been solved. How's bot lane doing? That's a pretty big farm advantage to OQ. About 25 CS. Top lane SOFM was just poking his head in top lane. Honestly, not a huge amount is gonna happen at this point in time. Wants to do because his small items.
Yeah, he's hit the point where it's very rare that he'll actually die anymore. But Flandre, even with the Ignite, still has a slight edge in the laning phase, especially when he's going towards the Iceborne Gauntlet build that it seems we're getting from him. Look, that may well be a Sunfire, but we'll have to find out.
I mean, he has a component from 3 different items, so we'll get to see in a second. It is just a pick and mix at the moment. And a quick Orb of Deception will pick up blue buff. So for now, we're just probably waiting on like on people grouping up and getting into skirmishes.
We mentioned, level 6 is a pretty big strong point for the teams involved in this game with the Shen Talia combo, also having the Lulu Lucian. Keeping up in the bottom lane when it started poorly is going to help IG. But right now, it is going to be calm and collected. Everybody's starting to rush boots out from the side of IG. So it could be a Drake fight. They could actually try and turn up the tempo, try and force Snake to rotate and run to them.
Regardless, it will be a very late dragon. Just 15 minutes. At the time of 15 minutes, we haven't had a single dragon just yet. SOFM trying to clear out this brush. He didn't think there was anyone there. He didn't hit Megan, but now he's chasing after the poor Yordle. It'll turn around, and if any CC lands, SOFM is very strong, but he's not particularly tanky. As a result, he has gone towards the Merc Treads and Null Magic. It will just be everyone backing off for now. But you can see Snake have completely gained control over the area of Dragon in terms of vision. So they will be the first team to the punch if Dragon becomes an opportunity.
Speaking of opportunities, SOFM
darting through both Marge and Megan. Doesn't land, but again, worth throwing out their skill shot just in case it lands.
Because he has so much MR, he's just walking into places, even if the cocoon hits.
Well, he'll actually just jump on top of Kid, take most of its HP away, and I'm not sure he'll get away from this. Has to use the Wild Growth as Zatai and Rookie find their way in the bottom lane as well.
Yeah, Zatai still has his ultimate, so there's still kill threaders. Speaking of, they're just fighting.
Yeah, Marge just gets a full channel of his ultimate down onto Crystal once again. He is definitely within kill range, but he's playing it safe and has ebb and flow as well, so...
And SOFM's still here.
He's okay, and SOFM really wants to kill somebody.
He's playing the put your face into it approach of League of Legends right now, as I'm a magic resistant tank. Elise is the magic damage on their team. So if I face check that brush and find Elise, I don't actually care. So that's what he's doing. Just legitimately running around, just walking into bushes, seeing what he sees.
Not again, S2FM. This was a good cocoon this time, but jumps over the wall and he's fine.
Exhibit A. You'll notice the SOFM without vision just face checks and almost dies again. But it works.
They're trying to brute force this tower down, and with the help of Zatai, they should be able to do it. These skill shots are very, very close to hitting their mark. Again, Cocoon goes wide, and Rookie is now into this bottom lane. This is the most prolonged siege I've ever seen. On this next wave, surely we can kill this tower, and I think that has been acknowledged by IG at this stage. First tower, gold secured by Snake.
Yeah, they definitely just go back to base, IG. No point contesting it. If they wanted to, they would have kept Rookie down there. But now Snake, they break his structure. It's the first one. They get the Drake at the same time. It seems to be uncontested once again from IG. We already saw them walking back from base. Interesting decisions from this team right now. Perhaps a little bit disconnected from the side of Invictus Gaming, but Snake, they know what they want. They know that it was eventually going to fall down bottom lane anyway. They can out-sustain with the Nami. Kha'Zix also has the W, and he's fairly tanky with the items he has at this exact point in the game. It's only going to get exacerbated with what he's just picked up for himself on top of that.
I don't think we've seen a single Duke ultimate just yet, though.
Nope.
So as soon as he gets into the fight, that would be a sudden wake-up call for everyone on the side of Snake, realizing that he actually just doesn't take damage, as he's just completed his Spirit Visage. Is on his way to his Sunfire Cape as well, along with the Ninja Tabi. Meanwhile, Flandre is yet to finish his damage item, but he did in fact go for Sunfire Cape himself, and now we've just moved the bottom laners to top lane.
So they know Megan's in that bush. You can see the ward below him, so there was no point in him hiding there. OQ backs away, which is how Megan's able to realize that fact. He just doesn't know where the ward is.
Yeah.
As what this does mean, though, for IG is they've matched the tempo. Snake, they get the bottom lane turret, and sometimes it's a gamble as to where they'll go. You know, it's an Ashe, can throw the arrow, be mid lane even. But not this time. They do go top rather, and IG match it. They're there on time, so there'll be no extra damage done to structures. Everything is calm and equal.
Flandre is just moving around the side. Weaver's wall popped, and Rookie has the ultimate from Duke right on top of him. OQ and Crystal were trapped in very briefly, but Snake, there was enough of reaction from both jungler and mid that IG, their play completely fizzles out.
Yeah, they were definitely just able to survive. One summoner spell was the only thing used for that. The idea's fine from IG, is now they want to try and find a pick here instead.
Snake were trying very hard to damage this tower. Rookie will clear out the minion wave, and it's a push and pull in this game, but neither the pushes nor pulls are actually dealing any real blows. They're just kind of kiting around each other at this point in time.
Yeah, and it's more so Snake that are just getting advantages because they don't need to do the push and pull. It feels like the onus is with IG.
Yeah, Crystal definitely
got him.
I mean, that's one factor that is consistent in all of Snake's games, that Crystal will get caught out at some point warding.
It's like asking who you want to win the game. If a shoutcaster says that someone's a favorite, expect that team to suddenly lose. You know, Snake, they're doing well. They're not getting caught out. Suddenly Crystal's dead. I remember that there was no flash used from, there was flash used from him before with the dive top lane, so he was an easy pick out. And Crystal notoriously does get caught out of position placing vision. This is the second set in a row where he is the one person on the team dying, and it gives IG time to work.
This will be a tower in exchange. Top tower goes down to Invictus Gaming, and it will be shared gold. It will not be shared gold. It will go all over to Marge. We'll go back to base now. So everyone is scaling up. Everyone's actually working their way towards their second items now. Which everyone has had their first items for a while. And this is farming. Professional Farmville game.
Lots of eggs into the Lucian basket by giving him the solo turret as well. Well, it's interesting. You just saw that on your screen. All of the worked ground from Rookie's on the left side of the lane. He's always playing towards a single side. It means that if a gank happens, there will be plenty of space on the right side to consistently throw out 5 Qs, not just the one. Means it'll do more damage. It's just interesting to watch. You know, Rookie is a fantastic Taliyah player. One of the first and best that we have seen.
It's true.
Very creative player.
Yeah, it's one of those things when Talia got first released that people just, obviously the more that people play it, the more you think about these small little interactions, like where you place down the workarounds and how you combo.
Yeah, and the first thing you learned is if you're stuck under your turret the whole time, you run out of places to use Q, because it only throws out one. And if you're pushing the whole time, the same thing applies. It's about resetting the wave that the best Talia players in the world are actually able to do, by not just staying the whole time under your turret, it's by pushing them and then letting them push back, resetting the wave so it's in the middle. Otherwise, you'll stop winning the lane extremely quickly.
Yeah, so you can use all of the ground, basically. Because Unraveled Earth by itself, especially when it has one rank in it, basically does nothing. Not very good as a wave clear tool by itself. Mudge and Megan have made their way to the mid lane now. We'll be clearing this one out. And, you know, from what we said at the start of the game, Rusty, when we were like, well, as soon as these teams hit level 6, we're going to see some skirmishes. We were kind of right, but mostly
They
wrong.
tried. The idea was correct, I think, there, Pulse, but they just didn't actually do it.
Yeah. A lot of poking, and the other thing that will go alongside the fact that both these two teams have a lot of damage is they have a lot of skills that are very long range. You look at the Void Spikes coming out from SOFM, the volley out from OQ, very good at spacing IG away from them.
And it's just so hard to siege for both of these teams. Talia's wave clear, Ari's wave clear means mid lane non-existent for trying to actually push down structures. There's a chance that this game extends just because of that fact almost alone. They've got so much sustain coming out of Crystal, so OQ and Crystal should be fine with the Ashe Nami lane wherever they're assigned towards. And you can't really push in Illusion because if it ever has culling, the threat of just using it to clear a whole wave stops your ability to actually siege those structures down. This game gets broken through potentially a Drake just because it's the easy objective to actually pick up for yourself. And there is another one up in 20 seconds.
It is Cloud. So there is a very good chance that IG say screw it, we'll just back off and take our jungle camps, take our lanes, and give it over to Snake. But at some point in time, they will want to stop giving those objectives over to the team. And Flandre still farming.
Yeah.
And you can see like a pace of the game if you just like blocked everything else and just saw the time and the farm because everyone is like on target, if not like past the clock in terms of farm.
There is a lot of CS and everybody wants to bridge towards the two items. Talia, Ari, they're both there. So is the Ashe, and Marge has just caught up to that position. Also Ashe Arrow.
Yeah, does not hit Rookie, but here comes the tie. Flash comes out. He was predicting the charm, but it is thrown out behind his combo. Duke backing off, but he's trying to block for Rookie. Good taunt comes out. Kid caught off to the side. SOFM finds him. Duke, the rest of his health bar is quickly evaporating, and Snake will get 2 kills as they look towards mid lane.
Yeah, both teams had vision on different sides of the lane, so Snake worked through bottom. They're able to get themselves the turret that can immediately transition to the Drake. The risky decision would be the Baron because IG had their vision set up on that side. They're able to perhaps prevent it from going down. Rookie and Marge still have a lot of threat between them. Nobody goes for the Drake. They just clear the vision. Ah, well, Snake. You win some, you lose some.
Yep. Kills into nothing. No conversion here just yet.
Was good, though. They use the Ashe Arrow, and the angle of the arrow pushes them one way. And the way that they were pushed was towards Zatai, who is able to be a big assassin threat. The fight was also split, so it was disconnected. It wasn't actually a 5-on-5. It was a 2-on-2 and a 3-on-3.
Yeah.
And Snake are able to handily win those types of skirmishes because of all the single target and assassination threat that they've got going for themselves. SOFM, Flandre, and Zatai definitely able to do work. And OQ definitely never at risk of dying there, still has both summoners.
I also wasn't sure if Zatai mind-gamed Rookie or Rookie mind-gamed himself. Because he definitely did flash nothing, expecting the charm to come out.
Yeah.
And then as soon as Zatai saw the flash was down, he charmed him.
Yep, and then he, of course, cleansed the charm. But this means Zatai has everything up, Rookie has nothing up.
Yep.
So moving into the next fight, if something happens, which we are looking at, threatening the top lane outer, Rookie has to be a little bit more careful. Mind you.
Dragon's still up, but SOFM walks face first into the brush. Full combo out from Kid and Rookie, but he's got a lot of magic resist, so he will not go
Ashe
down,
Arrow.
but Kid will. Zatai under the tower. He's got Rookie in his sights, and so is OQ. He's tanking up the tower. Megan gets jumped on. SOFM is manly, but not manly enough to shrug off burning to death, so he'll die right there, but it's a 1-on-3. Trade for Snake plus the top tower. Still a big win.
The only tragedy, oh, never mind.
Fish, fish, fish! I hope you like seafood, Marge. She's got the ultimate coming in from Duke, and he's turning it around onto Flandre. Quick hop over the wall to the rest of his team, and he's good to go.
Yep, good damage under Flandre. Shen just using the ultimate then. Didn't find an opportunity, apparently, to throw it out earlier. Rookie may have lacked that one, but the Asher had already stunned him. He was definitely condemned to the death chamber. And at the same time, Kid and Rookie trying to find a pick. The idea was fine, but because they can't actually out-team fight, it was just a pick attempt. It gets turned around on them very quickly. The only tragedy for Snake is that SOFM was the one who dies, so there's no point looking at Baron. They just take the turret and let it sit.
This time it was kills into an objective, which is significantly better for Snake because they are now gaining ground on Invictus Gaming. Duke clearing out these wards, so the little bit that IG can muster following that play is vision around the Baron area. For now, Snake will back off, look towards their third items now. It looks like it will be a death cap from Zatai.
And it's safe to say the most important thing so far in this game has been the bottom lane for Snake is winning. They've been able to handle Invictus Gaming's bottom lane, if nothing else. You know, the occasional dive thanks to SOFM, but the reason he can dive is it has been enabled already by his bottom lane beforehand. The 2v2 winning means that when you look at IG, they have strong solo laners, but their duo lanes always hit and miss. Mechanically, they're fine, but they definitely miss the lane control in this one.
I think a bit of blame has to go the way of Kid as well, where he was very ineffectual in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game.
But definitely, if you're looking at like how IG can actually win the game, Kid didn't do enough. He misplayed for sure. SOFM had his number most of the time. That's a flip.
There's a wall, and Megan is very much caught. He pops the ultimate on himself, but he's charmed. It was essentially a wasted ultimate there.
Yeah, good charm. Flash also wasted from him, to be perfectly honest with you. Now the Lulu is dead. The vision is still there, though, for IG. So they're okay for the moment at the Baron. The Scuttle Crab is theirs.
Not too bad. Marge just clearing out these wards as well. And SOFM, of course, as per usual, trying to take these camps away from IG. And Smite comes out. Leap goes out. And SOFM will make his way out as well. So Snake still taking these small advantages.
Yeah, the mid game has looked okay, to be honest with you, this time around. Much better than what we're used to seeing from them.
Yeah, I mean, that was our main criticism of the team, that they needed to find a mid game. But when they did so well in the early game, and specifically it was SOFM, he's the one who's going to drag his team over the line.
It's a bit about, do they have a late game now, though? IG will just hold on. No doubt they have enough wave clear to get themselves through to a late game. Baron's the big determining factor that can actually break the turrets down when they try and siege.
I think the goal here from IG is to wait until their own raptors spawn and then camp the brush.
Easiest way to win against Snake, isn't it?
Yeah.
What if we set up around the raptors? SOFM will always come here.
The third big monster objective.
It's like the peanut butter on a rat trap.
Are rats attracted to peanut butter?
I think they're attracted to most things that are edible, but peanut butter is, yeah.
Oh, today I learned. Flandre. Attracted to blast plants.
So was Kid on Rengar, actually. That guy was addicted to them for sure. He was just attacking them.
So it's like every Rengar player though, it's so fun.
It's kind of like a cotton ball for them, I guess.
Can you jump on a blast plant as Rengar and then flash over it so the momentum carries you forward?
Probably can.
That would be pretty cool. Snake have started the Baron. IG do not know they have started the Baron.
Are they going to come and check?
I mean, they should. Here comes the fish, zoning fish. And Rookie is going to dive right into the pit. Release is going to put a wall up. Do we get a steal? No, we do not. SOFM, the secure Kid, did die in that flurry of action, and Duke should also fall here. He's going to jump away, but he's down into the Guardian Angel. Rookie caught out as well, but he should back off the rest of his team. Meanwhile,
They're
Duke is still alive, and Flandre has to back off as Marge is providing fire support there. Meanwhile, SOFM Zatai still running down that mid lane. OQ needs to back off, and finally, Duke will bite the dust, but it took a long time for him to fall. 2 kills in the Baron. Snake exacerbate their lead.
Yeah, Duke is super tanky, but he's not going to be tanky enough to let the rest of his team do damage, because that is effectively non-existent for the side of IG. Baron started, Baron secured. They prevent Kid from getting in on the Elise, even with the Lulu ultimate to try and get him in there in time. Can't even use Repel. Just straight up dies. And this all for me is Zatai. He's playing the Ahri. He's not even split pushing. He's grouping up, but he's still the assassin. He's able to threaten people constantly. Rookie has to back away. He can't do damage. The charm threat was there. And then suddenly the Lucian, who is using the culling, tries to close distance and take pot shots, but it doesn't secure them anything, as this is potentially a dead Megan. There is 5 levels between Zatai and Megan.
Talk about a death brush. One-man death brush. Add SOFM to it. Whoever walks in there is very much dead.
So IG actually just thought Snake were going top lane. It was the first wave that was going to crash, but it's only Flandre there. And he has teleport. They actually had 4 people hovering around that area just in case. As now they're still waiting. Finding out where Snake go. They can't walk out. They can't place vision. They're just left to defend inside their own base. They're just going to CLG EU the game. With no Anivia.
Yeah, not quite CLG EU, because we're not going to have an 80-minute game under our belt.
You don't know that.
I don't know that, Rusty, but I have to feel that without Ziggs or Anivia, it's not going to quite get to that, because observe Rookie's wave clear. Good, but if this was Anivia, the wave would already be gone, and so would the next one. Flandre will take the top tower. Mid tower fell. Bot tower fell. At the very least, this will be a very big gold influx. Mid. Ultimate out from Rookie will stall the push from Snake.
SOFM jumps into a wall in anguish of the fact that they can no longer siege.
And now they can again.
Yeah, mission has been granted.
It's not quite as effective, is it, as when you're sieging and you block off the enemy team while you take the tower.
Yeah, this is actually the wave where they may even try and look to break this. SOFM's freely able to walk in. Nami still has ultimate, Ashe still has ultimate.
OQ
Never mind.
Pops the ult. Onto Marge. And it's just slow going. Bit of poke, OQ backs off. But
great sieging.
IG cannot step up. And that was as clean as you're going to get from Snake. Base broken, moving on to the inhib. I'm just waiting for IG to pull the trigger and go in, because Flandre taking the top tower. Shut a dash used, so it's not going to happen for a good 8-9 seconds now. And Snake just waltzed in, picked up the inhib.
They're outranging them, plain and simple.
Go to the bottom lane. And all of these factors that we kind of jokingly talked about in the early and mid game is culminated in the fact that IG just cannot approach.
IG need to do something, though, because the game's just over.
I mean, Kid just died. He just walked up to Ahri, charmed into dead.
This is too easy. This feels weird. Where's the plot twist?
Something happened this week, Rusty. I don't understand. So far, we have not had 3 games in the series. It's all been 2-0s. Duke has been fished. Okay, great. He doesn't take damage, but it's 4 versus 5 still. Ashe Arrow miraculously goes through the entire team of IG. Duke misses the shadow dash. And that's what? 3 inhibs down. Snake back off. We'll turn all of that gold into items and look to finish the game.
I mean, that was one of the simplest sieges that I've ever seen in League of Legends competitive. They just walked into the base and said, I'll take this. And IG were like, all right, man, that's fine.
6,000.
Yeah. That was one of
gold
the biggest power
Baron.
plays from a Baron.
Power play. I mean, pretty much, if you're a new team trying to figure out how to siege, just watch that replay of SOFM leading his team, walking into mid, Flandre's in top, and it's just like, well, you just took all 3 inhibs, great, back off, turn that into items, finish the game.
And the funny thing is, we already mentioned this, Rookie has Boots of Swiftness. Now, the reason that he has this is because Ashe and Kha'Zix are really good at sieging. By that, I mean they will throw out the volley, they'll throw out the void spikes, and they're actually outranging most of the champions that IG have got in their disposal. Lucian, very low range, much more committal. Elise, if the cocoon's not in range, you know, it turns into spider form suddenly, and that's already too committal. The Shen needs to hit the taunt, and they're all shorter range than that of the poke and the potential siege that can come out of Snake. So if they're ever ahead, they just walk it into the mid lane, they throw out their spells until, you know, the health bars of IG are going to be low enough, and then they just take the structures down. The thing is, they took 3 of them, 3 inhibitors, and that's where it gets a little bit too much, you would think.
And Marge has been in a brutal, prolonged battle with these minions, but as soon as the tide turns up, he's significantly stronger than those super minions. And honestly, with 2 super minions per wave, I actually think IG would struggle to just
The minions
defeat
are going to
those.
win this. This is depressing.
Flandre steps up, pokes the tower. SOFM steps up, pokes the tower. Talia Wall will zone away at Snake for a bit. SOFM will find himself on the other side of the wall. This tower's gonna fall. Zatai gets jumped on, finally by Duke, but he's good to go. He'll jump away with Spirit Rush. Arrow lands onto Rookie, but he'll back away as well. And Flandre, once again, just dipping and diving in with the Urchin Strike, and Okius is gonna finish off the game. IG, I don't know why they were trying to protect the KDAs, but Snake would just take game 1.
Actually, one of the most depressing victories, if you're IG, that you've ever had to deal with. There was no response. They were trying, but every single thing that they could try to do was either non-existent in the first place, their engage was lacking, and they were just bested at every single turn. Snake just slowly and casually meander into the base and kill the Nexus whilst IG watch.
Is that a full moon or something? I honestly do not understand what has happened this week. We have had 2 massive series upsets. This one, arguably, you could say is also an upset towards Snake, at least in game 1. But the way it happened in, actually, a near-perfect game. Didn't even notice that. That was, what, 1 kill? Ridiculous. Yep. We haven't had that many near-perfect games. We've had 1 perfect game, another near-perfect game, and probably 2 or 3 now.
It's 4 kills. It's 1 tower.
4 kills. All right, thank God. There you go. Close enough.
Chinese paying off.
Oh. Yeah, nailed it. Yeah, I was like, it actually says KDA in English.
No, it's fine.
Good
I was
job,
so
Paul.
shocked as well. I was like, what? That
Yeah.
Hooked on phonics kicking in.
That makes sense. Well, at the very least, it wasn't that bad. But yeah, all the dragons, pretty much everything to Snake. And you pretty much hit the nail on the head there, Rusty. It was just too easy. And IG rolled over and died and just let them.
I mean, 4 members of IG did.
Apart from Rookie.
Yeah.
Rookie was trying. Rookie was 1v9 in this game.
Actually 1v9ing though. Tried so hard to carry his team. There's only so far you can carry a team when all 4 of them don't want to win at the same time.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I'm on the desk, and guys, we have a beef to grind, because you guys got a little bit intense over the Raptor camp, and I was like, I came into the producer's room, and I was like, these are the replays I want. We're going to talk about Raptor camp. I don't care who wins this game. We're going to teach something today. So Raptor camp. We're going to start the very first replay of SOFM dying over Raptor camp. Now, here's the thing. SOFM is committing to this Raptor camp because he's greedy, and he likes his kill camps. But I do want to iterate the importance of this camp, as he's caught out and blasted for this. Now, Raptor camp is so important. It's what I like to call a micro pivot point on the map, because it takes less resources to set up than Dragon. For a Dragon, you have to bring like all the 5v5, you got the sweepers, the control wards. Raptor camp, you just have to bring 1 other person. Usually it's the support behind you, sometimes your mid lane can rotate to it, and it's like this little other pivot point. It opens up the route to bottom, it opens up safety and control over mid lane. It also helps you start setting up for Dragon. Like when you think we need to start setting up for Dragon, the first thing you have to do is set up your triangle vision around it. And that all starts with Raptor camp, and that's before you even start going to the fact that it's located next to a Squire's Bloom, so it's really easy to sweep out river and offer safety there, and also the fact of how much gold the camp has. Like, it is so valuable as a pivot point and as a objective point on the map, and teams love to fight over it, including Snake.
So I agree with everything you just told me, Frost, but what you did just tell me was that control over the area is what matters, not actually killing the camp.
Yes, that's true, which is where SOFM messed up. But we have our second replay, and the first thing that I want you to notice as this starts is all of the vision. Look at the map right now. So they go in, they're going to contest for this, they get their control wards, they push it down. And this is such a long replay. In fact, Ray actually started this like a minute so far in advance. We can go all the way to 17 minutes. But again, just look at the ward line behind, starting from Raptor camp all the way down to bottom. It helps them build up the wave, and it gives SOFM and Zatai the information to get down here. And this is such a patient siege, but it's set up over the fact that they have control over that area, that it bled in behind the Dragon, that they know that they can continue to get down here and force down this tower. All of that starts with that single camp.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, the way that they solved this was by SOFM face checking a million times. So if IG actually cared enough to place further vision or try and contest it more heavily, they would have probably found a couple of kills.
No, 100% agree. Like, Snake do not execute as cleanly as they should. That said, IG don't punish them for it. As you said, Rookie was literally 1v9ing. But this is why we constantly see fights happening around the Raptor camp. If you keep watching professional League of Legends, you're like, why do these guys keep dying right here? this is the reason why. It's such a pivotal point on the map. Specifically, blue side Raptor camp, I had to think about which one was the bottom side, because it's closer to Dragon. And earlier on in the game, Dragon is the much more accessible camp to start taking, and that's the area of the map that you want to play around.
SOFM still had a good performance though, and that will net him the MVP. Honestly, if I was given the MVP in this game, I would still give it to Rookie.
What? This guy was playing out of his mind. Look, I agree with you. Rookie was trying so hard. IG just rolled over and died. But SOFM set it up. He got, 2 double kills back to his name, was 100% kill participation for at least the first 15 minutes of that game. The reason why they won so hard is because he snowballed bottom. You then have a Blade of the Rune King as well as a Kha'Zix that are online very early. They then rotate into a Baron. There's no way that IG can contest the Baron because it's going to burn down so quickly because Kha'Zix is so fed and Ashe has that new itemization. They get the Baron, they just choke out IG. It was like pretty cut and dry League of Legends.
Yeah, and to be fair, when SOFM has 2 kills in the early game, you're like pretty much done and dusted against anyone who was around the table at that point in time. We are going to take a quick break though as we head towards our second game in this best of 3, and we'll see if the curse will be broken this week if a team can finally take it to game 3 after the break. Welcome back to the spring split of the LPL 2017. We're getting ready for game 2 here between Invictus Gaming and Snake. And whether Invictus Gaming can bring us to a game 3, because game 1 was a little too easy for Snake in all honesty. SOFM picks up the early game kills and then literally snowballs it into a game win.
Yeah, look, I feel like if I was on the side of IG, the game would have went better. That's just how it feels as a viewer watching that first game, because they did nothing, and doing something feels better than nothing. So coming into this second game, I think they have a lot to work on.
I'm just imagining Rusty like getting behind Rookie, like massaging his shoulders, like, you got this, like, get into the game, pats him on the butt, sends him out.
I'd do that if I get paid for their living.
Then starts rotating over to Duke. It's like, oh, you got this.
I honestly think he'd be the guy with the whip rather than a back massage. I think it would be a little harder on his players. I don't know.
No, I think that's closer to accurate, actually.
Let me tell you, as my experience as a coach, and we share this story all the time, but like literally when I used to coach, now known as Splice, it was Dig EU at the time.
Yep.
I used to poll in like Syncux. Like we'd lose a game, be like, Syncux, you don't understand. You are the heart and soul of this team. I need you to perform. You're the #1 carry on it. Then you send him out. Then you pull in Wonder. You're like, Wonder, you don't understand. you are the heart and soul. I need you to perform now. Like, the other team, they're counting on you. You need to step up. You need to play that Malky. You'd be like, okay, I understand, Frost. He'd leave.
I feel that.
Psychological coach.
But have you ever watched Coach Carter?
Yes.
That's me.
I love you, Rusty.
Suicides.
You are running until you die.
You would make your players do press-ups.
Yes.
Like, the amount of
That's not a
times
joke.
20 press-ups per death.
Absolutely.
You die over Raptor Camp. You're
Yeah.
literally just running around the gaming house.
I mean, the players would be swole.
Man, Rusty's team looks great.
Yeah. None of them fit the jackets anymore.
We could be the worst, most marketable team in history.
Speaking of which, sick IG jackets.
I know, man. Pretty good. Just saying.
Now, thanks to Swap Up, Invictus Gaming, I think a big issue was kind of where they had their hard engage. So you looked at their composition. They had Duke for the Shen taunt. Then they had Rookie's Wall
Yeah.
and Kid's Cocoon. So you're really relying on either Duke being present in the fights, hitting those multiple taunts, which you can. Duke's a strong player. Or you're relying on Kid as your hard CC. You know, they didn't have the Ashe. They didn't have the Jen or the Varus.
Yeah.
Jen's pretty much dead. So I think that was kind of a big hole there, that anytime they really wanted to fight or anytime Snake were caught off guard, there was nothing for IG to punish unless Rookie or Duke were on
I think
point.
regarding their drafting, the engage wasn't lackluster, though it could have been improved with something much more simple like a Nautilus.
Yep.
But when you also look at how the team composition of Snake worked, they had completely matched IG. If you have lacking engage against everybody that has mobility, you're never going to actually pick somebody off. So that was very clever, I will say, from Snake. I do feel like they outdrafted IG in game number 1, but that's not to say it'll work the same way in the second.
I feel like PDD and Xiao Xiao are just cursing their team. Every time they show up for Invictus Gaming, they end up losing that day.
I know, man. Did they lose on
They did. April Fools.
Yeah. Rest in peace, man. Let's get into game 2. IG versus Snake once more. It'll be Elise and Graves banned out from IG, and it will be Gragas from Snake.
Definitely will be. So the first 2 bans going into the jungle, first potentially 3 if we include Snake's Gragas pick, but that's usually away from Duke. Now something that has to be considered is not how impactful the Fizz was, but how impactful it can be moving forwards. I do feel like this is a champion that has been creeping up more and more in the LPL and will eventually just be one of the top 3 top lane picks.
Yeah, for sure. Camille will round out the bans there from Invictus Gaming. And Snake will look towards their 3rd and final ban. In phase 1, it will be Rengar. So many a jungle ban coming forth, but both of the junglers that we saw last game are still available, including Lee Sin. If Invictus Gaming do want to give that to Kid, reminder, they are on blue side, so we are maintaining the same picks and bans order as game 1, and it will be Lee Sin as the primary pick.
May well just go back to the Kha'Zix again. SOFM, it's not that Kha'Zix is the best champion, but he is a fantastic Kha'Zix player as an individual. He was the person playing it the whole time during the Rengar Kha'Zix meta. He would always choose the Kha'Zix side of the equation because he was much more confident and capable of this champion. So we'll see if he does actually, and he does.
Yep, proven track record. Why not just lock it in? Again, Ashe will be locked in here, so identical picks and bans so far from Snake. I mean, if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? Invictus Gaming look towards Varus as their AD carry.
And immediately better. The Varus instead of the Lucian. More reliable wave manipulation in the early game. One of Varus's biggest strengths is being able to push people under the turret. He also has engage.
Yeah.
Potentially by hitting the ultimate at mid-ranges. There we go.
And as the Fizz denied from Flandre and given over to Duke. Or mid lane, could also go over to Rookie. Let's not discount that fact as Rumble comes out from Snake now, denying the ability for IG to take that away from them.
And very different actually this time around. So we haven't seen the Lulu looked at, which is surprising this early. And we just haven't seen supports in general. Not a single ban yet. And I'm expecting through this ban phase, because Snake have the first pick, the first ban may be targeted, the second ban should be a support.
First ban will be
They've done it again.
nothing.
You guys are a mess.
IG over to their side.
This game is a hot mess.
This is, I don't understand, man. But they won last game, so I'm not going to criticize.
Just feels weird putting the letter X next to your written ban phase in your notebook.
You've ruined Rusty's system, if nothing else.
That champion could be anything. Like, Get rid of whatever you want.
Ban Garen, man.
Why not? Spell something out with your ban list. I do not care.
Yeah, Splice did it. Get in there. LeBlanc aimed at Zatai, of course. The rise of Gunblade LeBlanc.
Yeah, pretty scary stuff. Zatai also a LeBlanc player, as right now it is mid-focused.
And again, Rookie will lose his Orianna. And now to IG, final ban.
It's like one of those things, right? Why not just ban the Lulu instead of banning nothing, or ban the Karma, or just get rid of something? Because you're about to pick your own champion anyway.
Yep.
Like,
You already
help
have an
the
idea of
matchup.
what you want, right? So
Is OQ just like legitimately unable to find the button for the
maybe.
champion, perhaps? Because he's the fourth ban.
Yeah,
Goes in order from top to bottom.
that's true. And it was the same one last time.
Yeah.
So perhaps it's OQ.
I'm on to you.
LPL English has located the.
You'll also
problem.
notice that
That's Lulu.
Snake's coach, when it goes back to him, is the most intense man you've ever seen. Like, more intense than a camping trip.
There's Lulu for OQ and more specifically Crystal. The bottom lane locked in there from Snake. Indeed, he is very intense, so maybe he just spooked OQ. Ah! Kled picked up. Hang on. Yep, so that means Fizz in the mid lane, Kled in the top lane. Thank God we gave Duke something that can deal damage.
This does feel a little bit better for Invictus Gaming. The Fizz can be counterpicked. Depends where Zatai wants to go with this. There are options. There's nothing that just outright destroys the Fizz, because he's always going to be the same champion when he hits level 6. There we go.
And it is Echo Duran out here for Zatai. Now be going up against Fizz, so it's a good matchup, but again, as you said, there's counterplay on both sides.
Yeah, so it's all about, like, with this mid lane in particular, you know, Fizz now does more damage over time. Echo excels at damage over time with his 3 procs. It comes down to who can hit it better. You know, if Rookie can dodge the 3rd proc, maybe get off his passive with the W, can out-trade, but Zatai can always match it. He's also going to be a champion that can use his ultimate to get rid of the Fizz ult, which is a big advantage he has. He can also just come back to lane with it if things are going poorly. You would expect a teleport also out of both of them, honestly. They should stick with the summoners that they currently have, because we'll be 1-3-1ing everywhere come mid-game.
I want to see what Duke can do with Kled, because we've seen pretty much everyone pick up Kled after the Goon, the legacy of Goon. That was his Kled pick. You know, if we see an LPL team pick up Kled internationally, we have to call it out.
I feel like as much as I don't want to, I will. As Kim Goon
It's
did
his
start
legacy.
yes, he started the hype train with the Kled, and he looks fantastic. He's one of the few players that can get solo kills as Kled in his laning phase, and you don't see many other Kleds actually do that. But there are a lot of other team fighters that have excelled at it. Amazing J is an example. Duke, though, he is known for his laning.
Yeah.
There is a very real chance that he finds a way to make this work, and we often see Kled into Rumble.
We do. And it's up against Flandre as well, who did fine in the last game, but he has been underperforming recently, so a solo kill would be really cool to see from Duke, if that is a possibility. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Fizz facing down Echo is, I'll definitely say more of a skill matchup.
This is such a cool dynamic between both of these teams as well. With the completed team compositions, you'll see them on your screen no doubt in a second. Think about their control and their ability to control zones around objectives. When there's a fight that breaks out at Dragon, normally you look at the team with the Rumble and you'll say, well, that team's definitely got a slight edge there. You've got Echo as well with the stun, parallel convergence, the Lulu also, Ash Arrow, Kha'Zix W. And that's a lot from Snake, right? That can control the objectives. But then you've also got the fact that the Kled can go in and say this objective area is now mine and there's nothing you can do to stop me from going there. You've got the Varus ulti, you've got the Fizz Fish as well that can control zones. We've seen it preventing Baron steals and whatnot in the last game actually from Flandre. There is a lot to deal with these objectives, and if IG are there first, it can pretty much keep up with what Snake would throw at those areas.
I also get the feeling that in this game, Invictus Gaming also have more tools to deal with Snake as well. Last game, if they were ahead, great. You have a big beefy front line, you can use Talia Wall to block them off while you're sieging, perfect. But if you fall behind, you're basically screwed. And that's what we saw when it came to the base defense. It's like, oh, well, here's Talia Wall, and that did less than nothing.
Yeah.
And now Snake, this time around, if they do, again, get the advantage in the early game, there is a chance for IG to fire back and break the 2-0 curse that has plagued Week 9 here in the LPL.
Now, they do also have the ability to go forwards and backwards with a Kled comp, which is a rarity, at the very least, to see that actually happen. If Duke goes in, they decide they've had enough of it, they can throw everything at them to get away from the fight. Entirely capable of doing that. And so it's a bit of a skill matchup pretty much between both of these team compositions. They can meet in the middle and say, let's dance. It's about who does it better.
Let's dance. IG, Snake, game 2. Snake won game 1 in surprisingly convincing fashion against IG. Pretty much a cakewalk, in all honesty.
And if you're a betting man, you would give it to Snake because every single match this week has been a 2-0. IG are trying to break the trend.
And not in the way that you would have thought as well. EDG taking the 2-0 over WE.
Upsets have been happening, aplenty.
RNG losing earlier today against OMG.
This is also an upset if Snake 2-0.
Yeah. Yeah, this week has not been good if you've been taking the quote-unquote safe route.
Standard Keystone Masteries as well. Nothing crazy to be seen this time. Perhaps no Thunderlords from Flandre, but Deathfire touches standard.
Yep.
And also just a lot of Thunderlords.
Yeah, Crystal went for Thunderlords over Wind Speakers, for example. But again, one of the two options. Yep. Hey, SOFM actually got help this time.
Kid did not. Starts at red buff by himself. Will be okay. Doesn't necessarily need to smite. May just have to smite the Raptors for the Lee Sin. And it's a very important summoner spell, so he avoids the Raptors so that he doesn't have to waste it.
Yeah.
There is an interesting dynamic as well between these mid laners. Not only are they going to be similar in that they can match each other decently well with trades, Zetai's focus is actually more on the minions. Rookie's is on Zetai. So it's about if the Echo can traverse the lane effectively enough so that he doesn't die, and if Rookie can kill him, as you can see. They're trying to hit each other, but Zetai was trying to actually make the Time Winder hit him as he was pushing the minions. This is the dynamic.
Yep. Very awkward there for Zetai. As soon as that Q, well, the W Rada comes up, bottom lane, Megan and Marge. She's trading off against Oki and Crystal, but you can see it's not nearly as bad as it was before.
No, Zetai should have traded there.
Yep. So he had a couple seconds before he needed to back off.
Yeah, Zetai also level 3, so he had a slight advantage, but the thing and the major difference between these two is Dark Seal and potions to Corrupting Potion, so there'll be extra power backing up Rookie. He should win that lane outright until the teleport recalls are there.
SOFM was this time shockingly on Raptors, but he was there in very good time, so Kid will get here just in time to see his Raptors go down. Well, he's thinking about it, but parallel convergence will say, probably not a good idea, Kid.
I mean, just by hitting the Sonic Wave, he wins the lane for Rookie a little bit more so. Rookie's able to sit back with the minions. He can just outright take a trade you would have to expect now.
Yeah.
But there's no potion there, so Rookie's actually lost this lane a little bit.
Oh, this is going to hurt, yep.
Yep.
As soon as that auto attack came down and Urchin Sight was still available, you know what's coming.
Zetai's waiting for extra gold. He should be going back to base right now.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
It's interesting the cameraman, or the spectator rather, has chosen to highlight that lane a lot.
Oh, it's the most interactive in the early game. As I say, top lane, Flandre just gets beaten to death by Duke. But there is a lot that goes on in that matchup. It's actually cool to actually sit for a while and actually watch these lanes. That was the cool thing about doing alt stream at Worlds, and you were with me as well, Rusty, when we actually got to see a lane and see all of the interactions that happen. We don't often get to talk about the micro. But we are very much focusing on Zetai and Rocky at the moment. I do want to check in on Duke and Flandre and see a little bit more of that to see how Duke is doing, because he is currently down in CS. There is actually Lee Sin coming up to the top lane. Bear Trap and the rope has landed. Lunge as well comes out. Here comes Kid. Bear Trap misses, but Flandre is cutting off to the side. May have just secured his own death. The Duke comes in. Skull goes flying. And that will be the first blood to Duke in the top lane.
Flandre tried his best to no avail. Unfortunately, there was only wall left to Duke towards. And then it's an easy Sonic Wave to hit. So the right idea from Kid, in all honesty, if you have watched the how-to guide from Dardoch on Lee Sin, you just save your Q for as long as possible. They'll always flash first.
Yeah.
And they run out of space to juke eventually, and that's exactly what he does. Flashes and uses the E, so he actually animation cancels and can flash Tempest, which is cool. And when they're crippled, it's easier to hit a Sonic Wave.
There's so many good reasons to hold on to your Q, including extra damage. But SOFM finds Kid, and it's a smite off. And SOFM will keep on trading. He's got the level 5 advantage over him. Auto attack, and another Q will finish off his prey. But with everyone diving in here, SOFM will drop, but Duke has been dismounted, and Flandre and Zatai want this kill. Rookie rotating from the mid lane. The flash, Urchin Strike. He's pretty big, but doesn't have level 6 just yet.
Yeah.
This will not culminate into a kill.
Rookie should not have even considered flashing there. He's not level 6. He doesn't have the kill threat, but he's still looking. He's hunting a little bit. However, Snake, through the power of their jungler, again, get themselves some extra strength. And the top laner will be okay because of this. Kid has been found, discovered, and exploited by the Kha'Zix. And Snake utilize their jungle as their point of power, where IG are trying to use their lanes so that Kid can get there. The dynamic's still unfolding better for Snake.
It is, but that is a 2-0 Duke, who is on the Rift right now and is not particularly behind the curve when it's up against Flandre. So I want to see him go back, and he'll quickly be approaching his first item. That's something that they do need to keep in mind, but the rest of IG also need to keep up, because it's fine if you can engage, but if Cled's the only one doing anything once you get there, then
Of course.
not quite as bueno.
Rookie's still always going to be a threat. You can see the CS advantage for him as well.
Nice
Bot's going
trade.
to do its thing.
Yeah, March popping the Blight stacks.
Ah,
So annoying to play against Fizz, and he'll look for the confirmed kill, but Zatai does have his ult still, so he'll just pop back as soon as the fish comes up.
yeah, timed incredibly well from Zatai as well to get inside his parallel convergence. Now Fizz has no ultimate, which means SOFM knows that there's a bit of pressure alleviated around the middle lane. As you can see, wards over the red buff. Doesn't stop it, but he's still in a point of power where you would say, because he's just tick 6, and the fact that Kid isn't, where's Kha'Zix going to go and why is it invading is really the name of the game.
Pretty much.
You'd expect the blue buff, actually.
Rookie's doing very well in his lane as well. Not only is he getting the better of these trades, but he is ahead, probably a wave, 2 waves rather, over Zatai, and is quickly getting towards that mark, which is around like kind of 17, 18 farm at this point in the game. I'd say would be the equivalent of a kill, just a Rookie.
Yeah, he's actually sitting very pretty. Again, we already highlighted the dynamic of how these mid laners work, but Rookie's doing the best he can. Zatai has spent a little bit more time roaming around, getting through the terrain on Summoner's Rift to help his team, which is, again, why Rookie gets a slight edge. But he's also just bullying him much more effectively at the level 6 point.
This is the type of game I want to see from IG as well, where Kid he's facilitating his solo lanes, they're getting ahead. Top lane's now got a Tiamat, mid lane is ahead in farm, and ahead of his lane opponent. This is when IG thrive, is when their solo laners are doing well, and they'll do the heavy lifting for this game.
Kha'Zix is currently setting up on the top side. I think he's looking to counter gank above all else. When they've got a 2-0 recently purchased Duke, you would expect Kid to be up there and ready. The funny thing is, SOFM walked up there, he recalled, and now IG are up there to gank. And Flandre doesn't know that.
The counter mind games. There is a ward there, very deep.
It was placed after Kid got in the bush.
Yeah, so Kid has seen it, so he knows not to move.
But Flandre is also aware that something is up, right? Because SOFM walked into counter gank. So the awareness is that I've gone back to base, but we both know that I was here to stop them from killing you, so don't die. And it's good that Flandre is playing with that patience, at least.
But what does that open up for SOFM, Rusty?
Raptors. The holy grail of the jungle.
For SOFM.
I know Frostgurren says it's for Vision, and she's right.
Ooh. Good flash timing.
For SOFM.
Well, he's found Megan and has so much damage. Bubble lands, but SOFM, ooh, flash out the way of the Void Spikes. Very, very close. A little too close for comfort. There's a tie. Oh, there's a fish on the floor, but he'll dodge out of it.
Now he has his ultimate. Perhaps something that he can abuse with Rookie, but he just wants to fight the minions.
I need to start playing some Fizz. It just seems too fun right now with that W.
dirty.
It really is. Oh, we're charging into the top lane with Duke. Equalizer will wall him off, and Flandra's trying to dance inside his Equalizer, but Duke doesn't particularly care. He's so incredibly strong, but he's already used his Joust. He connects the bear trap. It's not in range, though. It doesn't latch on all the way, and Flandre will manage to hobble out of top lane.
Now, Flandre still had flash that entire time, so he was just juking around, trying to have some fancy feet. The fact that he has Boots 2 upgraded, though, and uses the W to overheat means he's able to outrange the bear trap leash and survives, not having to blow a summoner spell. That could have been a lot worse for Flandre. Surprisingly, though, he uses pretty much nothing besides the Equalizer and gets out fine.
Balls of steel. Honestly, Flandre, I definitely would have flashed as soon as Duke did, after connecting the bear trap. But in the end, does get out of that sticky situation, and it's relative equal farm in the top lane as well. It's not even like Duke is massively leading outside of those 2 kills. S2FM will clear out the vision on top side of mid, and Rookie will get the rest of this minion wave. How's bot doing? Once again, OQ does have the advantage in terms of farm over Marge, but it's not a complete stomping as it was in game 1. Zatai will move towards his Proto Belt and gets the Hextech component of that.
Yeah, which means his auto attack trading will be a little bit better against that of Fizz, who has the Sheen. So they're basically just going to be hitting each other in the head at different windows, trying to make it work more efficiently than the other person. And we're at a point where the teleport wasn't actually used by Zatai. He walked to lane. And you would expect we're nearing that stage by holding his teleport. They might start rotating around the map. Both mid laners, by having TP, if Drake is an objective, can actually gank top lane because they can just teleport back down. One of the unpronounced strengths of it.
Looks like Kid is trying to set up on Rift Herald, but what's Duke doing?
They know where SOFM and Zatai are. They know they're diving bottom. IG, they're prepared, but can they actually trade this? Rumble has just used his Equalizer on the wave. Like, it's already gone. The wave's already dead.
There's the setup. Oh, Kid waited for Rookie and Flandre. I mean, where are you going to go, buddy? Flandre's over the wall preemptively. Here comes Kid. Rookie blocks off one escape route. Flandre silence, but he's doing a lot of damage in return. It's not enough to take out Kid on his way out. And that will be the kill onto Flandre. Bot tower goes down for first blood tower to Snake, however.
Yeah, like they're actually getting things done a little bit quicker. They can go over to the Drake right now. Flandre, he knew it was coming, and he still walked just a little bit too close to them. However, Kid flashed the wall, Rookie flashed the wall to throw out his fish, and that was so much time wasted where a summoner spell bonus there for Snake really as a whole gives them more than one objective, as well as the first turret because of the time that Flandre wasted. Duke still hasn't got it, and Flandre has teleport. I don't think he'll do it.
Yeah, Snake got an extra flash, bot tower, red buff, dragon.
Yeah.
Compared to IG's kill in the tower.
It's an early ocean dragon, so it is a valuable Drake.
Yep.
Although it may not be a mountain or a infernal, it's still something that you're happy keeping.
Repeat of game 1. Next dragon will be Cloud. And Snake, it's not a huge advantage in terms of gold, but you're looking towards where it's centralized, and for the most part it is evenly spread. Most of the gold on the side of IG is towards Duke because he also picked up the tower.
So there's a really interesting thing happening here with Rookie. His itemization is immediately towards Lichbane. He hasn't gone for anything else. No AP, no Morellos, no Abyssal Scepter even. If he wants to survive his laning phase, it's a confident play. But by rushing what appears to be that Lichbane first, he's just split pushing. Rookie's going to disappear. You'll very rarely see him again. He can match the tie in a side wave, but if he hits a turret, the turret's going to get absolutely bodied.
That's the game he's going to try and play. And for now, while he's ahead of the curve, that's fine. Especially when top lane is also Rumble, so what's he going to do? Margin Mega in the top lane 2 versus 2.
Both mid laners have teleport. Both top laners have teleport.
Mega and Aqua Prison's Marge.
But only Snake has something to gain up here. If IG do look towards this, it's a counterplay. It's not actually something proactive for themselves as they are looking.
Kid wants to pull the trigger, misses the Q. Marge flash, Chain of Corruption lands, we're still looking for the cape, but what a timing on the wild growth from Crystal. Fizzes out the whole play from IG, and this will culminate in more kills for Snake now. chasing down Marge, Megan, and Duke, all trapped in all of this. Flandre laying down the red carpet, and Zatai will bounce back, but Duke's now into the fight, and he is an absolute raid boss. Haven't even gotten through his first health bar. There you go, finally he'll go down, and Snake will reap the rewards of that loot. A 3 for 2, and it's actually just a complete fiesta in the top lane.
And if you're going to make a play Invictus Gaming, don't just walk out of a bush and say, we're coming to get you, what are you going to do? Because then you give them opportunities to counter it. The fact that Varus flashed ultis about 2 seconds afterwards in a choke point where they don't have vision, IG, very confusing stuff from them. And right now, Snake, because they counter gank it better, Zonius is there, Proto Belt's there, they had item spikes during all of this time. They get a turret on top of this. Well and truly in control of the state of this game now, Snake. IG, bit disconnected. Like, that should have happened earlier.
Look at that wild growth.
Lulu gets here in time. Look, Duke and Rookie are here, and that's great, because OQ does not exist. Crystal gets obliterated, absolutely blasted. But Marge is dying. Flandre's killing everybody. The Equalizer is fantastic as a zoning and damage tool onto Duke, because they get him off Kled. And whilst he thinks he's getting a kill, he's not. There's a Zonius. SOFM is destroying people.
He really is. And now Flandre is equalizing in terms of gold. He's picked up 2 kills from that fight, from that skirmish. And all of a sudden, Snake are once again ahead of this game. A hefty gold advantage plus the dragon.
Yeah, but it isn't by a lot, I will say. The lead that they have for themselves when you actually look at IG instead. 2-0-1 on Rookie, 3-1-2 on Duke. They have a lot of damage on their primary carry sources. There is well and truly an opportunity for them to just run over this game in their side lanes, especially when they start split pushing, which they are right now.
This is one of those days, though, where it feels like IG, the game sort of coin flips at best, and SOFM is looking for more kills. Megan will isolate his own AD carry, but to be honest, he's probably still dead. Taste Their Fear does so much damage.
And that's the thing. We just said, you know, maybe the solo lanes, the side split pushes of IG are fantastic, but Snake is a teamer ahead, which means their 3-man is definitely going to be more powerful. SOFM is outclassing Kid in the jungle role right now, absolutely taking him apart.
Yeah. Kid really can cause the team to falter in these games. Megan is being a good support, and he's
waiting a long time.
He's going to take actually a lot of damage from this, but he's keeping that keeping the minion wave warm for his AD carry.
This is one of those games where you just hate to be an AD carry in general. You know, you're against a Rumble, Echo, Kha'Zix. They're all going to kill you if you Marge.
To get you.
It's like, oh my god, I hate this. But then you look at IG, they've got a Fizz Kled that are just running at your face if you're OQ. Maybe this comes down to which AD carry survives the longest, but ultimately it feels like which 3v3 is more powerful and can actually get the structures to go down. Right now it is Snake. For sure, there's 2 levels in advantage for SOFM. Like, he is hitting a power spike at 11. The Kid is only dreaming of the distant ideal.
It's not going to come down to the AD carries for a while, though. When you have such high impact, high damage mid laners and top laners, they're going to be doing the brunt of the damage for a good 5-10 minutes.
If it comes down to the AD carries in a Snake vs IG game, I'm concerned. Above
That's
all
also
else.
true, yeah. But maybe the top side of the map has just killed each other, and then it's a duel.
I envision a grand 2v2 between Flandre, Zatai, Duke, and Rookie. There's Battle Royale. Ash Arrow.
Oh no. Marge slowed down. That was the chance for an OQ arrow to come across. Lee Sin was off to the side, and Snake do not pull the trigger for now.
Yeah, Kled was also nearby, and Snake didn't have vision of him, so it's a bit risky to just straight go for it. As we're currently fighting over a red buff.
Of course we are.
2 top laners, I might add.
Oh.
The red buff wins.
Red buff resets, and Duke is still just hovering in this jungle at the moment. Is not getting too much done. Zatai is also rotating to this mid lane. Equalizer comes down, and Marge is right on top of the Equalizer. SOFM just walks up and pincers him. Instant kill. Duke is going to get dismounted in a second. Now he's under attack. I mean, surely he's going to go down. Nice electro harpoon for Flandre. Sonya's underneath the tower, and Lee also bites the dust. Now Megan is going to fall to Zatai. He'll flash away and keep himself alive for a little bit longer. Tower falls, and Rookie did not even want to get involved in this fight. 3 more kills to Snake, another tower, and Dragon has just spawned.
And it does feel clean for Snake. You have to give them credit for attacking the right lane. Flandre comes in, the Ash Arrow hits the right target. Marge is just a sitting duck and gets completely bopped by everybody. SOFM legitimately didn't even use his Q and just hit him on the head with a claw for like 400 damage, and he was put to sleep. So the fact that Marge doesn't exist, suddenly you're looking at Rookie. But where is Rookie during this fight? Well, he's running away because his AD carry is dead. He realizes that this is not a position he wants to be in anywhere near the rest of the team. He just has to keep running. So flashes up. That's the damage source gone. Duke definitely going to die. And this is cute from Kit, actually getting the kick. But because the Zonias is there and they didn't instantly kill Flandre, he was never going to die. Minions are there. And that's the thing. Snake are doing everything correct. IG are trying to consolidate or reconcile problems that they're experiencing by not setting up for stuff. But by Snake doing it the best that they possibly can, they are taking apart IG.
They really are. And what we didn't see at the start of that replay as well, or rather when the first time we saw it, was OQ connecting an arrow, and then we saw that one in the replay. To the point where Rookie was just he was walking on towards mid lane, but by the time he arrived, everyone was already dead.
Yeah, and look, Crystal dies. But if Crystal gets an ult off, it's still fine. Like, Lulu dying to a Fizz's single target burst is not a big win for IG by any means. Lulu's going to keep people alive, sure. But if Rookie is using everything on that one target and he isn't actually killing a meaningful champion, wasted effort.
Pretty much.
Has Zonias now, though, mind you. So he'll be fine.
There you go.
He can team fight now.
He can get involved. He is 3-0-1 as well, so Rookie's still powerful. But it's a matter of whether he can actually kill those threats. And SOFM's job right now is to dive in, murder someone, and if he gets more damage, great.
Not just to dive in. There's actually 4 control wards in the river on the top side, as they're currently clearing out all of the vision. They have a Kha'Zix with Q Evolve, they have a Rumble with Leandri's, they have an Ashe with Blade of the Ruined King. They will absolutely ruin Baron's life very quickly. And they are set to do it because Rookie is bottom. Now they can, if nothing else, force teleport.
Oh, Rookie, or rather Duke, will take an arrow to the face, but funny enough, he had cut vision by walking into the bush, so Snake couldn't actually kill him right there. Spot lane I'm looking towards as Zatai will chase after Rookie, dodges out of pretty much all the skill shots that Zatai had, so
yeah,
it was just a good trade. Urchin Strike comes in again, another playful trickster, and oh my god, where did Zatai's health go? He's getting knocked up by the smallest of fishes. Rookie goes down into the Zonias, but there's another one on the side of Zatai. Flandre comes up to win this 1v1. Duke comes in as well, but that's body blocked by Flandre. And Zatai has enough in the tank. Equalizer comes out. Duke will get out of the way of that, but now he's back into Kled form.
There's another Zonias!
Oh, phase dive and the kill. Megan that, he's walked to the wrong neighborhood. And he'll fall. Here comes Kid. Let's make the highlight play. He gets one. Can he find the second? Tempest comes down, but Zatai, he's a bit too strong.
Oh, the flash was sick.
Unnecessary, I think, but sick.
Doesn't matter if it was unnecessary. It gives himself 3 claps down in the player cameras as well. Snake also killed Megan. And that was the 2v2 we wanted, Pulse. We said it was going to happen, and it did. And Snake immediately brings the tie back over to the Baron. And this should be all of the tools in their favor.
God.
That was pretty hypey.
That was awesome. And this week has been absolutely crazy. As the Baron goes down, Snake are poised to take the second game as well.
Yes.
Oh yes, we get the replay. Break it down for me, Rusty.
So Zatai doesn't get his E off. He actually can't auto-attack. Rookie was E'd at the perfect time to dodge that. And now they actually go in. This is a lot of W damage for the record. That's what did this. Forces the ult on top of a fish. So Rookie did everything right, but gets forced into the Zonias because he hadn't procced the 3 passive yet, Zatai. And then it was the battle of who has more Zonias wins. And unfortunately, Kled can only go forward. Kid is clowning, by the way. He just, I don't know if you saw that, he was clowning up the top there. And so he can't come in and help. In the ensuing 1v2, it was the battle of who has the more Zonias wins the game. And that's what that was.
I want to see the very end as well, because it was, for me, it was that outplay, the unnecessary outplay from Zatai, who then congratulated himself. But if you're going to do it in style. You know, when you have a trade like that, why not, if you have the flash left? So good stuff. Snake now in a very dominating point in this game. 7,000 gold lead, 2 dragons to their side, big tower advantage, and Zatai as well is at the position where he could at least go even with Rookie and probably beat him right now. Look at this damage. It's kind of going 4 from him. And Rookie has to use Playful Trickster defensively.
Well, Rookie's trying to clear Baron minions is interesting.
Well, Duke wants in. Zatai may look for a Zhonya's shortly, but he's going to go for the shield first. Oh! He actually
got bubbled.
He got bubbled. He didn't use ult or the Zhonyas, and we are looking for more
Oh,
kills.
no.
Oh, we're both going over the wall. Crystal didn't want to bring Duke with him. He held on to the cart. Oh, he'll jump away with the flash, though.
Teleport from Rookie. They're still going.
SOFM may indeed just die on the spot. Kid will finish him off. 2 kills to IG, and they are looking to fire back.
Ah, Snake. They had the Baron, they had all of the tools there, but they didn't have a Rumble just yet. You'd expect an Equalizer to come out as Kid. You need to calm down.
Yeah, Kid, you just, come on, let your solo laners carry you out of this game. But that was real unfortunate for Crystal with that stowaway with him.
And you'd take that if you're IG as well. They've closed the gold difference a little bit more, but momentum seems to be something they have found for themselves. Unless Kid decides to spontaneously lose the game, this could get pretty interesting.
He's looking for the flank. What does he have? He has the kick still. OQ, flash, turns it around, moves onto Rookie as well, turns this on. And Flandre with the ultimate zones them all away and stops the entire play from Invictus Gaming.
Oki straight up smacked him. That was fantastic. The flash was used. He was afraid of Kid, but Kid didn't have a flash of his own. You have to add there, so was expecting the ward jump to no avail. However, he did a lot of health, so stops their advances, stops their pushes. You're expecting Snake now to pick up a second Ocean Drake on the back end of this, but IG get the fight.
Oh, another arrow onto Marge. Where's the damage, though? Flandre.
There it is.
Electro Harpoon, the second one, taking Marge off of Summoner's Rift. Anything you can do, IG, Snake can do better. SOFM is camping a brush. He is absolutely strong enough to assassinate anyone who walks in there.
Well, right now, what Snake are doing better is killing Marge. They're having a fantastic time doing it.
Ooh, Rookie again. They actually make it out, though. Zatai wants to kill him real badly, but he wants the tower even more. So Rookie will go back to base, and Zatai turns away Kid, takes the tower, and he got his target.
You'll always notice with an Echo, they're just trying to make the mind game, the mental outplay. Same thing with Fizz. It's always about who can use the E, but this time, uses it to clear minions. Zatai finds his easy entry in to out-trade him. I think he wanted to ult on top of him, maybe cheese a kill out, but didn't want to take the risk. He's already died once. Snake already lost a lot because of his death once. He's better off just getting the structure and trading, but this time Duke does trade.
That's fine, takes the top tower. Another dragon to the side of Snake. It is an Ocean Dragon. They would prefer something different at this stage in the game, but we'll take it. Next one is Infernal. That's very good. Marge is back to farming this bottom lane. He's honestly not doing too bad in terms of farm, considering how crappy this game is for Marge being on Varus. Being against this. And what a Baron power play. 364 gold.
I mean, compared to last game, which was over 6,000. So we're missing a 0 there, unfortunately, Snake.
Yep. That's still fine. It's a kill. We'll take it. Alright, now, just backing off just for a little while Snake consolidate their resources.
So we're also at a point where the QSS is available for Marge.
We have another fight. Of course we have another fight.
It's happening again.
Parallel convergence, and it's a draw. That's what we have in the bottom lane. Rookie is doing surprisingly
not a draw, it's
well.
happening, go!
For the fact that Zatai is 2 levels ahead of it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Zatai is a monster. If Rookie's holding his own, it does speak towards what Rookie and what Fizz, to be fair, is capable of doing.
Zatai does still have his ultimate, though, so Rookie used his, and Zatai did not. So Rookie in the long haul may not win this one out. But his ultimate's almost back available. That thing is on quite a short cooldown.
Both of them actually have very low cooldown. I like how the spectator just knows. Like, we all know that there's a fight, but...
Yep. Oh, it's going to happen. Here we go. Rookie starting this one off of the Urchin Strike and turns around. Big damage out from his W. Turn it around. Flash out of it. And it will be on the waters once more to Zatai. It's jumping to kill. Rookie 1v1 outplay with a big disadvantage.
And that's the best mid laner in the LPL right there. Showing you the 2 levels doesn't make a difference. He's just the better player on the day. And the fact that Zatai now twice in a row has gone down. Not to 1v1s. This time it was. Snakes slow down the pace of this game. The Baron's a big feature, and if their 1v1 bottom keeps losing, I'd start sending Flandre down there.
The great thing is that there was 0 reason for Zatai to ever take that trade other than than to get a solo kill on Rookie, because there's no objectives, there's nothing. If you die there, it's not the worst. But what it does do now for IMG is tell you that Rookie can actually take him in a 1v1. And that's the best thing for IG.
It's a confidence play for IG, and it's also a lack of confidence there for Snake. They want to have Rumble as a team fight starts, for the equalizer to be down and much more meaningful. But now he has to teleport in if he's going to be the bottom laner. You can see immediately clears bot wave and just comes straight back up. He knows that he should be there at the start of this. Snake are grouping up as 5. Baron in 20 seconds. That's where they should 100% be averting their attention towards. And the fact that it's taken Rookie like 5+ minutes in a side lane by himself to even get the outer turret is still a win for Snake. Just let him have it. Force the Baron, make him teleport, even miss local gold. Like, there are ways around it.
Seems like that's the play as well, as Zatai makes his way towards the top lane. Duke will have to pay respect to Zatai, because while Rookie can take him, it's not going to be as good for Duke if he finds himself in a 1v1.
The risk for Snake here, though, whilst they're doing the Baron, is that if it's stolen or if they lose a fight, Rookie's not going to stop.
IG, this is their chance to come back into this game as Baron is being forced. See how well that Snake can play it. Ash Arrow does not land. Void Spike's zoning away Duke. He has the Guardian Angel now.
Rookie's
Tidal
here.
Wave coming in as the initiation, and Duke is charging into the fight. Flandre drops the equalizer. Good equalizer onto Megan. He should be falling hits to Zatai. He's lasting a lot longer than he should do. Rookie right into the middle of the enemy team. Zatai just back as well. Duke down into the Guardian Angel. Rookie is also dead. This is going well for Snake so far, and they are just looking to kill every straggler that is still alive from
that
IG.
was great.
4 members drop in quick succession. Kid is the only one left alive, and he has not gone the right way. He is definitely in the wrong part of town, and Snake will get the 5-0.
The best part about this is that Zatai and Rookie have just been duking it out with each other for so long, and accidentally, the Echo is the one that kills the Fizz and outplays the entire fight. Equalizer fantastic, Baron now taken, but not just Baron, Rumble's pushing top lane. This should be much more than just a 300 gold for everybody on the team. This is complete and entire control of Summoner's Rift.
That was almost too good from Snake. Let's see that one more time, because many people died in a fraction of a second.
Watch the fact that Flandre takes the Kled ult is the most important thing here, because he gets knocked, uses the equalizer so they're all on top of it, and has the Flame Spitter active as he overheats. Perfect timing. Zatai finds his window to go in, destroys Megan, proto-builds 4 people. Watch where he ults. Destroys Rookie accidentally because he's trying to get out with no health to his name. And so Snake, Kid still has kick, by the way, just used it on the back end. Ridiculous, should have used it earlier. Just lets his whole team die. They completely got outplayed by Snake IG.
Yep. And for the longest time, IG were holding on. It's like, oh, there's no depths. Oh, there's one. And it was like, dead, dead, dead. Everyone died so fast as soon as the first domino fell.
Yeah, when Kled engages, Rookie is really the last hope of the team for taking out carries. Because in a front-to-back team fight where Snake is setting up, of course he's going to find the Rumble or a tank or someone that can get out of it.
Yeah.
It's all about what Rookie can do.
They're going to get mowed down by Snake. That much has been obvious. 20 seconds left on the Infernal. Baron back over to Snake once more. Second one of the game. And it actually seems like mere pipe dream for IG to actually come back into this and win the game.
Watch IG.
SOFM caught out. Kid pulls the trigger. Kick onto Flandre. No, that's not what we're looking for. Not good enough, unfortunately. An equalizer will do enough to zone IG away from this tower so they can break open this base. And that pipe dream just became something that's never even going to happen in anyone's wildest dreams. Snake will take both mid and bot in here, and even look for the game 5 versus 4 here, Rusty.
They're definitely looking to end this one there. Not done pushing with the Baron buff.
Tidal Wave did not clear out the minion wave. Zatai will move on to this tower, and it's
Here
the
they go.
last-ditch attempt for IG to pull this one back, but double Zonias from Flandre and Zatai stops all of that in its tracks. Crystal is zoning away all of IG right now, and Rookie simply does not have the damage. And Snake, they just need to kill the Nexus, and indeed they do just that. They don't need the kill, they don't need the KDA, and finally it will fall. Snake take game 2 in a clean sweep.
And with IG watching one more time Snake kill the Nexus, it's not just a victory for Snake here, it's another 2-0 on the board for this week of LPL. And the upset again.
What do we call this week, Rusty? It's like the red wedding. This is disgusting.
I guess the red wedding had winners as well, didn't it?
I guess so. Welcome back, Frosk.
The
Another
winners were the
2-0.
viewers, Rusty. The winners were the viewers.
Hey, you want sick 1v1 action? You want sick 2v2 action?
We were
You got that
making some
noodles.
we were making some Mortal Kombat references backstage. Some
Oh, there's
theme
definitely
music's going.
some fatalities happening in that game.
Definitely.
God damn.
It really is a shame, though, that Rookie and Duke were playing well, and the rest of the team was crumbling around them.
But that's the
An
story.
IG story.
Exactly. Of Invictus Gaming. Just close the book on that chapter. We need a different one. It would be really unfortunate for IG and their fans for them to stumble right before the finish line for how consistent and how far they peaked into their LPL season. Again, just a few moments ago, they were in second place until OMG came crashing through and took that from them.
Oh my god, there's actually just an argument going on.
I love
He won the
Snake's
game!
coach.
They 2-0'd them! Give your players some slack! Oh wait, he's smiling.
No, it was funny. You know, when Snake won last week, they went into the winner's interview, and they were actually quite dejected, and that was the
Yeah.
famous thing where the coach comes in and he's like, you come here, I'm talking to you.
He's
And-
happy this
Whoa,
time, though.
he's
Look at
praising
him.
his players.
It was pretty much just like, oh, yeah, we won, but we could have done better. So they took it really hard on themselves,
Yeah.
even when they found a victory. This time around, even cleaner, but it just shows, you know, the cogs and the gears are actually working really hard in the background for Snake. They're elevating their performance from series to series, and where IG are tripping right before the finish line, Snake are going into it like head first sprint.
We're focusing a lot on the Snake coach. And it's actually nice to see him praising his players for once, because they do deserve it. The fact that they just 2-0'd Invictus Gaming at this point in the split as well. And a 2-0 means so much in terms of points for them, and actually making their run into playoffs as there is only 1 week remaining.
Yeah. This seriously amplifies their run into playoffs. The next set, suddenly a little bit more important.
Oh my goodness, guess what, guys? Because
that?
Snake won, guess who still has a shot at
Oh
making
no,
playoffs?
no!
The dream is
The
alive for
return of
LGD.
LGD.
But that said, it starts with this gold graph. This was pretty much a one-stop train for Snake. It started with SOFM. It translated over, particularly into Flandre in that top lane, which was surprising just because Duke got the early lead, you know, getting those early 2 kills, having a team at 7 minutes in the game to compete with Rumble's shove as the Kled. You'd think that suddenly that should start opening up Duke to start making all of these plays to get in these roams, but it never happened.
And you just saw from the goal graph as well. It's just like it was all about the solo laners and SOFM pretty much in that one. And while a lot of those fights were unnecessary, they were very entertaining. And it did, in the end, just mean that Snake looked to win out.
Yeah, but there was one fight in particular that I was like, that's it. This is the game right here. And the guy that I'm really going to praise is not going to be SOFM. It's going to be Flandre. Now, check this out, where Flandre and Kled are. Rumble actually beats Kled to this fight. And not only does he get a kick-ass equalizer, he then also follows it up with the flash. He tags the harpoon. He gets that sick Zanya's when Kid decides to try to make him pay for overextending. It trades the tower aggro, which means Flandre is actually just going to walk out of this perfectly fine. But the fact that Flandre is beating Duke, beating Kled to these rotations. And it looks like he's the guy who's calling that fight because you see all the pings going down mid. And yeah, it's OQ's arrow that leads the charge that we didn't see off screen.
Yeah.
But it's the equalizer right on top of it. And that's the biggest thing for like the turnaround from Snake's performance from, you know, just a few weeks ago to now is Flandre in particular. He is online and he's playing with his team. No longer are we seeing, you know, these 7-second later teleports. Flandre is on point, right place, right time.
Yeah.
And the team is considerably more cohesive as a unit as well. It's not just SOFM going off and then, oh, I'm the only one doing anything. And there it is. Flandre will be the MVP of this game. And I think he definitely deserves it because we did have the opposite of high praise. We were...
You know, you had to be super critical of
Critical,
Flandre.
that's the one.
Like,
there we go.
Seriously, 3 weeks ago, we were watching Flandre. His teleports were never coming through on time. He was always out of position. He would overextend for silly, greedy things. This time around, game number 1, he takes his signature Fizz pick. Flandre was the first guy ever to play Fizz in the top lane, even with that smite.
Yep.
This time around, he goes back to the Rumble, so showing 2 different styles of champion, and he just turns it on, like fight after fight. Flandre was blasting Invictus Gaming.
Definitely was. This is, again, one of the big fights that we highlighted that Flandre was able to step up massively, and it's the awareness not only to do damage and be at the right places at the right time, but to take damage at the right time. That's what makes a top laner like really great, not just a good player.
Yeah, and also the fact that Snake recognized how strong Flandre were and put that trust in him to fight around him. The fact that he's level 16 Rumble, that we are fighting right now on this ultimate, was so pivotal.
I mean, now is the time to peak, right, as you get to the end of the split, if you do make playoffs and moving into playoffs as well and actually start taking names, because that was only his second MVP of the split, and coming into the split, you look at a player like Flandre and was saying this guy is going to be one of the big carries of top lane.
There's a really heartbreaking photo of last year. So for those who don't remember, through the regional qualifier into Worlds, Snake went through 15 games in a single day to try to get to Worlds, and they lost in the very last one. And a photographer took a photo of Flandre pretty much being dragged off the stage by the manager because he was just so crushed from that defeat. And it's just so nice to kind of find that breath of fresh air back into Snake. You know, we had so many expectations for them coming into 2017. That roster looked great. Zatai, OQ, you know, Tank even returning to the roster. They have so much talent, they just couldn't organize it in the correct places, you know, like square peg, round hole, trying to fit it in. This time around, it seems like they finally unlocked it. I hope that it just continues to get better for Snake and Snake fans.
Yeah, because history could repeat itself. I mean, there's
That
still
would be-
time as
that
we're
would be
moving into
awful.
playoffs. Because we still have
Oh,
1
no.
week left of regular season. There's still a week for that to happen. But I don't know what's going on this week. I honestly don't know how much I can take away from this week because everything is just like reverse land. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand why 2-0s are happening everywhere. I
Welcome.
don't understand why we've had 3 upsets.
Welcome to the LPL.
There
Pulse.
is actually, so like, I know it doesn't make sense. Even now, it doesn't make sense really trying to break it down. But when you hit the business end of an LPL split and everyone suddenly realizes there is just so much more incentive to actually get a 2-0 with standings implications, suddenly everyone plays closer to their best. Like when you start in a split, RNG publicly said week 1 doesn't matter to them, even though it usually does matter to most teams in a competitive environment. Like you hit the end of the split, that's where you find what people are really capable of doing.
And I know that sandbagging is a huge meme in the LPL for like the international stage, but I cannot like underline how much it actually happens in the LPL. There are so many games. This league is the biggest. We play the most games out of anyone else. We've been doing it for the longest amount of time. And the teams really do kind of sandbag or lose direction, experimentation, whatever you want to call it. Things go off the rails in the middle of the split. And towards the end, we always have this really super grind where certain teams start to peak back up. The fact that LGD even have a chance at still making playoffs, like a part of me is like, oh god, do I really want to bet against that miracle run? Because they do it time and time again. And it's the same thing for teams like Gu here, teams like Snake, who just on the very end, the back half of the split, they start that sprint.
Yeah, it's also the troughs from like the best teams as well. But I guess if they're already locked in playoffs, then maybe they're also lax, and it's kind of a mix of the two. But we'll see if LGD do start the start of their miracle run coming in to the end of the split. We're going to find out after this break as they take on IMay.
瞎子能不能够再留下一个？但是自己被留下了，所以赶到一个一人船长一个大招，结果跑不掉了。那人头是给到了辅助，但是 Sofa 这边也被打残，
极限吊起来，
能赶到了也
金角点了一枪，伤害还是不够，
金角
很尴
闪
尬
现 AA 不出来
，Q 被躲掉了。
哦，这个小走位，Sofa还在
网子还是被躲掉了。卡都没了，哎呀，这波是先开北神，北神这边被定到，好的，北神秒掉了，代表开出来了，开出来，但是伊普被打残，伊普这边交了一个闪现，还在输出，哎呀，马上再一伤，一脚踢回来，老高队，这样的话老高队的双子兵直接阵亡，
而且毛森现在还有个春哥再度复活，
艾米血加一下，哎呀，直接被蓝
哇，来
烤死
这个大招放的。杜宾有先抓到位置，让队友调整一下，勾到西叶了，勾到西叶，直接被勾到了锤神大招上面，被秒杀。哇，正面的团战有点难打，但是这边也中招，两个勾剁下这一波太强了，957这边感觉是走不掉了。赶紧用大招掩护一下队友，这边想要反打，寒冰一箭射到的是毒阴币，这边勾到了西叶，有金身了，如果大招也套下去了，救赎照下来以后，957这边绑上毒阴币，毒阴币有双对，这边落下去砍不住，大舅子的一个伤害由康帝这边正面已经把卡比给打残，但是可以的忽然一脚把西叶给踢回去，踢到正中央，这时候要看一下大舅子的输出，大舅子反向闪现以后。
现在还有闪现，这波就看小虎能不能秀起来了，秀得好。这个5杀的局，
这个就可有意的技能情况下，他还是不好秀的
啊！在兰博这边要
直接交了
过来，脚闪现要来追
一个夹子，
一个夹子，雷米进来的位置很不错，把对方给烤残。雷米已经是倒下了，小虎往前，一个 Q 技能透底之风穿掉2个人，威武是拿下双杀，最后是把九董给杀掉。另外一边麻辣香锅在追，血量不是很健康的一个 Lucky， 一个 Q1连续。
这一波是被辛德拉截在外面，被推到了，然后一个大招是不是换下去？
哦，这边
的话
叶灵
抢龙，
吐出来要惩戒，拿到了，这是什么样的鬼战法？是塔姆带着打野过去抢掉这个大龙，这边兰博到达一个战场。
马乌的凯诗在前期的压力都非常大哦，这边直接是1到2个人，配上一个大招，我的天，这一波瞬间爆炸！辛德拉是配合瞎子一人一个人头。哎，这边的话，先手打到军手了，就不够。这边直一个闪现过来，狙击被秒了。这一波一个嘲讽，嘲讽到了2个人、3个人，全部被留下。哇，西游给拿到双杀之后，吉布狗开了一个大招跑了。
Kid 的位置并不远，看一下能不能成功的夹到手。
2辆车一起开
，2辆车同时来，这时候就是强抓 Duke 开启大招，大树够不够弱？用 W 为了一小段绑到的是小虎，最后雷米是扛着塔的伤害终于是落地。Kid 这波上来的一个大招伤害还不错，麻辣香锅来了200滴血，差最后一枪，但 Q 技能缓速带头雷米粘上来，3下最后一下补 A 能不能砍出来？砍出来，打出怒气上车，这时候再往一个 Q 技能打到，最后被石化，小虎夹闪现过来，最后是雷米一下普攻。
哎，这一波1人后的位置，哎，还可以直接一个一闪，但是这一波一闪的话，想要贴女警的话也是被嘲讽到了，一炮双杀。那这样的话，击不够，往后想交出一个大招，被闪现直接挡住了，3个人全部倒地。
Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow, dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over horizon. Chance it all
Hey guys, welcome back to the LPL Week 9, our final game of Week 9, and it is LGD versus IMay. And now, pressure is on IMay, not only to win this game, but not to screw it up for everyone else, because this has been the week of 2-0s, and we need to see another 2-0 right now.
Well, we could go the other direction. It could be a 2-0 for LGD. Don't you put that weight on IMay.
No, I was going to say, the pressure's on LGD because they're the underdogs, and based off the current track record of this week, nothing's going to plan, so it'll be a 2-1
I'm
LGD.
happy to blame anyone. It's fine.
And let me remind everyone, you wig-wearing foes, is that the bet is still alive. Because Snake won, if LGD 2-0 the rest of their series, and if IMay and Snake get 0-2'd for the rest of their games, LGD will make playoffs.
Look, the bet may be alive, but it's not going to happen either way.
Mate, we've just seen some pretty crazy things happening. Snake just beat Invictus Gaming. OMG took down RNG.
You're wearing that wig, Frosker, and stop trying to deny it.
EDG, perfect game, Team WE. Like, here we go.
Yeah, the worst thing is I don't even disagree with Froscurin. Like, the amount of things that we've seen this week does lead me to believe that this is still a possibility. And it does, to be fair, start with this game and this match. But if the last series have been anything to judge by, maybe this is where LGD make their sudden surge. The counter-argument to that, though, is the fact that IMay, this still means something to them versus like a WE and an RNG who are all but secured not only in playoffs, but those number 1, number 2 spots. For IMay, they really need this win, so I expect them to fight tooth and nail.
I think it means more for IMay than you expect even coming into this day, right? Snake just won, and so IMay now need to win even more so than they originally had to. LGD are just playing upsets. Like, if the stars align and a miracle does happen, they can make it. But right now, IMay have to win. There is no excuses for them anymore. This is the match that they need the most.
And it's the easiest match that they're ever going to get. LGD are by far and away the worst team in the LPL right now. Record aside, it just they look heartbroken, frankly, as you look at that roster. But the curious thing is that IMay are actually changing up their roster. So it's not Flawless starting tonight. It's been 4. So previously, the last time we saw IMay, they fell down. Bit of kind of an upset, really, the fact that Flawless wasn't performing as well as we thought that he would, and they've suddenly changed gears in Week 9.
I'm skeptical, though we did see Min sub in for top lane for EDG, and he had a pretty great performance, so it's okay, but going into a match like this, when Flawless has shown that he is an exceptional jungler, and just one bad game to me doesn't tell me I'll be like, all right, guys, let's sub in Ben 4.
I don't think it's an individual player reason. I think it's just a communications front. Really, Ben 4 speaks the native languages. The jungler can work with Amazing J or can gank the right lanes. And Road, if he's coming into support, I believe that's usually the trade-off they make. He has played with this team for a very long time. He's taken them to Worlds. He's carried games. He is a star.
He's also one of the big vocal proponents on the team, so helping out with that shot calling alongside Amazing J.
We're going to start with LGD, though, and their lineup is Jinu, Amy, Godvi, Imp, and PYR for this lineup. So everything is pretty normal. Amy, of course, over Intruder, has moved to IMay, and it will be Amazing J, Ben 4, as you just mentioned, for Oscurin in the jungle, Athena, Jin Zhao, and Road, so no Starlight in this game.
But the question is, you know, how much will it change the dynamic of IMay having that secondary voice like Road to help them lead and pave the way? Like, while Flawless is undeniably the superior mechanical and kind of intelligent jungler over Ben 4, he wasn't quite gelling or meshing with the team as well as he should have.
Yeah, individually he is a fantastic player, but if the team play is missing, 5v5 game, very team-oriented, not going to work as planned. They need him to mesh for a little bit longer. And again, every Korean's a 2-split investment, still split 1. I don't blame them for bringing Ben 4 in when it matters.
That's true. And Amazing J, as you said, like, if you are funding resources into anywhere on the map, Amazing J can make it work for them. Last time we saw them, of course, there was multiple bans against Amazing J. Like, people are starting to take away his, like, OTP Nautilus, for example, so there's a lot of focus towards him, but stick him on, like, a carry or even another tank that he can do work with, then Amazing J can put out for the team.
Yep, Maokai is back a little bit more as well with the 3 Dorans. Kled exists and Amazing J looks fine on it. If they're confident that they can win the early game, which I am never confident against LGD, but if they are, good on them. They can probably pick Kled.
The thing about the triple Dorns build for Maokai that kind of, solidifies and helps compensate for the recent nerfs on 7.4 and 7.5 is I actually think it makes Nautilus that much stronger. And so while I feel like it helps put a band-aid on Maokai's problems, I still don't know why you would ever go Maokai when Nautilus exists. I mean, it's really the difference between the cooldowns on W versus depth charge.
I agree, but I also wouldn't go 3 Dorans on Nautilus because he doesn't need it, and I feel like it's an actual money waste where you don't actually need that item slot to be taken. Just because like Maokai uses it as a band-aid to make him good again, if you're going to lose that slot efficiency and have to sell the 3rd Dorans, like I personally really dislike 3 Dorans. I think it should die.
I personally love it. You feel like a badass if you do build it on Nautilus. You do so much damage. It's great for like 10 minutes and then you scale off. But up until that point, you body people. It feels really, really
It's like
good.
buying cheap shoes, you know? You look fly, and then a month later they break. And if you had the real shoes, they'd last a year.
The other thing is Nautilus doesn't really run out of mana even with 2 Dorans. So like you can just spam Riptide off cooldown and you're pretty much never going to run out of mana unless you're also using Dredgeline at the same time. So there's no real need for it. But Maokai needs it. We're not going to see Galio. We're also not going to see him in playoffs as far as I know. So, but that also could be a build for him because he is somewhat mana hungry. But again, aside from the point, Amazing J is the guy we are looking towards in this game to cement this as a win for IMay.
And they're very different top laners between Amazing J and Jinnu. Jinnu is much more a carry-oriented top laner, whereas Amazing J is that traditional tank-oriented top.
And speaking of which, Raskurin, Jinnu's Fiora will be taken away, and I believe that was the champion that he picked in his first debut game here in the LPL and went off on it, to be fair. So taken off the board for him. Rise and Shen, one towards top lane, one towards mid. And back over to IMay. How much focus do they want to put on Jinnu?
The focus that we're currently missing, though, is any focus on Imp. There we go. That makes a bit more sense, at least targeted towards the bottom side of the lane, because typically the flowchart win condition for LGD is, did Imp get Caitlyn? If yes, maybe win. If no, definitely don't win. Like, that's a loss.
Yeah. And at the very least, when we get into game, you're needing Imp to have a good lane and a good game. As we look towards their 3rd ban, which is technically a flex ban. It is Fizz towards Amazing J and Athena once more.
So this guy on your screen right now is Kesman. He's the coach for IMay. He took them to Worlds last year in tandem with Firefox as their analyst, who's now the coach for RNG. And I actually have a lot of respect for Kesman. He was the former coach of Azubu Blaze and Frost, as well as CJ Entis. So he has a pretty lengthy history behind him. He works very closely with their former sister team, EDG, as well. So you can kind of see his fingerprints appearing on multiple teams. And I like the fact that he banned Lulu. We never see Lulu bans from the LPL, and it takes a lot of power out of that pick.
Why did LGD just first pick Kog'Maw?
The flowchart. Remember, if we pull up the flowchart, my little spreadsheet, I've got it right here, Pulse. It says, if Imp gets a good champion, maybe win. If not, no.
Okay.
So that's the good champion. Unfortunately, because Lulu's banned, it loses so much of its effectiveness, which puts a higher priority on a champion like Nami.
I definitely feel like that 72% is going to become a smaller number for the win rate of Kog'Maw after this game, but we'll see.
Wow, rude.
IMay will pick up Lee Sin for Ben 4. And Zyra as well, to Road, who is now coming back into the lineup of IMay now that Ben 4 is here.
And that's cool. Road is a aggressive, playmaking-oriented support. Think of him kind of in the same vein as Mako and how they want to play the game. I like Zyra into Kog'Maw in particular, just because Kog'Maw has a really long range, but he's relatively low mobility, so the snare is that much more effective against him, as well as if she uses her Stranglethorns, it's really scary for Kog'Maw. He can't stand into that big area, and he needs to waddle his way out to safety, but there's the Nami we were talking about.
Yeah, prioritize that one before IMay can take it away with their next 2 bans for LGD. Now considering their mid lane pick or even top lane pick, but they will also consider Ivern for Amy, and that will be locked in fact. So LGD confirm the jungler.
And this is the Amy special, really kind of what solidified him over Intruder as far as the starting jungler for LGD. It does mean that they have the makings of kind of a siege composition anytime Ivern's in a game. It does kind of fundamentally change the tempo or the course of the game, just because there's no smite contention available when he's there. But really it's about your bush control, approaching towers, and being able to siege and protect this little Kog'Maw. But right now, 100%, this is a protect the ADC comp from LGD.
Oh yeah, written all over it. Ash will be picked up here as the final pick from IMay in the first phase, while Jace taken away from Godfrey and Jinnu as they were considering it. Now it's back to LGD.
And you would assume that the last ban would also be targeted at Wayless. Now they have two different options here. I think they either go towards Ahri or they go towards Orianna. And the reason why I say Ahri is because the big thing in the LPL is typically when you have a protect the ADC comp, you usually pair it with an assassin or someone who's hyper mobile in mid lane, so you can put all the resources in the Kog'Maw bucket. But they go a completely different direction, like get that guy out of here.
Remove Rumble, take away Kled as well from Amazing J. And now IMay back over to that, or rather LGD's final ban, then it'll go back to IMay.
That does mean that a pick like Kennen rises up in much higher priority, especially as Nautilus is now banned away. So we still have the likes of the Renekton's, the Kennens, as well as the Maokai's available for both Amazing J and Jinnu. Gragas, also forgot totally about that guy because
fits the bill.
Amazing J really doesn't play Gragas.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that one. Okay, has been locked in. Now over to LGD. They'll bring in the Renekton, and I sense an Echo on the horizon.
Oh, mercy. How could we oversight Wayless's Echo? I always forget if it's Godfrey or Wayless.
He changes all the time, man.
That is not
either of those champions. I'm not going to talk about it until it gets locked in, but
the fact that I'm not ready to completely dissuade it says something about the league, though.
I honestly forgot Wukong existed as a champion in this game, I gotta be honest. But
it's a lot stronger with the changes to Black Cleaver, though.
It's true, he's still not really being seen. And Syndra, his final pick from Godfrey, so it was going to be an assassin of some sort, Echo or Syndra. I highly doubt he was going to go Orianna in that scenario, as it is A, Godfrey, and B, the LPL.
The fact that they have Nami makes Syndra a bit stronger of a pick. Not that Godfrey isn't a phenomenal Echo player, but you think about how hard it is to engage onto a team when they have a Syndra and a Nami, and they're constantly throwing out either the tidal waves or the scatter the weaks. Like, that's almost impossible to break into or even to flank on.
IMay will lock in their final pick, and it will be Taliyah once more.
Speaking of flanks,
Do
they've got...
enjoy watching Taliyah?
Yeah, she's fun, but she's very critical of the flanking position, so Athena certainly has to be on point. But IMay's composition is riddled with so much ability to engage. You have the Weaver's Wall, you have the Asher, the Gragas Cask, even the Lee Sin Insect. So they have so many tools that if one of them does fail, they can still, Yahtzee, roll the dice again, try to throw out, see what they get. And it's now just a matter of can LGD weather the storm long enough to keep that Kog'Maw up and running. I feel like the team fights, if they don't end in the first 20 seconds with IMay, if all those cooldowns go down, LGD will just automatically win because the Kog'Maw will overpower or overwhelm them.
20 seconds is a lot of time that you want to survive for, and a Kog'Maw has to be alive at the end of those 20 seconds as well. Well, there's him, and so much of this game is on his shoulders. And he's not looking as jovial as he usually is, gotta be honest.
Backs against the wall. You mean, it might have almost been a breath of fresh air had Snake lost, because then truly LGD's chances would have been done. Now that you know that there is that glimmer of hope, they're like, oh man, now we kind of have to win.
Yeah, you really do.
That's okay.
Hey, PYL is picking up the slack there.
The oldest remaining bot lane. PYL and Imp have played together longer than any other duo in the LPL. These guys should know each other inside and out.
That's a nice little tidbit of information and history there for us, Kieran, but that hasn't necessarily meant good things for the lineup. You basically just said they should go to the retirement home at this point.
I pretty much feel like it's fair to say that if LGD lose here, they are over the hill. At some point, something's got to give. They are
past their prime.
Kind of an embarrassment right now, to be honest. You look at the talent that's stacked on this roster and all of the talent that's come through LGD's doors, and if we're going to be critical of Vici, you have to be critical of LGD. It is unacceptable when you have Marin, Flame, Acorn, Imp, PYL, Godv, and you only have a single LPL title to your organization's name.
You're not wrong. A lot to prove for LGD in this game and this split as well, as we head onto the Rift for IMay and LGD. The first game of this best of 3. I feel like I've been transported back to Europe because we've only seen 2 games in these series. And this could be no different. But this is probably going to be one of the closer games, or the closest game. By game, I mean match that we've seen all week, as we start fighting already. Man, the minions haven't even spawned Imp. He is very rowdy.
But as we see the Keystone Masteries popping up, the number one thing for me to note is the fact that Nami went for the Wind Speaker's Blessing versus the Thunderlord. So again, we saw that once the Lulu was banned, we predicted that it would be the Nami that would work in tandem with the Kog'Maw. The fact that she's taking Wind Speakers, this is all about empowering Imp. This isn't PYL having to pick up the slack and look for those trading bonuses with Thunderlord's proc. This is like, Kog'Maw, Juggernaut, I'm standing behind you, I'm putting everything on you, just go forward.
How are we starting off with the junglers? Ben4 and Amazing J is on this red buff. And Amy, he's starting on his own red buff, in fact. He's already set up the Raptor camp. He's on his way to the top side now as well.
This is actually quite important. So you check out where Jin Zhao and Road are. They get a delayed rotation into their bottom lane, giving advantage to Imp and PYL over the incoming creep wave because they decided to put a delayed ward on the opening ramp to the blue buff. So the typical pathing from Ivern is to go his red immediately into stealing the enemy team's blue. In fact, you see a ton of pings over blue and wolf camp. They're LGD pings, however. So it allows Kog'Maw and Nami to get kind of the jump start on them, just to make sure that Amy doesn't screw over Ben4.
Yeah, and Ben4, we had to look towards this player as well, because he's effectively replacing Flawless, who has had some exceptional performances on the side of IMay.
I feel like it's weird to say that it's not so much Ben4 replacing Flawless as it is Road replacing Flawless. You know, I think Rusty was 100% right on it's about the communication. You know, back to the wall, I may have to find the win here, so they're trying to minimize the variables to go wrong.
Which makes sense, right? Road and Jin Zhao are just... everyone's going at it in the bottom lane. While Imp gets a nice bit of extra damage from the Tidecaller's Blessing in from PYL on those auto attacks, it's not as strong as the Lulu, which just keeps on going forever.
This Lee Sin hunting Amy, however, unfortunately is late to the punch on trying to contest that Krug camp, but good job on Ben4 at least keeping track of where Amy is so he doesn't get that cheeky gank. The thing about Ivern is that he jungles so quickly and effectively, it opens up more space for him to start impacting the other lanes. So you really need to be proactive in keeping tabs on him, otherwise he just runs havoc everywhere. It's like a weed.
I had to take a couple seconds to think about that analogy, but just check out. Imp and PYL in this bottom lane, but they are aware that Ben4 is here looking for a gank because there was a ward there. And for now, Imp is surviving and he's farming, which is all you can really ask for a Kog'Maw in the early game.
And Ben4 has actually wasted a ton of time, about 15 seconds now. Kind of, he walks down to the bottom lane, looks, is there available gank? No. Walks to mid lane. Godvy's playing towards the strong side of his map, cheating towards the Ivern. Ben4's like, I got nothing. Eventually has to go back to the wolf camp, but that's 14-9 between the jungle camp. So Amy is effectively running him around the map.
Sure. This is very similar to like a Graves X matchup, right, where Graves will just farm the hell out of the jungle and Ivern will do the same if the ganking jungle doesn't get too much done as Imp lays down more damage onto Jin Zhao and Road, of course using a Bio Arcane Barrage, but that's his whole trade, and now we're waiting for like 15 seconds.
Yeah, if you haven't played against the Kog'Maw recently, Pulse is 100% correct. The trading windows are entirely on the W cooldown, which Jin Zhao and Road should actually be able to punish between their collective lower cooldowns on multiple abilities to damage, but they're not really doing that. They're actually just getting priority over the wave. Unfortunately, though, because they're competing with the sustain from Nami, the fact that they have more minions in these trades, Nami's just equaling or eating up all of that extra minion aggro, so Imp's still very heavily winning this lane.
I miss Machine Gun Kog'Maw. Those are some good days. But imagine how broken that would be on current patch.
The thing about Pulse that you don't know is he's a Bastion main.
Yeah.
So, of course he misses Machine Gun Nami. Or excuse me, Kog'Maw.
Love it. Yep.
You dirty player.
Because I always deal the most damage, and when I lose, I can just blame my team.
Doesn't matter where the payload is. Doesn't matter what's on your team. He's setting up in a corner.
Yep, and I'm murdering some people. Amy is doing the same. This is what I like to see. But he'll see a ward get placed down by Road, so he's already placing on his deep vision, keeping track of Amy as he's wandering through his jungle.
I'm telling you, he's like a dandelion.
He's like...
You think you got one in your yard, and suddenly there's 50 of them.
You know, he's like modern-day Nunu. Just derping around the jungle.
Oh, you're right. That's disgusting.
Yeah, it really is. He's just kind of obnoxious. Root Caller's just a better Ice Blast.
I think the best part about Ivern, though, is just how smug his strut is. Whoever animated that is, look at that guy. Yeah. That is the most frustrating thing to watch. Just freaking knees get above his eyebrows.
It's the same thing as Nunu, man. Like it's annoying when you get hit by Nunu because he's not gonna kill you, but his team is.
Nunu looks like a bobblehead though as he's walking down the lane.
It's true. Remember when like Ice Blast had so much big percentage of a slow? It was just like 80% or something stupid, and you could chain it as well. That was terrible. All these Qs are missing. Every skill shot's missing.
No.
Someone hit a skill shot, please.
That was what missed Root from Zyra, missed Root from Ivern,
Yep.
missed Sonic Wave and Bubble.
Yep.
That was 4 swing and a miss.
Everything missed. Oh man. Amazing J is subscribed to the Triple Duran's ring build.
The one build to rule them all.
Yep.
Despite what Rusty says.
What does he call it?
He calls it, we can't say it on air.
Oh, okay. I'll ask him afterwards then. Amy is still claiming his jungle camps. The bot lane's being pushed in once more, but we've pretty much got even lanes across the board. Do we have any differential between the junglers now? No. Benfall's also cut up.
The big thing is the fact that IMay are doing so much.
Jin Zhao just lost all his health and has to use heal, and Imp is still following, but I think he's gone too far. No, you're going to have to flash away. That's classic Imp. He had the red mist descending, and he just ran in there in a frenzied rage.
So literally, I didn't even look at the screen. I was already looking at the mini-map. I was like, how's the vision game changing? Because I'm like, oh, the cannon wave's about to come in. They can't fight because they can't chase into the incoming. Oh, God, Imp did. He had to flash away because he's like, oh, God, there's so many creeps here. Ah, man.
He did an Imp. He actually just did an Imp.
That tilts me so much. But as I was looking at is IMay. The one thing is that IMay have done a wonderful job getting so much deep vision. You see that they have great neutral control over 3 control wards in River, but then they have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wards peeking into LGD's jungle. And again, just keeping track of this vicious weed of Ivern, making sure that they know where he is at all times, so they're not trading any of the buffs and matching him toe for toe.
Second wave of buffs are spawning, and Amy is now level 5, meaning he can give an extra buff over to one of his laners. He's also stepping forward once again, but Jin Zhao will turn around with the ultimate, and Imp is surely dead on this one. Jin Zhao will also bleed out, but the kill goes over to the support, and actually both supports pick up the kill.
So that's the one good thing here, is the fact that neither Kog'Maw or Ashe will pick it up, but frankly, hold on. Dodge it. Nope, you're dead.
Best of luck, PYL. The quick jump in and a kick to the face. Amy will flash over the wall. Here comes Daisy as well to secure the kill onto Road. Gives him a quick punch, and that's another one. So that was a trade.
And we're still completely even, however, because both junglers got the kills. That said, no one is safe in the bottom lane. The only remaining flash is PYL, and speaking of not safe...
Oh, Athena comes in,
that's
takes
teleport.
the highway into Amy, but now we're in the river. It's a 2 versus 2, and Benfor is locked up, and Jinnu does a lot of damage. He'll instantly kill the Blind Monk and back away with the kill.
And this was set up on the fact that Jinnu didn't use his teleport to return to lane, so he had push priority, which gave him space to actually walk back towards the top side. Because you look at this, Amazing J cannot follow the Crocodile. So it's a numbers disadvantage despite the fact that Talia got there first. Well coordinated from Jinnu, and he's kind of the shining light if there is one still left on LGD.
I mean, that was the first non-clown interaction I've seen in that game, so good on you, Jinnu. You did something that was very good.
Daisy waved before she left.
I've never seen Daisy despawn.
I was going to say, I think I've only seen Daisy murdered by a tower or a smite.
Pretty much. That's amazing.
That was adorable.
It's just the small things, you know. I suddenly, actually no, I don't like
No,
Ivan
screw that
anymore.
walk
I
animation.
like Daisy. I don't like Ivan.
Look at him.
Oh, just yep, surfing through the jungle. Great, awesome.
I still love the saying that Ivern is an okay champion,
Yep.
but Daisy's an amazing champion.
Yeah, she really is. If Daisy's AI wasn't so crap, then she would be a much better champion
Can
than
you imagine if the AI
Ivern.
was actually good, though? How devastating that would be.
It'd be too good, actually. It would honestly be too
They
good.
had
If she
to put
turned
a
on a
curve
dime.
on it.
It's like, yeah, because she moves like a Dota champion, which is the worst thing, because it's not like she turns on a dime, but she kind of like lumbers around and then moves towards her target. Probably would be too OP. It's just got arrowed in the face, and Jin Zhao's still following with damage, but he does a lot of damage in return. It's probably going to be a 1-for-1. Well, he doesn't have flash, so he's going to take the rest of his time that he had left on this planet to farm the minion wave.
But who wins out there, really, when you're trading 1-for-1 with the Kog'Maw? But hold on.
Ben 4 wins because he's jumping onto PYL, had the flash, and gets kicked back to the tower.
Didn't calculate the damage quite well enough there to look for the execute.
But still, that's the sum of the burns, and Ben 4 did not use his own flash because it's down. So he'll get the rest of this mini wave. And in the end, I want to say Imp won because he has more farm.
So I keep seeing the exhausts go off on Kog'Maw, and I'm like, wow, these exhausts are so perfectly timed to have this trade, you know, even for IMay or even advantageous for them. And then I take a look over at PYL, who has Ignite, which tells you the direction that they want to go in this lane. I just don't really agree with it. Like, I understand the idea that Zyra is made out of wet tissue paper. She pretty much has one of the lowest health base values of any champion in the game. She's ridiculously easy to pop. So specifically against Zyra, I do kind of like Ignite when you go all in to try to punish that. But on the same side, it's Zyra. She does a ton of big AoE damage. And likewise, it's Ashe, who really relies on like her positioning. So.
And also it's Kog'Maw. Like, as soon as that level 6 gets hit by Ashe, arrow to the face, that's a big power spike. Yes, Imp's damage in from the ultimate is big, but he's more of a caster than an auto-attack damage dealer at that point in time, and you can see that at the very end, Jin Zhao did barely eke out in that 1v1 trade.
Yeah, it's more about, like you said, kind of multiple rotations through Kog'Maw's power spikes versus Ashe, who's looking for the all-in with the Zyra ultimate in terms of this 2v2. So we're talking about kind of surviving that initial burst. Imp is not really, he's not really about that life right now. It's kind of about the, like, I'll catch this with my teeth and you're coming with me.
Yeah. Which is fine, I guess, because he's accelerating towards those extra items as he trades once again in the bottom lane. Both Jin Zhao and Road back away, and he's not dead!
Yeah, he survived it this time around. The exhaust wasn't up, so they got to trade more effectively on the damage, which just means that now Jin Zhao and Road on the instantaneous back foot, and Godvi and Amy are responding in kind.
Therefore, moves on to his blue buff. But the hilarious thing is that both of them had health potions to pop, being Jin Zhao and Road, because all of these trades so far have been complete all-in, so they're actually going to get a bunch of HP back.
Where are you guys going? What is this stroll through the jungle? They just took the longest route back into their lane.
I honestly don't have a good answer for you at this point in time.
They could have, you know, ganked bottom. They could have sieged because Jin Zhao and Road were low health. They knew that it was possibly going to be a 4v4 or even a 5v5 because both teleports were there, but they just simultaneously decided, nah, let's just go for a walk. Let's just see the sights, Godvi.
Godvi is the type of person who comes back to work an hour 15 on his hour lunch break. He'll take that extra 15 minutes as he just strolls back to work.
This is
Imp.
not great.
Nope, Imp's very much just called out by himself, and whoa, he actually killed him. What was the extra damage that came there at the end?
I think it was an auto attack that was flying through the air, but I'd have to go back and watch.
Yeah, it's like Jin Zhao just felt bad and just decided to die. Teleport coming in from Jinnu. He's going to get kicked over the wall into Athena. PYL's there as well with the knock-up and the lockdown. Jinnu will follow after and should be able to pick up this kill. Barely. It's actually the courtesy of Godvi as another kill onto Ben comes through with the unleashed power. It's a 2-for-1 favor of LGD.
But suddenly Godvi is slingshotted so much farther ahead than he was. Now has 2 kills, so was wasting a lot of time kind of walking between bottom lane, mid lane. Not exactly where he wanted to be. Not being that big impact that Syndra usually is, you know, at level 6. He's already level 11. 2 kills, double buffs, that's suddenly going to change.
Amy and PYL are setting up on the bot tower along with Godvi. Here comes Daisy, so it's a 4-man collapse. Should be able to take out this tower fairly easily.
But this play should have been made, frankly, what, 3-4 minutes ago? When Jin Zhao and Road were initially low. I like the fact that LGD eventually got the idea, but this is part of the reason why they're sitting bottom of the bracket in Group A.
Yeah. Pretty much just a little slow to have that thought and then execute on it, but still a win is a win, as Imp went to mid lane to collect that farm. And it is Blade of the Ruined Kings to both AD carries at this point in time.
And Imp's suicide plan has finally worked out. He's now 2-3-1 comparatively to Jin Zhao's 1-3-2. So, aha, we did it. Kog'Maw has eked out ahead of Ashe in the late phase.
There's a bit of clench there as PYL had to flash out of the seismic shove.
Slice and dice.
Oh, he's very fast in running on a straight line, and he'll move right onto Athena, who is locked down in place and has no summoners. So there is no getting away, but that is traded for a dragon.
I would like to say, though, a special shout out to MVP Minions there for giving Jinyu the leg up to reach them in tandem with Flash.
It's also true, very good timing from the minion wave coming in there, betraying their masters. Mid lane pushed in, Imp locked up by the arrow, and a follow-up from Amazing J, and Benful also with the kick into Imp, thrown underneath the tower. All in all, it will be a 1-for-1 as I believe Benful also fell there.
But the big thing is that he stops the siege that's happening in the mid lane. They have the Ivern set up, they had the little Kog'Maw, but bam! Imp's aware that those are dodgeable skill shots, right? That the Ash arrow isn't a targetable ability.
Yeah.
I feel like every single one just like heat-seeking missile right on Imp's face.
It was just one ultimate after another, finally securing the kill onto Kog'Maw. And that is what the team wants to do. They want to try and kill Kog'Maw. Jinyu is not in a great position. Amazing J is in place to potentially kill him. Grasp the Undying. He's going to take another swig, and did he cancel the auto attack? Oh no, I think that was a shield from Amy.
It was the, what is it, Poppy Seed?
Trigger Seed.
Trigger Seed. I'm hungry, I really wanted a bagel.
Yeah, Poppy Seeds. I feel bad for you, Frost. I feel even worse for IMay if they lose this game against LGD, because it would not only put them in a bad position in the standings, but kickstart potential
wall.
comeback from LGD.
Oh no!
It's got a wall off Imp. I think he's, or I'm not sure if he's safe. To be continued on that one. He's still
Definitely
stuck
not
in place. Oh, Unraveled Earth flash back to the tower and takes the healing from the redemption. That was a little close.
How does he keep waddling out of these situations?
I honestly just don't know. But he has died 4 times, so many of those situations did not go his way, to be fair.
But I feel like he was the decider of his own fate when he has died, other than that Gragas cast. That was pretty much him, like, standing his ground, like, planting his feet, like, let's go. If I'm going, you're coming with me.
He can't have that mentality through the entire game, though.
You know, frankly, he's just maximizing the efficiency on Kog'Maw's kit. If you're not using his passive, are you really getting the most damage out of him?
I'm not sure. I couldn't tell who that was going towards, because Ben 4 had landed the Q. There's a Gragas behind him, so if he really wanted to kill Imp, but it was like, there's no way this Kog'Maw will be aggressive by himself. But at the end of the day, it's Imp, so...
It's the old Moscow 5 trick. If you're aggressive all the time, they just don't know where Diamond Prox is.
Yeah, maybe he's behind you, maybe he's not. The ultimate mind game.
Darius. Not Darius, wow. I'm totally spacing on Moscow 5's top laner.
Darian,
Thank you. Darian, ahead of his time.
ahead of his time. Not quite as good as Time Lord Genja.
Oh!
Oh, arrow right in the middle. And the tidal wave will still catch the ADC on the way out. Imp is getting torn apart by these plants who've been frenzied by the Stronghold Thorns. But he will get out in the end.
And Road is just showcasing time and time again why the Zyra was immediately picked in response to the Kog'Maw. Poor little guy, kind of like how Gangplank acts as a soft counter to Malzahar when Malzahar was big, is the fact that Malzahar wants to be immobile, and he can't do that when Gangplank ults on top of him. Same concept for Kog'Maw. He wants to plant his feet, wants to be that shotgun, and he can't do that with Zyra.
No, Ben4 messed it up. He had flash, he could have flash kick. Oh. I mean, Ben4, that was your time to shine. That was your time just to hit the Q, go in, get in there, get the double kill.
Doesn't need to. He's got the tower. They've got the siege. They got the push, and now they have the tempo advantage.
Nah, it's about the hype, though. Get the kills onto Ben4. Show him he means business in this game. Imp, why are you staying?
The farm, it's coming. He's like, that Ash Arrow's going to be down for another 30 seconds. There's no way he can snipe me with that.
Man, if anyone stayed, he was dead. But, alright, Imp.
That's why
fine.
he used his blue trinket at his right angle there. Just to make sure they didn't get the jump on him.
I just have negative faith, man. 9-6 in this game.
Are you a world champion?
No.
Are you making mad bank in China?
No, fair enough.
Are you 2, 4, and 3?
Often, yes.
Yeah, I can confirm.
Yeah. Oh, man. 20 minutes into the game. We have another dragon coming up soon as well, and it will be a second Infernal, so probably want to stop IMay from taking all these dragons. That would be nice.
Whoa!
Jam.
Calm
PY
down.
was definitely not shopping.
Oh, God.
Teleport coming in, who's still under attack. Well, Imp has already recalled, so he's kind of left out his poor mermaid out to dry. But PYL apparently still had a flash, so he's good.
You know, the hilarity of all of this, not only the fact that LGD will trade for a mid-tier tower, but that was because Imp and PYL were still farming that wave that you tried to dissuade them from farming.
Yeah.
Like, in the end, it was like an Ashel and a teleport, as well as them returning from spawn. But 30 seconds later, they still tried to punish.
I mean, you're meant to punish that, honestly. Daisy is taking a lot of damage, so is Amy, who wants to get out of there.
That was actually a really cool interaction, the fact that Talia kicked back Ivern onto the Stranglethorns. Big thing, though, is that Dragon is going to be live in 30 seconds, and a ton of key ultimates have just been burned. The Ash Arrow is down, as well as Stranglethorns. And Daisy, oh no, excuse me, Tidal Wave was the other big one that I was like, there was another big rolling wave ultimate.
Tidal Wave, that's the one.
Got it, nailed it.
The one that has wave in its title. So second item has been picked up by Jin Zhao here, whereas Imp has gone for the Quicksilver Sash, so there's actually a pretty big damage difference between the AD carries. That being said, it is Kog'Maw. He does damage regardless of that fact.
I think the big thing is also the fact that Jin Zhao's set up perfectly to push waves a lot more effectively than Kog'Maw is right now.
Second Dragon over to IMay. Another Inferno. LGD need to do something about this.
See, normally as an analyst, you'd be like, oh yeah, but Ashe's got the Hurricanes, she has more wave control than Kog'Maw, they're going to use that to exploit LGD by pushing the wave, setting up the Dragon, and then get it for free. Ultimately, though, LGD were just like, huh? Dragon? What? I just lost it.
Isn't that bad, though? Like, I mean, I don't think Jin is going to pick up this tower. I think Amazing J will be up there in time. Then again, this is a big minion wave.
No, he's got it.
Yeah.
It's just, it's frustrating as an analyst sometimes to watch these games and just think that teams just get things for free because then you feel like the wrong lessons are instilled. They don't actually learn anything.
Because it worked.
Yeah.
Negative conditioning. Yeah. And ultimately, when you play against better teams, like we've seen from LGD.
This used to work before. I don't know why I'm getting crushed now. Here we go. Here's a flank.
Teleport from Jinnu. Once again, the hero that we need. Will jump in, immediately get Kit back to his team. And that was a really well-placed Unraveled Earth, but it's not going to save Road's life. He'll go down. Jin Zhao has to flash over the wall. Anyone else to follow? Another great seismic shove in from Athena.
So they do manage to pick up Road, however. So all in all, not really a total wash if they can translate it into something, which that would be...
Why are they beelining Baron for us?
Very auspicious. Oh god, Bin4 still alive. It's
level... they've started it.
Oh no.
He's ready and waiting over this wall.
I can't watch.
Any sane team would have backed away knowing that the jungler's right there. Control ward comes down. Vision has been cancelled out. There's currently no vision. There's another one from Amazing J. Maintaining this. Another ward as well.
Here comes Talia. She's setting up the Weaver's Wall. They're locked
into the pit. Everyone into this pit. Bin4's getting ready to go. Jumps into the pit. Wants the steal. Goes over to Amy. Jinnu now zoning away Jinnu. And Jin Zhao, but Amazing James is going to town in this pit. Imp is the only one alive. He gets the kill.
And
he's got a recall as well. Oh, no, Road's there. He should have just carried on going. He's now been interrupted.
Keep going.
He's actually just dead. Someone's going to kill him, and it's going to be Athena or Road. But
Take the creeps.
The great adventure of Imp is about to come to an end very shortly. He tried his best. He'll get the minion wave from here. Oh, look at all these minions perfectly set up for him. 97 gold in the bank with his passive. But all in all, that was not horrific. That was a 3-for-2 favor of IMay, but Baron to LGD.
But didn't we just talk about negative conditioning? You know, the fact that they go for a play and just because it works doesn't mean that it's the right play to make. Like, Cask was available, Weaver's Wall was available, the other Smite was up. Like, Bin4 could have easily taken that. That was a 50-50. Both were level 11. By all intents and purposes, that should not have worked. They should have been punished for that. Yes, they got it. I think they retained on, what, 2 members? Maybe 1, Ivern and Renekton?
Yeah, I believe it's on 2 members. Well, this is a game. And Bin4, I think he pulled the trigger a little bit too early as well. He jumped in, landed the Q onto Nami. I'd like to see if we could get a replay of that, actually, but again, that's also a 50-50.
So the thing is that if they did have, oh yeah, so there is the empowered recall on Renekton as well. It does open up the possibility of split pushing. It also opens up time. So while they have the Baron, it's that much harder for IMay to siege in to continue to apply pressure and force this game open, which means that Kog'Maw just gets to sit back and not be punished for the fact that he was QSS's second item. Like, now he gets that much more time where he can start to build up more of those items, get towards that late game, and start coming online. So it may not translate immediately into structures being picked up now, but it'll give them that hiatus, that chance to catch their breath.
I don't doubt that it's good for LGD. I just don't think it should have happened in the first place.
Definitely shouldn't have happened.
And now IMay, I mean, they still have a great chance to win this game. They're not too far down in gold. It's only about 3,000 gold, even less than that. And plus they have 2 Infernal Dragons.
But they are not in position right now. Why is Jin Zhao top lane? Like, I understand that he's picking up this big wave right now, but his team really needs him not there.
Yeah, his mid is being sieged in now. Amy has Daisy ready to go.
They think that they can just clear out the Baron creeps, that Talia is enough. And yes, Talia has incredible wave clear in tandem with Ben 4 Smite.
She's going to run out of worked round, though.
If this works, I'm going to be really upset.
Oh my god, Jin Zhao's actually just taking this
I'm
tower.
getting more tilted.
Bot lane's being shoved in by Jinnu. Mid lane's now being pushed out from LGD.
They
Okay,
traded.
top's down. Bot's not down. Mid tower should fall to LGD. Jinnu is rotated. We should be backing off right now for LGD, correct?
Yeah, because Daisy should die, and then an arrow should come flying down mid lane, pop Godby or Imp right in the noggin,
here's
and then
Jinnu.
IMay should
Jin
engage.
Zhao. There's too many Jins in this game.
They're trying to rotate. Okay, if they can rotate to this bottom tower and pick it up, then it's going to be worth for LGD, but you never want to trade when you are the team with tempo advantage.
All right, IMay. Defense, where is it? Minion waves flooding into this bottom lane.
Okay, cast
Clearing it
super
out.
important.
Road, ultimate. Another ultimate coming in onto Amy as well. He's knocked into the tower. He's still alive, though. It's still not dead. Finally, he'll fall to the Ash damage, and Athena has locked himself out of the fight.
Great work there.
Big stun coming in from Godby. Push continues. Ben4 will kick Jinnu back to his team and then flash away. Jinnu hits the creeps, and another stun does not quite connect as Jinnu was looking for a Ruthless Predator, but he'll have to flash away now. Well, this honestly feels like I'm casting an EUCS game. This is what I did for like 3 years of my life.
Hold on, though. The IMay special. Deep teleport from Amazing J. Where you going? What you got?
That was not even close.
That
was a different lane.
He's still walking. Da-na.
This is a blast plan.
Wait.
He's lucky there's a blast plan. He'll make it over. Re-engage once more. Godby caught out. Godby gets away. Great stun. A flash and a body slam from Amazing J right into the face of a Cogmore. Not the smartest of decisions, and he'll back away.
Okay, so lucky or calculated on that blast plant. No, that was awful. That teleport way too far away. As you can see, it didn't amount to anything. The cask, I think, just now came up off of cooldown, so it didn't have that long-range ability. Yes, that's the IMay special, but it works so much better on Nautilus, who has more than one ability for hard engaging.
Proscurin, I'm not an analyst, but I could spot at least a dozen things wrong that happened in the last 2 minutes.
My favorite thing was Athena actually locking himself out of the team
Yep.
fight and actually just skirting back and forth like, do I drop the wall? Do I not drop the wall? Are you guys okay over
I'm kind
there?
of committed now. I mean, this is my ultimate. And that was, I think, 4 flashes all used because people went too far in by themselves, I might add, and then having to flash out to rectify their own blunder. And that happened like 4 times, like 2 on each team.
In the end, though, rejoice LGD fans, because not only did you trade better, because you got 2 towers, although IMay, I believe, got the dragon.
They did. They got Mountain Dragon.
It's fine. We're going to get 3 towers. So we're
IMay haven't reacted. Why have IMay completely left open their top side?
well, they're looking for a flank here. You can look at Talia. She can throw up the wall if they want to continue to chase. Nope. So we'll teleport to mid lane, run all the way down bottom with a blast plant to try to chase. But if we get a good flanking position with Arrow and Talia wall, we don't pull the trigger.
Honestly, this game is a complete coin flip, but for the wrong reasons. Crab is even confused. Crab is actually just doesn't know what to do with his life.
That's why he got Shaquille O'Neal dunked.
Yeah. Like, that was the most confused Crab I've ever seen. Now IMay are taking mid tower. Looks like an engage coming in from the tower wave. He'll take out that minion wave. Jinnu backing off, but he's going to get arrowed in from Jin Zhao. But he's got so much health. He's not going to die in a hurry. Got the healing coming down onto Amazing J, and the volley will find PYL as he goes down. And that should be the end of it, honestly. Just the 1 kill and the tower to IMay.
Couldn't survive the initial burst. They still have a lot of key ultimates left, like the Dragon's Rage Kick as well as Weaver's Wall. So I like the fact that IMay immediately pick up from their victory in mid lane, rush towards this Baron, and start clearing out the vision. Now, if they try to burn it down. They do have Weaver's Wall to buy them more time on the Baron, although it's still relatively early in the game. I don't know how quickly they can burn it still.
Scouting Daisy. Here's the ultimate from Athena, and will block off 2 members into IMay, but IMay's going to turn around, try and burn down Ben4, but now he's by himself. I think Imp just left him out to dry by flashing over that wall.
Okay, so Athena reminding everyone that he still knows how to play Taliyah, so making up for his lackluster ultimate on the bottom side of the map. That one was perfectly placed.
Jungler's out of action as well, and with the jungler being down, it means that Baron is on the cards. Amazing J, they're actually just baiting this one out, but happy revealed by the blue trinket. But that has not dissuaded IMay from continuing to try and trap. To find Jinyu, yet another Ash Arrow onto Renekton. This time, will it be the kill? Not quite. Amazing J taken out by Imp, and the unleashed power courtesy of Godvi for a kill in return.
And the fact that Jinyu gets to scramble away with just slivers of health, I believe it was the cask that really pushed him out to safety in the end. And there goes IMay's play. You could see it clearly. They wanted to set up for the Baron. They wanted to lure LGD to face check into the waiting Ash Arrow, but unfortunately they hit a non-priority target with that Crocodile. And now shoe on the other foot.
I'm honestly disappointed in IMay, considering the performances they've had against everyone else in the middle of the table in Group A, including like an IG as well. Granted that IG have their off days, as we saw earlier on today, but LGD, the fact that they are struggling so hard and making some of the bizarre mistakes that we would expect from an LGD, but in the same game up against them, when they're not necessarily being forced to. It's not like you're playing against G2, who are just fighting you constantly and making you constantly make decisions, and then maybe you just make one that's wrong because you have to do it on the fly. They're just doing it randomly.
The thing that's really surprising to me is not so much kind of the macro errors that both teams are making, because, again, both these teams are where they are in the standings because of their macro inconsistencies. But the mechanical errors, that's not usually something that we really target at, you know, Athena or LGD in particular. It's actually very curious to see Athena play Taliyah so poorly for the first part of this game. He's making up for it on the back half, but I don't know if it's enough to save the game for them.
Baron burning fast. Teleport in from Amazing J. Athena gets in and splits off Jinyu from the pack. And Amazing J is zoning away everyone from LGD. Daisy will go down, but Road almost dies to Jinyu by himself. He's finally gonna die. The Redemption comes out and saves Road's life. Amazing J is tanking up everybody, but IMay are not particularly strong. Jin Zhao will fall, and so 1-for-1 in total, and Imp wants to go back onto this Baron.
And this is what we were talking about. If LGD can survive the wave of bursts from IMay, all of those big key ultimates like the Ash Arrow, like the Weaver's Wall, it immediately goes back in favor for them. They have the sustain from the Nami. They have the, you know, semi-late game Kog'Maw at this point, who's got these 2 supportive champions standing behind him in Ivern and Nami. So IMay just have to back off and respect.
Oh man, Baron's still up here. Jinyu is respawning shortly, so is Jin Zhao. And AD carries are in a similar spot in terms of itemization, but of course, the Kog'Maw's going to hurt significantly more.
I feel like this is really going to be a race to GA, though.
Well, Ben4 is caught out by the root caller, and Imp is just shredding him. Great grasping roots in from Road, and Athena just laying down the cobbles will stop LGD from getting in there easily.
Frankly, Road has saved so many lives because he keeps finding Imp with either the root or the Strangle Thrones and slowing down the aggressive forward positioning of Kog'Maw. Here we go. Baron has now been hidden.
Started again. IMay cannot see it. Amazing J leading the charge into this pit. Ben4 needs some sort of information, but they got a nice ward down. Ben4 cannot die right here, otherwise it's going to make it way too easy for LGD to find this Baron. A kill down onto Athena, and it is going LGD's way. Ben4 taken out in midair. Amazing J also needs to get out, but he's locked down by Jinyu, and he will fall. 3 kills to LGD. This should secure the Baron.
The only hope that they have left is that Road still has Strangle Thrones, but they have to fight it or dissuade, so they need to start chipping away at these health bars.
There's the Strangle Thorns, and Godvi is dangerously low, but Jin Zhao taken out. He will take down Godvi with him. And Baron now to 4. Road is looking for more, but Imp is just going to destroy him outside of the pit.
And now that's going to be the Baron on at least 3 members of LGD, which means they can at least impact all 3 lanes if they choose to. But at this point, I would just siege his vibe. As we take a look at this fight, so the big issue is that IMay have to over and out position themselves just to get a ward into Ivern's brush. And when they do that, Talia puts the flanking wall down, and yeah, it stops Imp here, but Imp was still doing all of the damage. So the wall didn't actually do anything for IMay because Kog'Maw was just, you know, slingshotting his long range over the first half of that fight.
This is not a high-level game, but we've had a lot of kills, so I can forgive them a little bit for that one. Dragon has spawned, and it will be Ocean Dragon now. Not as important as those Infernals and Mountain Dragons, but IMay not out of this game, but a second Baron to LGD is going to make it certainly difficult.
But IMay have been in this position time and time again. I feel like the last 3 or 4 series we've seen to them, they've given up, I think, like 3 Barons in a row and then just stood back to the wall and tried to fight forward out of it. The nice thing is now that LGD are put in this position where they want to have onus with Baron, where they want to siege forward, that it forces them to overextend in a lane, which opens them up to flanking potential. And again, that's where IMay really shine. It's when Amazing J gets good teleports and good flanking plays. Now we just need that to happen.
Yeah, pretty much. The fact that Northwest was taken away from Amazing J as well certainly hurts, because it is a lot easier for him to walk into a fight, click R, and then suddenly you have an engage. And that's all you need. But Athena is scaling up. It's not that big right now. He's 3 items compared to the 4 from Godby. Now Siege comes into this mid lane. Siege is really just determined around him stepping up and hitting it with Bio Arcane Barrage.
A lot more dangerous to do that though, as Godby's actually taking some time to pick up the blue buff. Now it should be much easier.
Yeah. Sideways are pushing against LGD though. So they are pretty much committed just to forcing down this mid lane.
But the scary thing is they're committed into Talia, Ashe, Gragas, and Zyra. There's so much wave clear there. They actually just need to be brave and either hit someone with Scatter the Weak or dive the tower. Like, IMay can pretty infinitely just kind of sit here and absorb a lot of the Baron timer. It'd be much more effective to play sideways.
Imp is chipping away, but yeah, it's going to take too long. Athena is looking for this flank on the ultimate.
Can he be brave? It's really dangerous because of all of the brush, and they don't have the proper vision. So when he goes in, he'd pretty much be going in blind, which is why I feel like he's pulled off.
Yeah.
And is just trying to help his team wave clear.
LGD is slowly breaking this base apart. IMay needs to draw a line in the sand right here, right now. Planning these skill shots in from Ben, finding the right opportunity to try and kick Godby or Imp into that team.
And they're running out of time because look at the massive side waves that are building top and bottom. LGD, when they do get this, it's going to be a super easy rotation to either of those lanes. You'd think bottom for that inhib after this falls.
I mean, Siege has gone on for so long, they've gone to the towers and bounced. Here's the ultimate coming in, and the full engage coming out from IMay. Can they convert this into anything, though? Because Jinnu is right on top of the face of Road. He'll back away into his team, and everyone is right underneath this redemption. Benfor is caught up in the scrum. That is LGD, and they'll drop Road as well for it. A 2-0. This should be inhib falling to LGD.
And they're going to continue to push into the mid lane. Just rotate. There you go.
Imp is gigantic. He does so much damage. Bot lane is here. They'll take this inhib. Someone needs to clear out top wave, otherwise that's a third inhib falling if LGD don't decide just to move on to this Nexus turret now.
They're just going to try to end the game. They pulled out the full health Jinnu. He teleported back into it.
Well, they have to make this happen. IMay turn around. Jin Zhao ultimate lands onto Godby, but it's not going to turn into anything whatsoever. Amazing J will fall. Living Artillery comes out, and Imp, he's on a leash at the moment. He's not making any unnecessary attempts, and Athena caught off to the side. Jinnu finds his target. And with Daisy coming back up, this is all but the game right now. Jinnu's going to die on the spawn pad. Barely survives. An Amazing J also will survive. I think Imp just dies to the Fountain Laser. And now they're moving on to the Nexus. It's pretty close, actually. But in the end, LGD will take game 1, barely killing the Nexus.
And the dream is still alive. LGD still have a possible shot of eking into that playoff position, but they need to 2-0 here. So they've put one nail in the coffin. Can they put the second one against IMay?
Let's see if they can shut it and keep it closed against IMay. Godby apparently finds this game hilarious, but
I'm assuming the damage done chart is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I can expect that. But man, IMay, what a crushing defeat, honestly, in that game.
I do want to give a lot of shout out and prop to IMay, particularly how he played the Ivern, especially in that last elongated siege. I didn't quite get to touch on it, but he denied a lot of the potential flank ability from Athena just because of how he placed his brush. If Talia decided to flank right there, because it felt like IMay's flank was so delayed, he would have been doing it entirely blind because Ivern was hiding pretty much everyone.
And that was the game. 41 minutes on the clock, and Cogmore turned online. LGD ran over IMay. And in the chaos, LGD were born in it, so they knew how to thrive. But it wasn't a pretty game. Welcome back, Rusty.
Are you telling me that I have to put all of the LPL's perfect 2-0 week in the hands of the LGD? I have to trust that they can win another game?
Yes, sir.
That's
That's
just-
what Godfrey was giggling at.
Yeah, no, it was a good performance. I feel like LGD drafted Cogmore as their first pick, and then IMay were like, you can have it. And then they went to 40 minutes and got outscaled anyway, because the team composition, even though it was telegraphed from LGD, didn't have a counter really in place. Like the Talia was okay early, the Gragas engages were okay early, like they were getting kills, but they were never getting anything other than kills. And it just felt like slowly but assuredly, LGD were going to get there, and naturally they did get there and get a team fight. It's just that simple.
Yeah, pretty much. But it was because of those constant errors from both teams, which just equalized out, which is only going to benefit the team who's going to outscale you in the end.
I mean, here's the thing, like, echoing what Rusty's saying, if Imp is always going to trade his life bottom for Jin Zhao, but, like, no one gets a tower off of it or no one, like, snowballs him
Imp
into a
wins that.
dragon, Imp wins that because Kog'Maw late game just means so much more. So he was fine to just play Kamikaze Kog'Maw every single time.
Yeah, because he has an Ivern to shield him with Locket,
Yeah.
Redemption, and the fact that he has the shield as well. Like, there was so many tools to keep Imp alive. There was absolutely nothing that was going to be able to kill him past 30 minutes just from the raw shields, to the point where if a Gragas kegs him into the middle of a team fight, I swear to God he would have just stood still and lived.
It's actually, like, that might be the pick for Imp, because gold on me means more for me than it does for you. Therefore, I'm just going to trade 1-for-1 constantly and keep running at you. And actually, it just works out in the end for LGD. Normally, against a different team, though, they wouldn't be able to stall to 40 minutes. But against IMay, that might be the secret ingredient in the recipe.
But that's also assuming that IMay are going to let Imp get his hands on Kog'Maw again,
Which
which
is why I'm saying they should ban it.
yeah, I doubt is going to happen.
Yeah, no, I think it will be banned. My challenge now that we're banking on an LGD 2-0 for the perfect LPL week is that what is he going to play now that Cogmore is gone?
Caitlyn.
Twitch.
Yeah, and I'm thinking Twitch actually above Caitlyn.
Both of you guys. My champion made sense.
Yeah, but he's going to pick a hard scaling champion that doesn't matter if he int feeds on, because he'll hit 30 minutes and carry. Caitlyn
But
doesn't do that.
logic tilts me.
It's also the Imp champion. I think he has a positive win record currently. I think it's 2-1.
He's won one game on it.
Or is he
I'm
1
going to
and 2?
say it's negative, but barely, because no
It's
one else
3
plays it.
games. I know there's been 3 games, but
Yeah.
it's one or the other. It's
Let's guess who the MVP is. Who wants to put money on Imp?
it's Imp.
Oh!
You guys suck.
What was your guess,
You didn't even
sir?
say anything.
I know.
You abstained. Well, PYL collects the MVP. This is his first MVP. Wow.
All I have to say is this 80 carry spent a lot of time dead for him to get an MVP.
Fair enough. There hasn't been many wins for them to get MVPs in the first place, so checks
Yeah,
out.
I mean, PYL didn't play poorly by any means. He
No.
protected his AD carry. He did his job. It was his one duty, and he did it well. So commendable performance to be able to get a victory doing it. But I feel like no one gets MVP in that game besides Jinnu, who, in my opinion, was actually the MVP performer.
Yeah.
Because the way he actually played, he was a second threat. You already speak about this all the time. With Cogmore comps, they have an assassin of some kind, but they didn't have one in this one. It kind of is. But the Renekton was a second threat, a big enough second threat that they had to deal with him, and he was killing everybody. Imp would just come in and take some last hits.
Yeah, what I liked about your last statement was the fact it was the way that Jinnu played. And when we had that complete clown fiesta in the bottom lane, the one good play came out from Jinnu. And he did that like 3 or 4 times in that entire game. Every TP was on point. Every play that he made, his target selection, perfect, immaculate every single time. So Jinnu, for me, was absolutely the MVP of the game.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I mean, one replay that I will show you involves LGD's prowess through their top laner and many other characters. But at the same time, the thing that I really disliked about the Baron fight from IMay is how they individually play this out. Athena decides that he's just going to go so deep and get himself killed with Ben 4. Like, that was one of the most interesting decisions that I've ever seen in League of Legends. knowing that going into a Syndra, Kog'Maw, Nami, which, by the way, going into those champions is dangerous. You don't want to land on top of them. The other big thing about this that you would have seen during that is the interaction between Amazing J and Talia, is that if you want to use your Seismic Shove and knock down a target that you're focusing on to bring them back in or kill them, Gragas knocks them all away. It happened more than once throughout the game, but the lack of synergy, honestly, between the team composition that they had was really frustrating to watch, because it could be really good or it could be really unfortunate. It's like Gragas Janna type of comp.
And it was not only like a macro thing, but it was also individual mistakes as well, which you kind of highlighted. But it was from individuals and just making bizarre moves. And I expect that from LGD, but I expect better from IMay. And if they continue this pace, they get 2-0'd by LGD and then get brought down. And then we're maybe even looking at a reality where IMay don't even make playoffs. I mean, it's it's a possibility if this keeps happening to them. And LGD, they cannot have this happen to them. Either way, we are going to take a break here and see if the curse continues. And LGD, they were the prophesized ones who will bring it to another 2-0. We'll find out after the break if IMay can bring it back. Welcome back to the LPL and our final series of the week, and it could be the final game of tonight as well, as LGD are currently 1-0 over IMay as we head into the next game. And let's start off the discussion on picks and bans, because we were talking about mid lane during the break and how that mid lane pick from Athena could have been something different, but we also saw subpar play from the player himself.
Yeah, so I understand that Talia is one of the highest priority mid laners at the moment. We are seeing quite a lot of Talia, and there are various reasons for this, such as being able to roam around the map. And against LGD, yeah, being able to go bottom and kill Imp a few times is going to be a pretty big win for you. IMay did that. That's okay. But I just feel like there was so many other champions that you could pick if you're acknowledging that mid to late game is going to be a thing in this game. So Vladimir is the best example for me. Firstly, you're against the Syndra. And if you're against Syndra, Vladimir lane's fine. You can use the pull and dodge the ultimate, so at 6, it's okay. You're just a bit weak early and you just have to try and survive. Not just the Vladimir, Fizz works for the exact same thing. Katarina, if you really want to go deep, does the exact same thing. It's all about, like, how are we killing the Kog'Maw as we come into the next draft phase? Particularly for game 1. Game 2 will be a ban.
Unfortunately, though, like, while I agree with all of those points, I still find that the Talia pick was okay, but I think it kind of underlines the bigger problem for IMay, which was execution across the board. It wasn't just Athena that was dropping the ball. I also think that Gragas or Amazing J was super suspect up into that top lane. Like, his role is so important at that point because he's the guy with the cask. He has to find that Kog'Maw out of position. He needs to make those flanking teleport plays, and he just didn't. And it, like, when the good cast came through, it was so late.
The teleports were definitely weaker from Amazing J than what we are used to. The one time we saw some really good picks onto the Kog'Maw was usually Ben 4, who was able to kick him into a body slam, so graciously gifting him into the back lines. And even then I was worried that IMay would manage to miss him and he would kill them.
I think we also have to praise Jinnu as well, because ever since he just joined that lineup, he has probably been the most consistent lineup of that whole team.
Look at this
on
guy
carry
over
players
here,
as well.
praising the top laners.
Which is interesting, right? Because the Fiora ban unlocks the rest of the map. So I've only something that's usually taken away from Amy, but perhaps the Fiora being a higher priority is a cause for concern for IMay when they're on red side. The blue side Kog'Maw first pick, perhaps you don't expect it, but that also means that Ivern can be picked after the Kog'Maw to still build a team composition, even though you've banned Lulu away.
My favorite ban out of all of this was actually the Nautilus ban. And I find it quite odd that it came all the way out in second rotation, because you would expect that Nautilus could be used as a flex pick and would be picked first before second ban phase. But just the fact that they're playing, you know, protect the 80 carry compositions, that Imp is going to be all of their gold, that Amazing J is such a phenomenal Nautilus player, I would think that that would be a higher priority to ban away, because he has like a targetable click and point ult to just screw the 80 carry if he wants.
You could say the other thing as well, that IMay could have also priority picked it, right? This is the second time in a series where in recent weeks teams have just banned away Nautilus from Amazing J, and suddenly he has worse performances when you also take away other carry picks that are very simplistic and binary, like a Camille and that type of thing in the top lane. So it suddenly makes him much less of a threat than he is on his signature champions.
I mean, there's still a champion like Shen available, but that's why LGD banned it. So I really did like their draft phase. Even though they picked perhaps in the wrong order, I think it was still a good end result for the team, not just for the comp they put together, but for LGD in particular. I think it was perfectly fine. IMay are the ones that really need to shape up, or they'll be shipping out of the playoffs.
Yeah, the fact that a team who was just a couple weeks ago 4th, 3rd, challenging IG, and then both those teams shift down and OMG just appears out of nowhere and is now 2nd. Like, what even? And IMay very realistically could be stuck in 5th, while Snake will take that position in 4th now.
We did say, you know, at the very beginning that Group A were pretty much the wild card group. You know, if Group B is all of your contenders with EDG and Team WE, now Chaogu, you know, starting to crop up there, Vici making a good climb. Group A, we never knew it was going to come out of this because there's so much superstar talent, but it's having a hard time being organized correctly on the field, and I think both IMay and LGD are suffering from this currently.
It's a very true statement, but now is not the time to suffer. Now is to try and make that end of the season surge, and I have not seen enough of either of these teams to where we look towards the final week and say that they have shown enough to take on any of the teams that we've seen so far in Group A, even today. So, honestly, this looks like the bottom 2 of Group A.
Is that a knife?
That's
is that Punish threatening P-Lail with
really
a knife?
hard to tell.
It could be. I have no idea. It didn't look like a knife.
Definitely looked like a butcher's knife.
Maybe. I don't know.
Ah, well.
We'll never know.
PYL's alive.
He is indeed. He got MVP as well. So maybe that's what he needed.
I love these signs.
Audience members yawning. Yep, I agree.
I almost yawned. I'm not gonna, I hate how contagious yawns are.
Yeah, it's really bad. And there's a lot of people at home right now being like, "Start the game! Why are the casters still talking?" Did you know? We haven't started yet, so this is me getting triggered because this happens so often,
that
man.
the casters can't control when the game starts?
No, man. As soon as we stop talking, the game will start. Didn't you know?
Oh, yeah, we're just paging in. By the way, can you buy us another 3 minutes? We need to continue.
For those who
we really want to talk about top lane and this one interaction between Renekton and Kled.
For those who aren't aware, though, There are definitely clear-cut indicators for when champion select comes along, so the observant people will know.
It's usually when the coaches appear on screen.
And the flags actually come up.
Yeah.
Or the banners.
Oh!
It goes from the
There's a
banners
banner.
to the picture of the stage, and it zooms in. And then I leave. See you, nerds!
See you later, Rusty. Thank you for that commentary.
Thank you, Prophecy Rusty.
Secrets of the trade. Man, we have a couple bans already coming through. IMay and LGD. Let's get into this game. We're actually just throwing all of the bans towards Jinnu. I want that final ban to be Kog'Maw. IMay will ban out Fiora, Renekton, and Camille and Ryze will be banned from LGD towards IMay. Final ban, Ivan. Priority there.
So many targeted bans being thrown at Jinnu as well as Amy. You'd think at this point Amy would go towards the Graves, possibly the Elise.
Let's see if it is a jungle priority from IMay. They first pick Kog'Maw. All right, well, part of me approves, part of me is just like, what? LGD, you need to take the Lulu now.
A tailored strategy against LGD. Priority pick Kog'Maw. It has to be Lulu and jungler. Say like Lulu Elise, Lulu Graves.
Yeah, pretty much has to be a jungler. Definitely support. I mean, that's 100% Lulu.
They double down. They pick away Nautilus. So like, ha!
Yeah, they just pick all of IMay's champions.
Nautilus wouldn't be a terrible pick right here, just because you'd be like the 1-2 punch away from Kog'Maw.
It's true. It's also very useful. But I don't really want to see LGD give Jinnu a tank champion. I'd rather see him on a carry. And the jungle makes sense here as well.
At this point, then, I would like IMay to actually prioritize the Nautilus, get it in the hands of Amazing J. It could also work as a flex pick if they didn't want to pick up Nami, although you'd think that Nami would be taken away then. But I think they could go Nautilus jungler.
Yeah.
It'll probably be like Nami Graves, Nami Elise.
I can subscribe to that. But definitely want to see the Nautilus coming in from Amazing J here.
Amy, though, going back to comfort pick on the Lee Sin. So he was a Kha'Zix one-trick, actually, when he used to play on Unlimited Potential. Hey!
Hey, we got what we wanted. The one-trick has evolved, and now he's got Lee Sin as well. But, yeah, Nautilus Graves, perfect from IMay.
Well done, IMay.
Oh, man. I mean, me and Rusty said it, but I don't particularly want it to be true.
I don't want it to be true either. Although I feel like if you see Kog'Maw, I'm actually okay with him prioritizing Twitch because you're gonna go late game anyway.
Yeah. Or
so it's like, why not just match you there?
man, we've gone a lot of different
We're
directions, but we've gone balls deep. It's gonna be the Twitch lock-in from LGD. All right. Well, okay, fine. It still worked with Lulu.
Oh boy. Okay. So the last time that I saw Imp play Twitch, which he's played it a couple of times, I believe 3 times you said this split?
Yeah, and he's won once. I thought he'd won twice because I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but boy was I incorrect to do so.
But it's a huge swinging pendulum here. There's a very big spectrum of Imp's Twitch performance on LGD. It's either we smash you in 25 minutes or we just get blasted in the bottom lane because we're ganked repeatedly.
Pretty much. I really wanted to say, hey, I've been in Australia for too long. I've adapted to the local language. Nami banned out there against Rhodes, and Syndra taken away from Godvi. I mean, you pretty much know it's going to be an assassin at this point in time. Thresh, again, another ban towards Rhodes. And on the final one, let's see if it is maybe an Echo ban. Just hit Godvi twice. It's going to be Rumble, actually. Take that away from Jinnu. So triple ban towards Jinnu.
Just trying to take all the teeth away from Jinnu's bite.
Yeah.
What does he have left?
I don't think anything that we've seen in terms of carries.
What, Rumble, Renekton, Camille, Fiora?
Yeah, those are the 4.
Ooh. Where does he go? What, Darius? Kled? Kled's still available.
Kled. Yeah, there it is. Kled locked in. It's good timing on that one for us.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
So now we have hard engage from LGD's composition. You have another carry-oriented champion, so fits in the wheelhouse of the MO of Jinnu.
Yeah.
Has great 1v1 potential, especially because he's looking across from a tank like Nautilus. The nice thing that I like about Kled is that if you don't instantly kill him, or once he falls off Skarl, like really punish him and send him back. When he comes back into Skarl, he pretty much has infinite kill pressure on you. So I feel like he demands a lot of jungle attention or a lot of jungle assistance.
Interesting that the final ban from LGD was Thresh instead of Karma, because Karma is almost certainly going to be picked into the Lulu here.
Rhodes more so a Thresh, or a Thresh player than he is a Karma player, even though Karma is more of the flavor of the month. Although that is Karma mid.
It is, as Brom gets locked in at the very end from Road.
And this makes much more sense to me because Road is much more that playmaking support.
Yeah.
He's not that caster disengage support. He's the guy who's going to jump forward and make it happen.
And right on cue, Godv is considering an assassin pick, but he may just prove me wrong, as he is hovering Victor, and it will indeed be a wave clearing mid laner.
Did he just pick for his team rather than his comfort?
That's pretty crazy, actually.
I'm shocked.
Godv's like, oh, we actually have a chance, and we won game 1, and this is a very realistic chance of us getting in to playoffs. Okay, I guess I'll just play for the team, fine.
So the other terrifying thing is not only does the Victor pick over Kassadin mean they have so much more wave clear and so many more options that if they do fall behind, they now have the tools in place on the composition to stall out to get Twitch to that 40-minute point. But look at the line damage from LGD's composition. If they fight in a choke point between a Twitch ultimate and a Victor Chaos Storm as well as a laser, you are absolutely done. You will just explode into shrapnel.
I mean, if they get to that point in the game, yes, LGD will completely destroy IMay. And Amy really has to perform on this Lee Sin in the early game as well. But I really hope this Cogmore takeaway works for you. IMay, please make it work. And Amazing J is also on his signature champion, so the stars have aligned. It's just whether they can actually execute on the day here.
There's also the fact that Road picked up the Braum, and Braum is so pivotal into Twitch. Now the thing is that Twitch will actually do so much damage late game that when Braum sets up his wall to try to protect his team, he'll actually just end up killing himself because he'll absorb too much of it. But ultimately, it still does help kind of tip the balances. You know, if Twitch isn't ahead of the clock, if Imp does fall behind, Road can really throw a spanner in the works.
It's good at least for early mid game, up until like 3 items, and then Twitch kills everybody regardless. But it's a nice stopgap, and that's all the time that I may really need to buy. Because if you get to that point in the game, then great. And IMay could actually just run home with a win and bring this game 3.
But there's a lot more emphasis for IMay to look for the victory in those win conditions in a 5v5, whereas LGD can start playing, you know, the side lanes. They do have the Kled versus the Nautilus, and Kled will overwhelm Nautilus if he's on clock or eventually overwhelm him. So while LGD can still match the 5v5 because they have great line damage with Victor and Twitch and good synergy there, they can also just kick Jinnu out to a side lane, dodge IMay, and slowly win the map. I doubt that we'll see a game where they win the map, but it's a possibility.
It's worth putting out there, right?
Is it?
Yeah, it is. Because if you just hid the team names and thought this was 2 different teams, then we would definitely say it. So.
I appreciate that he uses, that's not Firecracker Kog'Maw, that's actually just the Caterpillar skin.
That's not the Lion Dance Cogmore.
The ugliest Kog'Maw skin available.
It actually is. What are the other skins? Yeah, that is probably the worst.
There's Monarch, there's the Caterpillar, there's Lava, and there's Fireworks and Pugma.
Pugma's probably now the worst.
Okay, Stoneborn pack with Braum.
Completely ignored. Yeah, Stoneborn pack is probably more important.
So I was doing some math on this, and basically at a level 2 all-in between Braum, due to his base health, you will basically get your AD carry 2 free auto attacks over the course while Stoneborn proc is active, which gives you about free 50 to 60 damage, which at level 2 means a lot. And the thing about Braum is he'll naturally lose the 2v2 because it's 2 range versus melee range, but what he does do is empower the 3v3 with the jungler, because he offers that hard CC as well as the extra bonus magic damage off the back of concussive blows. So for me, for Braum to be successful, Bin 4 needs to get down there.
Get involved into the bottom lane. Meanwhile, IMay just invaded on top side for Ben 4, so he's going to take this red buff away. There's a question of whether IMay will be able to do the same, but there's an instant ping down there. It looks like BEN4 is going to beeline it towards his own jungle.
Which means that it will be a successful 3 buff because IMay's not going to have any response. And even better for BEN4, he slipped underneath all vision because Athena did a great job pushing the way forward. So LGD have no information that this is happening. And we talked about that B lane bottom. What would be better for BEN4 than picking up Raptor, going red over the wall, gank bot?
It would be the perfect setup for the team as Imp is already shoving in Jin Zhao. Man, of all the matchups as well Imp gets, he will manage to play into a Cogmore.
But right on time. This is something that PYL does religiously. At about 3 minutes exactly, he'll always clear out Blast Plant, no matter if he's on red or blue side. So good heads-up vision from him, places a D4 behind Dragon Pit, as well as clears out the easy Blast Plant to go over the wall.
Yeah, great deep vision, so it's going to keep them safe for the meanwhile. IMay looks for the invade, and he's going to catch BEN4 just as he finishes off his red, so he has information at the very least, but IMay is now a little bit behind.
Come on, Athena, you know he's there.
Q lands, Athena pretty much blocks all of that damage with the shielding.
Thing is, though, while IMay still gets 3 buffed, he does figure out where BEN4 is, and that means that he disables any sort of play that can happen bottom. You even see a lot of extra safety from Imp, making a very early back to look for some better trade potential on Twitch. So, does that with a dagger, I guess. I was expecting something else.
I was too, but there we go. Imp will pick up double daggers, in fact. He's dual wielding.
He's just, we're buckling in for the long haul. He's like, I'm going to farm this lane, you're going to farm it too, and we're going to make a gentleman's agreement about it.
Whoever can kill the enemy team first is the winner. It really is just a farm first, yeah. Mid lane, how's Godv doing? Feels so weird seeing him on Victor. Top lane, Jinnu, shoving Amazing J back. And he is getting absolutely demolished. A flash six could be a kill. Bear trap and the last Q, the pocket pistol, was not enough.
Actually kicked him back. Does Bear Trap proc damage when it hits the root?
Yes. Initially, and then as soon as it procs.
Would he have killed him if that had procced?
I believe so, yeah.
So did he actually miss out on
damage.
first blood by using his Q from the pocket pistol, which kicked him back so the bear trap wouldn't proc?
I need to rewatch it. I can't tell if it just fell off because he got dismounted or Amazing J walked away, but it's that's a replay I'd have to look at. But it applies the same damage when it tugs, which is why you want to stay in range.
If so, that would be super unfortunate.
Yeah, it would be disheartening.
And it actually wouldn't be the first time that Jinnu, you know, while he's looked impressive on a lot of these carry champions, he hasn't actually played them at the highest level 100% of the time. Some of his Fiora plays come to mind.
True. But he did almost just kill Amazing J, who is an exceptional top laner in his own right. So
on his signature champion as well.
Yeah, no less.
But it does mean that actually, Amazing J retains his teleport. So because Jinnu overextended so much to try to get the kill, he didn't keep track of his wave. It bounced back. He pushed it back forward, but he's burned his teleport, whereas Amazing J walked back to the lane. And with LGD, Twitch, and PYL so far extended, there's now this window where Amazing J could try to punish that as he gets closer to level 6 with a deep ward behind them, or even one from the river.
Yeah, that's the caveat, right? Road needs to actually get out of underneath his tower, which is, I would say, a good 60 seconds out because he is so low on health and mana. He'll want to go back to base first, and then he'll come out, and then he'll place down a ward.
And frankly, it seems weird to kind of connect these dots, but IMay finding BEN4 is actually a big part of why Road hasn't been able to get any deep vision. So any sort of deep teleport play that would have been available bottom for Amazing J was disabled when IMay, you know, caught where BEN4 was.
Uh-oh. Imp and PYL jumping out of the bush, and Jin Zhao will return with a bunch of damage. BEN4 comes in here as well to turn this into a 2 versus 2, but IMay is in the brush. Top lane Amazing J decides to go for the trade, but not the smartest thing because Jinnu does do a lot more damage than you.
This is going to go from bad from worse. If I'm IMay, I would actually just book it up into the top lane and look for dive potential on Amazing J. Yes, he's a Nautilus, but you have the Scarl, so you'd be able to juggle tower aggro as long as Jinnu is healthy enough for it, which is why I think Amazing J is being very respectful. Backing will probably burn his TP now. Nope, he stopped it.
The Great War over blue buff continues. Winter's Bite connects. Ben4 still wants this, but Godfrey's closing in from around the side. Pops the ultimate onto Athena. The disco ball was going in, but Godfrey chased after. Concussive blows, locks him up. IMay cannot do anything about that. First blood over to IMay.
Yeah, and the only unfortunate thing is the fact that Road was the benefactor of picking up that kill, but does mean he has good flanking position as Imp and PYL. Wow, Brave. They don't know if Graves is behind him.
Really don't. Here he comes, PYL and Imp. Oh, this doesn't look particularly good, but Imp has stealthed up, and he's going to come out of stealth and turn it around onto Road. Gets the kill, this one over to IMay. PYL somehow survives.
With a clutch heal from Imp, so the confidence of LGD's bottom lane and great communication to IMay, knowing that, okay, they do have the flanking maneuver on this, but we're strong enough. We have the summoner spells. We can compete with this. IMay, just sit in the wings, and let's see what happens.
PYL sieging bot lane, but IMay is still here. He'll come in for the ward hop, the Q, the execute combo. And IMay picks up the kill.
There's that deep teleport, though, from Amazing J, finally pulling the trigger on it.
Is it enough, though? He'll find IMay. He's knocked up, and he'll jump to the minion using Q. Ward hop as well. Ben4 looking for the chase to happen. Dredgeline lands, and the anchor to the face will confirm the kill.
So ultimately, finally pays off for Amazing J. That said, he will miss out on a lot of chip damage on his tower as well as that incoming wave, but because he was the benefactor of that kill, makes up for it.
I feel like maybe PYL could have stayed behind, so he could have been used as a ward hop. As a Yordle hop, I guess, in this case.
The communication only goes so far for so long for LGD.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, I agree with you. Jinu trying to do his best there, denying multiple waves. I think 2 there, although probably only 4 creeps will die by the time Amazing J waddles up. Ultimately, I hate that word, ultimately, we're killing it.
Okay.
13 CS is the difference of 1 kill versus gold of 13 creeps, so we're just about there. So the kill and Amazing J and Jinu are still even in terms of their gold.
Yeah, not the worst. In the end, Imp will carry on pushing this bottom lane here, and is still forming a healthy CS lead. Likewise, Godfrey is doing the same in the mid lane, as there has been a good amount of roaming in from IMay. Road is going to come up here. This is the Winter's Bite, and we'll lose control over this bush.
But hold on. Checking in on itemization, that's actually a BF sword rush from Imp, so not looking for the Blade of the Ruined King that's all the rage right now, which is actually quite effective on Twitch. Going for much more an old school build.
We're going hyper late game then.
That he literally is buckling in and like, I'll see you in 55 minutes. It was 40, we had to move it back a little bit.
Everybody chill out. Ben4 getting chased down.
No chill.
Godfrey's coming in. Jinu pops the ultimate. He wants someone. He's going to launch onto Athena, but he's going to joust Ben down and come in for the second one onto his next target. But in the end, it will just be the 1 kill over to LGD.
And the teleport timings are displaced. You can see that Amazing J, his is about half off of cooldown. Jinu had his, so there's no follow-up. So there's going to be these huge windows where both LGD and IMay will be able to make cross-map plays, and there's 0 response.
Oh, IMay holding onto that Q, doesn't choose to jump in there. On the way, pings coming in from IMay. They are trying to defend this tower. Amazing J is actually on the way to the mid lane. Godfrey has been locked in place. Dredgeline sure to follow after the staggering blow, and he didn't even need it because Athena had the damage to kill Godfrey.
And LGD's window shuts, and IMay's window opens. So because Jinu used his teleport to pick up the kills in the mid lane, he wasn't keeping track of his wave. Nautilus got push priority and then used that to rotate, and now it's being followed up by Athena.
Imp just killed Road. I was like, he's totally dead. And yes, he was, but he took someone with him. And gold onto Imp is still gold. That is good for LGD.
It's that same question of if Imp trades his life, is it still worth it for the Twitch? And like you said, absolutely, because he's a hyper carry. As long as IMay don't transition this into anything, which they are trying to pressure this tower, but because PYL and IMay might still be here, although IMay, you need to be careful.
Just took a lot of damage, and collateral damage is still there. Great dodge, but it's not enough. Jinjiao will find the kill.
Why would you stand? Okay, pro tip. Do not stand between the wall and the tower. That tiny little narrow corridor makes it super easy to hit all of your skill shots. And yeah, IMay did safeguard out of the way of the collateral damage, but he already ate all of the karma damage. Like, fish in a barrel.
Quite literally a fish in a barrel. Another kill to IMay. And it's all picks. It's just one kill here and there. Godv steps up, clears out this ward. Up, there's a stray dragon just taking a walk down river.
That's great for both teams. The fact that it's just an ocean, just chilling there. They're like, we don't care about ocean dragon. We don't want that. We want to farm late game.
Yeah, give me those infernals.
Don't put pressure on us to 5v5. None of us are ready for this.
No. He's getting stronger, and here's another gang coming down. Ambush will be activated, but he's still spotted. He'll burn his flash. And it was intensifying as Karma, Victor, and Lee Sin were on their way.
PYL and Imp need to cool it, though, because they're pushing their luck when Amazing J has that window open for the TP. And you can see that the pings are going down on the ward. Like, you cannot be that far aggressive when Nautilus can make it down there and Kled cannot.
I saw that sly smile on Imp's face. Right now, he's scaling up.
What's more
It will take a
terrifying?
while.
A happy Imp or a serious Imp?
I think both are kind of equal, actually. I think you apply that question to Uzi. Which one's the scary one? I would say like the happy Uzi is the scary one for sure. And Amazing J has gotten to the point where he is now trading effectively with Kled and Skull. Goodbye to Skull, and it looks like Amazing J was trying to turn his one around, but here comes Skull right back on cue.
And this is the scary thing. Amazing J then needs to immediately start pulling attention because now that he's remounted onto Skarl, there is kill threat.
He's very low though, so this honey fruit is very much a necessity.
But you can see that they've already started to pull Amy. Like, Jinnu knows what's up. We can very easily dive this if Nautilus hangs around because of how we can reposition the tower aggro when I hop off of Skarl. So, Amazing J, also a connoisseur of the Kled. Meanwhile, bottom.
1v1, Imp turns onto Jin Jiao, ultimate's being popped. It's gonna be close though, but PYL turns the tables back over to Imp, the heal comes out, and the last living barrage comes down for the kill.
Now, Imp, it's not as successful, that playstyle, this time around, because that is also a Kog'Maw. So Jin Jiao is now 3-2-1. Completed Blade of the Rune King. He's going to Spike. I was like peek and spike, combining those two words.
What did he try to say?
Speak.
Speak?
Apparently.
Great speak.
Yeah, great speak.
I'm good at speak.
I speak real good. He's gonna, peak earlier because he's going for the lethality lifesteal build versus the, what are we gonna call this? This is the Infinity Edge double attack speed. I don't even know which direction Imp's gonna go at this point.
Nah, he just like walked up to the shop and it was just like, oh, what would you like today? And just stuck his hand in and grabbed some items. I was like, I'll take these, please.
In short, this is a race to 45 minutes, but Jin Jiao gets like a 10-minute head start.
Yeah. This may have really backfired on LGD. This may have been the smartest gambit of any picks and bans. Imp, I mean, he may have just signed his own death warrant. Oh, honestly, he just steps forward, out of stealth, instantly dies to Jin Jiao. And 10 minutes just became a 12 minutes.
From bad to worse. We talked about empowering that Braum, getting the Graves involved. It's exactly like that. And it's super easy when LG are just going to face check into you every single time. They are so thirsty for that tower, which is sitting on like 10 HP.
Yeah, they really want it. But it's so easy for Ben 4 to be like, I'll just keep going bot, man.
At the same time, it's so easy for LGD to make the call. They just pull their team and just 5-man push it down. Instead, tempo right back into Jin Jiao's pocket. He's now got 2 extra kills as well as the first tower gold.
I mean, I'll be honest. If I'm Imp, I'm saying, where the heck is my jungler? Why is he not just coming down here? Or at the very least, counter ganking. We know what the crux of our composition is. It's me. And Amy's just kind of derping around the jungle at the moment. He's on his way top lane.
It said LGD organized themselves to dive Nautilus to like help Imp to take down the easy tower. Nah. Dive Nautilus, 100%. We've got a 10-second window before the rest of IMay get here.
We only play on hard mode. Amazing J will just jump away using the dredge line. Turn around, pop the ultimate on Lulu.
Get out of dodge.
And may look for the re-engage. The rest of his team is on the way up, including Athena. Here comes Road. We need any piece of CC to land. It's going to be the play stopping in its tracks, though.
So the nice thing is that this will be an equal trade in the end. So it's going to be tower for tower in the top lane, as well as Imp will actually even out the bottom side tower. Although, unless IMay can't get this, then LGD may have slingshot themselves back into the lead, although they're still down 200 gold. With this single rotation,
Now Ben4 is sieging in mid as well. Imp is on his way to try and defeat this menace.
Trying to keep the dream alive, Pulse.
Not like this though, man. Like this is. No matter who wins here, I think both teams lose. Top lane being shoved in. Jinnu, this disco ball coming down onto Road. Does not feel like dancing. And he'll run away. Nice shielding in from Athena. It's pretty even. Back to even in this game. LGD take the advantage in towers.
So we have this conversation with Spawn all the time. He's actually the guy who coined the drop the base on Victor. Like, if he just hits a massive Chaos Storm, that's what you're supposed to say is Victor drops the base on them. I just want to propose this to Riot Skin Team. I know that they like making money. DJ Victor. How good would that be?
That'd be pretty fantastic. Or, yeah, DJ Victor, I'd buy it. Here comes Jinnu. He's going to jump on top of Jin Zhao. Return with the Fissure. He's dismounted. Now he actually just wants to run away because Jin Zhao's going to kill him. PY out. We used the ultimate on him, but now Amy and Imp are coming in from around the side. Flank number 2. Amy has been exhausted, but he's not really the one he wants to exhaust. Imp comes in, slays one of his opponents, and Amy wants Road desperately, finds the kill. Meanwhile, Amazing Jake caught out. He'll drag himself to the wall. Aftershock damage comes out, and the power transfer is complete for 3 kills to LGD.
Kled and Lulu, everyone. That's exactly how it works. Rusty talks about this all the time. Kled falls off of Scar. Lulu shows up just in time, hits him with the Wild Growth. He's able then to either remount, in this case, disengage from the fight, but it just makes your tank line pretty much virtually unkillable, and it buys enough time for the rest of LGD to collapse and pick up more kills on the back half.
Ben4 will be able to pick up this dragon as well for the side of IMay. So it's a bit of tit for tat in the end, as Infinity Edge is finally completed by Imp.
Boom! 19 minutes!
Power Spike!
Nailed it!
Kinda, because he wants his second item and also wants a third item, and actually preferably a 4th item, so we're still a ways off.
You're the micro guy in our 2 pairings. It used to work like this. I haven't checked Twitch in a very long time, that if he crit on his first bullet of Rat-a-tat-tat, that he would crit through the entire thing.
Ooh, that's a fantastic question, because it changed twice, I believe.
Yes.
Because it went from, everything critting to each individual shot as it passed through each target.
And it used to be the cheesy build to build the old Sword of the Divine.
Yep.
When he guarantee you the crit when you had the active on, that when you went into ultimate, you would just pop it.
That's actually very true. That's a very good question. I'm not entirely sure. I want to say, though, that it's...
They probably changed it away because that was absurd.
That was a little crazy. Did you ever play Sword of the Divine Mundo? You pop Masochism, and then you would just punch someone to death.
No, but I did play Frozen Atmog Sivir with Banshee Veil.
Oh, Atmogs.
Frozen Atmogs.
Atmogs, what a build. Atmos Impaler and Warmogs.
With a Frozen
That was
Mallet
cool.
and a Banshee Veil.
Yeah. So many good items. That were actually terrible items that have been removed from the game. Good times. Regardless, I know for a fact that Imp's going to do a lot of damage when he gets his crit build, so I can tell you that.
But the conversation would have changed how much Infinity Edge is worth on Twitch. Now, it is worth a lot, but the thing is champions like Tristana and Jinx, because they have AoE crits, even as Misfortune when they changed her ultimate, Infinity Edge is always going to be a great item for AD carries, but it just means more on those champions in particular because of the AoE crit. Because I don't exactly remember how Twitch's ultimate works. It doesn't necessarily get that same analytical point, but fun fact.
Yeah, that's an obscure one. That's not even one that you can find in the client. You'd have to jump on the Withia for that one.
I'll test it out after tonight.
Imp has picked up a second item, though, so that's a very significant power spike now. But he's in bottom lane, so they're just going to lose mid lane tower to IMay.
I mean, it was going to go down anyway. I think this is LGD more so making the decision that they didn't want to fight at all, that Imp's still trying to farm up closer to kind of that second power spike. You can already see that he's got the Hurricane, he has the Infinity Edge, he needs another attack speed item, as well as depending on where Amazing J sits in all of his armor, if he's going to need that armor penetration item. Although he could go Infinity Edge, Hurricane into Blade of the Rune King. I just find it so interesting that Bork is like the hot new thing, and Imp just decides to change up his build.
I think it'd be weird if he goes for it now, though. I'd expect just more crit, honestly. More crit, more AD.
I agree with you, because he doesn't necessarily need the sustain in the fights. He really just wants to pop them all instantaneously in the ultimate.
His ultimate will or can critically strike against each individual target. I just looked it up. So if the first one crits, not necessarily all of the targets in the line will.
following
Yeah,
ones.
which makes sense.
I was gonna say it
That
was
was pretty
way too
dumb.
broken.
Yeah, that was pretty stupid. So at the very least, it still does a lot of damage because he'll get to the point where he'll reach like 80% crit anyway, where it will stop mattering for the most part.
Those classic CLG compositions where they used to run like Mundo, Shin, Janna, Twitch.
Yeah.
And just wait until you went into a choke point and then you
Oh
just
my
hear
God.
the ch-ch from Twitch's ult
And everybody
with
dies.
flash.
We could still reach that point in time, in all honesty. He's going for it. We're actually charging in using Jinu's ultimate. He's on the way, but he actually doesn't connect with anybody. It was a little too telegraphed because he was using it from maximum range.
But showing that LGD are feeling a bit more confident, at least in the area that they want to fight around. So we also talk about this a lot. Red side Victor. Red side Victor is super strong if he uses his gravity field correctly. So it's not so much about the Chaos Storm. The thing is the map is shaped differently. So if you look at blue side, look at all the entry points into Baron. All of them go through choke points, whereas on red side, you've only really got 2 areas, which are also choke points. So when you're fighting over that area and you want to chase into red side Victor, it becomes that much more terrifying, that much more detrimental, because he'll just turn around, lock you in with a Chaos Storm, hit you with the gravity field, and blow you up.
Yeah, there's no open space if you're on the other side because you can kind of dodge out of it. But otherwise, yeah, you're walking into a bottleneck and you're all dying.
Painkillers.
Painkillers?
I'm on a lot of painkillers.
Yeah, I honestly feel for you.
Words are really hard for me right now.
Dental work is not fun. It really is not. PYL. Ooh, that was a lot of damage onto Godby, actually.
He needs to be careful. If Braum had reached him, he was dead, which is why he's still like...
Uh-oh. Yeah. Amy probably would have traded his life for Imp in that scenario if he had to.
What we've been trading, though, is vision over Baron. So IMay did a great job recognizing, clearing out the pit, as well as laying down their own deep vision or triangle vision around it. They also have push priority on top side of the map. So IMay actually in a prime position that if LGD aren't careful, this will be a free Baron. They have Kog'Maw. He's got Blade of the Rune King. They could burn this so quickly.
Looking towards Imp as well, it looks like he is just going for more crit, which does make sense. Going for another Zeal item. So probably going to be... say rapid fire kind of. He might go for Static Shiv as well, actually. As it will charge up quite quickly on his ultimate.
It also works really well in tandem with like his ambush. And the thing is Imp is actually one of the few guys that will also build Static Shiv on Sivir. So it's an item that he does prefer in like these big AoE moments. But I still like rapid fire better.
Yeah.
Although if you're doing most of your damage with your ultimate anyway,
it doesn't really matter.
You don't need the extended range.
So yeah, I would like to say it would be Static Shiv. I'll put my money on that one. And LGD just completely cleared out Baron area and also took out the wards in their own jungle. So Imp will get his hands on this red buff.
They've also prepped their side waves, which is the big thing. And now where we're talking about just moments ago that IMay had priority over the Baron area, that LGD needed to be careful. Now the tug of war has gone back the other way. We need a phrase for this.
For what?
Baron dance.
Yeah, Baron dance. That's the old phrase.
But I feel like it's like a salsa. It's like a specific type of dance.
It's still a dance.
It's definitely not a waltz.
I mean, no, it's not a what. I mean, between certain teams, if you had like an SKT and a...
I was gonna say if we're in Korea, it can be a Baron waltz.
Yeah.
But here, what is it?
Oh, Amazing J just kind of wandered into Jinu.
It's like a chicken dance. The Macarena.
Yeah, something like that. I like chicken dance. That's pretty good. Because it's like a headless chicken dance.
The hokey pokey.
The hokey pokey.
One arm.
It's got to be something goofy, that's for certain.
Oh,
Here comes Jinu. I mean, he's just proving our point. He'll jump in right onto Roden. The whole team's going to collapse in. Look at Imp's damage. He's just going off. But Amy is now getting dragged around by IMay, who will eventually kill him. Amazing J drops, and Imp is following after. He's back into the shadows.
He needs to be super careful, though. If he steps too far forward, Athena and Rode will blow him up in tandem with Jin Zhao.
Yeah, I got confused as well earlier. Godby needs to not get hit by these auto attacks. If he goes down into the concussive blows and is complete, he is dead. But in the end, it was just a 1-for-1.
Unfortunately for LGD, though, it was their jungler that died,
well,
so...
That could have been bad.
Still pretty bad. because IMay have priority on the Baron and their jungle is alive, which means that they have the smite.
Imp is top lane.
Here comes
Teleport.
Kled.
Baron's down to half. Ben 4 takes out the blast cone. And Jinnu has located the Baron, but there is no smite nearby, so it will be secured by IMay. Imp, does he have the ultimate? Not yet. This is not a good fight. Instantly just lost PYL. They cannot let Imp die. Jinnu is still tanking up those front lines, but he's now going to get dismounted. And now he is easy prey. They just lost Amazing J from IMay. Amy is kiting around the outside. It's now damage control from IMay. They need to back away with all of these members still with the Baron buff.
And LGD needs to not push their luck here. I don't think they can continue to siege the tower. But they just need to eat up as much time of IMay's Baron buff as possible. So IMay will need to reset the map by going bottom. Someone from LGD should actually be rushing top lane to push that as hard as possible to delay the amount of time that IMay get to consolidate this Baron buff.
Oh my god, what is
Imp,
Imp doing?
why?
He wants to assassinate someone, and Godby was on the same page. He was definitely reading from the same hymn sheet, but Imp actually just bailed at the last minute.
I mean, I guess as long as they keep IMay busy. So what you want to do, if you're the team that doesn't have Baron, is you want to continue to move between the lanes and just keep shoving everything forward so that the Baroned up team has to just keep clearing out the waves and they don't get to just pressure and push everything to start sieging towers. So like, Kled should push as far as possible, probably another wave. Then he should back. Then he should like run bottom and push that wave as far as possible.
Yeah.
And then meet up with his team mid lane.
So
and
far,
just keep wasting Baron's time.
IMay haven't done anything with the Baron, and it's already a third gone. They're actually down in gold. Ben4 is going to clear out enemy blue buff. And we'll ult back Godby and Amy. Bot lane is being shoved in by Athena. He's actually just going to bot lane to buff up the minions and push it in. Actually quite interesting. And now he'll back away.
The problem is that IMay have finally collected themselves in the mid lane, and it's pulled Jinnu. And actually you can see him, he ran mid lane, he's now going bottom because he wants to catch that wave, but he doesn't know if he needs to be around for his team, because if LGD die here, this will surely be the game. I think they should just give this tower up, and they'd be greedy. Oh, this is so dangerous, because they have so many tools that they could stop it, but it's like, if this goes wrong, you'd lose the game, or you could just lose a tower.
Amy wants it, and so does Jinnu. It's a full engage coming in from LGD, but it's a front-to-back Amy. He's looking for a flank. Who's he going to jump onto? It's Jin Zhao. He's still alive, though, and he is just tearing up that front line. He finally goes down. Road drops. Amazing J as well. It's a 3-for-0. Make that a 3-for-1 as Amy falls. Godby turning onto Ben4, and Ben4 does so much damage, but misses the collateral damage in the end. Jinnu following after. The blast plant sends him back into enemy territory. A 4-and-1. LGD pull it back.
That is such a high-risk, kind of a medium reward play, and it works out for LGD. But again, if they didn't execute on that perfectly, if the engage wasn't there, if Godby or Imp got caught out, that would have been the game. Because it works out, they do eat up all the Barons, which means that IMay will get virtually nothing for this Baron. That is a negative, what, 1,819 gold value? Yeah. That's absurd. But again, if that hadn't worked, it would have been game.
And it's about to get worse as well, as mid tower being sieged in. However, many members of IMay are coming back up, and the third dragon is also going to be Ocean. So LGD are a little bit favored by the RNG gods that those weren't combat dragons.
And the big reason why this works is take a look at where Imp and Godby are in particular. Imp just got knocked up by the Nautilus ultimate, but Godby is doing so much work. IMay are in a massive little choke point. He's got his Chaos Storm on multiple members. You know, he's hitting perfect lasers. He's queuing off to the side, sidestepping all of these skill shots. Big props to Godby, particularly on this Victor. We know him as an assassin player, but he's showing up on the control mage.
Yeah, just the fact he picked Victor in the first place was MVP worthy in the first place. He's actually playing for the team right here.
And again, it's not enough for LGD to just win the series. If this does go to 3 games, and if they did win, they still wouldn't make playoffs. They have to 2-0 here, and IMay and Snake would then have to lose all of their next games 0-2. So. Yep. This is back to the wall. They have to win.
Imp gets hooked in, but he does have the wild growth. He's still alive somehow. PYL is going to fall, and Imp finally dies as well, but there's the kill down onto Amazing J. Jin Zhao also dies here from the flurry of action. And Ben4 caught out by Godby. He finds another kill as Jinnu is zoning away Athena. Road has to back around the wall.
Quadra
We're looking
kill.
for the power transfer. There it is. The 4th kill to Godby in that fight. And he just went to town on IMay.
Scumbag Athena going to deny the Penta, possibly the Dragon. Nope, Skarl's gotcha.
Scar's got it in the bank. And also Crab, no one escaped the wrath of Godby. And we thought this game was going to be about Imp, but it's really just been about this Victor.
I mean, Imp is doing like all of kind of the hard work. You know, he opens up with the ultimate, he's getting the wild growth, he flashes backward to reposition. You've got multiple flashes of IMay trying to get to that back line, and Godby's just following it up. It's like Imp's setting up the bowling ball pins, and Godby's just knocking him down. So, opens up initially with the ultimate. He's going to eat both the depth charge as well as the dredge line. Flashes back, has the wild growth, but there's those multiple flashes from IMay. They get down, they put the Kog'Maw in the ground, but they're like, shit, they've got a secondary carry. Victor's still huge. We expended so many of our resources and so many of our tools to kill the Twitch, but it wasn't enough because Victor's running around 8-2-5.
I'm making the swear jar for next week, but LGD, that was a great fight for them.
Mate, I had a root canal. Take it easy.
All right, you get one. LGD,
I've been real
4
good
kills.
all day.
Imp over the wall, but now he's split. PYL may fall. He's only one auto attack away from being stunned up, and IMay will happily take this kill. Godby by himself, and this is not the play we want to see from LGD. They lose 2. Jinu has committed to the fight, however, and he's jumped on top of Athena, but there is no getting out of this one alive. 3 kills over to IMay.
Okay, here's my question. What are we fighting over there?
Nothing.
Why did everyone die there? Was it the red buff? Was it a ward?
Awful timing as well for us because Baron is up in 30 seconds and pretty much that is just going to go over to IMay as there are 50 seconds left on Jinu's death timer. Mid tower just fell. Teleport coming out in the mid lane. There's no minions. This is going to take a long time.
That is, what, 66 damage reduction? There they go.
There's the minions. Backdoor protection online.
That is a single terrible fight that may cost LGD the game, because like you said, Baron's the big thing that's coming up. It'll spawn in 6 seconds. Jinu is dead for 20. They can threaten with Amy's potential to steal and try to stall out long enough. The problem is Jinu still doesn't have teleport, and IMay are setting a trap.
Oh no, IMay, he didn't hit the Q, so he thought it was safe, but the ultimate has to be used on him from the Lulu, and it really needs to be used on Imp. PYL, even with Whimsy, may not escape. Eventually he will. But another kill, this time onto the jungler when the Baron is up. This is just a series of unfortunate events from LGD.
But the thing is yes, they don't have the potential to steal, but they still have a great 5v5, and it's still around the Baron pit. So while this is bad for LGD, the fact that Victor and Twitch are still up means that there's a chance.
Yeah. Imp, though, doesn't have the luxury of a wild growth on top of him, nor does he have flash, so it's difficult. IMay have taken all these factors into consideration and have moved on to the Baron buff itself. Jinu on the front lines here, so is Amazing J. It's a battle of the tanks currently. Godby looking for that ultimate has been blown on that back line. Jinu turning it all onto Jinu, or Jin Jiao rather. Imp is turning around. Big damage from him will force both Road and Ben fall back, and after all of that, no kills. And LGD stabilized.
And it's enough. They managed to get Amy back out onto the field. They stalled the Baron. So again, even though Lee Sin died, because Twitch and Victor were alive, it was enough. And again, what it must have been the red buff. Why are we here? There's no reason to throw a game over a red buff like that. Please, LGD.
Super random, and as much as we've joked about it in this game, LGD have a very real chance of keeping their playoff dreams alive. And it all starts with this game and indeed this series. If they drop one here, I mean, they're completely done. They need to get this 2-0, and it has to be right now. They need to stop making these mistakes, and that was a great play from them to stop the Baron, but they shouldn't have been in that situation in the first place. IMay are going to turn up the pressure. This could be the pivotal point of the game here for us.
Okay, Kled is in. Amy's on the back half. They've stalled off of it.
He clears out that ward. Engage. Trigger has been activated by Amazing J. Jinu dismounted. He'll jump back. Collateral damage connects. Godby jumps away as well. And Jin Jiao is low, but he's got the Guardian Angel. And for now, still no kills.
It is going to be a reset from Godby, however, lost a lot of his health right there, so back canceled.
Imp once more into the ambush.
I think IMay just can continue to play patient. They have such a great tanky front line with the Nautilus and the Braum that they can tank up a lot of this Baron damage and continuously start and restart it.
Imp is scary. Imp has ultimate red buff. He has pretty much everything that he needs right now to deal the damage onto IMay. They've restarted the Baron once more. Q was connected. Need to wait it out from IMay. He jumps over the wall. We're looking for the fight to come in. It's stolen by LGD. How's the fight going to unfurl, though? 2 kills to LGD. Drops them down. And it's a turnaround from Amazing J. But he's going to fall. Triple kill to him. He'll get another one. Made that a quadra kill. And Benful will limp away.
That's it. IMay got the Baron. What the? Oh.
Benful also going to fall. It's a long chase from Jinnu. It's going to take a while. But in the end, it will be the ace here for LGD. 23 kills to 18. Imp is going to tear away these towers. They will do so much damage to this base now from IMay.
A quadra kill as Imp actually beat Imps in Dance. A quadra kill, a Baron, and Ace, as well as some inhib towers. That said, there's a huge wave behind LGD. They could just decide to end the game here.
They have 15 seconds left on Jinzhao, 15 seconds left on Athena, and Imp with this massive minion wave and the help of Godfrey converting that damage into tower damage.
They did it.
This could be it. Imp turning it around onto this one. The full team is here. Road, the only one to defend. He has to sacrifice his life for this and try and delay for the rest of his team. Amazing J, Athena, Jinzhao coming into the fight, and it will be another fight unfurling as Imp looks to deal the damage, but he will fall in the end. Amazing J with the defense, and Jinzhao behind him. LGD get forced out of the base.
What are you doing? Oh my god! Hello. 50 seconds on death timers. It's only Lee Sin alive. I don't believe he has Baron buff on him, so that, what, 1 Baron survives. Elder Dragon is now up.
I cannot believe that IMay just held that. Elder Dragon now coming in, and Jinzhao could rip it apart. But IMay are barreling down mid lane. On the way pings are coming out. The minion wave is so far away from them, though, but they may have time.
They literally have 30 seconds, and they need to decide as a team. You can see that right now IMay are split, and IMay is trying to drag the creep wave away from Jinzhao and Athena. So even though they get the free inhibitor, they wouldn't be able to siege onto the next tower. I feel like IMay are actually making a mistake here because they haven't committed to one path. Are we taking Elder? Are we taking the inhib, or we're trying to siege into Nexus Tower? They might get both, but it's scary because now Jinnu, Victor, and Imp are back alive. They need to burn this quick.
I just straight up have to applaud the heads-up play from IMay, or IMay there. Man, he has a very similar name to IMay, but he stalled out that minion wave. That's the one inhib, and it will be the Elder Dragon to IMay. And at the very least, they do have those 2 dragons to amplify that damage. But LGD should be able to wait this one out, and Imp is pretty much full item build.
And that's the thing, the onus is on IMay now to fight with it as we take another look at that steal. IMay comes up clutch there. Finds the steal, the team fight then because IMay have already committed themselves to the rest of the pit. They're not taking care of their flanks. Twitch gets a perfect setup and ultimate. And IMay on your screen celebrating the fact that he had LGD in it for a second, and then they threw it away.
Oh, man. I mean, they got real close. That was down to the wire, and heroic defense by Road as well.
There is also another potential play here. So yes, onus is on IMay that they want to draw LGD into a fight. They want to abuse the fact that they have the Elder Dragon on their Kog'Maw, but that is an open Nexus Tower, and they do have a Twitch, and it would be real sly for Imp to slip in there and backdoor the Nexus, which is why IMay, like, even though they have Elder, all they can do is sit next to their base and just wait.
Because from the shadows, Imp could appear. To be fair, it's 5,000 HP, which is a lot for a Twitch, but...
I don't know, pop your ultimate.
I don't know, it would still take a while. But it's a possibility, meaning that at the very least they are tethered to their base, and IMay cannot step too far out. There are many towers still up for them, though. There's 2 inner towers.
So is it a Macarena, or is it a Hokey Pokey?
Hokey Pokey, for sure. If anyone else can think of a dumber dance for us, that would be great.
Hokey Pokey is pretty absurd.
Yeah, but there's some structure to it, is my point.
There's basic steps.
It's not like the Harlem Shake, which is just complete chaos.
Oh, that's what it is! It's the Baron Harlem Shake! They're just doing, they're totally fine, and then a second later, we're just freaking out.
Yeah, that's the LPL, actually. The LPL's version of a Baron dance. We've done it. We've got it. Now we'll take this internationally. No other caster will understand what we're talking about.
Welcome to the Harlem Shake.
It's like, what is this LPL team doing? It's just like, well, you see.
It's also the fact that we're, you know, it's such an old meme, but the LPL is always like 20 patches behind.
That's true as well.
What year is it? 2014. Let's do the Harlem Shake.
It's lore accurate for the LPL. Oh, Jin Zhao's ultimate's even starting to hurt right now. And this is the great thing is when you're a Northless, but the Elder Dragon gives you wave clear ability. I believe it has just one off though for IMay. So suddenly Amazing J having a lot harder time with these minions. And you are right. That is exposed, Observer.
They're explaining what could happen. Checking in on itemization, we were both wrong. It wasn't the rapid fire cannon or the shiv.
Phantom Dancer,
It was doubling down on the crit damage. So Imp, very clear mentality here. I am killing everyone in my ultimate because we're going to crit every single time.
Yep. I cannot argue with that item choice.
Whereas Jin Zhao on the other side has both the Rage Blade and the Trinity Force.
Yeah, he's just gone all in. And he has the Guardian Angel though, that's the other difference. Imp's just gone full damage. And I'm sure he'll go for 6th item as well. Which, I actually wonder what 6th item could be for him.
It's the rapid fire cannon.
So he's got 100% crit. Yeah, because he got extra AD coming in from Mercurial. So that's probably one of the most optimal, if not the most optimal setup right now for him.
But now it means his positioning has to be crisp.
True, or at the very start it needs to be, so he can just get everyone to line up and then have PYL's ultimate on top of him. Because he just needs to get off a couple shots of the ultimate and everyone's dead.
It's not often that you get to see two glass cannons, you know, prepped and ready and pointed at each other.
I mean, they're true hyper carries in the late game. It's very rare you see two hyper carries in the first place, but one was a takeaway from a hyper carry player. And whoa, that was, I mean, great reaction from PYL. That could have been it.
That was Amazing J's flash.
Flash for PYL, but still, the fact he had those reactions, everyone is on edge, as you can see.
It is the inhib up for IMay, and the inhib just about to come up from LGD, however. So we are going to be a single Baron fight.
It's one fight in the game.
From a playoff dream. Please, LGD, I don't want to wear the wig.
LGD, this is their chance. It all comes down. Their playoff hopes ride on this next team fight.
And we've had a week of 2-0s. Every single series this week has been decided in 2-0.
It's fate. Don't work against fate, LGD. Don't do it.
I'm so conflicted
The
on
whole
this team.
of the LPL has set you up for this 2-0.
I am counting on you, LGD.
If you cannot do it now, I don't even know. PYL has secured total vision over this area.
That's one blue trinket. I don't believe
Really
that they have another one. I think their other...
They only have one?
I think their other trinket is still a yellow trinket.
Oh man, we'll find out in a second, but I think we're going to keep the scoreboard down. We'll turn on to the Baron. This is dying so quickly. Imp does so much damage. It's gone.
LGD literally walked away, or excuse me, IMay walked away for a split second. I don't know how you let that happen.
Still, it didn't increase combat effectiveness, so IMay can still take a fight, but Imp does so much damage. I cannot underestimate that fact, or understate that fact.
What I feel like it does is it tethers IMay again to their base because they're waiting for the siege. So unlike what LGD were doing when IMay got their Baron and immediately rushed into the waves and starting to push them forward to absorb a lot of that, you can already see that IMay like resigned themselves to their fate. They crumpled in around each other. They've now made this flying V and they're just catching the waves. And this is kind of the slight differences between these teams. Like, if IMay don't absorb this Baron, and if this Baron ends the game for LGD, then simply the fact that when LGD played when IMay, like the defensive Baron better than IMay the first time, that would be like the defining factor of how they won that game.
Alright, LGD, don't throw it over a red buff. Okay, Red just picked it up.
Well, they didn't throw over the red buff.
Oh, there you go. That's fine. Yeah, we actually just highlighted it.
I don't know what more you could ask for.
That's okay, whatever, man. Road now has a red buff. I think Imp got his own, so it's not too bad. Amy's just waiting in a bush randomly. Not sure what he's particularly waiting for, because he's not going to be able to kill anyone by himself.
Well, he wants to, the roller coaster of Lee Sin's effectiveness. You know, early game, super effective. Mid game, power drop. Late game, one kick.
Yeah.
One Kog'Maw.
I am an insect.
If he finds Jin Zhao, he is the hero LGD do not deserve.
Oh, he's just been revealed by a ward, though. He was solid snaking it for a long time. Impus uses ultimate. Here comes the initiate by Road. Jinnu is still under attack on the front line. Great ultimate by Godv. Redemption comes down, heals up Jinu. Imp gets dragged in. This could be big, but he flashes away. Athena was looking for it, but it was not enough. Jinu not down into his Guardian Angel just yet. Lots of fire back and forth, but no one falls, and Imp doesn't have his ultimate.
And Jinu is just going to reset and use his TP to come back in. So yeah, selfish for Imp to try to use his ultimate to push down that mid tower as opposed to fighting over the open inhib in the top lane. Guys?
Yeah, pretty much. I don't understand why that would happen, but at the very least, Imp's ultimate will be back up shortly. Jinu will shove out this top lane. But the easy objective, I mean, I guess they just saw mid lane as an easy objective, take it with the Imp ultimate, then move back, look for the top lane push, but come on, guys. Just use Imp's ultimate in a 5v5.
Sneaky, sneaky.
This is raising my blood pressure. This game is not good for my health.
Mate, I have a doctor appointment tomorrow because of this.
Make it a double appointment. Im's heading on into this mid lane. Uh-oh. Amy, don't get caught. Ward jump. Oh, well, looks like we're going in because Jinu's not stopping. Imp ultimate onto him. Amazing J. Effectively, he did waste his ultimate though. Road needs to get over the wall. Indeed he does. And Jinu, they didn't know what angle Jinu was coming in at them. Otherwise, they probably would have collapsed on top of him. And I cannot believe no one died. The fact that a Kled ultimate was used, an Amazing J ultimate was used, and people are still alive. Oh, Imp.
Imp, you're crazy.
Imp, you're insane.
What are you doing?
Rose coming in. Imp, where's the ultimate? He pops it. Amazing J immediately jumps on his face. He's turned into a squirrel and instantly turned into shredded meat. He'll go down, but Imp is dead. Athena in from the side. Amazing J comes back up, and Godby into the Zonias. Amy is the only one remaining. Everyone else has gone down. Ben4 needs to do the damage, and IMay wipe out LDG. 2 Guardian Angels coming up, but it is not enough in the tank. Amy will jump away, and Jinu finished off by Athena.
But there's nothing Amy can do. He's pretty much going to watch them in the game right there. They've got the... Oh my god, he's trying to pull the creep wave. But they have Nautilus. They could just tank it.
They can just walk in. They have damage, though. They have Athena. They have Ben4. They should be able to finish the game. It'll be slow going, but they should be able to do it. 40 seconds on the death timers. IMay are doing it. There's one last minion remaining. He'll jump in to try and kill it, but it's not enough in the end. And IMay will finish off the game. A heartbreaking defeat for LGD. They are knocked out of playoff contention.
And that's it. They needed the 2-0. We had one goal. Every single game of the LPL has been a 2-0. LGD had it in their grasp. The Nexus was open, and they throw it. Go long.
A disappointing end to that game, and those most peaks and troughs I've seen in the goal graph for at least this entire week, if not a couple now. 50 minutes on that one, and it was down to a team fight. LGD make a crucial error at the end of the game, and it just loses it for them. Look at all that damage coming in from Godby and Imp.
You lost
over
the game
100k combined.
Doing the most damage, having a gold lead, more dragons.
I just don't understand why Imp would choose to use the ultimate on mid lane right there. But we'll take a look at that final team fight one more time and see how it all ended for LGD.
So the thing is this is just kind of the precursor to it. IMay smartly recognize that they don't want to feed into a choke point, and their main objective and priority is pushing down the mid lane. So they get out of the trouble zone, they continue to press forward, and then this is kind of the do-or-die decision-making from LGD. You can see very clearly what Imp wants to do. He keeps cheating up underneath, and it kind of forces Godby out of position. He gets tagged by Athena, and by tagged, I mean absolutely blasted. Jin Zhao then turns on him, but it's go time. Godby's like, I can no longer back up and disengage from the damage. Twitch has stepped forward. I need to step forward. Oh god, I've now been caught by the Nautilus. My Twitch is already dead. I get over the wall with an hourglass, but it's not enough. So split, indecisive, poor communication across from a single team fight cost LGD.
And it looked like Imp was doing so well because he unloaded, dropped many people into their Guardian Angels, but it was Guardian Angels at the end of the day. And while they killed Amazing J once, he came back up with like all of his health back.
No, that was one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. He didn't have a QSS up. Like, why are you going to fight as Imp against the Lulu Nautilus without a QSS or a flash to save you? I have no idea what LGD were thinking. They had that game. They threw the game away. IMay, yes, great late game team fight. It's expected with the Cogmore comp. They had a very good team composition to do it. But that was so dumb from LGD. They had the win, and they just straight up ruined our week.
Yeah.
Those bastards.
They actually did. It's a 1-1 series. They've ruined their own playoff chances and everyone's week. Literally, with that one team fight.
I'm actually heartbroken.
Yeah, I really am as well, because I wasn't even a big LGD supporter, but regardless of who the team is, like, you cannot feel anything but sorry for them losing a game like that. But it was ultimately their own mistake, which led them to that.
I don't feel sorry. I'm excited.
I hate you so much, Rusty.
You know why I'm excited?
Why are you excited?
Because I chose the wig.
What's it look like?
Can't tell you.
No, it's a surprise.
That's cheating.
Yeah, we all know though. It's a great wig. But yeah, the bet has been completed. So yeah, have fun with that one next split. I just feel like I just have to sigh, and like it's now that after a 50-minute game like that and a series, like where do we even start?
I mean, we can immediately look at LGD in particular for not just how they lost the game, but the things that they did well to get themselves into the winning position. First and foremost, when you look at this, it's not that they're fighting for objectives. It was a red buff the one time they did decide to just randomly fight for kills, but it's Imp still saying that, like, I will go kill for kill because I can still carry. I am playing a hyper carry just as much as Jin Zhao is, and I'm legitimately going to be the better AD carry, and I'm going to prove myself as the better AD carry by 1v1ing him 1,000,000 times. We can both hit late game with 100 kills apiece, but I will still outright win the team fights. The thing that didn't happen with that is neither of them really did. It was Godv. He was carrying every single team fight, and on the side of IMay, it was Ben 4. So it actually became this battle between the Victor doing all of this work and the Graves doing all of this work. And whoever got those kills first out of those two was actually winning the game. Because yes, Cogmore and Twitch are setting it up, but those who needed to knock it down or they'd never actually win an entire team fight. So funnily enough, backstage watching this, it just felt like Ben 4 was the best performing member on that team at that point in the game.
And it was so many back and forth points in that game. We even saw it from like the goal graph where it was just peaks and troughs constantly thrown back and forth. But I guess the final throw came in from LGD after that one, because we did reach late game. Like, yes, a lot of that early game gold went over to the Cogmore, which meant that many points in like the mid game was like the onus was on IMay, but then it became about the Baron, right? And at the very end of the game, it did become about the ADCs, and for that reason, Jin Zhao will pick up the MVP here.
I kind of disagree with this, just because I do agree with Rusty. I wouldn't necessarily highlight out Bin 4. I thought Amazing J was also kind of a big, strong backbone. There's also a lot of clutch polymorphs that were coming through. But, you know, it's the Kog'Maw. He's doing the late game damage. I like the fact that Jin Zhao is being recognized. He's played consistently well for pretty much this entire split. So anytime you can kind of tip your hat to him, it's always a good thing. The one thing that you can take away from this game is that IMay are still great at like 55-minute team fighting. And I don't know why any team in the LPL would think that it is okay to go 55 minutes against that team.
Yeah, but to be clear, this is a performance in game number 2 that I wouldn't want to send either of these teams to play off with, because if IMay are banking on 55 minutes, LGD are the only team that will gift them 55 minutes for free. The rest of the teams, even Snake, have shown they can pressure now in mid-game.
We say that, but every time we see someone go up against IMay, it's always like a 45-minute, 55-minute game.
To be fair, it's with a 10k deficit that they make it to 40 to 50 minutes, whereas this one is close to equal, so it's a little bit different.
That's true.
Yeah, and in the end, it was still a win, and that brings us to a third game. We have another game to play out now, but it doesn't mean a whole lot for LGD, but it does mean something for IMay, who still want this win. They still need the points to try and make it into playoffs. We'll see you after this break.
Just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow. Got it feeling so good. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun over the horizon. Chance it all to feel alive. Body's moving slow, spinning in the afterglow, dancing till the daylight. 'Cause this love is all night. This love is alright. This love is all night. This love is alright. Breathe the air just like a fire, we can't control it. See explosions in the sky. Move faster than the sun.
Welcome back to the LPL Week 9 and our final game of the week as well, as we move to our third game between LGD and IMay. And IMay are really looking for this win here, and LGD are just looking to play upset as they are now knocked out of playoff contention. And we're just looking towards IMay now and seeing what they can do and make sure this is just a straight up a cleaner game. This needs to be a statement match from them to actually show that they are deserving to be a team to even make it into playoffs at all.
I mean, at that, like, while I agree with you, I don't necessarily think it's a statement match. I don't think IMay will come out and crush. In fact, I don't think there's anything more dangerous than a team that has nothing to lose for LGD at this point, because they can come in and do whatever they want. There's no longer that nerves or that pressure. They can just play League of Legends, and when LGD do, you tend to have to buy into it. I think IMay will actually play a very similar strategy in game that they did in game 2, like late game, very cautious, very slow pace, because it is so important for them.
Yeah, I don't think IMay will do anything flashy, so I do agree with you there. But LGD, in my opinion anyway, from the first two games, still played like they had nothing to lose. And I don't think anything will change really for them in the third game. They're having fun the whole time. You could see the player cameras. Every time they get a kill, they're laughing. They're having a great time, as if they were already knocked out. So coming into the third game, when I look at LGD, I'm still expecting, a Twitch, a Cogmore. He might go Vayne this time because, got to keep the track record of a different crazy hyperscaling AD carry every single time. And if I do get that right, mention that. Rusty said the Vayne.
Oh, I will. If we can B-roll, also roll that as well. But, I mean, it really does, it needs to be a win right here from IMay, because it at the end of the day, points are still points, and it does mean a lot for them when they're going up against many other competitors. Now that OMG are just like well and truly out that race, they've already won, but there's multiple people, they are still racing in this one, and points are really necessary.
Yeah, they're still fighting for 4th place, and the fact that Snake won in the series before this one means that it's even more important for IMay now, who have, from this position of 2nd place, now fighting to stay in playoffs to begin with. It's a really risky position for them to be in, and that's why we do expect them to play slow one more time. However, a lot of this was misdrafting from LGD again. Yes, they could have won game number 2, but they still gave over Amazing J to his Nautilus. That's the kind of thing that is being banned from him all the time. They did it in game number 1, and the biggest thing that has to change for me here for LGD is their first 3 bans should maybe include the Nautilus, and then the second set of bans can get rid of the Kled or something like that when they start to give him counter picks, because blue side, of course they're going to early rotate Nautilus. It can be flexed.
I 100% agree. I think in particular the Rise ban from LGD, they've banned it back-to-back both games, and I just think there's so many options for Godvi in particular that's fine giving that power pick to Athena, because Godvi has shown how confident he is that he can maneuver around it within his champion pool.
Yeah, a lot will come down to these picks and bans as well, because what I did like from IMay was the inventiveness of banning everything away from the opposing team looking towards Jinnu, and then also taking away the Cogmore as the final takeaway. So we'll see if there is anything else that LGD can pull out of their bag, but they will continue with the Rise, Shen, and Fizz bans towards IMay, while Lulu and Cogmore taken off the table, so neither of those champions are going to see the light of day.
As well as the Ivern, so targeted bans across the board. That said, it means that Jinnu is free to do as he pleases, and you can already see that.
Now Camille comes out, and that was banned out in all of the games so far, so Jinnu's mad. Jinnu wants some blood, and he really wants to carry champion. Last time, all of the bans were thrown at him. Literally everything was just taken away, and IMay were like, we're done with all of this. We're just going to take away everything away from Imp, but he'll go anyway. He'll go for a Vayne. He'll go for a Twitch.
And the thing is Amazing J has shown a track record that he'll look for the Darius into the Camille. That was kind of one of the first champions that he pulled off, and he thought was a good answer there. But the other options available are the likes of Renekton. He doesn't have the Shen because it has been banned away on the blue side, so now it's this curious, does Amazing J go back to his Nautilus and just kind of sink the lane, go down in the CS, and give Camille that free pass into late game so he's comfortable? Or does he try to match Jinnu toe for toe and find some sort of counter pick?
It's a good question. As we lock in Caitlyn for Jin Zhao, and
More of
Amazing
a
J will
denial.
take a Lise. So yeah, definitely a denial from Imp right here, who would likely go towards Ashe in this, or Caitlyn in this circumstance.
You would say that at this point he's going to go either for the Ashe or the Varus, but since Ashe is locked in, makes sense. Lulu's banned, it means that Nami's kind of secondary priority there for the support position. But Malzahar is still also available. So Karma, Malzahar, there's a lot of options for Road. If he wants to go back towards the Braum, that's also there.
Surprisingly, not a crazy pick from Imp right here, as he goes with the Ashe and the Nami into the bottom lane, not a hyper carry. IMay will look towards Renekton for Amazing J, so he will try and match that power, and it will be 2 carries in the top lane. And back over these bans now for IMay. Got 4 seconds left on this one. It will be Echo towards Godfrey. He has not brought it out just yet in this series, but I mean, it was only a matter of time, so take it away.
Syndra sounds like the other easy ban against Godfrey, although at what point, how can you pinch his champion pool? Unlike Amazing J or Jinnu, Godfrey has a champion ocean. It's impossible to ban this guy out. He's more effective on other champions like the Echo, but he's such a creative and versatile player.
And we just saw that in the last game as well, when he even picked up the Victor. So Godfrey very much will play towards the team in those moments. Karma banned out against Athena here, as well as Road.
Other champions that Rogue could go towards the Zyra ban, possibly, if they're really scared of that one.
We're actually hitting the jungle pull though from IMay. It's Lee Sin at the moment, but let's see if it will be another support ban.
I mean, you have to know that it's going to be a Graves at that point, so it's pretty clear cut what Amy, or what direction Amy's going to go. He could even go back towards, never mind, Ivern's banned.
yeah. Not going to see that one in this game, unfortunately. LGD final ban, 6 seconds on the clock. What's it going to be? It will be another support ban. You're right on the money. It will be Malzahar on Road, but that has left up Syndra for IMay, and this will be another denial from Godfrey.
So choosing to deny rather than find the counter pick might say something about Athena's comfort, just because, I mean, the Talia was still up and available, Vladimir's still up. Like, there are so many different options for Athena, and the fact that they would use a counter pick on support position from red side is quite unique.
LGD now considering their jungle pick, and they actually lock in Rek'Sai. There were so many junglers still available for them, including Graves, but Rek'Sai is what Amy wanted at the end of the day. And LGD will look towards the mid lane pick now. Both Echo and Syndra are off the table. I would like to see Godfrey pull something crazy out. Kassadin's fine. I'll take that. 50% win rate so far in the LPL.
It is the Godfrey special in his Kassadin. It's going to be Zyra. What you going to play?
Let's get a prediction. Come on, Frost. Zyra?
I'd say Zyra or Braum.
Zyra or Braum? Tam Kench. Probably not with Caitlyn. Man, we chose 3 champions and all of them were wrong. Thresh picked up now from Road.
To be fair, he played those 2 in the series.
Yeah. No, it was a decent guess. But Thresh will come out at the very end here alongside Jin Zhao, and it's a deadly combination. If a hook lands, you're probably dead.
So there's more synergy between the Thresh and the Elise than other picks like the Braum and the Zyra, just because you kind of double down on that pick potential. So the thing is Thresh isn't really going to offer anything in terms of push priority in the lane. He's not going to, even against someone like Nami who also doesn't have great push priority, he's really just there to threaten with the hook and open up kills and gank potential. So again, I want to see Ben 4 getting involved with that bottom lane.
And LGD and IMay shaking hands for the last time. The coaches walk off stage, look towards their final game in this series. And he finally broke it. He finally broke the curse of week 9 of the LPL in the final series, in the final game. We go to our third one.
And it's comfort across the board for LGD. You have Camille in that top side, Amy back on his rec side, and even Godvi looking towards the Kassadin. But the one thing about this composition is, yes, it plays side lanes incredibly well if they start getting ahead, the hyper mobility of Camille and Kassadin. But if it ever falls behind, it's not great at slowing down any sort of siege because you don't have that big victor in the mid lane for the primary wave clear.
Definitely does make it harder in this one, but comfort at the end of the day does solve a lot of things. Which is why I was surprised that Imp went towards Ashe, which is a fine matchup in the bottom lane, but he didn't go towards, just screw it, let's go for a hyper carry again. It's definitely more going back to basics.
Also, if he really wanted to go back to a calling for old school LGD composition, Sivir would have worked actually very well here.
Sure.
The problem with Sivir is that she's really fallen out of trend because she doesn't itemize into the Blade of the Rune King as all the other kind of in vogue AD carries. But if Imp's going to play a hyper carry Twitch and itemize into Infinity
Crit,
Edge
yeah.
Rush, like, why not?
Yeah. At the end of the day. And, oh, Dark Star Thresh, hello. Just wandering into the bottom lane, and it's an Ocean Dragon to start us off. You can see all the players just getting ready to go in their respective lanes. PYL is also just hovering around. That's great.
Yeah, me too, Imp. Me too.
Same.
So our last game, LGD are already out of playoffs. This means a lot for IMay, however, so they can still play spoiler. Nothing more dangerous than a team that has nothing to lose. And I know that I said that I wanted Ben 4 to get involved with Jin Zhao and Ro, just because both these bottom lanes have been so volatile. But typically Elise works super well with ganking Renekton's lane, just because the enemy laner wants to itemize into armor, which means that your magic damage is going to mean much more, as well as the potential dive from Dominus and Repel is just so disgusting.
I'm finding it very difficult to concentrate right now, gotta be honest.
The Observer was just like in that party.
Yeah, he was getting in there.
Should be noted that also that we are on 7.6, and so Jin Zhao running the new Warlord's Bloodlust, which works a little bit better with Caitlyn just because it offers a lifesteal on Caitlyn's headshot, as well as critical strike. And also the fact that Road, I believe, went Stoneborn Pact on Thresh as opposed to Courage of the Colossus, which I find actually very interesting. So the reason why Thresh is usually going Courage of the Colossus is that he'll take Flay level 1, he'll walk up to you and just flay you back, proc the Courage of the Colossus shield, and then out-trade you with the Empowered Auto on Flay. With Stoneborn Pact, what, you're trying to offer Caitlyn the ability to trade better because you mark them with Stoneborn Pact off the Flay and Death Sentence? There's the pack, but it didn't connect.
No, Jin Zhao didn't even get in there, so the pact just turns into nothing.
I just find it a very interesting leftover.
Maybe you clicked the wrong one. I mean, they're both green at the end of the day, so we'll see. Maybe it turns into something else later down the road.
It again makes potential ganks that much more terrifying. He is running the Ignite, so it's still a true kill lane.
It's also true. Mid lane Govi is basically just trying to survive against Athena for the early laning phase. Ben is on his way.
He was spotted out by a hawk shot. Again, Imp took it at level 2, so they should know he's here, but they look surprised anyway.
Good juke from Imp, but he's right into the death sentence. In fact, it's PYL goes fishing, finds a Nami, and Imp escapes, and no one dies. Many sonars, but no deaths.
Yeah, and if that cocoon had hit, it would have meant the difference for the first blood. So again, taking the Stormborn pack means that you will do more damage, especially level 2, because it's based on your base health. It equals, it's different for every support champion, but think of it between a window of 50 damage to 70 damage if you can proc it twice within the window that it's on its target. Problem is that you missed the cocoon.
Road, flash, flay, death sentence, and it will indeed be a death sentence for Imp right here as Ben4 collects the kill, turns around onto Imp as well. Perfect cocoon. Jinzhao following after, and yet another flay lined up by Road, hitting all of their skill shots. IMay get the first 2 kills.
And this time around, it looks much cleaner. Road showcasing why he wanted to go towards the Thresh as opposed to the Zyra we saw earlier. But meanwhile,
and Jinu looking for this solo kill. He is indeed very angry, but with these minions coming in with their final little shots there, not enough to kill Amazing J.
35 health. Amazing J limps away. Now, the thing about Renekton into Camille is it's kind of a soft counter, if you will, because Renekton can compete with Camille with her shove and the sustain because he's going to do it all on one ability, the Cull the Meek. Issue is that Camille has so much flexibility on which skills she wants to put into. Like, is she going to try to match him with Trade Pin? Max the Q? Is she going to look to sustain with him and put points into W? Or does she go for the E, you know, just cuz?
Oh, Godvi was always going to pick up a kill there, but fast on the trigger finger on that flash there, Athena does make it out alive. Didn't take the Nether Blade nor the Ignite. Ignite wasn't enough to kill there by itself. It had to hit the W. But Road is in the mid lane, connects the death sentence onto Godvi, lining up a Dark Sphere.
And only Amy's presence there, making sure that there was no follow-up and punishing on that death sentence. But Road, on point. And this is actually what made Road famous when IMay really broke into the LPL. Road was a famous Bard player. And think Key from ESC ever. Very unlocking himself from the lane, making these crazy plays, visiting mid lane, going up to the top lane, and just being where you would never suspect. We're seeing a very similar case on this Thresh.
Yeah, for sure. First item back from Jinzhao was also a pickaxe. It was like 4-minute pickaxe. He's doing quite a lot of damage in that lane. Top lane also checking back in. Last time Jinny was looking for that kill on Amazing J. Didn't quite pan out. It was very close. But just the fact that Camille was getting the advantage early game is good signs.
And looking for that Q max in Jinu. So not putting any points into the W and trying to match with long range poke and push.
Sustain, yeah. It seems like less and less Camille's actually doing that now, because as long as you can survive the laning phase of your Camille, Q does so much when it comes to split pushing on side lanes, does way more damage to towers, and as long as you can somewhat trade even with your lane opponent, which he's actually ahead of Amazing J, then Q is superior, though W does feel very good.
But round 2 here, Road doesn't even throw the hook. But I like the fact that IMay understand that they want to put pressure and try to get these ganks onto Kassadin before he has level 6 and access to that Rift Walk to make him that much safer in the lane.
Yeah, Godvi will start turning online as we approach that mid game, but for now he is a little bit vulnerable from the likes of Road as he moves to this mid lane. Athena has his level 6 himself, but Godvi quite difficult to nuke down.
And checking in on itemization, the fact that Godvi prioritized in early Merc Shreds, not only making him safer across from Syndra because he gets both the tenacity as well as the MR, but then also offering him all of that movement speed to sidestep a lot of the scatter of the weak or even the death sentences that are just being thrown at his lane.
Ben4 back on his advancement to the bottom lane. He is looking for another gank to happen.
Foiled again by Hawkshot.
Now the drone flies by and sees Ben on his way out as well. Both top lanes level 6. So there is a chance for Camille to jump onto Amazing J, but he's got his rage, so he's got more health than him.
Yeah, and the problem is that both of them also have double Doran's Blade, but the issue is while Amazing J has dominance, because it scales off of health, he's technically still tankier, so it's about now how Jinu can play around.
Oh, Godfrey's turning this around onto Athena. He's ticking down from the Ignite, and Amy. Scumbag stole that. There was zero reason for him to kill him.
Just making sure it's kill secure. But like you said, the 1v1 kill, Godvi showing us and reminding everyone why that he is still the ultimate Kassadin player in the LPL, and now making his roam up top lane, although in what direction? Are we going top? Nah, he's backing blue buff.
I'm sorry, I would be so tilted if my jungler came in. I mean, that happens a lot in solo queue, but Amy just straight up scumbagged Godvi. He better give him something for that, other than the blue buff, because he was
Just
going to get that anyway.
Gank his lane over and over again. The fact of the matter is that Athena doesn't have flash, doesn't have ghost. He's a sitting Syndra, and if Godby can control the creep wave, pull that Syndra forward, it's super easy for IMay to just cause havoc, get behind them. The thing is teams have kind of forgotten Rek'Sai because she's not the flavor of the month for the jungle, that they forget kind of her gank reach and the different tunnels and routes and angles she can take into lanes.
That's true. Road locked up in the bottom lane. Import not flash after him just yet as the Dark Passage comes across, and Road has to flash away, plus the heal in from Jin Zhao to keep him alive.
They do need to be careful, however, because they should know that Athena and Ben 4 on the bottom side of the map due to the blue buff spawning. So there's always the potential that once they take this blue, that they just mosey their way down bottom, use a death sentence gank, and it should be obvious because Road's hanging around.
For the gank and double bubble, perfect timing by PYL will stop the gank in its tracks.
Yeah.
Wow, and LGD will just straight up BM them. If there's any time to do it, it's right now, so fine in my book.
Meanwhile, IMay resetting his position.
Yep.
Should cheese some Raptors if you're going to BM my bot lane. Excuse me, while my bot lane BMs you, I'm also going to take your camp.
Athena tried to take away some of those little Raptors, but we actually remember the first game that Clearlove played when he came back to the LPL was on Rek'Sai.
Yep.
Because no one knew what Rek'Sai did anymore. So, a little bit different, but Ben4 finds him. Usually, I do more damage than this, but this time apparently IMay's just going to kill me.
But here comes Kassadin as well as Camille.
Jinu's on the way, jumps over the wall, and he's looking for the ultimatum. There is no escape, Ben4. Jinu will find the kill.
And now snowballed farther ahead. If you thought it was bad, it's back to get worse. Now has that phase, so eking closer to the Trinity Force. He's already winning out on a lot of these trades in the top lane, although you can't see that in the CS. It's compensated now for the fact that he has the kill.
Oh yeah. That's just a little bit in front of Renekton. But that CS lead is actually really nice for Amazing J.
I think
Arrow
the wave is building back in his favor, though.
Does not connect onto Athena. That was great reactions from him, even though that arrow came in from the shadows.
But the flash pretty much just came back up, so Syndra still definitely in the danger zone. Athena thought he had caught his breath because he had his safety in the summoners left, and now gone again.
IMay clears out this crab against the shrine on his way back to his jungle, and guys, I get it. There's danger in the bot lane, I know.
Danger in the mid lane.
I mean, there's danger everywhere apparently, but we've spotted out Ben4. He does not want to get caught here though.
He is definitely caught, but we're paying attention to bot lane.
Yeah, I'm glad that he managed to get away there, because he didn't have flash, so I was a little bit scared for him. But IMay didn't get the knock-up.
Lucky for him, IMay also doesn't have flash.
Yeah, otherwise that was definitely a dead release. First dragon also going to be Ocean, so neither team has gone for it yet.
At this point, we're waiting on cooldowns, particularly Imp's Ice Arrow. We've seen that he's already, more than happy to continuously throw it. I think it's really funny what Godby's doing when he tries to trade with the Q and the W and then immediately riff walk out to dodge Scatter the Weak. It's like a reflex test, if you will, for Athena on Syndra.
Yeah, it is right now. And it's actually very difficult for Athena to do too much in that lane at all. Jin Zhao just came back to base, had the house spike, and wants to try it out on Renekton as a training dummy. But he'll jump away. And Godby is just farming it up. This is exactly what he wants to do.
But a ton of pings going down, and Godby, I mean, he smelled that as it went past.
Oh yeah.
Gave him a nice undercut.
A cocoon didn't quite connect. Here comes Imp into this mid lane.
And here comes the arrow along
everyone.
with him.
It's just a party in the mid lane. Someone got an invite from a friend, and now everyone's here. Athena locked up, and so is Road by IMay. This is a good engage by LGD. Athena dropping low, he'll die, and IMay will be traded for it. Unleashed power comes through. Godby jumps in. That was very aggressive. I don't think anyone expected him to do that.
Issue is that Godby didn't have a lot of mana to continue to follow up or to participate in that fight. In the end, it is PYL that just picks up the kill, so not a huge advantage swinging either way. He would have liked that to maybe go into the Kassadin, as now he's been scummed by two of his players.
He's gone back to base and picked up a Blasting Wand and the Hextech Revolver, so he does a lot of damage at this point in time, but imagine where he could be if he had those 2 kills.
LGD right now, though, setting up for a red buff contest. So you can see that IMay is placing the deep vision as well as has information about when Ben 4 is. And more importantly, has the health advantage because he used the neural network of tunnels to get back onto the rift.
The red buff goes over to him, top lane. Jinnu looks for another trade. And he's just really just getting the best of Amazing J right now.
But as he continues to build up this wave and chip away at Amazing J's health, it means that Renekton's that much more of a threat of being dove. The one saving grace for Amazing J is that he still has this dominance. So we'll see how bold LGD are, especially because Godvi has control over the mid lane. Like, do they pull Cassidy as well?
I mean, they may have to at this point, but they really want to break this tower, and IMay is right on top of a ward, which was only just placed from Renekton, so really bad timing that he didn't see it in time.
There they go.
And it should be probably the tower, honestly. Jinnu does a lot of damage.
But IMay are actually calling their bluff, and so what they've done is they've forced all of their members into the mid lane. So they're saying, Godvi, if you move to threaten Amazing J, because we know that they need 3 members to dive at this point successfully, we will push down mid tower with Thresh and Elise. So it diffuses a lot of the play that LGD are trying to build.
Athena being dragged over to Road. PYL heading up, and it would just see Athena as he gets out of that jungle there. Maybe it's a dragon setup coming in, but the top tower did not go down over to Jinnu. He did not stick around. Instead, he's in his bottom jungle now, just in case IMay looked for that dragon.
And they're doubling down on their buff. So IMay are saying that this is a Cassidy. He doesn't have a lot of wave clear. We have health advantage. Let's just try to force the tower down.
Tidal wave comes in, and the rest of the skill shots will fly after IMay. In the end, it is no kills.
Yeah, but in response, they have to burn so many key summoners just to clear out the wave in front of the tower. So I like the moves that IMay are making. It's a much cleaner, much smarter game than we've seen from them from this series. And this is what we expect from IMay.
Flash hook goes wide. Imp with a nice dodge there. And many flashes are coming after, but PYL is doing his best to try and defend Imp. They may just turn around onto the Nami now. IMay coming into this fight. He'll get the knock up onto Ben. Finds the kill. Furious Bite onto Road. And it's in the end a 1-for-1 trade. 80 carry for support.
Best case scenario for Imp there. He was ganked. Yes, he shouldn't have been that far forward, but he did manage to trade 1-for-1. Unfortunately, he didn't pick up the kill credit for it, whereas Jin Zhao did. So starting to snowball farther and farther ahead, which is great for the Caitlyn because she's going to snowball right past her mid-game power trough at this point.
Also, something we didn't catch was Athena just died to Godvi and Jinnu. So that was the kill to Godvi and probably the mid lane tower. First blood tower will be pretty big for LGD, and they have 1 minion left. Yeah, they're able to get this, and that will go over to all of that trio tag team.
So now we have a very interesting balancing of power on the map so far. LGD have control over the middle of the map. Hold on, we're actually going to take a look at that replay in the 1v1. As you said, Jinnu had the push, so he makes his way down mid lane. And he just finds Athena, and it just looks like Godvi finally, he gets to play the scumbag. Camille, this is mine.
Yeah, it's happened enough to him in this game that I think it is warranted. And that extra kill has turned into a Rod of Ages.
But again, checking in on where the power points are on this map, Amazing J is doing a phenomenal job at the top lane now. So those earlier trades that he was losing to Camille, he's completely made up for. And whether that's because Jinnu has just spent a lot of his time, you know, roaming around, making those plays mid lane like we just saw, but it's opened up about a 50 to 60 CS difference between them, and that more than compensates for the kill and 2 assists that Jinnu has sitting in his back pocket in terms of the gold values between them. That said, Godvi's still a very big deal on the Cassidy. Has his Rod of Ages, has his revolver in his back pocket. It's now a question of, is it enough to tow Imp over the line on this Ashe? Because he's not having a great time.
I'm actually very impressed that Amazing J has that much farm in the first place. The fact that he was like pushed back multiple times by the jungler, still hasn't died. He's been soaking up all of these waves, and he hasn't even moved either.
He's also been soaking up a lot of the pressure. You know, the fact that IMay keeps peeking his head towards that top side, that they keep threatening the dive, but IMay are doing something about it on the rest of the map and forcing LGD's hand to respond elsewhere. Is pretty cool. So this isn't usually what we compliment Amazing J for. He's much more known as the TPing top laner. You know, you expect to see him ganking and working around with the team, participating in any of these kills. But he's frankly just holding his own in the 1v1.
I mean, just completely bodied Jinnu in that trade. Speaking of Jin Zhao,
The reason why we're used to seeing Amazing J organizing with the team is because he's the primary shot caller for them. So you can see him talking in the camera right there. And so the more often that Amazing J is grouped up with IMay, the better that they look.
here's Ben4 into the bottom lane, but great disengage once again from PYL. Here comes Jinnu. He's already used his ultimate though, but Godby does a lot of damage onto Amazing J. We just need to chase him down, and the tactical sweep will be enough, and Jinnu will walk it off.
But again, absorbing all of that pressure, that's 3 members, Amy, Godby, as well as Jinnu, that take him down. And yes, they pick up the kill, but in response, IMay not only pick up the bottom lane tower, but get huge chip damage on the mid lane tower. So still doing so much work for the team.
PYL with the wave clear, and PYL but with the getting hooked and dying. Athena will easily kill him with the unleashed power. Jinnu is closing in from around the backside. Hook shot right onto Athena, but he's dragged all the way to Road. What a lantern.
Ocean Dragon also then picked up on the back half of it, so IMay still incredibly comfortable. They pick up the kill, they disengage, and they get the dragon. Now, reset the map, spend your gold, and see where we're at.
Trinity Force has been picked up by Jinnu, so that's a pretty major power spike.
The scary thing is that the next dragon, which is a cloud, so you don't necessarily have to fight for it, so that's a good sign for IMay, is going to be around the 25-minute mark. And if you look at the power spikes from LGD, they're going to be the ones that are online at that point. So unfortunately for IMay, while they've been doing good work for the early portion of the game, it should start to slow down, and Favor should trade hands to LGD just because their composition is strong now.
Godby into the bottom lane now, and he's also dealing with Amazing J. Doesn't necessarily have to be the person who's doing that, but at the same time, there's no objective on the bottom side. So it's a dragon, so Godby also well suited to dealing with the Renekton, who's only itemized armor at this point in time.
So Amazing J sees that this is happening. Now if he can just safely disengage.
Slice. Dice. It's going to be slow death. And with Dominus, it's not going to happen, but it gives enough pressure towards Godby to take out this tower.
And even though this is technically a trade, it's still tempo advantage to IMay because they're going to get the earlier back timer. But I'm still going to say that it's better for IMay simply because, again, they're not the strong team. Yes, they've been in control of the game, but they're going through their power drops. You have the completed Infinity Edge as well as the Hurricane from Caitlyn. You're still waiting on kind of one big major item to be completed for Jin Zhao, but until that point, IMay kind of want to play cautiously. They want to trade free objectives like this and avoid LGD, whereas now the onus is on LGD. You know, make use of the fact that the Trinity Force is completed on Camille. Make use of the fact that you have the Ashe. You know, Ashe can disappear into Fog of War and try to instantly break mid lane tower with an arrow. Caitlyn doesn't get that luxury.
So many objectives just traded back and forth right here, and it probably will be top lane tower as well, man. And mid lane tower is rather low. But in the end, it will probably be, yes, 37 HP.
But I don't know how patient IMay can be to try to siege this mid lane tower. If LGD get impatient, which is what you see they're doing now, I would just set up for the flank and throw the Ashe arrow and see what you get. Because again, LGD are strong right now, and they want to fight.
Great dodge by Athena, and another dodge with the help of Road this time. So neither of the skill shots land from LGD.
But excellent disengage that's going to buy more time for not only Jin Zhao to feel more confident that they can then switch tempo back and siege on this mid tower, but get closer to that third item breaking point for Caitlyn.
LGD and IMay staring each other down in mid lane. And Jin Zhao needs to literally just walk up and actually just punch it. Boop. Up. Godby, he's caught out, and he is just straight up dead. Athena. Boop. With the ultimate instant kill. Road. Jin Zhao coming in now, and it will instantly cancel the ultimatum as this team actually was more concerned about killing these minions.
But I don't think IMay can push much farther into this unless a good scatter the weak hooks. They'd have to be aggressively diving, but they're competing against the clear of Hurricane on Ashe, as well as Ashe and Rek'Sai. This could be pushing their luck unless they execute correctly.
And they're still going. They have Caitlyn, she's placing down these traps, just making it hard for LGD to approach. Amazing J is a big, scary crocodile. Ben4 knocked up, but no, this will be the tower.
Okay, Ash Arrow has just now come back up, so they had that slight window. I'm sorry, I doubted you, IMay. You were keeping track of the timer, but as soon as the Ash Arrow is back alive, they're like, okay, we don't want to push our luck too much farther. Again, we've just eked that much closer to Caitlyn because we picked up 2 global objectives for free, uncontested. Cloud Dragon is spawning in 2 minutes. Jin Zhao, you have 2 minutes to get as much farm as possible. Yes, it's a cloud, so if you don't make it, it's not the end of the world. But if you do, LGD will probably try to fight us for this, and if we kill you at Dragon, that's an easy Baron.
I'm trying to figure out what Jinu's doing right now, because he definitely just walked like 30 seconds for 3 minions. Now he's going to go back into the jungle, maybe take Krugs.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, really. He's just digging into the pantry and seeing what he can find.
That's that moment when you open the fridge, you see nothing that you like, so you walk away. 15 minutes later, you go back to the fridge.
Yeah. I do that on Twitter all the time. I'll like read it and then like close it and then open a new tab and open up Twitter again.
That's when you know that you have an addiction to your
Yeah,
phone.
it
You,
really is, man.
You close Reddit, open Twitter, close Twitter, open Reddit. You're like, I don't know what I expected.
Literally me. But I know so many people do that.
I do
Actually
it
a thing.
every night.
Yeah. When you live your life on social media. Here's Road and Ben 4. But Govi's going to play it safe and jump over the wall there. He's jumping all over the place. I'm just waiting for someone to get caught. That's
I was an
basically the game.
assist ping on Baron.
It was, yeah. Oh god, I think we've started it. Have we? I
We're
can't tell.
definitely trying to clear it out, but they don't have the proper vision control to do it, as well as the fact that they're across from an Ashe.
Yeah, I'm glad it was just getting the vision. So the assist ping was down onto the vision, not the Baron. But you never know when it's LGD versus IMay.
Also looks like it's going to be a third item, Blade of the Rune King from Jin Zhao, if he continues to itemize off of that Vampiric Scepter, as opposed to going kind of the traditional Infinity Edge double attack speed, which, I mean, you still get attack speed from the Blade of the Rune King. I like it because then you also get the kill pressure on a lot of the tankier members.
That's true. Because now Jinu will be itemizing HP, so will Amy, and Godvi already has a lot of HP, so it is nice for Jin Zhao if he does pick it up. Also a bit of lifesteal, which Road is not going to provide, as he is definitely not a sustained support. He's going to buff and hook. IMay killing this Cloud Dragon.
Okay, this is your moment, LGD.
Get in
You
there.
are strong here.
Amy into the pit, smite away by Ben Fort. Teleport coming out from Ginny. He's looking for the flank. No one's going to die just yet. Amazing Jay backing away. Amy's down to half. Godvi also under attack here. Ben Fort is just caught by himself. The rest of IMay just left him out to dry. It's like, well, you're good for your smite and nothing else.
And that was actually incredibly impressive because Jinu did virtually nothing that entire team fight. You can see that he's still sitting on the ultimate. I understand that you don't necessarily want to jump in as Camille into 5 people, but I don't even think he hit anyone.
Yeah, I think that's pretty true, honestly.
But there we go. We knew that LGD would be strong on this dragon, that they would want to contest it. Yes, the dragon goes away. It's a cloud, that's fine. But really, it was about the arena. They only pick up 1 kill, so IMay did a good job disengaging. A lot of that prop goes to Road. He had a phenomenal box that cut them off into the choke point and gave them a very easy exit path. You know, outside that one poor guy that got left out to dry.
Yeah, which was Ben for, unfortunately, at the end. But he got the smite down. It was a dragon for a kill in the end for LGD. And PYL is continuing to clear out dragon, or Baron rather. And he's located the ward. Road isn't very happy about this though, so he's going to hook PYL. But he didn't anger the Baron, so he's not going to take all that much damage. And so Portal Combat aside, Imp is farming up, basically equal CS across the board, apart from Amazing J, who has maintained the CS lead. However, Jinu has been picking up kills in these fights, so it's not like he's in a bad situation. And it looks like he's going towards that Titanic Hydra second himself, while Amazing J has already completed it and sat on 2 items, though Trinity Force is a tad bit more expensive. Mid lane, how's Godvi doing? Well, he's still got the Hextech Revolver, but has the Lich Bane on top of that. It's just a big fight over vision currently. And PYL, not in the best of situations. You may have to burn Flash.
But you can see the desperation from IMay, the fact that they want to start a fight right now, just because they know that LGD are getting to the point where they're starting to pull them apart in the side lanes. Godvi.
Flash, return Flash. Had to be used there by Godvi. He was lined up against the wall.
Because at some point, Camille will find that breaking point or that tipping point where Renekton will stop mattering in the 1v1 side lane. So IMay, they have the lead. It is slim, but they know that they need to start converting this into the win and make the plays happen now before that outscaling happens.
Yeah, very important. Godv is tearing apart this tower. And it's gone. That Lich Bane paying dividends. IMay around this Baron pit right now as LGD are stepping up, looking to clear out this vision. Again, these stray cocoons just trying to find a target. Hook lands onto Amy, and does so much damage. He's meant to be the tanky member, but he's instantly eliminated. Jinnu with the ultimatum onto Jin Zhao, but will cancel that one. It's just a prank, bro. He'll jump onto Ben4 instead, take him out. That's a 1-for-1 tactical sweep coming through. Jin out backing off now as Godv is now coming into the fight. Flattens Caitlyn. He turns around, dodges the hook. Athena will jump away. Godv looking for another Rift Walk, but Amazing J will have none of that. He's going to block him off. Get out of here. He's going to jump back onto Road, eliminate him, and he is just a complete disaster. He is just assassinating people left and right.
Road forgot who was chasing who there, was looking to try to set up for a hook, maybe throw a lantern to get Amazing J to pick up Godv, but Godv's like, bruh, you stepped out of position. You were too far away from your big, scary crocodile, and just Goomba stomps him.
Godv's pretty strong, I can confirm. And the hook lands onto Amy, and I was like, he's not going to die.
So the big thing is that this is a 4v5, but the teleport comes through immediately for Amazing J, whereas Godv has to walk down to the fight. So IMay get their 5-member setup here first. The other big factor is the fact that this brush has a control ward into it, and LGD can't. So it's much harder for them to auto-attack and to siege into it. Godv does what he can on the back half because he starts picking up these free kills. And then it's just cute little Road, which, cut the tape, we don't want to see it.
No. But Road also became roadkill. And yeah, in the end, IMay. I actually can't tell who won that game. I think that fight, I think it was LGD. I want to say it was LGD.
IMay still have the slight gold lead, however.
They do, by 400 gold. Just like a longsword and a health potion.
But it also, I mean, we just go back to the win conditions for LGD at this point. They can continue to exploit the 1-3-1 in the side lanes. If they get a good pick with an Asher, they can look for the 5v5. They can continue to pick out the poor crocodile here.
Even Amazing J is not that tanky when underneath the threat of both Godv and Jinnu. Ben4 is beelining it over, but this is LGD starting Baron.
Yeah, that's the mistake. Elise showed bottom, which gives the go-ahead to start the Baron. Unfortunately for LGD, there seems to be miscommunication. Are we teleporting towards the Baron with the Camille? No, we're actually going to continue to siege these structures, kill the jungler, and take everything.
Godv turning onto Ben4 now, and honestly, yeah, LGD should restart the Baron, and indeed they have done. Road over the wall. He needs to get vision somehow. Teleport coming out from Jinnu, and it's now 4 members on this one. Athena looking for the stun. It's going to deal some damage to Jinnu. It's down to around half, but Ben4 is here. This is going to turn into a 50-50, but we are the LPL. We live for those 50-50s. It did not work out. Ben4 finds the Baron, and now it's about this ensuing fight. Who will pick up the kills? Godv jumps into Ben4. Ro's going to fall down, and Jinnu turning around, but it's not enough. Jinnu will find Jin Zhao and take him out. There can only be one Jin on the Rift. And Ben4 did not connect. The Cocoon neither did scatter the weak land. So all in all, it is a 2 versus 2 or 2 for 2. Ben4 really wants PYL though, and will turn this into a 2 for 3.
And all of that negative conditioning suddenly comes back to bite LGD. They didn't have proper setup of the Baron. They took the 50-50, and it bites them. That was the play. That was the turn of the game for them. Godv was doing so much work. He managed to isolate Amazing J over to the side lane, pull the jungler, allow his team to start up the free Baron, and they threw it away because they couldn't find the correct smite.
Yeah, it was all about that 50-50. First smite, second smite, yeah, gone.
He immediately gets the hook out there, so good positioning from Road, and an even better box. Road is actually playing very well despite that missed death sentence right there. But this fight was really all about Godv. He was doing a ton of damage on the backline, repositioned really well for the stasis. My favorite part is that Camille actually dodged into Athena's Scatter the Weak, or was it a Dark Spear?
Yeah.
He was totally in the clear, and then he swerved back into it.
He was wanted back in, man. And IMay, third dragon over to them, plus the Baron. So all of a sudden they are quite far ahead of LGD, but it's less than a 2,000 gold advantage, so it definitely did feel like more, but it hasn't turned into many towers just yet. But we have half a Baron buff to go.
And it's just so unfortunate because LGD were finally coming to their point where they were going to take over and control of the game. I mean, look at Jin Zhao's itemization. He didn't go for the secondary attack speed item. He went for the armor penetration. And then he went for the defensive into the Hex Drinker. So we call it the KFC variety bucket. He's got so many different components.
You call it that.
And no, like, completed strong items. So this Caitlyn is still really only about killing towers as opposed to actually winning team fights. So LGD are still strong, but giving away that Baron just empowers the fact that Jin Zhao has, I don't know, his badges of honor in his inventory.
Whoop. Not going to happen. Arrow doesn't land, but the Tana Wave will knock up actually not many people at all. Athena has already assassinated Jinnu. And IMay, that's just opened up the floodgate.
Amy came around that corner, peeked his head like, is it time? It's not time.
Death Sentence didn't land, neither did the Cocoon, but it is a 1-for-1 as Benford just died to Godby. I think he just one-comboed him to death.
I'm pretty sure, though, that LG are still missing a key member. There we go, Amy's finally in the fight.
He's back. He will block up an ace in the hole. That is what he is here for. And, oh, there is Super Minions on the Nexus towers. Yeah, Imp definitely has to deal with that, and that will open up the bot tower now. Jin Zhao does a lot of damage to these towers. Amazing J will jump on top of Godby, but Godby is surprisingly tanky for the amount of damage he deals. Inhibs down. Hook lands onto Amy, but they really want a higher priority target. Athena gets blasted by Godby, but he's not dead just yet. Amazing J jumping away, and Godby goes out into the Zhonya's. This could be disastrous, but the hook lands onto PYL. No! PYL thought he was targeting the big carry, but instead he went fishing.
And I know that it's IMay. They just broke LG's base. That's 2 inhibitors as well as a Nexus tower, so huge props to them. But I do want to take a quick moment. Godby is playing this Kassadin so well. Just some of the small micro things that he's doing. You know, he rift walks in, immediately flashes to the side to dodge the incoming CC, and then just blasts majority of the teammates. Like, for all of the heavy lifting that he's trying to do for his team, they're still just throwing it away.
Yeah, in the end, IMay are proving to be the superior team, if ever so slightly. IMay make the way towards the top lane, and they will try and break the final last bastion of hope, which is LGD's top lane tower.
Also using the LeBlanc build, so the Lichbane Gunblade.
Gunblade, yeah. Godby really is just like the key member here.
He's had 2 back-to-back good games or solid games in the series, so...
He's trying.
I agree, but it's kind of too little too late for that. Should have tried it week 2.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We're at this point in time, it's just like, damn, if only they'd gotten that 1 win, well, if they'd gotten any of the other 10 losses that they accrued over the split, that would have also been great. There's the teleport, and this is pretty much the last chance for LGD to make it happen. Godby jumps in, lands the Force Pulse. And Amy coming in, he's dragged into that fight. Jinnu onto that backline, he needs to kill any of these squishies. He will get Jin Zhao courtesy of the Kassadin. Godby jumping after Athena, but he's locked up. Blast plan into the wall, and Athena being chased back. This is actually going to be the ace right here if they can confirm this final kill. Jinnu comes in, a 5-for-1. Of course.
And even though that Ben 4 hits the hero cocoon to try to slow down Kassadin, Godby just blasts him before he himself falls down. But again, it's the fact that Jinnu did a great job immediately deleting Jin Zhao before the start of the fight, but Godby just counts for multiple members. And at this point, Ashe is putting in work and doing the damage and is able to clean up the rest of these fights once the Syndra and the Caitlyn are pushed out.
See that one more time, because we definitely followed the chase, but not how everyone else died.
So there's your not your greatest priority target there, and Amazing J. But the big thing is going to be Jinnu at this point. He's going to jump into the back line, and he's just going to hit that Caitlyn and pop her like a pinata. That's 1 threat down. Now it's about trying to take over the Syndra. Godby has her locked in the sights. There's the cocoon that stops him from deleting Syndra, but he makes sure that he takes out Elise, and he paves the way for Camille to finish the job.
Definitely felt that more people were alive at the end there, but they were definitely not. Those squishy members had been picked apart by Imp on the backlines.
And that's the thing, as long as Godby and Jinnu can take care of Athena and Jin Zhao, then Imp can do the rest of the work. He's got the kill pressure on the Elise as well as the Renekton and the Thresh. Nothing can stop him.
I just don't know anymore, man. I was just like, IMay, they are far ahead in this game. They have the Baron, they have the Dragons. They should be able to clear this one out and prove they are the superior team. But, I mean, LGD are just somehow turning up with these team fights.
But here's the thing. IMay are the superior team because they're more consistent. I know we hate that word in the LPL. It's such a buzzword. I just want to throw it away. But that's what it comes down to. There's a reason why I took the risky bet on LGD. It's because there is so much talent on the roster. And when they decide to, like, third Tuesday out of every year on leap, like second leap year of, I don't know.
During
like,
the lunar eclipse.
They can decide that they want to be an elite team, but they don't consistently do it. And IMay, even though they're not an elite team, as long as they're a good team, more often than not, they're still always going to be the better team than LGD.
It's sad, though, when you have star talent on the lineup. So many strong players in their own right. And you can definitely... You can pick most of the players in this game, honestly, in your own way. But there are super minions flooding into the bottom lane, and IMay are going to take this chance to turn onto the Baron. This is going to be converted into an Elder Dragon, though, for LGD. They'll take what they can.
There's a deep teleport, however, from Amazing J.
They're not burning it fast enough. Amazing J coming in. Blue Trinket comes down.
He could have walked
It's low. But Road is coming in for the hook, and we're looking for the steal to happen. It goes over to Jinnu, so LGD do have the extra combat potential here. Road knocked up, and he's caught in a bubble. Turns around. Great hook onto Jinnu within the pin. He tries to get away, but there is no escape from Amazing J. He's swept under the rug as Godby jumps into the fight, but he's going to quickly go down into that Guardian Angel. Come back up, and go back down.
Godby pretty much just jumped in to die immediately, so for all of the praise that we were singing, not deserved for that decision.
For sure. But that's not an individual thing, that's a team call, and that's where it really starts to come apart. And that's pretty much the story of LGD and IMay to a certain extent.
But this is now IMay, Baron buffed up, crashing down into LGD's base, and they are down their two big carries, Camille and Cassidon, nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
Surely this will be the series.
Actually, the two worst people to be dead in this game for LGD. Imp and PY are doing what they can, but they actually just cannot kill Amazing J, who is just killing the Nexus by himself. Now the rest of the team is here. Nexus falls, IMay 2-1, they take it home.
And you see, instantaneously, the team collapsed. They finished out strong, a much cleaner game number 3 than the rest of that series. LGD on the other side, broken like their playoff dreams.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, IMay keep those dreams alive as they move further and further towards those playoffs. It's still an uphill struggle. There are teams around them who are performing better, more consistently, and look more cohesive as a lineup. But this win went a long way to keeping them in that race.
It's hard to imagine that just a while ago they took down EDG, and now we're struggling to clean a series out from LGD.
IMay will take to the stage for a well-deserved bow. This was a tough series against even the wounded animal that was LGD in the end. They still took it. Off the back in many ways of Amazing J in that top lane. And somewhat deflated faces of LGD. This was the one and truly last chance for them to make a playoff run. And still the stars would have had to align even if they had 2-0'd here. But the dream is well and truly in the gutter.
That said, looking forward for IMay, it's still a tough road from here. They have to face some elite teams on the back half. They're still competing with Snake for that final spot, and unfortunately for them, Snake also won today, but in a 2-0 fashion over Invictus Gaming, so the race is still tight, and it's not over.
And someone else who is not in the race, it's Rusty. Welcome back.
Hello. That was a lot better from IMay.
Much better.
Unfortunately, a lot better isn't their best, but it is a pretty big step towards it once again. So IMay being able to get the 2-1, maybe not the amount of points that they needed, but very valuable points given that Snake managed to win in the set before them, so kudos to IMay.
And even despite this gold graph, where you can see that LGD were kind of making that peak back towards it, I actually think that this was very expected for the composition that IMay were running. Kind of the one thing that was uncontrollable for them was that Kassadin going off, but ultimately they had the Caitlyn composition. They knew that they were going to run into a slow part. I thought that they did a good job to compensate for it, outside of giving Kassadin kind of that free reign in mid-game.
Yeah, they definitely ran into some awkward spots against the team composition of LGD, especially when you hit the level 16 Kassadin spike, the biggest power spike that a Kassadin can get in the game. Not just that, Imp hitting the 2 items to be able to bridge the Kassadin to the level 16, and Camille having a fantastic time, who's always going to outscale a Renekton in terms of damage. You have to give credit to Amazing Jade, not just for the good teleports in game number 3 once again, but the fact that his teleports run to a flank, because that way Imp has no escape. LGD, the Elder Dragon fight's a good example. He's behind them, so they have to choose between walking between the Crocodile or in killing him, or actually just taking the fight themselves. So I really liked how IMay played this one out a bit better. But to me, when I look at this game number 3 from them, I actually think about Ben 4 and Road again, because they're not just roaming together. You could see them hugging after the game, after they just take a bow. They're definitely working together as a cohesive unit. And this is actually evidenced through the one replay that I would like to show you guys, because that's the fight that happens at the Baron. When that actually breaks down, this is a steal, but it's not just a steal. This is IMay communicating that he's going to go for it and get the Lantern out to safety immediately. This repositions themselves to be able to at least team fight if it comes to that. And because LGD kicked this fight off by hitting the Baron, a lot of them are missing health. So that is why IMay, not just playing confidently around stealing a Baron, that's a 50-50. About the fight that will happen afterwards, by knowing that LGD will run at them. There's just no doubt in your mind that LGD, even if you get the Baron, they might even be angrier and will run at you harder and more heavy-handed. And they're able to win fights because of that. But it's the synergy between those two. It happens early game, they roam around, happens mid-game, and then late game actually gives them a Baron and pretty much the game.
Raises an interesting point overall for IMay, though, is whether they actually move forwards with this lineup and say, screw it, Flawless, you're a great player. It does mean we have to sub out Starlight, but we want actually this entire team who can communicate with each other and still pick up wins. I don't know if this performance was necessarily best than other ones we've seen, but what I can say is that the team looked more cohesive, and when they made calls, they all went to the same place, rather than Flawless being on his own page doing his own thing. And while he was doing the right thing, it's not 5 people doing the right thing.
I would argue that coming into playoffs, there's more value in having your support who is cohesive with the whole team actually stay in the roster. Ben 4 did not look bad in this series. In fact, I think this is one of the better series that he's had. He's still playing like an aggressive carry type of jungler, but he had Road working with him. And I just feel like between the team of IMay with these two players in, they actually just look like a better unit more so than they do with Flawless, who is a better individual jungler 100%, but Starlight's not doing the same things that Road can.
Yeah, and that's what the team really needs if they are to make that playoff run at the very end of the split, because there's only 1 week remaining, right? And during that week, a lot can happen, but the teams around them performing very well, and it is in fact Road to pick up the MVP in this game. And if there was any more evidence and proof that he should be the man who is staying in that support position, it would be this game.
I mean, he was all over the map from the get-go, not just in teaming up with Ben 4, but also in teaming up with Athena, constantly poking his head mid lane, trying to slow down that Kassadin. And yes, it was all for naught because Godv was getting the 1v1 kills on Athena, but not for lack of trying from Road.
And his hooks were always great. Hitting the Camille in the Elder Baron, Elder Dragon pit rather, there is no Elder Baron, was fantastic. It's the ability to aim for one person but actually hit someone else in a different direction, to be able to pump fake effectively while you're throwing it. Like Road played out of his mind, but all of IMay played their pick composition when they were actually executing on it incredibly well.
That's true. And it was good when it worked, but it was still all over the place, and it wasn't still a consistent performance all the way from start to finish. And that is something that another team around them, even when we look at the likes of a Snake, will actually exploit and do something in that mid-game, because Snake have discovered the mid-game. So it's actually something that they can do right now. IMay will need to go back to the drawing board as we approach our week 10. I guess the question is, from here on out, do you think that the standings are going to change any more from this week? Because I know it certainly changed a lot with OMG making a surge and lots of other things happening in Group B, for example.
I think in particular for IMay and Snake, the question isn't so much like geared towards the standings. It's like, which IMay and which Snake are you going to get? Are you going to get Snake from last week, or are you going to get Snake from this week? Are you going to get IMay from game number 3, or are you going to get IMay from game number 2? And there's too much variance there to kind of have a consistent answer.
It's also worth mentioning IG as well, because they are all over the place. You can have an amazing IG, or more often than not, recently I would like to add that IG have not looked their normal selves.
Nope, they have not, and above them is actually the 2 Chinese teams in Group A. So another big surprise towards the end of this split as well. But IG, perhaps the team that started off the strongest now starting to find some weaknesses again in their whole team. Maybe OMG are just able to exploit it, but
Sure.
Snake are coming up. IMay have potential to upset. Like, we don't actually know what'll be 5th place by next week.
On the opposite side as well, Newbie versus Vici is the other playoff race that's going on right now. QG have basically separated themselves from everything that's going on in that Fiesta because GT are now completely out of it, but it is between those two teams to actually make it, and they are dead even. So it really is down to those final games to see who can make the run.
It's always going to be exciting to watch, you know, people with the equal win-loss record competing with 1 week of LPL left, especially with this dynamic of firstly who they're playing against, because teams will have harder runs home. And are those teams taking it seriously? Because RNG are already qualified. Doesn't matter to them.
That is a very good question because maybe teams are actually looking towards the teams that they were playing and actually reverse expectations. The higher up that their opponents are, the better it is for them because maybe they just pull an RNG and just get blasted.
On the other side of that coin, even the teams like GT and LGD who are truly out of the playoffs, they're still having to find and solidify their rosters for the promotion tournament. So while GT are down and out, they want to figure out the correct combination to make sure that they retain their spot in the LPL, so they're still a threat.
Yeah, the threat, and also it's a great chance to actually kind of get scrim time, right, on stage against these teams, because outside of that, I don't really see other teams wanting to scrim outside of that, so actually being able to play on stage would be good for a team like GT, like LGD, to actually maintain those spots, because there's still star power on those lineups to make it work. Regardless, we are going to end the show right there, so thank you much, thank you very much for watching today's broadcast, and indeed Week 9. We'll see you again next week for more League of Legends action here at the LPL.
Thank you, Jesus.
It's all right.